This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Huh? What's that? A humanoid creature, its features indistinct, lay beneath a large tree, emitting an alluring fragrance. Bayun's nose twitched, its wary red eyes darted around, and its long rabbit ears perked up. The planet Suasan was filled with jungles, each tree possessing its own thoughts. Bayun wasn't sure if he could get it out before the tree attacked. Normally, he would never be so impulsive, but it smelled so good. Even if he had to die right now, he wanted to touch it. The wary and sensitive rabbit didn't know why he was acting so unusually, but that's what he did. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it shot off like an arrow. The tree had stood there lifelessly until Bayun moved, providing shade for it beneath it. But then, Bayun moved, and a thick branch swept across, trying to ward off the enemy attempting to seize its treasure. However, a tree is not as agile as a rabbit. Even if this tree could develop its own consciousness in the future and become a citizen of the universe, at this moment, it was still just an ordinary tree, completely unable to uproot and chase after it. And so, the treasure was stolen. A white shadow flashed by, leaving only a tree standing there, helplessly furious. Hee hee. Got it. Bayun happily hugged the thing in its arms, taking a deep sniff, like a cat inhaling catnip. So cute. So cute. I love it so much. He hadn't even seen the person in his arms yet. After curiously hugging, nuzzling, and touching them, he finally remembered to take a good look at it. But the jungle wasn't safe. There were countless trees, like the one that could hunt rabbits. Bayun struggled to suppress his excitement, holding the person tightly in his arms, and darted to a cave on a nearby cliff. This was his original home. After the queen's birth 3 years ago, people went much less crazy, and the chaos in the universe improved significantly. Even remote planets, like Suasan Star established settlements, and Bayun later moved into Suasan City. But such a treasure would surely attract attention as soon as it entered the city. Bayun gently placed the person on a soft blanket made of his own fur, pursed his lips, and solemnly and gently lifted the tightly wrapped black robe. It was a girl as radiant as the stars. Her face, slightly chubby, framed long eyelashes, and beautiful eyes tightly closed. A delicate nose, cherry lips, and black hair cascading to the ground. Her peaceful sleeping appearance was serene and beautiful, bringing a sense of calm to anyone who looked at her. Bayun knelt beside her, staring blankly at her, unable to recover for a long time. For some reason, the moment he saw her, he felt at peace. It was a strange feeling, like a weary bird returning to its nest, as if all the restlessness and thirst of the past had been washed away. He only wanted to hold on to this moment, to find peace in her embrace. This feeling was even better than when he saw the image of Her Majesty the Queen. Bayun was about to delve deeper into these thoughts, when the girl's slightly trembling eyelashes immediately caught his attention. He held his breath, watching her eyelids flutter like butterfly wings, as if trying to fly into his heart. She was about to wake up. Wouldn't she see him first? What would she say? Would she like him? Bayun's heart pounded like a drum. The instant those beautiful eyes opened, Bayun's eyes widened as well. In just a moment, the two met. Those eyes were just as Bayun had imagined, beautiful as if they existed only in legends, yet perfectly complementing her. Those dark eyes were like an endless night sky, clear and pure, reflecting all the desires and sins of the world, yet capable of encompassing everything, making him feel ashamed of himself yet unable to resist pursuing them. If only he could be gazed upon by those eyes forever, how blissful that would be. But it was only for a moment. The girl, just awakened, saw him and, as if stung by something, averted her gaze. Her eyelids closed slightly, and her body shrank back. It was an evasive gesture. A wave of immense loss and self-abandonment washed over Bayun. She doesn't like me. It's meaningless. Nothing matters anymore. Yet, clinging to a sliver of hope, he asked softly, "Did I do something wrong?" The girl answered him by quietly moving further away from him. Then he understood everything. "I'm sorry." His already red eyes were wet, but Bayun forced back his tears. Although he was a relatively weak rabbit among all races, he wasn't usually one to cry. But the thought of never seeing this person again filled him with agony, an agony far greater than when the snake crushed his bones, or when the eagle threw him from 1,000 meters in the sky. But if she rejected him, he wouldn't have the face to live anymore. If she hated him so much, perhaps his death would make her a little happier? His round, red eyes were filled with longing and reluctance, yet Bayun still stood up and slowly backed out of the cave. Until the very end, his gaze remained fixed on the girl. But the person before him lowered her gaze, no longer looking at him. Only Tao Charan remained in the cave. She breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a similar sense of utter disorientation as in the capital. She thought the dense forest of Chwais and Star was secluded enough, but even with meticulous planning, a rabbit had still discovered her. Now she could only hope that the five would discover her disappearance later, and then, according to their previous plan, find a secluded place where no one knew her, yet where she could meet her daily needs. Before this, based on her understanding of this bizarre world, Tao Charan sighed and called out, "Xiao Pu!" "Yes, master!" A glowing mechanical bird phantom flew out of thin air and circled around Tao Charan. Xiao Pu, short for Ordinary Portable Small Robot Program 002, was also the greatest contributor to her escape from the capital. In her previous life, Tao Charan was a scientist. Although she didn't specialize in artificial intelligence, she was still capable of basic application design. 3 years ago, after arriving in this world, she discovered that the current universal optical network had some similarities to certain functions of her previously designed Ordinary Portable Small Robot Program 001. So, she simply created a Xiao Pu 2, piling all the functions she would need for future escapes into it, just in case. Yes, 3 years have passed since she emerged from the fruit of life. But from the moment she arrived, a horde of eccentric aliens, their faces flushed with fervor, swarmed around her, hailing her as queen and vying to speak with her. She knew she would one day escape to a desolate place where no one could find her. Having endured the dizziness and fainting spell of giving a speech before her subjects, being under constant, unwavering surveillance to the point of losing her appetite and becoming emaciated, being subjected to forced physical contact and becoming paralyzed with fear, she hadn't dared to relax for a moment these past few years. Every day, she had been researching how to escape these strange creatures, how to escape this unbearable life for someone with social anxiety. She had waited far too long for this day. The expectations of this world were far too high. Everywhere was filled with fervent fans of the queen. Only Tao Charan knew that she had absolutely no chance of being a good queen. The reason is simple. How could someone with social anxiety go into politics, a job that requires constant interaction with others? Oh, and they're not human anymore. Since the cataclysm millions of years ago, humanity disappeared, replaced by anthropomorphized plants, trees, birds, beasts, insects, and fish. They somehow developed sentience and acquired human characteristics, but compared to humans, they possess far greater abilities and superior strength. For example, Tao Charan once witnessed her nimble little cat kick overturn a palace. Even a rabbit that just escaped could easily defeat 10,000 of her. In this perilous world, escaping the universe's most powerful defenses is no easy feat, but the greatest challenge is ensuring her own safety afterward. She didn't possess such a powerful body, yet she had a constitution as alluring as Tang Sanzing's flesh. Without the ability to protect herself, even if she escaped, it would only be like a lamb entering a tiger's den, running from one cage to another. So she persevered for 3 years. 3 years later, Little Pooh, besides the essential jump function for escape, had gained dozens of attack and defense methods, a barrier capable of shielding most of her physical attributes, a light screen to communicate with others in emergencies, and other incredibly useful options. Open the barrier, Tao Charan said. Because jump consumed a lot of energy, and Tao Charan's constitution was weak, Little Pooh temporarily shut down, while she fainted due to the immense pressure of spatial jumps. Therefore, Bai Yuan, who was directly facing her, suffered the greatest impact, hoping she could still catch up. Although both were abnormal, Tao Charan didn't want to kill this little rabbit. Light screen activated. A golden light shone from the mechanical bird, then shot towards the cave entrance, unfolding a rectangular screen in front of Bai Yuan, who hadn't gone far. In the center of the screen was Tao Charan's image, her head slightly lowered as usual, avoiding eye contact. But this wasn't the real Tao Charan, just a phantom image, merely indicating who was speaking to her. Hello, do you have anything to eat? A dialogue box appeared next to Tao Charan, with golden universal language characters appearing one by one. True social anxiety, even the AI modeled after herself refused to speak, avoiding any unnecessary words. Meanwhile, the listless rabbit, who was about to bang its head against a tree, widened its red eyes upon seeing the image on the screen, its drooping ears perking up excitedly again. Completely oblivious to the fact that he had never seen such cutting-edge technology before, Bai Yuan, without caring whether Tao Charan could see it or not, nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I go get it right away." Then he disappeared into the jungle in a flash. Chapter 2. Royal Capital Star. Star Moon Palace. As the undisputed center of the universe, Royal Capital Star is vast, with palaces stretching across its surface. But upon landing, the first thing everyone saw was the colossal tree reaching towards the sky in the center of the planet. Whether in its geographical location or in the hearts of the royal capital's inhabitants, this ancient tree was irreplaceable and of paramount importance. The queen was born from a fruit borne by this tree. Surrounding the Tree of Life was a ring of extremely luxurious buildings. The most eye-catching of these was the Star Moon Palace, located right next to the Tree of Life. Its height was significantly greater than the other buildings, forcefully occupying the largest plot of land and the shade of the Tree of Life, a true embodiment of being surrounded by stars. At the Star Moon Palace, a huge full moon was placed at the highest point, surrounded by 5 stars of different colors, their 5-colored rays echoing the simulated moonlight. This was the Queen's residence. Those 5 stars represent the 5 forces that maintain order in the universe today. Green is the Pine Wave Palace, managing production and operations. Red is the Rose Pavilion, in charge of issuing royal decrees and spreading education. Black is the Silk Entwining Workshop, mainly responsible for intelligence gathering and managing technological affairs. White is the Jade Ruler Pavilion, in charge of military campaigns and warfare. Blue is the Star Moon Palace itself, responsible for serving the Queen in all matters. However, this seemingly complete system has only been in operation for a mere 3 years. In the long period before the Queen's existence, madness was the norm, and reason was always the rarest thing. The citizens, transformed from inanimate objects of the universe, were devoid of emotion, so how could they organize themselves to protect each other? However, although the 5 departments known as the 5 Radiant Gates are actually quite loosely organized, and frequently engage in open and covert attacks, a relatively stable order has indeed been established. All of this is predicated on the Queen's presence. Humph, my king, my lovely king. Someone hummed a tune as they swiftly moved through the Star Moon Palace. His steps were small, but after each step, he appeared at the other end of the palace corridor in the blink of an eye. The artificial sun slowly rose in the sky, its soft light gradually seeping into the stained glass windows, refracting beautiful points of light from the dew on the rose in his hand. But his appearance was more delicate and captivating than the rose in the morning. His eyes were also red, deeper than a rabbit's red pupils, like roses blooming in the dead of night, carrying a hidden danger. A beauty mark sat diagonally above her right eye, adding a touch of allure. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating light. Although her slender figure revealed her masculinity, her face, more beautiful than any flower, was truly androgynous. But when that face saw the imposing figure outside the door amidst the radiant light, it instantly crumbled, transforming from a radiant smile into a menacing frown. "Why haven't you left yet?" Red Rose demanded. "It's not your turn yet." "I haven't taken my leave of His Majesty," the burly man replied matter-of-factly. His face was the complete opposite of Red Rose's, cold and angular, his deep blue pupils piercing. Although he tried hard to conceal his bulging muscles by hiding them within a wide, dark green cloak, his sheer size still imbued him with a mountain-like presence, creating an immense sense of oppression. Hong Chong glanced at her personal terminal. Good, less than 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. Although they loathed each other, Hong Chong felt she would make the same choice as him in this matter. He wished she were always the one guarding Her Majesty's door. Humph. To save time, the two, who usually fought fiercely, chose to back down. This was commonplace at the entrance to the Hall of Radiance. After all, the people accompanying the Queen rotated daily, and it wouldn't be good if Her Majesty saw them in a disheveled state. They straightened their clothes, and Song He pushed open the intricately decorated door, the two walking inside together. The 2 rooms behind the door were filled with all sorts of rare treasures and luxurious clothing, as if the entire universe's splendor had been piled up here. But the further they went in, the deeper room suddenly changed its luxurious style, becoming monotonous. It was a huge white room. Compared to the room size, its contents seemed rather sparse. A white sofa and coffee table occupied a corner, next to 2 sparsely decorated white bookshelves. In the center of the room stood a stark contrast, a large bed draped with thick black curtains. "Your Majesty," Songha takes his leave. They stopped a considerable distance from the bed. Songha spoke first, his voice deliberately lowered and cautious. Only then did his emerald eyes reveal genuine human emotions. Reluctance, lingering affection, and perhaps a fragile hope. Whatever these emotions, they seemed incongruous with his massive physique. "Good morning, Your Majesty. Red Rose has brought you fresh roses." Red Rose revealed his softest voice. In the room, painted only black and white, only the vase on the coffee table held vibrant color. The emerald green pine branches stretched out gracefully, but the next second, Red Rose, utterly merciless, crushed them to powder, replacing them with a crimson rose in his hand. Song he couldn't help but frown. There was no response from the bed. But both of them seemed completely accustomed to it. The queen rarely appeared, spending most of her time hidden behind thick bed curtains, ignoring them. Her beautiful eyes lowered behind the curtains were so endearing, and although such a queen was captivating enough, Red Rose still felt a sense of resentment and regret. If he could be gazed upon by the queen, even for a fraction of a second, he would tremble with happiness, wouldn't he? For that, everyone, including himself, would do anything. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Song he had no reason to stay. He left under Red Rose's glare. But for some reason, he felt a strange sense of unease. The queen's presence was still there, and she remained motionless as usual, yet something inexplicably felt wrong. However, besides the king's bed, the radiant chamber was monitored by hundreds of cameras inside and out. Shouldn't there be any problem? Red Rose, still lingering deep within the radiant chamber, also noticed this problem. When they came to pay their respects, if the king was awake, she would make some cute little movements. If she didn't move, it meant the king was asleep. He didn't know how others would handle this situation, but Red Rose would absolutely not pass up this opportunity for intimate contact with the queen. So, as usual, he secretly released his creeping branches, intending to quietly entwine themselves around the queen's little finger. The wriggling branches trembled as they climbed onto the bed, a blush spreading across Red Rose's face. He recalled the warm, soft touch of the past, but this time, the branches grasped nothing. Nothing. Your Majesty? A tremendous panic swept through him. Red Rose raised her voice in disbelief. No one. No one. Who? Who took the king? Where is the king? Where is the king? Long dormant emotions surged, bloodlust and tyranny contorting his beautiful face. A flash of red light appeared, and he could no longer maintain his human form. Branches covered in terrifying thorns lashed out, filling the entire room. Countless roses bared their fangs, screaming as they tried to devour the enemy who had taken the king. Their ever-expanding bodies squeezed the limited space, and movement arose between the radiants. White building materials rained down on the ground, and the entire palace teetered on the brink of collapse. Pine Ravine, still within the Star Moon Palace's perimeter, stopped and turned back at unprecedented speed. Soon, for people gathered within the radiant space. Faced with the frenzied Red Rose, Blue Illusion decisively tossed scale powder into the mouths of the thousands of roses gnawing at him. Pine Ravine's conjured branches firmly pinned down every creeping vine, while mysterious threads bound his main branch. White Jade nimbly climbed onto his shoulder, then kicked the face with the exquisite beauty. The massive rose bush stopped writhing and crashed to the ground. While Red Rose, a Super 8-level warrior, was virtually unmatched in this universe, he was still defeated by the combined attack of 4 other Super 8-level warriors. Although the battle ended quickly, the Star Moon Palace was left in ruins, a wasteland of debris and rubble, beyond repair due to the sheer power of a few individuals capable of destroying a planet in minutes. The only thing untouched was the bed. Lan Huan, standing closest to the bed, was the first to pull down the black curtains. The black blankets on the bed were neatly folded, showing no signs of having been slept in. Your Majesty. How could this be? Where did she go? A chilling sorrow spread through the air, dangerous particles hovering as if about to ignite and burn everything, including themselves, who had lost their queen. No one could bear such a catastrophe, especially after they had tasted the bitterness of being by the queen's side. For more people went mad. But Lan Huan, being closest to the bed, had ruled the Star Moon Palace for 3 years and knew the queen better. He suppressed the bitterness and the urge to vent, maintaining a sliver of reason, and reached out to pull back the covers. A bunch of small bottles clattered out, their transparent glass reflecting an alluring red glow as the liquid sloshed around, carrying a scent everyone knew all too well. As if a skills progress bar had been abruptly interrupted, the group fell silent instantly. Next, a small note fell out. 6 bottles each. Gone. Don't look for me. The handwriting was familiar too. For 3 years, apart from Lan Huan, no one had heard the queen speak. Whenever she wanted to express herself, the queen would write these little notes, then gently push them out from under the bed curtains. Before they could grasp them, her hand would retract as if startled. Lan Huan read it aloud, then the note was snatched by Baiyu, followed by Xian Luo and Song He. I want to find the king. Xian Luo was the first to move. He reached out from his black cloak, quickly counted 6 small bottles, and placed them in his robes. Ha, what's so special about that? Baiyu followed suit, shaking the last bottle that belonged to him, watching the expensive liquid inside swirl endlessly. They clearly abandoned us. Yet they left behind a medicine to make them obedient. What to do? Royal command clashed with instinct. Chapter 3. Tao Charan, her face expressionless, activated Xiao Pu's scan function. A 3D map of Suisun star appeared before her. The good news was that the planet was indeed, as she had previously thought, vast and sparsely populated, with almost all citizens concentrated in a single town. The bad news was that the cave she was currently in was 8,848 meters above the ground, exactly the height of Mount Everest. Also an altitude she could never leave on her own. Xiao Pu's jump was extremely taxing. She couldn't use the function a second time until she found another energy source. Originally, she planned to lure the rabbit away and then secretly escape, but now that seemed impossible. Despite her extensive preparations, her escape attempt still failed. Before fleeing, she had Xiao Pu connect to the optical network, forged several false identities, and used these identities to purchase properties on several habitable planets she deemed suitable. With her limited abilities, she couldn't possibly survive in the wild like ordinary citizens of the universe. Therefore, her necessities and safety still came from people. Strangely, despite her greatest fear being intelligent, communicative beings of her own kind, she relied on these very people who could harm her to ensure her survival. 3 years ago, this idea would have been naive, as the universe was rife with conflict, and there was no stable environment to sustain her. However, in those 3 years, she single-handedly established the Radiant Five Gates, silencing those madmen. Now, even on this remote little star, there was a settlement. As long as she stayed on Celestial Star, finding work that didn't require leaving home, and using this small internet connection to order takeout and buy necessities, she could live quite comfortably even alone. Most importantly, she no longer had to deal with people directly. The thought of successfully escaping the group of boundless lunatics rekindled Tao Charan's fighting spirit. The only problem now was, what about the rabbit that had discovered her? As she was thinking this, she heard a rustling sound at the entrance of the burrow. Tao Charan expertly ducked, instinctively shrinking back until her back pressed against the damp, cold wall. The rustling stopped. She only heard a dejected whisper from nearby. "I'm sorry, I won't come in." Something was placed on the ground. This is a local specialty radish. It's delicious," he said hurriedly. I'm leaving now. If you want anything else, just knock on the wall." Tao Charan waited a while, making sure there was no more sound, before daring to climb down from the wall. Like a frightened bird, she tensed up involuntarily whenever she sensed another presence in the space. The blanket beneath her was mangled beyond recognition, but Xiao Pu's barrier was still effective, which relieved her. Generally speaking, given this rabbit's level, if left unchecked, it would never entertain the thought of leaving the queen, except for death. How terrifying is the instinct of obsessive love! Tao Charan slightly raised her head, and saw the specialty radish within easy reach. The white and tender radish was washed clean, looking no different from the radishes in her original world. However, in this world, because many plants and animals can be transformed into citizens, food is divided into native and specialty. Native food is produced by mindless non-citizens, while specialty food is the opposite. Generally speaking, specialty products are harder to obtain, taste better, are more expensive, and even have special effects for some citizens. However, if possible, Tao Charan still prefers native products, because specialty products, to put it bluntly, are like certain organs on a person's body. A few unpleasant memories flashed through her mind. Among the 5 people she could directly contact, some of them certainly possessed specialty products. At the time, she didn't know this and ate them anyway, and the result. But food is essential, and since she was out, she decided to treat them as ordinary food. The thought of having to knock on the wall and communicate with the rabbit if she refused to eat them made Tao Charan firmly refuse. The radish truly lived up to its specialty name. One bite revealed its juicy, sweet texture, incredibly smooth, and a warm current coursing through her body. Although it was just a radish, it gave her a satisfying feeling of fullness. Tao Charan quickly ate the whole carrot, then continued pondering the question, what should she do with the rabbit? Her first choice was still to live in the property Xiao Pu had bought. Her fake identity here was Tao Tao. She would pretend to be a peach tree. Since she wouldn't be going out, her identity didn't matter, as long as no one saw her. The location of the house was also carefully chosen. It was on the edge of Suisun City, so hidden that it was practically invisible. It wouldn't be noticeable on a 3D map unless you looked very closely, guaranteeing undisturbed peace. But there was the rabbit. If this location was discovered, and she wanted to stay here permanently, she would never be able to get rid of the rabbit. No one understood the habits of these citizens better than her. They had absolutely no concept of social distancing, Everyone was like a leech. So, she let the rabbit take her down first, and then find a chance to leave him once they reached Suisun City. Tao Charan made up her mind, and summoned the light screen. Half an hour later, Tao Charan smoothly boarded the small, rabbit-shaped spaceship. The spaceship, usually used for commuting, was simply furnished, but it had everything she needed. What pleased Tao Charan most was that the cockpit and passenger cabin were separate, meaning she could be alone again. Without the strange gazes around her, Tao Charan finally relaxed. The spaceship started smoothly, and once it ascended into the sky, Tao Charan turned to look out the porthole. Under the blue sky, the small boat gradually merged into a sea of thousands of spaceships. Countless spaceships of various shapes and sizes, clearly customized, whizzed past them and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although it appeared bustling and vibrant, it was also orderly and well-organized. This wasn't Tao Charan's first time traveling on a spaceship. In fact, before she woke up, people in that era had already ventured into space. She had even obtained a spaceship pilot's license. However, after waking up, she remained on the capital planet, only browsing the current development of spaceship technology through the optical network, and hadn't experienced the convenience of transportation in this era. While a small number of highly capable space citizens could tear through space, and a few, like Tao Charan, could achieve instant teleportation solely through technology, most citizens were still limited by space-time constraints, and had to rely on external forces to move. If she could, Tao Charan would love to own a spaceship. A nomadic life there would be quite nice. However, considering that docking and takeoff in space currently requires inspection, and resupplying necessitates communication with others, her social anxiety immediately dispelled the idea. Soon, the spaceship docked at the station. There was still some distance from Suisun Station to the city, but Tao Charan could walk on her own. Baiyun parked the spaceship, rushed over to open the door for Tao Charan with a whoosh, then timidly hid in a corner, afraid that Tao Charan would dislike her. This kindness made Tao Charan a little embarrassed, but 3 years was enough for her to develop a hardened heart. She wrapped her black robe tighter, hiding herself in the hood that covered her face, as usual. Although Suisun Star was a peripheral planet, with a much lower population density than Wangdu Star, it still had quite a few people. She walked slowly forward. Because of Xiao Pu's barrier, she didn't feel the usual fervent stares. But she was still conspicuous, her body gradually stiffening under the curious gazes. "Hey! You bumped into me!" Baiyun, who had been following her at a distance, suddenly shouted, "Aren't you blind?" The gathering gazes immediately shifted to Baiyun. The person Baiyun was grabbing was a cosmic citizen with a crocodile head. This crocodile had been staring at Tao Charan the whole time. Although he didn't know why, he found this black-robed figure somewhat cute, so his attention was entirely focused on her. So bumping into someone should also be his fault, but he clearly didn't feel like he bumped into anyone. Besides, aren't rabbits the most agile? A claw covered in hard scales scratched its head. Meanwhile, Tao Charan, whose pressure had suddenly lessened, finally relaxed. Although it felt a bit like repaying kindness with enmity, she decided to seize the opportunity to slip away quickly. Ignoring the argument behind her, she pulled her hood over her shoulder and hurried into the city. However, just as she was about to reach her new home, following the route Xiao Pu had pointed out, she was interrupted by a weak voice. My home is this way." The little rabbit's red eyes were watery, seemingly even more nervous than her, but she had to correct her mistake. "Come on, this way." Tao Charan's plan failed, and she could only turn around to protect the fact that no rabbit knew the address of her new home. Conversely, seeing her obediently turn around, Baiyun was clearly overjoyed. Even her previously stealthy movements became much more relaxed, and she hopped and skipped, swinging her long rabbit ears, and ran ahead to lead the way for her. My house isn't big. Don't mind." Before coming, Tao Charan had already had Xiao Pu scout out where this rabbit would settle. She discovered it was surprisingly close to her home, though the location was rather secluded, which was why she dared to come for now. The wooden door opened, and the red house, nestled among the green trees, gleamed in the sunlight. A patch of red, green, and purple radishes grew in the yard. A boy with 3 radish leaves on his head was lying under a parasol, covered with a blanket and basking in the sun. Hearing someone return, he didn't even look up and started cursing. "You dare come back? Stealing my radishes while I was sleeping, you're tired of living?" Baiyun's smile froze. He glanced at Tao Charan and, sure enough, saw her equally frozen. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. A strange smell wafted in the air, very faint, but impossible to ignore. Luoying opened his eyes irritably, seeing a rabbit that looked like it wanted to hit him, but didn't dare, and a black-robed man standing in the doorway, who clearly didn't want to come in. A sweet feeling spread through him. Luo Ying clutched his chest, frowning, wondering where this strange feeling came from. But he still subconsciously softened his voice, revealing a smile that was completely different from his previous tone, a smile that was almost friendly. Are you a new guest? Why don't you come in and sit down? Chapter 4. Tao Charan didn't want to step into this courtyard at all. One rabbit was troublesome enough, plus a radish. Yes, a little thought told her where the specialty radish she ate today had come from. The increasing number of people around her filled her with dread. Things seemed to have completely veered off course from the path she had planned over the past 3 years. Tao Charan didn't move at the door. Turning around and running? No one understood better than her the plant's desire to control her. During her 3 years in the Star Moon Palace, it wasn't that no one had tried to steal her away. The dense thorn bushes, the rain of falling petals, all were weapons capable of killing her 1,000 times over. Compared to small animals that love to gravitate towards their masters, the plants preferred to embrace their queen, binding her tightly, without a single gap, merging with her. Perhaps the moment she turned around, the roots controlling the ground would surge up and engulf her. Past memories made her tremble with fear. Luo Ying looked at her suspiciously. His roots, poised to sprout, were already kissing the ground beneath her feet. But his face still wore a harmless smile. What's wrong? The little rabbit beside him had already seen through his scheme, growling a warning. Keep it down, Luo Ying. Don't scare her. Clearly, he was the most timid little rabbit. Clearly, without him, Luo Ying would never have become a citizen. Why did he act like he understood her? They only known each other for a short time. A subtle jealousy darkened his irritated gaze. His roots, untouched by blood or flesh for 3 years, stirred restlessly. He sat up slightly, glancing casually at Bai Yun. White clouds, oh white clouds, how exhilarating it would be to tear a cloud apart. His tongue lightly pressed against his teeth, his excitement uncontrollable. Luo Ying imagined shredded rabbit meat, rabbit blood splattering on his face, rabbit fur flying everywhere, and a bloody, genuine smile appeared on his face. White Cloud frowned. He hated that provocative look. His already displeased mood, caused by Luo Ying's sudden appearance, deepened. A fire seemed to ignite within him, urging him to destroy something, to tear something apart. A battle was imminent. The barrier was still in effect. But this time, Tao Charan encountered Berserk. In this universe, intelligent citizens possessed immense power, but correspondingly, their spirits were incredibly fragile. They were constantly swayed by their emotions, their states extremely unstable. Regardless of race, age, or strength, once they entered a berserk state, they either used killing and bloodshed to quell their negative emotions or destroyed themselves in extreme anger and frenzy. But this happened before Tao Charan was born. After the queen's birth, she was able to soothe most of those in a berserk state. Those below grade A combat power could be brought back to their senses simply by looking at her image. Grade A was more troublesome, requiring physical contact with her. The most difficult to deal with were those above grade A, requiring at least once every 2 months. However, because the stronger the individual, the fewer people they were, she didn't actually need to consider many people. Soothing a berserk state wasn't difficult, to be honest. But this was true for the ordinary queen. Tao Charan, feeling the familiar atmosphere and recalling her past experiences soothing berserk states, kept telling herself, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Sometimes she truly felt that she was the one who needed to be comforted. She hesitated, taking a small step forward. 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on her. It was as if the tension in the air had been her imagination. Their entire attention was on her. The pressure increased sharply. It's okay. It's all right. No one will hurt me. At least, that's how I remember. She walked very, very slowly, as if expressing her dissatisfaction in this way. But both the rabbit and the carrot facing off unconsciously slowed their breathing, afraid of interrupting her. She was walking towards me. Once I realized this, all the jealousy, displeasure, anger, and cruelty vanished, leaving only a pure, unadulterated joy. She tremblingly reached out her hand to Luo Ying. In Luo Ying's pale green pupils, that hand seemed to possess a magical power, making his world no longer able to accommodate anything else. It was like a thirsty traveler in the desert suddenly finding an oasis, or as if the meaning of his life was to wait for this comforting hand. So he reverently grasped the Savior's hand. He pressed his forehead against the other's pale wrist, feeling the strong, vibrant pulse, along with his own heartbeat gradually synchronizing with it. Meanwhile, the rabbit's ears, touched by another hand, froze. The little rabbit squatted on the ground, its 2 red eyes glazed over, seemingly about to faint from the overwhelming emotion. This was the fastest way to soothe someone, the queen's touch. But for Tao Charan, the price was what's wrong? Ugh. Her body went limp, and she slid down. Before losing consciousness, she heard the rabbit's cry of surprise, then felt something embrace her. The extensive physical contact chilled her to the bone, and extreme fear made her willingly plunge into the endless darkness. When Tao Charan woke up, it was already evening. Compared to the simulated sunrise and sunset, and lunar phases on Wangdu star, the natural ecology of Tsuisan star was clearly closer to her mother star from her previous life, which was why Tao Charan chose to settle here first. The tranquil night gave her a sense of security. But Tao Charan dared not relax. She skillfully hid under the covers, observing her surroundings, like a hamster wary of danger in its burrow, only daring to emerge when she found no one in the room. There were 2 small notes on the bedside table. Tao Charan picked them up and looked at them. One was clearly left by the little white rabbit, with a simple note saying "I'm sorry." The other letter was several thousand words long, apologizing for his abrupt behavior and detailing his past experiences, from becoming a citizen to becoming the head of the powerful Songtao Palace radish production line. It wasn't exhaustive, but essentially a resume. He then politely asked what she needed, promising to procure anything. On a nearby table sat steaming soup and side dishes, all made with specialty radishes. Tao Charan pursed her lips helplessly. She had anticipated this situation. She was well aware of her social anxiety level. For the past 3 years, she had come here once a year to appease the berserk version of herself, receiving nearly 1,000 Class A combatants from across the universe at once. Her hands would ache from being gripped so tightly, and her social anxiety would cause her to enter a state of paralysis, fainting after only 1 or 2 encounters. The subsequent appeasement was all done without her knowledge. She truly couldn't take it anymore. Making her queen was an impossible task, a dilemma compounded by hardship. Berserk mode was ultimately an inescapable shackle, binding all the aliens and herself. As the biggest obstacle to her escape, it needed to be resolved quickly. Otherwise, no matter how far she ran, she'd have to return as a puppet a year later. Of course, after 3 years of hard work and perseverance, she had a direction for resolving this issue. But what urgently needed improvement was Xiao Pu's barrier. The barrier's principle was to simulate the pressure a high-level combatant exerted on a low-level combatant, thereby compressing and distracting their attention. For a happy life after her escape, Tao Charan had extensively tested the barrier's abilities in the Star Moon Palace. She roughly categorized the level of affection towards her into 4 levels: divine influence, unforgettable, complete obedience, and life and death bond. While this world has varying levels of combat power, there's no hierarchical order of obedience. Before Tao Charan's birth, it was common for lower-powered individuals to provoke higher-powered ones. Conversely, the higher-powered were more likely to maintain their rationality. After Tao Charan's birth, almost everyone's feelings for her reached the point of life and death intertwined, their lives and deaths dictated by her joys and sorrows, self-loathing and despair arising in an instant. With Xiao Pu's barrier, the effect varied depending on the group's combat power. Because it simulated a threat, the higher the combat power, the less effective it was. The barrier had no effect on those Super 8 level individuals. For Luobu and Baiyun, who were probably around B level, it was a matter of unforgettable affection. They had a good impression of her and were willing to help with small favors as long as it didn't violate their principles. The citizens she encountered on the street today, who were curious about her, were mostly Class C, so they were only momentarily distracted. Tao Charan had chosen residences primarily in areas frequented by citizens below Class C. She thought the barrier was sufficient, but now it seemed there was still much room for improvement. Or rather, she should focus on how to maintain distance from people. After all, if there was no contact, there was no need to establish a barrier. She thought this, but couldn't come up with any ideas for the time being. So Tao Charan turned her attention to another matter she had been very concerned about. She summoned Xiao Pu and connected to the Light Network. The Rose Pavilion Radiant Network was the first interface citizens saw every time they logged onto the Light Network. The information displayed at the top of this page was often related to the Queen, making it very popular among citizens, and arguably the universe's #1 news network. Today, the headline on the front page, written in blood-red letters to express extreme urgency, caused a cosmic sensation. The Queen left the Star Moon Palace alone today and has lost contact with the 5 gates of radiance. Anyone with information can report to any Rose Hall or send a private message to this account. Below, the discussion forum was flooded with high-level, red-letter posts. Shock! The Queen left without a word. Was it dereliction of duty by the Star Moon Palace or a mistake by the Silk Entangling Workshop? A detailed account of the 5 Radiant Sun's numerous crimes over the years. Rational discussion. Where will Her Majesty go after leaving? Actually, I feel heartbroken every year during the annual sacrifice. What are those 5 doing? A blood-written letter from Elon replaced all the servants in the radiant chamber. I'm beautiful and fragrant, let me come. The king will definitely not want to part with me. Some questioned, some went mad, some used the opportunity to confess. And so on. Tao Charan had Xiaopu disconnect from the light network. Bad news arrived. They discovered it. Chapter 5. Tao Charan had also wondered what those guys would do if they discovered she was missing. If she did nothing, given their personalities, they would probably go berserk, slaughtering everyone in the capital, and even the entire universe before ending their own lives in the chaos. Whether she left willingly or was kidnapped, it was essentially the same. Knowing them as she did, Tao Charan figured they would all feel they hadn't protected her well enough, so they would want to destroy everyone who hurt her, including themselves. Those who upset her and ran away from home would die. Those who failed to protect her and let her be kidnapped would die. Those she disliked would die even more. She guessed that many people might have died over the years, out of her sight, for reasons that seemed trivial to her. But this was the so-called life and death intertwined, where life and death depended on her every thought. Every emotion she evoked was magnified, observed, and speculated upon. It seemed everyone wanted to please her. Her happiness was everyone's happiness. But she was never happy. So they were also in pain. Sometimes Tao Charan felt guilty. She forced herself to meet those fervent gazes, deliberately exposing herself to their gaze. But she couldn't control her stiffness and trembling. Her body always succumbed faster than her mind. It was as if, in a distant memory, she had tried just that. But it was no use. Happiness cannot be forced, and social anxiety cannot be overcome overnight. So she ran away, without hesitation. In Tao Charan's plan, she would never need to return to the Star Moon Palace, a cage woven from countless gazes and obsessive love, a place where she and everyone else would suffer. But she couldn't just let them self-destruct. A super level of being, if unleashed, could level the entire universe. She needed a stable and peaceful environment. Only when every citizen was mentally stable and fulfilled their duties could she have a good life. Therefore, she left behind a potion to suppress the berserk, intending to tell them that the queen had not abandoned her duties, nor had she abandoned her supporters. As for the little note, Tao Charan hoped everything would go as she wished, but she also anticipated that some people would disobey the queen's orders. After all, it was instinct. For these madmen, no one cared what kind of turmoil the news of the queen's disappearance would cause. Unrest, frequent conflicts, even world turmoil and widespread death were all irrelevant. No one but her would care about such trivial matters. Finding her was the most important thing. They just wanted to see her. Tao Charan sighed, disconnected from the light network, and the mechanical bird flew back to her side and disappeared. She had been careful enough and made ample preparations. Don't be afraid. Don't rush. But memories of the Star Moon Palace still involuntarily flooded her mind. Perhaps because she hadn't heard any noise from the room for a long time, the wooden door clicked open a crack. Bright red rabbit eyes appeared behind the door. No, don't you like it? The moment she felt the gaze, Tao Charan shrank back into bed. The warm blankets and the small space within the covers made her feel safe. Just like during those days amidst the radiance of the Star Moon Palace, she only felt safe lying under the dark bed curtains. The rabbit's hesitant footsteps approached, and she squeezed even deeper into the bed. I go get some food. Bai Yun's eyes reddened even more. Ignoring the inexplicable bitterness in his heart, he picked up the food from the table. Lord Luo said it can only be outside. But before he could even step out of the wooden door, a voice came from below. Then a little radish head popped out. Bad rabbit. You broke your promise. The little radish head shot up from the ground and smacked the rabbit's forehead twice, shouting, I'm going to tell Lord Luo. But the agile Class B rabbit wasn't beaten up by the newly born Class C radish head. He dodged the radish head's headbutt attack in a flash, without even spilling a drop of soup. Stop fooling around. With a frown, the usually shy little rabbit gained a touch of authority. He reached out and grabbed the radish top from the radish head. Don't disturb her. But it was too late. The furious little radish struggled desperately to escape the rabbit's claws, but its excessive force snapped its already fragile radish tops, like a handful of hair being pulled from a person's head. The recoil sent the round little radish flying backward, crashing onto the bed with a bang. Tao Charan suddenly felt a weight on her. Whoa! I'm so sorry! Dizzy and disoriented, the little radish quickly extended its roots to support itself, cautiously peeking through the gap in the blanket, stammering like a rabbit, Are you all right? The rabbit, clutching a handful of radish tops and hair, was also startled, completely forgetting that Tao Charon disliked its proximity. It rushed forward, about to pull back the blanket to see if the person who had captured its attention was injured by their clumsy actions. As more and more people gathered around her, Tao Charon felt her heart pounding faster and faster. The sensation of being struck by a heavy object accompanied her mind going blank, followed by a cold sweat pouring down her back. Tao Charon clutched the blanket tightly, as if guarding that last shred of fragile security. But even this only source of comfort, the darkness, was about to be taken away. This wasn't the first time Tao Charon had experienced something like this. Among those who served her daily, some were quite careless, too excited to notice her refusal. She could only close her eyes, waiting for the unbearable light to pass. Fortunately, this time someone interrupted this bewildered rabbit. "What are you doing?" A familiar voice rang out, and a giant radish pulled its thick root from the soil, shaking it a few times. Within its forest-like root system, many roots intertwined, forming a cocoon. After Luoying transformed into human form, a thin root was attached to his hand, the other end of which transformed into a rope, binding a young man. He had delicate features, his eyes the color of the earth, yet seemingly veiled by a layer of mist. His short hair was messy and unkempt, except for a plump, red bead adorning one ear, resembling some kind of fruit that looked rather delicious. Bai Yun, interrupted by Luoying, finally realized he and Tao Charon were standing a little too close. The rabbit and the carrot stammered in unison this I. Little Carrot, however, finally caught on. Seeing Luoying return, he immediately found his anchor and hopped over to tattle. "Heh, you stole my radishes again, and you beat up one of our radish team's employees. I settle the score with you later," Luoying said nonchalantly, but since he appeared, his eyes hadn't left the bed. It had only been half a day, yet he couldn't help missing this person he only met once. It was strange, but he didn't resist. "Where's the patient?" Shenling, who had been kidnapped, didn't care what they had done. He yawned, only thinking about finishing the consultation and going home as soon as possible. "You made me come all this way." Smells so good?" It was a familiar scent. It was a scent he would never forget, etched into his bones, a scent he could only smell once a year. His drowsy body suddenly became alert for a moment. He remembered the headline news he had been reading on the Radiant Network before coming, and a certain certainty formed in his mind. "Ah, it's her. Get out of here, get out of here. How can I treat my patient like this?" He seemingly impatiently shooed away the rabbit and 2 carrots, but his heart, usually as calm as a still pond, was pounding in his chest. The Queen's favor. The Queen's favor. He was about to see that one and only treasure in the world. Despite their reluctance, Bai Yun and Luoying left the room with the little carrot. Shenling was a renowned Class A physician throughout the universe, and it was said that he had even cared for Her Majesty the Queen. If he weren't so lazy, Luoying, a Class B carrot, would never have been able to bind him. He faints frequently and never speaks. Perhaps this is some kind of illness? Handing her over to Shenling should be fine, right? The air gradually fell silent. But Shenling didn't make any rash moves. He stood still, a considerable distance from Tao Charon. Shenling, like a patient hunter, awaited his prey, feigning nonchalance to lower her guard. At this relatively safe distance, Tao Charon finally dared to move. She slowly poked her head out from under the covers, glanced sideways at Shenling's position, then quickly looked away and sat up. Although Tao Charon was socially awkward, her acceptance of others varied. Back in the Star Moon Palace, some could only wait outside the Radiant Chamber for summons, while others could share a room with her for extended periods. The 5 of them had engaged in numerous power struggles over this, but her resolve never wavered because of others. Shenling's choice clearly indicated he had guessed her bottom line. Tao Charon was willing to show her favor to such a rule-abiding and self-controlled rational person. Avoiding the Queen's gaze was agonizing for everyone. When her gaze fell upon him, it was as if eternal darkness had been illuminated by light, but when she looked away, the light vanished with her. Few could bear such a profound sense of loss, but Canling was one. He fiercely suppressed the urge to look at me, to see me, and after his heart had been torn apart and bleeding, he finally gained permission to remain beside the king. My king. He knelt down, his tall frame bowing low. Judging that she was unlikely to meet his gaze anytime soon, Tao Charon finally dared to look at Canling again. She was somewhat surprised that the first person to arrive wasn't one of the 5. She discreetly observed the man bowing to the ground. The trembling figure seemed vaguely familiar, but she racked her brains and couldn't recall his name. That was to be expected. There were probably over 1,000 Class A citizens who had the opportunity to meet her before, and under the current circumstances, She certainly couldn't possibly remember them all. Chapter 6. In Tao Charen's memory, unless she was unconscious or resting, people who greeted her generally wouldn't act on their own unless they received a reply. Tao Charen felt a slight sense of security, assuming that Canling wouldn't suddenly look up at her or suddenly lunge at her. This allowed her to comfortably immerse herself in her memories, becoming somewhat absent-minded. Canling, on the other hand, wasn't as at ease. The Queen's gaze returned to him as he had expected, and his dead heart began to beat again, screaming as if it wanted to burst out of his chest and reach that warm place so close at hand. His lowered head concealed the corners of Canling's mouth that had turned up. He was enveloped by the Queen's ethereal and dreamlike gaze. If time could stand still, how he wished he could stay in this moment. But soon, he became dissatisfied again. This distance is simply too far. If only it were closer, just a little closer, even if it were just a part of his body, like his heart, that the Queen could trample underfoot, he would be so much happier. Suppressing these chaotic thoughts, Shenling's body trembled more and more violently. But as a rank A cultivator, influenced by the barrier, he finally managed to maintain his composure. He remembered the not-so-distant past, how he had been driven from the capital planet. That was the most regrettable thing in his life, a memory that tore at his heart every time he thought of it. He would not make the same mistake again. So, despite his agonizing restraint, he ultimately made no move. The underground roots intertwined, mutually preventing each other's movements, thus avoiding touching Tao Chuan in the slightest. In the long silence, a delicate balance, cultivated through restraint, began to stir, waiting for a single word or even the slightest movement to break it. Tao Chuan snapped out of her reverie. She still didn't know who had found her first. So she simply called out Xiao Pu, and the light screen opened, the AI speaking on her behalf. "Who are you?" A half-female figure, head slightly bowed, unfolded before Canling, speaking concisely. Canling stared blankly at the phantom formed by the white light circle. This was undoubtedly the first time he had heard the Queen speak. Was this her real voice? Or was it merely a dream, like the shadow before him? He couldn't help but casually shake his head up and down, his nose lightly touching the woman's shoulder. The phantom rippled outwards like waves, then coalesced again. The AI felt no fear, but like its master, silently awaited his reply. "Your Majesty, my name is Shenling." Shenling suppressed his complex emotions. Although he knew the other couldn't see his expression, he still offered a gentle smile that felt very unfamiliar to him. He didn't say anything more. Although there was some regret, the past wasn't a pleasant memory for either of them. Let it fade into dust in his own mind. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Shenling didn't ask why she left the Star Moon Palace, and seemed oblivious to the mechanical bird he'd just seen. His tone held just the right amount of concern. "Luo Ying said you fainted today. If it's convenient, shall I examine you?" "No need." Tao Charan resolutely refused. It seemed someone had offered to examine and treat her before, but then... What happened next? Anyway, it was just another nightmare of social anxiety. However, a self-controlled madman is always easier to deal with than two uncontrollable perverts, right? "Take me away," said Tao Charan. In the pitch-black room, only the screen of the quantum computer flickered, displaying the names of planets and 3D maps, countless incomprehensible characters flashing desperately, as if searching for something, but ultimately a futile effort like looking for a needle in a haystack. Standing before the quantum computer was a person hidden in a black cloak. He had a delicate, doll-like face, short, wispy hair obscuring his eyes, revealing only a pale nose and crimson lips. Among those serving the Queen, he appeared the most childlike, and for this reason, he always liked to cover his face with a hat or mask. But he had no time for anything else. His hidden, dark eyes were fixed intently on the ever-changing data, awaiting only a result. A jet-black butterfly drifted in unnoticed, blending seamlessly into the dark room. Ugh! A black thread shot out, lashing the butterfly. The small butterfly wobbled, twirling in the air, seemingly narrowly avoiding the oncoming thread, but perfectly dodging it. Both sides swiftly withdrew. The butterfly landed on the ground, elongating its form, transforming into a tall, handsome man. He had black hair and blue eyes, his features were exquisitely handsome, his gaze gentle and warm, and a hint of a smile lingered even before he spoke. His flowing gauze robe shimmered, yet instead of appearing seductive, they enhanced his graceful bearing, making him seem like an immortal. His mere presence illuminated the dark room, transforming it into a serene and beautiful haven, like a paradise on earth. Most importantly, he was a head taller than the man in the black cloak, making the person opposite him appear even shorter. Xianluo pursed his lips, slightly annoyed. "Excuse me," Lan Huan said lightly, his tone devoid of apology. The sect leader has been staying indoors all day, so I had no choice but to come uninvited. I know nothing. His purpose in seeking him out at this time was obvious to everyone. Xianluo raised his hand and retracted his running personal terminal. The room instantly plunged into darkness, except for Lan Huan, who emanated a faint glow, standing out starkly from the surroundings. Xuanluo's figure, already shrouded in black, vanished from view. Lan Huan didn't stop him, but before the cloak completely disappeared, she threw out the bait she had prepared. I have news of the king. The hook was straight. Those willing would take it. Then Xianluo's fading figure solidified once more, a gaze deeper than darkness locking onto him. Reluctantly, it followed his train of thought as expected. What news? You should already know about the movements of the Radiant Network. If it were the five of us, we could still keep it a secret, but now it's too late. This world will soon descend into chaos, and if we don't act quickly... Xianluo's heart skipped a beat. This was precisely what he feared most. Normally, the optical computer network should be the responsibility of the Silk Entangling Workshop, but the Radiant Network, as the direct channel for issuing royal decrees, was the only exception. He had absolutely no say in it. Now that Red Rose is severely injured and has lost the initiative in finding the Queen, it is precisely for this reason that he, as the master of the Rose Pavilion, manipulated the Radiant Network to announce the Queen's disappearance to the entire universe, disrupting the situation and making it impossible for the four of them to move an inch. This is the highest level of combat power in the universe right now. They have no sense of the big picture. Everyone is harboring their own ulterior motives, and they will stop at nothing to satisfy their own desires. Blue Illusion and Xianluo both despise Red Rose's actions, and are even more furious about the possibility that the Queen is in danger. But if they were destined to lose the race to find the Queen, they would make the same choice as Red Rose, fighting tooth and nail to cling to others, determined not to let others have what they cannot have. If you want to cooperate, you need to show sincerity. Xianluo quickly understood Blue Illusion's meaning. His voice was flat, tinged with frustration. Most citizens of the universe are lone wolves these days. If Xianluo hadn't known his chances of winning were slim, he wouldn't be entangled with Blue Illusion here. Although Xianluo was reluctant to admit it, among the group, Lan Huan probably knew the Queen best, so he trusted Lan Huan's claim of having information about the Queen to some extent. That will depend on you, Master. A smile played on Lan Huan's lips, more like a habit. As the King's close attendants, we'd probably expected this, right? Can you find the Queen's browsing history on the quantum computer? I tried to deduce her whereabouts based on her preferences. It might not be entirely accurate, but it will narrow down the possibilities considerably. Not easy. Xianluo shook his head. He had considered this approach, but the Queen hadn't used the quantum computer in a long time. This wasn't something important that needed to be hidden. Xianluo reopened her personal terminal, and the room was once again filled with densely packed dots of characters. 3 years ago, when Wang Gang came to the Star Moon Palace, he asked me for a personal terminal. But she only used it for less than a month before never turning it on again. Xianluo pulled up the usage records from the past month, simply trying out each of the ordinary functions, like someone who had just acquired a personal terminal and was learning how to use it, without paying any attention to anything noteworthy. Later, all the disputes, events, and official business that required her to handle were communicated in the most ancient written form, just like the little note she left behind this time. Even the handwriting was sparse, saving as much as possible. It was as if she was deliberately distancing herself from everyone, from this world. Lan Huan and Xianluo looked at the cold, hard data together for a while, recalling Tao Charen's attitude, and indescribable pain and heartbreak filled their chests. But fortunately, this feeling was too familiar, and it no longer moved either of them. If her lover was destined never to look back, then at least she could keep her eyes on her. That was the bottom line. Your Majesty is truly clever. Lan Huan's originally clear voice became somewhat low and hoarse. She was well prepared. Xianluo added. 2 days were enough for them to sort things out. That was an undeniable fact. For 3 years, under everyone's watchful eyes, surrounded by so many gazes, she not only fulfilled her responsibilities as queen, but also paved a perfect escape route for herself. They were completely oblivious. It wasn't that they were completely oblivious, but everyone was immersed in the illusory sweetness created by the other. Who could have imagined that that delicate, obedient little girl could do this? Since your Majesty didn't want to use the quantum computer, why did she ask you for an external device? Lan Huan's finger lightly tapped the light symbol in front of her. Don't you think your Majesty's operation is a bit too skillful? Unless... In 1 month, she built her own quantum computer. Xianluo continued. Chapter 7. Now that they knew the king's movements, things became much simpler. Xianluo began using the access privileges of the Silk Entangling Workshop to carefully search for IDs that had accessed the optical network through illegal paths. With a direction in mind, the results came quickly. Ordinary citizens of the universe could easily obtain quantum computers, so there was no need to hide themselves. Therefore, although the encrypted traces were concealed, they were always traceable if one looked carefully. Xianluo skillfully skipped the Queen's other operations, selecting only the location she had visited and generating a table for Lan Huan. The tall and elegant young man carefully examined the data, as if gazing through the light symbols at someone who had once pondered them deeply. Lan Huan quickly pointed to several locations. These are places the king would like. But whether she would actually go was uncertain. Xianluo mentally added the second half of the sentence, but said nothing. Having obtained the information he wanted, Lan Huan nodded without saying anything more, and his figure vanished into thin air. A black butterfly fluttered up and down, then drifted away. In this universe, the human form closest to the queen is considered beautiful, and citizens of different ranks are distinguished by this. The higher the rank of a citizen, the better they can maintain their perfect human form. The 5, at the highest point, are virtually indistinguishable from the queen. In a universe where everyone vies for human form, Lan Huan is an exception. He seems to prefer his original form, appearing in it only when meeting the queen or, as today, to avoid conflict. Xianluo blinked, watching the direction he had drifted away. See Sand Harbor, Flower and Bird Garden, Cloud and Water Mountain, Emerald Forest City. Of the 4 locations, only the last one was mentioned by Lan Huan earlier. This is understandable. Where in the current universe is there any fair trade? After each party gets what they want, it's a miracle if they don't end up fighting tooth and nail. If searching one by one weren't too slow, Xianluo wouldn't even let Lan Huan see any of the locations the queen had visited. Of course, he also understood that Lan Huan would mislead him, so he let the other party take the lead in cooperating and lower his guard, then carefully observe their expressions and actions. Spider and butterfly, hunter and prey. Now that he's flown into his web, everything is under control. Moreover, although his understanding of the queen might not be as great as Lan Huan's, who is responsible for the queen's daily needs, he is still arguably the closest person to the queen. After all, it was he who taught the queen how to use the quantum computer 3 years ago. How could he not guess what she had done? The way she waited for him, the questioning look in her eyes so close, the adorable way she lowered her head and clutched his cloak. That closeness was a privilege reserved solely for him. A mad glint flashed in Xianluo's deep black eyes, like a star suddenly exploding in the night sky. He took a deep breath, pulled a deep red, transparent bottle from his pocket, and unscrewed the cap with his index finger, letting the alluring fragrance lavishly fill the air. I can't hold on much longer. Xianluo calmed himself and carefully screwed the cap back on. If I don't see her soon, I go crazy. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Qianling leaned against the hatch with one hand, the other covering her head, concealing the fleeting murderous intent in her eyes. Not wanting to frighten Tao Charan, Qianling could only offer kind words of advice. I say, you lot have nothing better to do, huh? He called out each name. Luo Ying, if I remember correctly, it's the season for drying radishes. Aren't you going to be arrested by Songtao Palace for skipping work like this? Bai Yuan, as a freelancer, have you prepared all the taxes you need to pay this year? You dare call yourself Her Majesty's subject if you don't even pay your taxes? And you? Don't think I can't see you just because you're hiding behind Luo Ying. Qianling flicked a root extending from under his robes, scooped up a small radish head, and hung it up. You dare come this way without even a human form? Go back and cultivate properly for 1,000 years. The tightly bound root swung twice, and with a whoosh, the dizzy little radish head was flung out of the cabin, gradually turning into a small black dot, its whereabouts unknown. Luo Ying and Bai Yun ignored this, tacitly approving of Qianling's actions. High-level combat power wasn't as effective against 2 Class B fighters. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and a world war seemed imminent once again, Tao Charan had no choice but to step in and mediate. Fortunately, she was quite experienced in such matters, and with AI acting as her representative, things were much easier for her. The light screen opened, displaying only 2 large characters, Go back. Luo Ying and Bai Yun could remain unmoved by Qianling's words, but they couldn't ignore Tao Charan's wishes. Perhaps the barrier of Little Pooh was working, the two were no longer as insistent on the queen as before, and began to hesitate. A conflict arose between their loved ones, and their own desires. Reason and emotion pulled at each other. Just then, Qianling added another bargaining chip. You called me here to cure her, didn't you? Too many people around will only worsen her condition, and make her more susceptible to stimulation. If you truly care about her, you shouldn't have come along. Luo Ying and Bai Yun both looked bewildered. Although they knew Tao Charan was rejecting them, excessive affection often leads to self-deception. Having this realization exposed, they were both somewhat disheartened. Seemingly feeling the offer wasn't strong enough, Qianling feigned concern, promising, there will be opportunities to see her again in the future. Once she's better, you can come to see her anytime. Besides, a quiet environment is conducive to recovery, perhaps she'd be better soon. With that, Luo Ying and Bai Yun finally had no reason to stay. Although they looked back several times, they ultimately had to leave. Qianling, having chased away the two difficult individuals, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He closed the cabin door, stealing a glance at the pale-faced queen. Take me away. What beautiful words, as if the entire universe consisted only of the two of them. No one else could compete with him, for this unique treasure, they would be together forever. He carefully treasured these 4 words, savoring them repeatedly in his heart. Of course, Qianling wouldn't refuse the queen's request. He originally intended to secretly take her away, but Luo Ying and Bai Yun, who had been watching them, discovered him. Qianling made up an excuse that the queen needed to recuperate, but the two insisted on following him. Although he was unusually averse to violence, his personality could change when it came to the queen. However, he absolutely couldn't be disrespectful in front of the queen. Qianling coughed twice. The rare moment of solitude left him somewhat at a loss, unsure what to do with his hands and feet. He thought for a moment, then awkwardly poured Tao Charan a cup of hot water, maintaining a respectful distance by simply pushing it across the table from the other side. Qianling's residence was some distance from Suisun City, so Tao Charan boarded the spaceship again. Qianling's spaceship was clearly much more advanced than Bai Yun's rabbit-shaped one. It was not only larger and better furnished, but also required little manual operation. Simply setting the destination freed her hands. This also meant the two would be alone for a long time. The steam rising from the cup gradually thinned. Tao Charan stared at the water's surface, feeling the increasingly intense and infatuated gaze on her. Your Majesty, what brings you here this time? Perhaps noticing her stiffness, Qianling softened slightly and changed the subject. I'm willing to help you. He displayed an unprecedented sincerity and gentleness. Qianling didn't mention the commotion caused by the queen's disappearance, and he remained tight-lipped about the people of the capital searching for her. After all, none of that mattered. What mattered was that he was the one with the queen now. Although he seemed kind and harmless, Tao Charan didn't lower her guard. To be honest, Qianling could certainly help her. Just leaving her would be a huge help. But she was certain Qianling wouldn't help her with that. So Tao Charan said nothing, simply turning her head to the porthole. Various spaceships passed by outside, each with its own destination, except for her. Tao Charan suddenly felt incredibly tired. But Qianling followed her gaze, and instantly misunderstood. You like spaceships? You want a spaceship, don't you? Really, what's wrong with those adults? They can't even fulfill such a small request. You're so pitiful. See how familiar this self-absorbed manner was? Tao Charan had no intention of explaining herself. Perhaps it was because she wasn't talkative. Everyone wanted to guess what she was thinking, and their guesses were always wildly different from her true thoughts. What good would it do to explain? It would only give them more opportunities to chat her up. So Tao Charan listened to Qianling's rambling, from the spaceship to their destination, then to some fun gadgets in his house, until Tao Charan was starting to doze off. Perhaps because she was too tense during the escape, Tao Charan felt a wave of drowsiness. Thinking that if I fall asleep, no one will bother me, Tao Charan resigned herself to falling asleep. Qianling, whose attention was on the queen, noticed immediately. His voice gradually subsided. He thought for a moment, then took a thin blanket from the storage room and gently covered Tao Charan, who was reclining on the sofa. Although the temperature inside the spaceship could be regulated, but, tucked in tightly, anyone who had been close to the queen knew that only when she was asleep did they dare to indulge their desires even slightly. So, a tender kiss landed on her forehead. From behind, her petite figure was completely enveloped in another shadow's embrace. Because of the close proximity, Qianling's nostrils were filled with the queen's fragrance. Only then did Qianling feel a sense of reality. For over 2 years, he had been tormented constantly, reflecting on himself on this remote planet. Fortunately, the queen was merciful and hadn't abandoned him, giving him the opportunity to participate in the annual festival. But after what he had done, how could he be worthy to see her? In fact, this was the first time in years that he had the chance to look her directly in the eye. Afraid of waking the queen, Qianling didn't dare touch her, only loosely embracing her, but this was enough happiness. And in the tranquil stillness of her sleep, the spaceship had gradually changed course. Chapter 8. Shenling's promises to Luo Ying and Bai Yun were, of course, false. No one can resist the temptation of possessing the queen, and he was no exception. So, after the spaceship had completely shaken off Luo Ying and Bai Yun's pursuit halfway through its journey, Shenling quietly changed his destination. More than 2 years ago, because of a serious mistake, he was exiled here instead of residing on the capital planet, where he was assigned many dirty and arduous jobs like other low-ranking citizens. However, he was, after all, a Class A physician and had some savings, so for his hobby, Shenling bought a nearby abandoned planet. His residence was known to almost everyone, but the location of this asteroid was little known. Now, this nameless abandoned planet had been put to another use. It was perpetually dark and gloomy, with thin air, unsuitable for life, and therefore extremely desolate. Shenling bought it mainly to build a laboratory to satisfy some small hobbies that were currently forbidden by law, but that he very much wanted to continue. This practice is still quite common in the current universe. After all, the establishment of legal systems is only a matter of the last 2 years, and loopholes are to be expected. Therefore, Shenling felt perfectly at ease while conducting her research. But now, having to receive the queen in such a place made Shenling feel extremely uneasy. Just before reaching their destination, Shenling woke the sleeping queen. The hatch opened, revealing an endless expanse of dark earth. The steel-enclosed laboratory resembled a prison, imposing, solemn, and coldly indifferent, completely unlike the idyllic garden Shenling had described on the spaceship. But Tao Charan had anticipated this, and remained unmoved by Shenling's ashamed gaze. It was too late to prepare for the queen's arrival now, and besides, to meet the standards of the queen's palace in Canling's mind, this laboratory would probably have to be rebuilt. Canling led the queen into the laboratory, his heart filled with self-reproach and regret. Even more terrifying was the presence of many filthy things that would pollute her eyes. Canling walked beside Tao Charan, trying his best to block the queen's view with his tall frame. But his efforts were somewhat futile, as Tao Charan's gaze clearly favored the unseen side. Thus, organs submerged in liquid were laid bare before her eyes, their half-human bodies twisted against the edges of the containers, their grotesque and terrifying faces preserved from the moment of their impending death. Even a high-level citizen would feel a chill upon seeing them. This was one of the reasons why the Rose Pavilion strictly prohibited such research. The experimental subjects were too grotesque, and should never coexist with Her Majesty the Queen in the same universe. Canling stiffly suppressed the sudden surge of destructive urge within him, secretly observing Tao Charan. His queen was so fragile, wouldn't she be frightened? What need would there be for anything that could frighten her? But to his surprise, the queen's eyes were as calm as still water, utterly unmoved. She showed no sign of rejection. In contrast, her resistance to Shenling was far stronger, as if these citizens who would be close to her in reality were far more terrifying than these ugly experimental subjects. Although the queen was most likely unaware of his research, Shenling still subconsciously wanted to separate the queen from those experimental subjects. But the lab had no living quarters, researchers working tirelessly didn't need sleep. So, Canling led her through countless strange bottles and jars, experimental instruments, until Tao Charan was finally seated in the only chair in the office. Canling quickly directed a household robot to clean the room, striving to make the lab spotless and as comfortable as possible for the queen's first night. Even so, he didn't leave the cramped office, like a dragon guarding a treasure, unable to look away from its greedy gaze for even a moment. Tao Charan remained hidden under her black robe. But her eyes couldn't help glancing at the messy documents on the desk. To be honest, the chaotic environment actually gave her a sense of security. She casually picked up a few scraps of paper and skimmed through them. She read very quickly, so quickly that Canling thought the queen was just looking around out of curiosity. But it didn't matter to him. Whatever the queen wanted to do, he would support her. Except for leaving him. A rare glint of sharpness flashed in her gray-brown eyes before returning to their hazy state. Shenling grinned and pulled a stack of documents from deep within the cabinet, casually handing them to her. "Your Majesty," she said, "what you just saw were my calculations. These are the results of my research over the years. Would you like to take a look?" Using the opportunity of handing over the documents, the distance between them closed once more. This open approach made Shenling's heart pound wildly. Suppressing the urge to take her hand and pull her petite body into her arms, Shenling tried her best to make her expression gentle and reliable. But the queen was always a cold puppet, never responding to their expectations. This time was no different. Tao Charan didn't even look up, simply extending her hand to take the thick stack of papers, quickly flipping through them. This research result was entirely handwritten, seemingly never intended for publication, much like Shenling himself, carefree, unconventional, and unkempt, writing whatever came to mind. It was unlikely anyone in the entire universe, except himself, could understand it. But this document was invaluable to Tao Charan. It proved that her conjecture was very likely correct. The queen seemed lost in thought. Having exchanged all his efforts for a brief moment of closeness, Shenling naturally didn't want to blink. Because he was considerably taller than the queen, he could only see a few strands of hair under the hood and the delicate fingers tapping the paper. Shenling simply squatted down. Even crouching low, his tall, slender frame was still at eye level with her. Shenling's hands rested naturally on the armrests of the chair, his thick hair already touching the soles of her shoes. A very gentlemanly posture. But Tao Charan still felt an suffocating sense of being enveloped. She snapped back to reality. She leaned back slightly, a distance clearly exceeding the social boundaries Tao Charan could tolerate. Her lowered eyes finally fell on Canling, but only lingered on his arm. Although she didn't speak, Canling understood her meaning. Why are you suddenly so close? Can't this awkward arm leave? Canling involuntarily began to imagine the queen's reproachful expression when she said those words. Would her gaze truly fall on him then? And how would he coax her? But the truth was, the queen remained silent. Shenling sighed in frustration, but since there was no explicit objection, he took it as tacit approval of his overstepping his bounds. Compared to the queen 2 years ago, she seemed even more silent now. Was she not doing well on the capital planet? How were those 5 taking care of her? Shenling had already discovered that despite having AI speak for her, Tao Charan was actually quite reluctant to use it, avoiding all communication whenever possible. This was not a good sign. Shenling's mind raced, but his long period of patience had honed his will, allowing him to maintain a semblance of elegance before the queen. Is there anything your majesty doesn't understand? Would you like me to explain it to you? A soft smile rippled in his hazy eyes, like the generous earth embracing a timid figure. He didn't take any further action, giving Tao Charan space to adjust. Tao Charan shook her head. Although these citizens were often habitual liars, full of lies, Shenling hadn't lied to her about this matter. Tao Charan, a former researcher herself, could naturally sense the weight of the research report in her hands. Even she would have needed to work tirelessly for 1 or 2 years to obtain these results. Shenling's research covered 2 main areas. One was how current cosmic citizens could enhance their combat capabilities, and the other was a treatment for social anxiety. Compared to the former, the latter research was clearly progressing poorly. Most of the data and calculations in that thick stack were related to the former, while the doctor's actual contribution to the treatment amounted to only the last 2 thin pages, filled with numerous question marks and corrections, clearly indicating little progress. This is only natural. Before the queen's birth, everyone went mad equally. It was either win or die, and no one cared about curing. After the queen's birth, she herself became the only truly human in the world. For her protection, all records about humanity from the old era were sealed away by the silk entangling workshop. No one had the right to access them without the queen's permission. Treatment of social anxiety falls under the category of psychology, and is also in the human-related database. Ginseng, exiled here, has no access to this knowledge. Scientific research always requires background and foundation. Ginseng's actions are like starting from scratch in a new field he has never touched before and is not good at. Naturally, rapid progress is impossible. As for the question of how citizens can improve their combat effectiveness, if this topic were not on the Silk Entangling Workshop's prohibited research directory, Ginseng's research results could easily make him an expert in this field. Judging from the thickness and content of the documents, he has paid close attention to and pondered this issue for a long time, and his various conjectures are analyzed logically and clearly. In short, his final conclusion was, to improve combat power, even to achieve a qualitative leap beyond one's level, there is only one method: consuming citizens of a correspondingly high quality. This conclusion can explain various phenomena currently appearing in the universe, such as the widespread belief that eating special products is better for the body, because special products, simply put, are also a part of the citizenry. Those few well-known universe citizens, who have achieved leaps in level, have mostly consumed the flesh and blood, or even corpses, of higher combat power by chance. Although Tao Charan didn't conduct experiments and collect evidence as diligently as Shenling, the queen's vision and the scientist's keen insight led her to a similar judgment. The catalog of prohibited research at the Silk Entangling Workshop had been reviewed by her. The prohibition of research was also to avoid conflict. After all, based on Tao Charan's understanding of them, once this secret was known, the hunting campaigns targeting high-level combat power would likely become widespread. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. When the time comes, the capital planet, where Class A and Super Class A forces converge, will be the first to fall. Moreover, this research is only half complete, and it is itself part of an even bigger secret. Chapter 9. Tao Charan already knew all of this, so she naturally didn't need Shenling's explanation. But Shenling hoped to get closer to the queen a little longer. Undeterred by the firm rejection, he changed the subject. What kind of place does the queen like to live? Shenling suppressed the urge to extend his long, sturdy roots and wrap them around the body before him, his voice as gentle as if singing a strange song, long mountain ranges or azure oceans. Or perhaps a sky overlooking the earth. We build a small house in the sky, where no one can find us, okay? His words painted a series of incredibly beautiful illusions, his soft voice soothing any trembling heart. But in reality, they couldn't go anywhere, because news from the Radiant Network was spreading at an alarming rate. The universe was in an uproar. The probability of berserk had increased, some organizations had completely ceased operations, and the already fragile social order was crumbling. He absolutely dared not place the queen in such an environment. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want the king to be taken away by someone else. Shenling recalled the limited information he had found, combined with his previous experiences on the capital planet, and used every trick in the book to persuade the king to decide to stay. If possible, no one wanted to go against the king's wishes. But before Tao Charan could react, Shenling was already moved by his own words. He rambled on about the wonderful things in the other world, his eyes unusually bright, his gaze fixed on the girl tightly clutching the black robe. If Tao Charan were willing to look down and meet his gaze, she could easily see the surging longing and pleading in his eyes. Even the most beautiful fantasy is nothing but an empty delusion if it cannot win Wang's pity. The colorful bubble of hope shattered before it could even take shape, met with his indifferent expression. Tao Charan's back stiffened, pressed tightly against the back of the chair. Perhaps growing impatient, she turned her head away, offering only a profile to Canling. Canling was speechless. His deliberately gentle voice stopped, a familiar sense of powerlessness washing over him, and he finally revealed some of his true emotions. "You, look at me," he said hoarsely. The closer he got to her, the more obvious his pain and resentment became. If he couldn't see her, perhaps he could still deceive himself. But like a moth drawn to a flame, how could a life consumed by darkness not seek the gentle glow of the moon? "Please, look at me," he murmured repeatedly, still unwilling to let his sharp voice wound the other's fragile body. Even just once, let the cold moonlight bless him, save him from this sea of unrequited love, sever his undying jealousy and resentment, and let him find peace in warm and pure love. Tears welled up in his eyes. Shenling didn't want Wang to see him like this. Not seeing that figure was even more unbearable, so he stubbornly held back the rein. He still didn't move closer, only stubbornly and sorrowfully gazing at the person he longed for day and night. Whether the other discarded his heart like trash or wielded a sharp blade against him, he would accept it all willingly. If only she would respond. Then, he would truly be seen by her. Wouldn't she never forget him again? However, to his disappointment, none of his fantasies materialized. The queen cowered the tall, sturdy chair back, leaving her nowhere to retreat. So she could only bite her lower lip, her trembling eyelashes like butterflies struggling in a sea of fire, about to be consumed, unable to escape, only able to endure. Tao Charan felt a familiar dizziness. The human body is fragile. Faced with extreme fear, it activates a self-protective mechanism until the danger is over and she feels safe. She felt she was about to collapse again. The arm that had been half encircling her, which she had always been concerned about, withdrew swiftly as if burned. Only then did Tao Charan dare to hold on to the armrests of the chair, taking deep breaths to stabilize her emotions. Cold sweat slid down her back, the suffocating feeling gradually subsided, and Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry." Canling had already stood up and retreated to the doorway. Away from the indoor lights, the shadow behind him was long and lonely. He lowered his head, no longer pursuing that unattainable radiance. But tears still slid down his cheeks in a corner unseen by the queen. Canling chose to back down. This was inevitable. In Tao Charan's memory, such coercion and concession had occurred countless times, the only difference being the person she faced. Some would gently seduce, some would roar hysterically, and some, like today, would plead pitifully. Tao Charan didn't quite understand. Was the action of looking at them really that important? She had tried to respond, but those identical excited eyes always filled her with fear, and the accompanying physical symptoms left her no time to consider anything else. So later, no one on Wangduxing treated her like that anymore. Between the queen's health and stability, their feelings became insignificant. Knowing that their goal was unattainable no matter what, retreat was the only option. Shenling barely managed to steady himself by leaning against the wall. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. He apologized again, his spirits low. Please rest for a while. I prepare some food for you. At Liu Ying's house, they had left in a hurry, and Tao Charan hadn't had time to eat. But perhaps because she had already eaten the specialty radish, she didn't feel hungry. In contrast, the fear and apprehension from close contact with others still lingered. A slight, but not negligible dizziness made her feel nauseous. Tao Charan shrank into the large chair, hugging herself, the mechanical bird perched on her shoulder. The light screen opened, and the AI's flat voice came through. No food. Let me be alone for a while. As expected, she was rejected. Because of the barrier's activation, Shenling managed to maintain his composure, a rare occurrence. Seemingly sensing his own emotional turmoil, Qianling reluctantly took his leave of the queen. Even after he disappeared from sight, Tao Charan could still feel his lingering, almost tangible gaze. She straightened the black robe she had crumpled earlier, clutching her chest and panting. On the wall near the ceiling, a red light flickered, and seemingly mindless, glassy eyes silently focused on her. How could he bear to leave the queen here alone? Qianling stood before the monitor, his greedy gaze finally unabashedly hooking onto that small figure. Wondu Star. 3 days ago, this place was a magnificent complex of palaces and pavilions, a scene of opulent splendor. But today, even the queen herself might not recognize this as the place she had lived for 3 years. Several bulldozers roared to life, while cranes hauled piles of construction debris into garbage-carrying spaceships, billowing up choking smoke. The entire capital planet seemed to have been turned back in time, reverting to its state 3 years prior, when the queen had just arrived. Beyond the vast ruins, a few scattered citizens were attempting to rebuild the queen's palace, but their numbers were far too few to be of any use. Apart from the still flourishing tree of life, not a single building could be found on the entire planet. The capital planet was teeming with powerful queen supporters. The Star Moon Palace had been reduced to dust in a fight between several superclass citizens. Such a commotion naturally couldn't be kept secret. Therefore, before Red Rose even informed the entire network, the queen's disappearance was already common knowledge on the capital planet. As a result, the capital planet was the first place to descend into chaos. People blamed each other. Although the annual festival had just ended, a time when public order should have been at its best, this incident caused madness to spread like a plague among the population. It was as if everyone could have spent a year reminiscing about the beautiful moment of the festival, savoring it day and night in anticipation of the next year, the next encounter with the queen. But because that reassuring source had vanished, that small comfort was no longer enough to cover the eternal darkness that might follow. Many people went mad out of despair. At first, it was just street brawls, which Qi Yulu would try to manage. But as news from the Radiant Network spread and the queen's absence lengthened, more and more people suffered mental breakdowns, joining the struggle and killing. Even the administrators were not spared. The Radiant Five Gates began to blur the lines between themselves. They forgot their duties, atoning for their mistakes through infighting, hoping for the queen's mercy and forgiveness for their negligence and disrespect in their self-loathing and despair. Without the queen, the capital planet was not worth staying on. In one bloody incident after another, the useless and weak citizens were eliminated, while those who retained their rationality left the capital planet, venturing to every corner of the universe, searching for the queen like a needle in a haystack. Despite the slim hope, every citizen harbored this fantasy. What if I were the first to encounter the queen? The 5 closest to the queen, who had received gifts from her before her departure, were the most prominent in these days. Insults, accusations, and attacks rained down on them like a tidal wave. Stalking and assassination attempts were also common. These were merely minor inconveniences, completely disregarded by everyone. His lithe body twirled in the air, the cat-like agility of the boy slowly extending a hand. 5 silver flashes disappeared in an instant, and when he withdrew his hand, his neatly manicured nails remained clean and rounded. A ferocious leopard's head appeared out of thin air, its wide-open eyes revealing resentment and the sorrow of shattered hope. As if it knew it would never see the figure of its dreams again, a tear glistened at the corner of its eye. Then, its other half appeared, a body indistinguishable from a human's except for its head. One head, one body, one in front, quickly landed in the garbage heap below and were dragged away by a crane. Disgusting. Baiyu then landed lightly on the ground. He casually clapped his hands, as if brushing off some filth, thinking about her even before dying. How unpleasant. Chapter 10. Don't cause trouble, Baiyu. A burly, middle-aged man muttered from the other side. Although he disagreed with the other's actions, he hadn't stopped Baiyu from acting. Amidst a small mountain of building materials, a large, dark green cloak enveloped his strong, powerful body. He stood there as imposing as a solid, stable mountain. A few scattered citizens of various appearances went about their work, seemingly oblivious to Bayou's sudden appearance. The two were quite a distance apart. Bayou leaped up, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, landing lightly and precisely on the top of the small hill. His amber cat-like eyes narrowed to slits, his nonchalant, arrogant expression contrasting sharply with his handsome, refined features. Bayou squatted on a stone slab, looking down at Song He, tch, hypocrite. The phrase "don't cause trouble" seemed like an attempt to maintain order and act as a mediator, but it was actually missing the two most important words. Song He's real meaning was "don't cause me trouble," implying that Bayou was annoyed by the other party littering on his turf. As Song He's old colleague, Bayou naturally understood the meaning immediately, and a surge of old and new grudges welled up in his heart. Back when they worked together, because the Queen hated conflict, this disgusting block of wood, who should have rotted away 800 years ago, pretended to be living a peaceful life, always using him, who often had to resort to force to eliminate evil, as a comparison. As an innocent and naive kitten, he had suffered a lot in this regard in his early years. So, Bayou maliciously twisted his wrist, slowly pushing two metal plates taller than a person, and just as they were about to fall, he struck them suddenly. The gleaming heavy objects crashed straight down on Song He below, with a speed defying the laws of physics. The bored kitten, having played a prank, squatted back down as if nothing had happened. Soon, a crisp sound of wood clashing against metal came from below. Several rough pine branches, carrying planks, brought them back. Having accomplished its purpose of piling the fallen items back in their place, the seemingly obedient and gentle pine branches, which should have retreated to their owner's spot, unexpectedly sprang up as they passed Bayou, lashing out fiercely at him. A mere trick, Bayou scoffed. Having anticipated this, he didn't even flinch. His sharp claws severed the seemingly sturdy branches, scattering broken needles and tender shoots across the ground. He nonchalantly raised an eyebrow, but the next second, he erupted in fury, as if his tail had been stepped on. "My clothes?" he cried in disbelief, his handsome face flushing red, only now revealing a hint of youthful recklessness. The once pristine white military uniform was now stained with grayish-black mud stains, spots and marks, as if someone had spilled ink and then flicked it with a brush. Bayou finally realized the purpose of the branches. Damn it! Why would a tree be so cunning? The cat was completely enraged. White was his most prized color. The Queen had once been captivated by his pure white. Remember, when they first greeted the Queen, her gaze fell upon him first. And the between of radiance was also white. The Queen must have loved him most in white. Now that his pure white had been defiled, Bayou was serious. A fierce glint flashed in his round eyes. He leaped down from the building material mountain and slashed at Song He with his claws. In terms of speed, plants that are accustomed to staying in one place are naturally no match for animals that need to move to hunt. Knowing he couldn't outrun Bayou, Song He simply didn't dodge or evade, directly confronting him head-on. Dense foliage sprouted from the ground, growing wildly and blocking out the sun, obscuring his true form. However, Bayou, also a superclass A, was no less fast. He tiptoed, using the branches and treetops as leverage to leap forward, weaving through countless foliage. Just before being caught, his rounded fingernails suddenly lengthened, the sharp tips grazing Song He's resolute, cold face. A barely noticeable scratch appeared on Song He's face. On the other side, Bayou had already escaped the encirclement of dense foliage, wiping the dirt off his clothes with both hands, his face crumbling. Both were injured. Both Song He and Bayou revealed murderous expressions. A great battle was about to erupt. The staff had long since disappeared to some corner. However, their expressions quickly froze. Behind them, the materials Songtao Palace had painstakingly gathered over 2 days to rebuild Xingyue Palace were finally shattered into pieces during the fierce battle, and ultimately collapsed. If His Majesty knew what I did, wouldn't he hate me even more? The king will be angry, won't he? He definitely will. For a moment, Ishu and Mao's minds went blank. They subconsciously tried to guess the other person's reaction and emotions based on their experience. Although Tao Charan wasn't present, no one ignored her. Everyone still centered around her, trying to please her. But would the king really come back? After regaining their senses, the same question arose in both of their minds. A lingering sorrow enveloped the two, longing seeping into the air as if it were tangible, suffocating Songha and Bayou. The azure was dark and somber, the amber devoid of any luster. They met eyes, predictably finding signs of madness in each other's gaze. One of them pulled out a small red bottle. Bayou stroked the bottle, its scent lingering. She was gentleness, stability, and radiance. Indispensable to all citizens. Why leave? It's too dangerous outside. Songha opened the bottle. If he weren't already on the verge of madness, he wouldn't have shared this sweet scent with anyone else. 3 days. That was the limit. The artificial sun in the sky had been destroyed in some unknown battle, and the floodlights used for construction had been shattered like building materials in the recent clash. A deathly silence hung over the dark earth. Besides the tree of life, what was there left to cherish? The king's avoidance of them was obvious to everyone. If the king would be happier without them, would they even have a reason to exist? If the king really doesn't return, they are unnecessary. Chaotic thoughts tangled, transforming into sharp blades that sliced their bodies to pieces. Whether it was a handsome, lively youth or a composed, agile mature man, they all felt the primal pull of their blood. Without hesitation, they simultaneously tilted their heads back and swallowed the cold, red liquid. The metallic taste of blood lingered in their mouths, reluctant to be swallowed. It was her taste. The surging blood flowed like sweet rain, like a ferocious beast biting its most delicious prey, contentedly and obediently retreating. Because he had become one with her, it was as if she were still beside him. Despite his lingering attachment, the deep red liquid still flowed down his throat, slowly spreading down his esophagus. Every cell screamed with desire, desperately trying to hold back the descending liquid. The cold touch was assimilated by the warmth of his body. Every limb and bone savored this sweet dream. Songha and Bayu's eyes were somewhat unfocused. The two, now soothed, had lost their previous tension and fierce expressions, appearing rather dazed. Both bottles were empty. Songha snapped back to reality, clutching the empty bottles tightly. Having fulfilled its purpose, the intoxicating fragrance was gradually dissipating. Bayu licked her lips, wanting to savor the addictive sensation a little longer. Because of their shared feelings, the atmosphere for that moment was strangely harmonious. Neither of them had the will to fight anymore, and they were finally able to calmly begin discussing serious matters. Xiaoluo has left the silk entangling workshop. Judging by the direction, she's headed for Blue Ocean Star, Bayu said listlessly. After regaining his senses, he realized he had wasted a bottle of the Queen's Grace because of a fight with someone, and he was filled with remorse. Song he felt the same way. The steady and composed elder found Bayu increasingly displeasing, but fortunately, the medicine was still working, and his emotions remained unmoved. He just wanted to finish quickly and get Bayu out of there. What happened? She saw Lan Huan before she left. Heh, only he would dare to believe that. Song he scoffed lightly, getting straight to the point. Why did you come to see me? Aren't you interested in news of the Queen? Bayu's cat-like eyes widened, a rare sight. Everyone was putting in their best effort to find the Queen. He refused to believe Song he was indifferent to news of the Queen. If that were the case, he wouldn't have needed to take the medicine like him. What's the use? The Queen said not to look for her. Song he's rough, deep voice was unwavering. I will obey the Queen's orders. But the Queen had never promised to return. Then what was the point of Song he rebuilding the Star Moon Palace? Bayu was speechless. Fine. Then forget I said anything. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He waved his hand, and space seemed to be torn open, ripples spreading out, and a terrifying aura emanated from the distant horizon. Bayu didn't linger on the site of the Queen's palace. With a light leap, his figure disappeared into the void. As the leader of the current universe's violent institutions, Bayu was undoubtedly #1 in physical attacks. Furthermore, because the universe is so vast, he frequently needs to perform official duties over long distances. To return to the Queen as quickly as possible, his spatial manipulation abilities have reached a level of perfection. He is highly skilled in spatial compression, spatial jumps, and even anti-jump reconnaissance. Last time, the incident happened suddenly, and there were too many people, so he didn't have time to observe carefully. But this time, Bayu recalled the lingering fluctuations she had just sensed in the air, and a general direction came to her mind. At the other end of the space, Song he watched Bayu tear through space and disappear. A smile appeared on his face, which appeared even more resolute with the scratches. Go find her. Going against her wishes, it's only right that he be disliked, isn't it? When he, the only one who obeys the king's orders, reappears, that will be his rare opportunity. Everyone else is self-serving and harbors ulterior motives. Only he is law-abiding and reliable. Will Her Majesty change her opinion of him because of this? There's still a mess waiting for him to clean up. Song he strode forward, his steady steps becoming lighter. In the ruins he hadn't noticed, a broken rose that seemed to have died long ago stirred, turned to ashes, and disappeared. Chapter 11. It was that feeling of being watched again. Tao Charan rested for a while, head bowed. It's common knowledge that people with social anxiety are extremely sensitive to gazes, but she simply didn't have the energy to care about such small actions. After all, she survived the days with over 200 cameras. Now she was facing just one. It wasn't scary. It wasn't scary at all. Not scary. How could it not be scary? Every move she made was monitored. Her images were treasured by tens of thousands of citizens, watched repeatedly, and any video of her life would spread rapidly across the internet. Although these videos had been censored, and even her face wasn't exposed, the ubiquitous swooning edits and the obscene comments under the videos wove together an even larger, denser, and endless web, trapping her within it. The queen had no secrets, couldn't have any interests or hobbies, let alone the life she liked. Is this what they call love? Although still under someone's gaze, because she was now alone in the room, Tao Charan felt the dizziness gradually disappear. She thought for a moment, then the mechanical bird that had landed on her shoulder spread its wings and took flight, connecting her to the optical network. Love is not something to be believed in. Although there are countless people in this universe who claim to love her, Tao Charan only trusts herself. The escape route seems more difficult than she imagined, but now that she has started, she won't regret it. With an unwavering determination, determined to never be watched again, Tao Charan begins to learn about the outside world through the internet. The moment Tao Charan logged onto the optical network, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Normally, Xiaopu was like a real bird, soaring freely through the network, while the other accounts were like spaceships in motion, following certain established rules. The two didn't interfere with each other, and no one found the bird's presence intrusive. But today, it seemed as if the bird was attached to a thread, quietly following its trajectory, as if trying to trace it back to find someone. Tao Charan's heart sank. Sure enough, sensing the bird's unusual activity, the optical network interface gradually blurred, and a familiar figure appeared on the other side. King? Before the figure could solidify, the boy hidden in the black cloak couldn't help but speak. He leaned slightly forward, as if he were about to jump directly onto this side through the optical network. His voice seemed to carry the soft sound of waves, and a vast ocean was vaguely visible in the blurred background. Click! Tao Charan didn't have time to think. She decisively patted the mechanical bird's head, and Xiaopu limply landed in her hand. Xiaopu was manually shut down, the optical network was cut off, and the forcibly activated video page collapsed. Tao Charan's newly gathered courage to face the problem vanished in an instant. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow, feeling that nothing had gone smoothly since escaping the Star Moon Palace. Your Majesty? Who is it? Grabbing Xiaopu, Tao Charan, still shaken, instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. Fortunately, she quickly realized that this voice was distinctly different from the previous one, knowing it wasn't that person looking for her. She breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately looked away. That's true. Even you couldn't possibly teleport here without knowing her exact location. Yet she still saw the shadowy figure standing at the doorway, backlit. The man's expression remained gentle and approachable, but paired with those dark eyes filled with madness and an unwavering determination, they only conveyed a sense of danger, making her completely unwilling to approach. Your Majesty? Who is calling you just now? Qianling approached step by step. Tao Charan sensed something was terribly wrong, and in a flash, she realized what she had just done. Xiaopu was off, and the barrier was gone. Although the person in front of her was probably of a high level, since it wasn't one of those five, the barrier must have been effective. Even back in the Star Moon Palace, she wouldn't dare face any citizen below Super 8 level alone without preparation, let alone now. Tao Charan immediately wanted to squeeze Xiaopu, to turn it back on immediately and summon the barrier. But Qianling was clearly faster. Her long, strong fingers enveloped the hand holding the mechanical bird, and Tao Charan's wrist involuntarily trembled, causing the little bird to fall lifelessly to the ground. Or did you contact someone else? Her tall figure blocked all light from her. Qianling moved closer, ignoring the little bird that had fallen off the chair. Her large hand showed no sign of loosening its grip. Instead, it tightened its hold on the trembling hand, her fingers firmly and slowly interlocking with Tao Charan's. Her eyes spoke of panic. Her expression was one of terror. Her hands were trembling. Her body temperature was dropping. She was in my arms. Qianling's initial rage had inexplicably turned into tenderness. He knew of the mechanical bird's existence, and had seen the queen logging onto the optical network. He hadn't intended to interfere, because the queen, cautiously frowning, was quite endearing, much more lively than when he was around. He wanted to watch a little longer. Until that cry of "Queen" rang out. Someone was trying to take her away. But so what? What did it have to do with the delicate girl in his arms? His queen was so afraid, it must be because that person had frightened her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Qianling couldn't help but hug her tighter, sitting her up with her in his arms. One hand intertwined with hers, the other encircled her, gently patting her back. The girl's eyes were dull and lifeless, like a doll that couldn't move and was being manipulated. Qianling's gaze finally softened, for that reassuring body overlapped with his, her scent filling his nostrils. His anxious, jealous heart was soothed, the radiance he had been searching for had finally settled quietly in his hands. Everything happened too fast. Even though Tao Charan had been queen for 3 years, she had rarely encountered such a situation. She was always surrounded by many people. If anyone dared to do this in the Star Moon Palace, they would be attacked immediately by the other citizens present. But was this really the first time she had encountered this? Wave after wave of mental stimulation, closeness, physical contact, the mingling of breaths. These situations, individually enough to make her extremely uncomfortable, converged into an irresistible shockwave, leaving Tao Charan completely disoriented. Perhaps due to the overwhelming combined shock, Tao Charan didn't faint as usual. Her fragile nerves, unable to process the conflict, began to deceive herself. A sense of unreality washed over her. The man before her moved his thin lips. What was he saying? There was a slightly bitter herbal scent around her. Perhaps his original form was a plant? But why were even plants so terrifying? Tao Charan, as usual, struggled against her body's instincts. She couldn't hear anything, only struggling to keep her eyes open, trying to fix her gaze on one point. Because they were so close, the other man tilted his head slightly, his dizzying gaze fixed on her. The red, round earring on his earlobe swayed in her blurred vision. A gentle caress lingered on her shoulder, like tiny roots climbing up her body, binding her neck. The world spun around her. Tao Charan finally gave up resisting, closing her eyes, clutching her chest, and coughing out a heart-wrenching sound. Rejection. Fear. Disgusted. But her trembling body was too weak to move, her spirit utterly broken. She could only slump in Qianling's arms, letting him soothe her with loving patience. Clearly, such soothing was futile. Tao Charan coughed a few times, her voice gradually weakening, her breathing becoming increasingly shallow. Clearly, her delicate body could no longer withstand the stimulation. Qianling then panicked. His irrational mind relied entirely on emotion for judgment, but he ultimately realized that if he did nothing, he would helplessly watch his beloved's vibrant life gradually decay and rot. He futilely struggled to hold his body, which was slowly sliding down due to exhaustion, frantically calling out the king's name, until finally, he came up with a plan. The earring that had just been swaying in Tao Charan's sight was roughly ripped off by him, the small, crimson fruit scattering and then being precisely gathered in his palm. The tiny fruits, like pills, were haphazardly tossed into Tao Charan's mouth. After a slight bitterness, a faint sweetness returned in her throat. The small, red fruits rushed in, bursting open in her mouth, the heavy herbal flavor flowing down with the juice, turning into warm currents that soothed her fragile nerves. Tao Charan's breathing became a little smoother, and her consciousness returned somewhat. She looked up, first meeting Qianling's worried gaze, then seeing crimson blood dripping from her torn earlobe, staining her light-colored clothes. Her vision went double. Tao Charan dared not look any longer. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, he was back to his usual composed, downcast expression. She clenched her fists, bracing herself for his weight to fall upon her. But unexpectedly, with a bang, the heavy man's body slumped backward, his elbows striking the metal edge of the chair. 2 hands remained tightly wrapped around Tao Charan. Before losing consciousness, instinct kicked in once more. Qianling instinctively pulled the person in his arms backward, afraid she might fall and hit him. Tao Charan's breath caught in her throat. She tried to pry open the hands encircling her, but despite being unconscious, the other man was surprisingly strong. His small hands trying to pry open long, strong fingers was like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely futile. Finally, it was Xiao Pu, who had just established a brainwave connection with its master and performed a great service, that released its beak from the injection, flapped its mechanical wings, and flew up. It pecked at Qianling's palm twice, injected some drugs to temporarily weaken the muscles, and finally freed Tao Charan from her confinement. Because of the fright, Tao Charan's legs were still trembling. She leaned against the wall for a while to recover, then found a corner farthest from Qianling and collapsed onto the ground. She remembered the scene of her first encounter with Qianling. Chapter 12. Before arriving in this universe, Tao Charan, though a socially awkward person who blushed easily and avoided eye contact, considered herself to be living a reasonably normal life. Probably. Her parents died early, and she was adopted by her uncle, having no close ties to her family. She went to school, but had no friends because she skipped too many grades and couldn't talk to anyone. She worked, with her own private workplace, only needing to follow the rules and submit her work on time, without interacting with others. In short, Tao Charan didn't feel that her social awkwardness caused her any inconvenience. But all of this ended the moment the fruit of life burst open. She had no memory of the gestation process, but the moment Tao Charan opened her eyes, she was faced with a vast, densely packed, roaring, and surging crowd. Oh, calling it a crowd isn't quite right. Because she clearly saw those various non-human organs and tissues, monsters with human heads and snake bodies, and aliens with heads covered in foxtail grass. She was surrounded completely, and this surrounding was three-dimensional. The ground near her rose and fell, as if something underground was churning. Many winged creatures took to the sky, trying to find a different path to approach her. If it weren't for the strange creatures climbing and fighting behind them, she probably would have been overwhelmed by this strange group of people. Although she had seen similar things before, the naive Tao Charan was still shocked by the sheer number and overwhelming scene. This was just the beginning. A restless, bloodthirsty atmosphere filled the air. The ground was littered with corpses, and bizarre bodies and organs were carelessly scattered everywhere. Tao Charan initially thought she had transmigrated to an interstellar battlefield. She instinctively hugged her knees, adopting an insecure posture. However, this slight movement was like cold water poured into a pot of boiling oil, triggering a violent reaction. The monsters paused for a moment. The instantaneous silence seemed hallucinatory. Then, the battle seemed to intensify even further. Except for a half-meter radius around Tao Charan, almost the entire space was stained crimson with blood. Screams, roars, and cries of agony filled the air. Obsessive, morbid gazes were fixed on her. There were more people than she had seen in her previous life combined. The newly arrived Tao Charan dared not utter a sound. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps very soon, 5 people emerged from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. They were the victors. They approached her. Tao Charan involuntarily shrank back. Behind her stood the trunk of the tree of life. She had nowhere to retreat. They possessed the most complete human forms, their multicolored eyes fixed intently on her. Tao Charan dared not raise her head. The heavy smell of blood lingered in her nostrils, overlapping with scenes from her memory. My king. It seemed someone knelt before her. Unlike the earlier commotion, now, even their breathing was soft. My king. Your Majesty. Several different voices rang out one after another. Although she knew they were calling her, Tao Charan absolutely refused to acknowledge it. Her socially anxious and sensitive heart had a bad premonition. Seemingly seeing her lack of reaction, someone tried to grab one of her hands. Ah, so soft, so cute. A voice, overflowing with syrup, swayed. The other person's fingers were slightly cool, caressing Tao Charan's hand, as if playing with a rare piece of jade, admiring it repeatedly, while trying to nibble on Tao Charan's fingertips. Tao Charan tried to pull her hand back. But the other person was too strong, and she failed. A chill ran down her spine. Hey! What are you doing? Did the king give you permission to move? The boy's clear voice revealed displeasure. Someone stood up for her, and Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. She's so small. Is this our king? The tone shifted, becoming filled with longing. King, can I hold you while I sleep? This was an incredibly presumptuous request for someone with social anxiety. It would be presumptuous even for a normal person. A sense of absurdity rose in Tao Charan's heart. She felt that in this crazy world, she might be the only normal person. But if normal was the only one, then wasn't she the only outcast? A chill ran down her spine. Then her other hand was lifted up. Warm lips landed on the back of her hand, leaving a gentle kiss. Then came the rough, wet touch of a tongue tracing the back of her hand. Tao Charan's mind went blank, refusing to feel anything. Someone pinched her exposed toes, sliding them down to her calf, curiously rubbing and pressing, while a deep voice uttered nonsensical words. The king's feet are different from mine. I want her to step on them. Tao Charan didn't know how she endured it. She felt like she was being devoured alive. Finally, someone lifted her up, strong hands easily supporting her knees. A group of people were still clinging to her, yet no one let go. She heard a gentle voice from above. Your Majesty, won't you look at us? If you're going to speak properly, don't stand so close, and take your teeth off my earlobe. Tao Charan thought to herself, finally managing to lift her head with difficulty. Her hesitant gaze, tinged with the timidity of a fledgling, lightly landed on one of the people she felt she could barely tolerate. It was a boy with cat-like eyes. Through the gaps in the crowd, he smiled at her, his round cat-like eyes filled with pure curiosity. Everyone else looked like they wanted to devour her, some even already putting their thoughts into action, But this person didn't. The tree of life behind him emitted a white light, the only source of light here. Outside the circle of 5, the land was a desolate wasteland. Tao Charing glanced at the others out of the corner of her eye, but her gaze eventually returned to the boy. The other 4 had varying shades of red stains on their clothes, but the boy remained pure white. His white sweater looked difficult to maintain. How had he managed it? Had he not participated in the fight earlier? Could he communicate? Tao Charing was about to speak to him when she saw the boy's eyes gleam even brighter in her gaze, revealing a beastly cruelty in his excitement. "My king, I can't hold you to sleep right now." He showed Tao Charing his cuff with a hint of grievance. There was a trace of red stain there, almost invisible unless you looked closely. "I'm dirty. I wouldn't be as unclean as them. But does your majesty want me to go first?" He leaned closer, pulled his hands behind his back, and then gave a triumphant smile, a smile born of barely suppressed desire. "Then I won't be polite." A sticky kiss deepened between their lips and tongues. Afterwards, the boy, like a cat, licked her face with his tongue, wiping away the remaining liquid from the corners of her lips. It was him. Tao Charing's dazed senses finally came to their senses. She was incredulous. This presumptuous pervert actually had a cleanliness obsession? Is there really any hope for this world? Before falling into a coma from excessive shock, Tao Charing utterly despaired of the universe. From then on, she lived a life of unbearable suffering as a queen. Tao Charing couldn't adapt and developed a stress response. She hid herself in a black robe, concealing her face, and refused all public appearances. Anyone who approached would make her tremble with fear, and any further contact would cause her to vomit and faint. She never spoke to the humanoid figures again. 6 months later, Tao Charing was indeed frail and emaciated, her appearance utterly distorted and devoid of spirit. Anyone could see she was dazed and heartbroken. The group tried everything they could, but nothing worked to get her to eat, much less cheer her up. Finally, they realized they had to make some sacrifices. Find a doctor in the universe at all costs. With no other options, the 5 finally reached a consensus. Although they weren't sure if the queen was truly ill, what if they succeeded? The newly established, albeit largely empty, Radiant 5 gates began operating with surprisingly high efficiency. Suddenly, a craze for studying medicine swept across the universe. After a rigorous selection process, the most outstanding individuals were granted weekly audiences with the queen. Then, one day, the door to the Chamber of Radiance was knocked upon. Today, Lan Huan was with her. Among the group, because Lan Huan and Xian Luo were relatively stable and rarely caused sudden outbursts, Tao Charing was slightly more accepting of them. Lan Huan brewed herbal tea and stood by her side. He carefully tied the black bed curtains, and the girl, her hair disheveled and her face pale, leaned against the bed. The person outside, having received permission, pushed open the door and entered. This slightly improved Tao Charing's impression of him. The newcomer wore a light yellow knitted cardigan, the clothing simple and natural, the warm tones blurring the sense of distance. His short hair, clearly meticulously styled, was incredibly handsome, and his gray-brown eyes, like the color of the earth, exuded gentleness and acceptance. Only a single red earring dangled from her ear, resembling a string of agate beads, its flamboyant color lending it a slightly aggressive air. Tao Charing had no idea what he was there for. In truth, since moving into the Star Moon Palace, she rarely saw outsiders. Usually, the 5 of them handled everything. Anyway, even from her own perspective, she didn't want to see anyone. The man seemed to be visiting the Radiant Realm for the first time, taking several steps forward somewhat bewildered. But he quickly snapped out of it under Lan Huan's warning gaze, smiled apologetically, and stepped back slightly to create some distance. "Your Majesty, my name is Canling," he said. His head bowed slightly in respect. Canling's expression lost its gentleness, becoming inscrutable. Before seeing him in person, he thought he could restrain himself. A relentless instinct propelled him forward, making him, like a moth drawn to a flame, a choice drastically different from his initial intentions. Chapter 13. Are there doctors in the universe? 6 months ago, all the citizens of the universe would have scoffed at this question. What need is there for doctors? Absolutely none. What? You ask what to do if you're injured? Keep fighting. Citizens are meant to fight. Fight to the fullest. Losing limbs is perfectly normal. Those who can't win don't deserve to live in this world. They might as well turn into interstellar dust. Shaling sat down opposite the queen, clutching the documents. For some reason, a sense of absurdity rose within him about what he was about to do. Heal. The queen's head was bowed, draped in a black robe, her long hair obscuring half her face, making it impossible to even see her features. What was wrong with her? The other half of her face, no bigger than a palm, was deathly pale, her lips also pale, presenting an unnatural weakness. Shenling observed, painstakingly matching the descriptions to the information he had researched. She was his first patient. No amount of meticulous attention was excessive. But those old documents had been sealed away for countless eons. Were they still of any use? What if she remained this haggard? An unprecedented sense of sorrow and anxiety made him hesitate. His thoughts shifted so quickly. Shenling realized something was amiss. He smiled, feeling the pounding of his heart. Could this be the love at first sight described in the documents? Wang, I'm an editor from Huiguang.com, and I'd like to write an interview for you. Would you like to talk to me? He opened the folder, took out a pen, and assumed a posture as if he wanted to interview Tao Charan. His black-rimmed glasses made him look refined and scholarly, somewhat like the students Tao Charan had seen at university, youthful and enthusiastic. Tao Charan showed no interest in either her former classmates or the man before her, Shenling. However, hearing that he was from the Rose Pavilion and there for work, Tao Charan forced herself to cooperate. So she nodded slightly. Shenling asked a few trivial questions, mostly about the Queen's views on social issues. Tao Charan was initially worried. People from the Rose Pavilion were generally difficult fanatics, and it was rumored that they had even formed a cult related to her. If he was there for her personally, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, Tao Charan's fears were unfounded. The man opposite her sat properly, very politely. With a pen scratching across the paper, Tao Charan's answer was quickly sent to Shenling in written form. The answer was very official, like a robot devoid of personal emotion, concise and to the point. Seeing that time was running out, the Queen's face showed signs of fatigue. Shenling opportunely suggested leaving, seemingly hesitant before departing. I might be a little presumptuous, he said. Are you unable to speak? Tao Charan sat quietly on the sofa, offering no response, clearly refusing to answer. I'm sorry, Ling quickly apologized. I might have overstepped my bounds. I was just too curious. I'm really sorry. He scratched his head, looking like he'd done something wrong and was willing to be punished. But it was precisely this cheerful response that made it hard to be angry. Tao Charan neither said she forgave him nor that she wouldn't. She simply stood up from the sofa, nodded slightly, indicating that he could leave immediately. Ling felt a vague displeasure. Was it because he was leaving her, or because he didn't want to see her cold attitude? The king speaks. Just as he turned around, a cold voice rang out. Ling was startled to realize that someone who had been treated as a background character was still there. It was said that Xianluo was good at hiding. If he didn't want to be noticed, no one could find him. Lan Huan, despite his high profile, had been ignored. That's right, this was only their first meeting. How could he let him be alone with the Queen? Ling realized for the first time the gap between himself and a super rank A. The two men's gazes met. Lan Huan smiled, nonchalantly. Ling's gaze was inscrutable, his body tense. The difference in status was obvious. The king spoke to me, Lan Huan added. His tone was still gentle, like a family member reporting on a patient's condition to a doctor. But Ling clearly heard a hint of boasting. What did the king say to you? He couldn't help but ask. That depends on the king's wishes. King, may I tell him? Lan Huan turned to Tao Charan. Unlike his forced smile towards Ling, his gaze softened completely the moment it fell on the girl. Ling suddenly understood his intention. His body stiffened as he looked at Tao Charan, and sure enough, he saw her take 2 steps back. He had endured so much, finally gaining the king's favor. If he truly had no feelings for the king, he would have turned his attention back to the king, instead of worrying about what she had said to others. Lan Huan's words completely exposed his jealousy. The queen is such a sensitive person. All their efforts were in vain. But why is Lan Huan special? A fierce light flashed in Shenling's misty eyes. He didn't know that, aside from work, the queen wouldn't react to anyone or any topic, and today's nod was already an exception. So Lan Huan was actually thinking about the same question. Why is Shenling special? Fueled by intense jealousy in the two men, Tao Charan turned and went back to bed, like a snail that had just tentatively extended half an antenna, realizing it had encountered a cunning predator, and quickly retreated. This time, nothing was destined to come of it. But because of the queen's slight reaction, everyone still held great hope for Shenling. Shenling was able to continue contacting the queen, though with little success, it wasn't entirely fruitless. For example, the red pill that had a similar effect to the earring she had eaten today. Tao Charan finally understood the ingredients of this drug. So it was a specialty product. She recalled the shape of the crimson fruit. Was it ginseng seed? Its calming and sedative effects were so good, but why hadn't she continued taking it? Of course, it was because something similar to today had happened. To be honest, the ginseng seed lasted longer than she had imagined. As they spent more time together, Tao Charan clearly sensed that the other person's mental state was increasingly heading towards the terrifying pattern she was familiar with. He started finding various excuses to send the people around her away, claiming he had found a way to absolutely cure the queen. What was this method? Through Shenling's persistent efforts, he actually found an opportunity one day. It was before the first annual festival. Because almost all of the universe's top-tier combat power was concentrated on the capital planet, even with the queen in charge, various power struggles were inevitable, so everyone was extremely busy. The annual festival was actually Tao Charan's idea. She felt that since the berserk situation would have to be appeased sooner or later, it would be better to solve it once and for all, dedicating one day a year specifically to this problem. Although she had made up her mind, the pressure of meeting so many fanatics simultaneously was considerable, and her anxiety increased daily as the festival approached. This was also why she didn't immediately notice Shenling and call for help. In short, by the time she realized what was happening, Shenling had already lifted her chin. "My king, please believe me. You can't take it. So many citizens at the annual sacrifice, they definitely hurt you. You must be healed, this can't go on. Believe me, everything will be alright. Look at me, please." Yes, just like that. A sudden, direct gaze. She was still sitting in the only place she felt safe, behind the black bed curtains, but the small space was now occupied by someone else. Her long, black hair arced through the air. She looked up blankly, forced to meet those grayish-brown eyes. "You finally see me." Backlit, his eyes were filled with tears, yet a radiant smile bloomed on his handsome face. look at me more," he murmured, leaning closer. "How ridiculous, I didn't mean to at first. Is this instinct? Instinct is driving me crazy. Cure, yes, I can cure. I'm a doctor, I must become a doctor. Exposure therapy. This time there will definitely be no problem." Tao Charan's pupils dilated. Her eyes were empty. She swayed precariously. "Hold on a little longer. Your Majesty, as long as you can hold on, I do anything you ask." No, you already done it. Command me as you please, I do whatever you say. Just hold on a little longer." Perhaps his words had an effect. Tao Charan propped herself up, raised one hand, and covered the large hands that were holding her head, trying to pry them open. But even under normal circumstances, she was completely powerless against the lowest-ranking citizen, let alone now. Her hand, which she had raised with all her might, was easily brushed aside, and then a strong hand left her head, instead inserting itself between her fingers, interlocking them, pinning her firmly to the spot. Was holding on even meaningful? Realizing she had no chance of winning, Tao Charan let herself sink into the darkness of despair. Then, after waking up, she never saw Shenling again. She stopped taking the little red pills much, saying she was afraid they might be harmful. The reason Tao Charan hadn't thought of Shenling was ultimately because there were so many people like her. She's seen far too many in the past 3 years. But this time was different. Tao Charan shook her head, throwing those past nightmares out of her mind, and instead became excited. For the first time, she had defeated the citizens according to her own will, making solitude possible. What a magnificent step! Tao Charan wept with joy. No one knew how much she had paid for this brief victory, but in short, she had escaped and was now capable of protecting herself, having taken the first step towards freedom. Tao Charan's confidence soared. However, the scene she had just seen in the light network. After resting for a while, Tao Charan got up and began preparing for her next move. Xianluo was moving faster than she had imagined. In other words, she couldn't stay on Suisun Star. So where would be safest for her? Where is Xianluo now? Xiao Pu started operating. Blue Ocean Star? Chapter 14. What a nuisance. The boundless sea was churning with towering waves, as if some creature were stirring the water beneath. Fine sprays of water rose high, only to fall abruptly, shattering into a mist, then gathering strength again to push the waves even higher, attempting to engulf the boy floating in midair. Xianluo pursed his lips in displeasure. Incredibly fine threads, invisible to the naked eye, shot through the air, severing the vines that had climbed up with the waves. Yellowed leaves and withered petals cascaded into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This area of the sea had been completely taken over by red rose. Dark eyes pierced through the obstruction of the seawater, casting their gaze upon the deep underwater world. Between the undulating canyons, vast vines covered the surface, countless branches and leaves churning the water, as they rapidly spread and expanded. It seemed they had completely lost their minds. How did he even follow him to Blue Ocean Star? Xian Luo's mood worsened. He repeatedly opened his personal terminal, but the newly established connection was already broken. The queen's whereabouts had vanished without a trace. He requested a video call with Lan Huan, but received no reply. At this point, if he still didn't understand that he had been tricked by Lan Huan, he wouldn't deserve to be the head of the silk entangling workshop. His brows furrowed, and Xian Luo's face darkened, but his baby face only accentuated his pitiful grievance. Were these 4 locations truly the king's targets? Xian Luo couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps Lan Huan also knew his plans, and was deliberately disguising herself to deceive him. No wonder she was the one who managed to snatch the Star Moon Palace from them. Fortunately, he didn't completely trust Lan Huan and continued to track the king's movements. In short, he did know where the king was. S47508. Is that asteroid truly inhabited? The thought of someone else getting there first filled Xian Luo with anxiety. However, at this crucial moment, he was held back. Xian Luo sighed and attempted another direct jump. Sure enough, a split second before he succeeded, enormous vines surged from the sea, binding the dissipating figure. Xian Luo had no choice but to stop unwillingly. Entwined by the heavy, withered vines, he heard a faint voice emanating from among countless withered flowers. Find her, find her. The completely degenerated monster acted solely on instinct. His obsession drove him to traverse the universe, dragging his wounded body. Unless his wish came true, he would continue his pursuit until death. He couldn't force it. Xian Luo irritably toyed with the silken threads in his hand. He understood Lan Huan's plan. The proverb when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits applies here. Everyone wants to be the ultimate winner. Lan Huan probably foresaw this situation when she took Hong Chong's share of the medicine. Without the medicine, Hong Chong has gone completely mad. But how long can she hold on with the medicine she gave her? Bitterness spreads, with each blow compounded. Xian Luo also feels disheartened and desperate. Find her, find her. The rose vine struggles to bloom, as if desperately trying to call out the name. Each flower has sharp teeth, howling ferociously and wildly, before quickly withering and dying. For plants, the queen is the sunlight, the rain, the root that provides all nourishment. Without the loving care of a lover, a flower withers, and life fades away in madness. The reason Red Rose spread the news of the queen's disappearance was because she knew he was about to go insane, wasn't it? Before falling into the abyss of despair, she desperately tried to grasp the only rope, disregarding the queen's feelings, even if she would be disgusted, even if she would be angry, as long as she could remember. As long as she could see me. Find her, find her. Like a spell, more and more whispering flowers appeared, blotting out the sky and covering the entire sea. At the center of it all, Xian Luo was in a daze, a voice in his heart beginning to resonate with these flowers. Find her. He suddenly awoke. The instant he uttered those 2 words, the vines that had surrounded him tightened instantly, the encirclement shrinking, squeezing Xian Luo's living space. As the universe's highest fighting force, the 5 each had their own strengths. Xian Luo excelled at concealment, Bai Yu was skilled in close combat, Song He was incredibly strong defensively, and Lan Huan was unmatched in illusion magic. Red Rose's specialty was mental attacks. Xian Luo never expected that Red Rose would still have the strength to attack him in such a weakened state. If Red Rose were at her peak, she might have been able to put up a fight. But now? It's over. Xian Luo was completely unaware that just moments ago, his thought was I can't fight head-on, but in those few short minutes, his fighting spirit had steadily risen, reaching a point where he had no choice but to act. His figure disappeared from the encirclement of roses. Under the gloomy sky, where sea and sky met, the enormous vines, unable to find a target, lashed wildly at the sea. A fierce battle raged, countless threads intertwining and severing the tangled vines. Seawater swirled up the broken branches and leaves, and the remaining energy returned to the body, sustaining the next attack. This battle lasted a full day. A day later, the sea returned to calm. Withered flowers littered the surface, and half-dead vines huddled in a corner of an underwater canyon, seemingly lifeless. In the abandoned sand harbor, Xian Luo, pale-faced, slowly searched for a usable spaceship. Due to excessive energy expenditure, he was even unable to perform a warp jump and could only rely on tools. The distance between the 2 planets was so vast that it would take him half a month to reach S47508. By the time he arrived, would the queen still be there? And he was about to give up. Countless times he opened the bottle to inhale the fragrance, but this time he finally couldn't resist. He sipped the liquid bestowed by the queen, letting the cold touch soothe his stomach and calm his turbulent soul. How pitiful. A butterfly fluttered through the murky seawater. Its pale blue scales shimmered faintly, tracing a beautiful arc across the perilous seabed. The fierce battle that had just taken place left the seabed in ruins. Intelligent life had fled to other areas. The butterfly circled once, then gently landed on an inconspicuous, withered vine. To be injured like this, if the king were to return and seize it, he would surely be displeased. Lan Huan materialized into human form. His features were exquisitely handsome. Even now, he only appeared slightly furrowed, seemingly genuinely indignant on Hong Chong's behalf. Red liquid swirled in the bottle in his hand. Lan Huan said reluctantly, although the king said it was a gift for you, it's too wasteful. On the day the queen left, several people joined forces to stop Red Rose's berserk state, inadvertently injuring him severely. Therefore, Red Rose's 6 bottles remained unclaimed. As the palace master of the Star Moon Palace, Lan Huan usually had the authority to assist the king with some private matters, and now he used his position to pocket these precious gifts. However, the lack of leadership in the Rose Pavilion is a problem, especially since the Radiant Church has been causing quite a stir lately. What should we do? A touch of melancholy rose to his exquisite face, a beauty tinged with resentment, making one instinctively want to comfort him. But no one here could appreciate his beauty. The person he wanted to please wasn't here. His joy at the successful plan subsided. Lan Huan sighed. Never mind. The bottle was opened without hesitation, and a sweet fragrance drifted away with the seawater, causing a stir. The seemingly lifeless withered vine stirred, and a small red bud suddenly burst forth from a branch. Like the scent of dew, a dreamlike voice came from the sole bud on the withered vine. Find her! Find her? Lan Huan laughed self-deprecatingly. The queen left willingly, don't you understand? She doesn't like this universe, she doesn't like the Star Moon Palace, she doesn't like me. As she spoke, Lan Huan poured the red liquid from the bottle onto the withered vine. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, all the way to the 6th bottle. Not a single drop of liquid remained in the 6 small bottles. Of course, she doesn't like you either. The liquid was both cold and warm. Because it carried her scent, it offered them temporary comfort. As it absorbed more and more liquid, the withered vine gradually revived, regaining its verdant green. The flower bud grew larger and larger, finally blossoming into a rose with layers upon layers of petals. Find her, she. Even his tone became intoxicated. The rose, saturated with rain and dew, slept contentedly. The queen's blood was repairing Red Rose's damaged body, filling the void caused by his injuries. If all went well, he would soon be back to his prime. But having drunk 6 bottles of medicine at once, would he have any chance to try again if he went berserk? Perhaps, he could only pray for the queen's mercy. Find her? That will only annoy her. Only if she returns willingly can our existence be proven meaningful. Let me see how much weight all of us will hold in her heart. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 6 bottles. The 12 bottles were emptied in an instant. After drinking the last drop of liquid, Blue Illusion felt a long-lost sense of freedom. It was a bewildering, empty freedom. Since joining the queen's side, he had never felt this kind of indulgence. Love makes one humble, makes one cautious. How pathetic, he said again. A do-or-die situation. Lan Huan unconsciously began calculating his chances of winning again. But no matter how he calculated, he felt he was doomed to lose. But if that was truly the outcome, he didn't care. He accepted all the queen's choices, including leaving him permanently. However, he would make that choice happen in a different, more permanent way. Is berserk terrifying? Of course it is. But berserk is merely losing one's mind and following instinct. What difference is there between that and what he is now? The world, along with him, had long since gone mad. Chapter 15. On the other side of the room, Shenling remained unconscious on a chair. Given the dosage Xiao Pu had administered, it was estimated she wouldn't wake up for another day. Tao Charan first checked Xiao Pu's functions, disabling the tracking program used by Xianluo and upgrading its anti-tracking capabilities, before continuing to check the information on the optical network. Blue Ocean Star was indeed a planet she would like. When choosing a planet to live on in the future, Tao Charan generally considered 2 main factors. One was the natural environment. Most planets in the universe were pitch black, so the first requirement was sunlight, a reasonable day-night cycle, and ideally, beautiful scenery. The second was the human environment, simply put, how many people lived there, and whether it was convenient for people with social anxiety. Blue Ocean Star was one of the few planets that met both criteria. Almost the entire planet was ocean, with only one city, Haishaport. The city had a small population, primarily marine life. Because the planet's seabed contained abundant mineral resources, most citizens belonged to the Songtao Palace and worked in mining-related jobs. However, Tao Charan had no intention of living on this planet. Because of the monotonous work and the small population, she was worried that the citizens of Blue Ocean Star would know each other, making her, a newcomer, stand out awkwardly. Why would Xian Luo think she was there? Apart from Bai Yu, who frequently needed to go out on official business, the other four usually stayed on the capital planet unless there was a special reason. Xian Luo's appearance on Blue Ocean Star now couldn't be anything other than looking for her. While pondering this, Tao Charan browsed the messages on the optical network. The light network is now in a state of chaotic disarray, largely unmanaged. Most posts are about analyzing and speculating on her location, many using vulgar and offensive language, violating the Silk Entangled Workshop light network management regulations without being deleted, indicating that Silk Entangled Workshop is also gradually paralyzed. This universe is far more fragile than she imagined. Tao Charan had, of course, considered this possibility. In times of chaos, even an ordinary person like her, powerless to resist, couldn't remain unscathed. To live undisturbed, she first needed to calm these people down. She admitted that back in the Star Moon Palace, she had placed her hopes for stability on those 5 people. But now it seems that although they usually feign civility and are meticulous in their work, none of them can be relied upon in a critical moment. The news of her disappearance on the light network was released by Red Rose. Others might not know, but as the queen, she immediately thought of the Star Moon Palace as her direct subordinate, which had the authority to directly intervene in all affairs, naturally including intercepting messages from the Radiant Network. Who knows her so well, capable of calculating the existence of a planet like Blue Ocean Star, making even Xian Luo believe it? Lan Huan. Tao Charan felt a mix of emotions. Actually, when planning her escape from Wangdu Star, she had also considered the issue of her successor. If the Berserk problem were truly resolved one day, then her resignation seemed imminent. The first person she thought of was Lan Huan. Completely different from Tao Charan, Lan Huan was very skilled at dealing with people. Whenever she needed to meet with citizens, Lan Huan would be by her side, helping to convey her meaning. Often, Lan Huan would understand as soon as she had a thought. The queen's guests were also a complex group. Their mental state was unstable, and they were difficult to communicate with. Most others would have resorted to force, but only Lan Huan could soothe them with words in her presence, without requiring her personal intervention. Compared to herself, Tao Charan felt Lan Huan was more suitable to be the king of this universe. However, this perceptive and resourceful person had become a significant obstacle on her escape route, a problem Tao Charan found quite troublesome. But since it was Lan Huan, it meant there was still time. He must know that Blue Ocean Star was not among her options. Since he sent Xian Luo there, he certainly wouldn't allow Xian Luo to find her in a short time. Realizing this, Tao Charan breathed a brief sigh of relief. She could stay here a little longer. She made this decision. Looking around, she saw 2 filing cabinets piled in the corner, next to a desk and the unconscious Shenling beside it. Besides the messy files on the desk, scraps of paper were scattered everywhere, clearly indicating that the room's occupant wasn't good at organizing. But Tao Charan felt a sense of peace. She thought of the analysis area in her laboratory from her previous life. It was similar. Although paperless technology was quite advanced in her world and this universe, for researchers like them, data could be tampered with, experimental results could be destroyed, and the most important results would always be double-backed on paper. Tao Charan liked this environment, or rather, she envied it. She had been here for 3 years, and really wanted to have her own laboratory. But the thought of having to make a request to Xian Luo, and then communicate repeatedly with countless people, made her hesitate. Now that such a ready-made opportunity presented itself, Tao Charan was somewhat excited. Tao Charan instructed Xiao Pu to watch over Shenling. If he woke up, the mechanical bird would immediately increase the dosage of the injected drug. The drug that could temporarily knock out citizens was also homemade by Tao Charan. Because she couldn't find opportunities to experiment, this was the first time she had used it, and she had to be extremely careful. Then, recalling Shenling's earlier actions, she opened a cabinet and took out other documents. Her smooth fingertips traced the pages. Tao Charan glanced at each one and turned a page, quickly finishing a large stack. If Shenling were still awake, he would have noticed that her page-turning speed was several times faster than when she was actually looking at him. Shenling's research progress and results were clearly displayed. Tao Charan also found the laboratory's internal structural diagram and a list of experimental subjects among the documents. This building had too many dark rooms and strange devices, and the experimental subjects were varied, many with rather odd numbers. Tao Charan pondered, knowing there might be danger, but a researcher's intense curiosity still made her want to explore further. Moreover, Xiaopu also needed to replenish her energy. The materials she had access to in the Star Moon Palace were far too limited to her full potential, while here there were so many things that would allow her to thrive. However, before that, Tao Charan hadn't forgotten her predicament of having nowhere else to go. Stabilizing the outside world was something she had to do. She had already made up her mind. She couldn't delay any longer. Tao Charan encouraged herself. Here, she was alone. She could control everything. No one was watching her anymore, and no one would force her to do anything. Besides, she was about to leave, and even if she were tracked from this location, she would be safe. Thinking this, she had Xiaopu start recording the video. The bird's eyes glowed red, but Tao Charan still unconsciously looked away from the camera. Her body trembled slightly. She knew this video would be uploaded to the optical network, and millions of citizens in the universe would see it immediately. She could imagine the consequences, but this was the only thing she could do besides giving up and returning to the Star Moon Palace. Hopefully, her hesitation hadn't affected the timing. Hopefully, everything was still in time. Hello everyone. Tao Charan hesitated before speaking, her trembling voice immediately stopping her. Xiaopu's red eyes flashed, and then went out. The somewhat clumsy-looking mechanical head tilted to the side, seemingly wondering why its owner had suddenly stopped. Her heart began to race. The camera was another pair of eyes. Even those with social anxiety were afraid of eyes. But once Tao Charan made a decision, she was determined to complete it. She took a deep breath to calm herself, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, and gestured for Xiaopu to continue recording. Hello everyone. I am the current Queen Tao Charan. Her voice was still hoarse. Tao Charan felt her vocal cords tightening, her throat dry from excessive fear. She awkwardly licked her lips, trying to focus her gaze on the top of Xiaopu's head, attempting to give him the illusion that she was watching them. Tao Charan continued. For a long time, berserk behavior has plagued all citizens, and it has also plagued me. I come out here to find a solution to the berserk problem, so please rest assured. She spoke slowly, but because there was so little to say, she quickly reached the end. If I fail, I will return to the Star Moon Palace in a year. Please believe me, thank you. It ended. The red light in the little bird's pupils disappeared, and Tao Charan slumped against the wall. She really tried her best. The Radiant Network page opened before her, and Xiaopu forcefully embedded the video into the homepage of the Radiant Network. To speed up the spread and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control in some places, Tao Charan also wrote a program to randomly play the video on certain devices. Hello everyone. The Queen's youthful yet sweet voice echoed through the universe, quickly spreading via the internet and certain playback devices. She hadn't abandoned them. She was working hard for them. She made a promise. Joy washed over their hearts, like a clear spring. This was the first time they had heard the Queen's voice, the first time they had seen the Queen's face, the first time they had known the Queen's name, the first time they had been looked at by the Queen. So many firsts tempted them to follow the Queen's guidance, like devout believers following their God. Reassurance. Trust her. The fighting spirit subsided, reason returned. Within days, war raged, countless planets were destroyed. A few more days passed, and the rebuilt Star Moon Palace rose from the ground. The 5 gates of radiance regained their former prosperity. This is the Queen. One thought, and all beings perish. One thought, and all things are born. For a long time, the citizens talked about the Queen's performance in the video with great interest. Excessive love is another form of irrationality, and it was precisely because of this that many people did not notice Tao Charan's choice of words. The current one. If it fails, there is clearly no predecessor, and there will be no next one. So where does the current one come from? If it fails, then what if it succeeds? And in a dark room beneath the illegal S47508 laboratory, a small window was playing the Queen's speech. Hello everyone. A long-lost glint of light flickered in her seemingly unrefined, glassy eyes. His long, jet-black hair curled slightly in the water, and his webbed hands involuntarily clung to the edge of the petri dish. He didn't want to be here anymore. Chapter 16. After having Xiaopu upload the video, Tao Charan quickly severed the connection with the optical network. It was as if, as long as she couldn't see it, those shameful and terrifying images and comments would cease to exist. Let's see the results after some time. Tao Charan thought like an ostrich. She checked Xiaopu's remaining energy and reserves. Since the jump, Tao Charan had been overwhelmed with work because of the constant presence around her, completely neglecting resupply. Only now did she realize that even the medication for Schilling's injection was running low. This was understandable. For 3 years, although she had diligently collected materials whenever possible, her social anxiety and fear of revealing her escape plans prevented her from making any requests. Her identity also meant she had limited access to dangerous energy sources and chemicals. After having Xiao Pu inject the remaining medication into Xinling all at once, Tao Churen repeatedly confirmed that the other wouldn't wake up anytime soon before deciding to bravely storm this illegal laboratory. Stepping outside again, Tao Churen, now walking alone, finally couldn't hide her joy and envy. Look at all these specimens. Collecting them must have been incredibly difficult. Oh, there's even a mixed sample experiment, but the method is too crude, and the variables aren't controlled at all. The conclusions aren't rigorous at all. The experimental idea is interesting, but the preliminary research wasn't done well, leading to completely different results. The experimenter probably realized the problem himself. But leaving such rare materials like this is a bit of a waste. Did he have a huge budget? Tao Churen mentally commented on the laboratory as she walked. Clearly, even geniuses have differences. She was like a strict mentor, sharply criticizing her student Xinling's research. This area connected the office to the outside. Tao Churen quickly walked through it, a faint sense of melancholy rising in her heart. If only this lab were hers. She would make the most of it, and definitely do a better job than Xinling. Although she was very interested in the experimental equipment she was seeing for the first time and eager to try it out, Tao Churen remembered that she was a runaway queen and couldn't be impulsive. She decided to solve the supply problem first. The things Xiao Pu needed were rarely seen in this area. Tao Churen thought for a moment and decided to go directly to the experimental goods warehouse. With the internal structure diagram, she easily found the secret door and took the elevator to the basement warehouse. It was divided into several areas because it was too large. Tao Churen looked at them one by one and found quite a few good things. But in front of the last cabinet, Tao Churen hesitated. The diagram showed that behind the cabinet was the last room in the warehouse. Not only was it hidden, but those strangely numbered experimental items on the inventory list should also be stored here. What could they be? Curiosity is a researcher's nature. At times, it can even overcome social anxiety. Tao Churen looked at Xiao Pu, her greatest asset. It had just helped her defeat the owner of this laboratory, and now it was flying beside her. Tao Churen felt a little more confident. Following the instructions on the diagram, the cabinet full of reagents rumbled aside, revealing a dark doorway behind it. Tao Churen licked her lips. Actually, she could roughly guess what was inside. But she was just too curious. She could roughly see all the equipment in this lab, and in her understanding, Xinling's experiments didn't actually need these. So why? Or was this preparation for his next new project? Xiao Pu turned on the lights, and Tao Churen cautiously followed him inside. Clatter. Black leather shoes stepped on the floor, and Tao Churen sensed something was wrong. Is it water? Hello everyone. I am the current Queen Tao Churen. A broken voice came from within. In the vast room, only a small window on the right wall of the door was playing a video on a loop. A woman's somewhat tense, beautiful face appeared in the video. It was none other than Tao Churen herself. Tao Churen froze. The leather shoes she had just stepped out of were pulled back. In the faint glow emanating from the video, a slender figure lay prone on the floor. He braced himself with both hands, his long black hair reaching his waist, his slender, pale neck held high, like a devout believer worshipping a deity, or a dying fish struggling desperately. Seemingly sensing someone's presence, his glassy eyes coldly turned towards the door, as if displeased at being disturbed. But soon, he sensed an attraction stronger than the video, one he couldn't resist, nor did he want to resist. Before he even realized who was standing outside, instinct was enough to make him react. He involuntarily pushed himself up with both hands, crawling towards the light near the door. Tao Churen took 2 steps back, pressing herself against the cabinet that had just been moved. The experimental subject, who had just crawled out the doorway, stopped. His body was naked, half of him already in the light, the other half still hidden in darkness. He was very thin, but his arms showed strong muscles. Having been lying prone on the ground, his body was covered in water droplets, which slowly slid down his arms. His long, glossy black hair was half draped over his shoulders, the other half wasting its beauty as he moved. His glassy eyes held a hint of confusion, as he cautiously looked at Tao Churen. His face was otherworldly beautiful, but something was stuck to the corner of his mouth, and his lips moved slightly, as if he were chewing something. Perhaps because of the liquid on the ground, his 5 fingers were strangely stuck together, seemingly unable to separate. Tao Churen only caught a glimpse of this before quickly shifting her gaze, resuming her usual downcast expression. Something's not right. Tao Charan wanted to take a few more glances, but her social anxiety overwhelmed her when facing a person, preventing her from making any rash moves. Standing up, crouching down, rising and falling. The air seemed to freeze. Yuan. The person on the ground, seemingly having not spoken for a long time, spoke with an even more hesitant voice than Tao Charan in the video. My name, Yuan. The voice gradually became more fluent. Tao Charan remained silent. Facing the camera, she could deceive herself, pretending to talk to herself. But once she faced a real person who could speak and communicate, she lost all courage. All that remained was fear and embarrassment. Fortunately, the other person didn't seem to care much about her response. Bright, sparkling glass-like eyes gazed longingly at Tao Charan, almost unwilling to blink. Tao Charan froze, her head slightly lowered, so all she could see was the other person's outstretched hand. The experimental subject was changing. Tao Charan realized. There had previously seemed to be a transparent membrane between his fingers, something like webbing, but now it was gradually disappearing. His fingers came together, and then slightly separated, as if adapting to this new change. But his fingers had indeed become more flexible. You are, king, so happy. A clear voice, like a siren's song, carried a particularly alluring melody. I couldn't help, I'm sorry. He spoke in words Tao Charan couldn't quite understand, his eyes dimming again, as if he had thought of something. What exactly was going on? Since arriving here, one piece of evidence after another, seen and heard, pieced together like tiny gears, forming a precise hypothesis that raced through Tao Charan's mind. It seemed the contents of this warehouse were exactly as she suspected. Live experimental subjects. But there was more than one live experimental subject on the list. Where were the others? Knowing her own constitution intimately, Tao Charan knew that if the other subjects hadn't appeared by now, it meant they would never appear. The person on the ground was still trying to approach her. But something seemed to be holding him back, making his movements incredibly slow. He was like a snake that had just emerged from hibernation, slowly stretching his stiff body, using the strength of his upper limbs to drag his lower body out of the dark room. On his lower body, bright silver scales were faintly visible, but upon closer inspection, it was still fair skin. The slippery floor made his movement even smoother, and finally, once his entire body was out of the dark chamber, except for the scales on his ankles, he was completely indistinguishable from a real human. Your Majesty. He seemed pleased with his transformation, struggling to get up from the wet floor he had just made. However, due to his lack of coordination, he fell to his knees again. Tao Charan had already retreated to the center of the room. She hadn't rushed out yet because her extensive experience made her subconsciously avoid provoking him, and secondly, she was still very curious. After all, this was the first time she had witnessed humanization. Humanization was the name Tao Charan had given to this phenomenon. In the universe, the level of combat power is intricately related to human form. The stronger the combat power, the more perfect the human form. Humanization refers to the process of a low-level combat power citizen transforming into a higher level. Such a transformation was extremely rare. Before this, Tao Charan had only heard of such cases. Each one seemed like a fabricated story, its veracity impossible to verify. But now, right before her eyes, humanization had undeniably occurred. Never before had Tao Charan felt more disgusted with her socially awkward personality. She tried to keep her gaze fixed on Yuan, avoiding his sticky stare, trying to ignore the fact that he could speak, observing him merely as a lifeless experiment. The humanization was rapid. Within a few minutes, Yuan's body had stabilized, and there was no longer any possibility of transformation. Although the adult male was slender, he appeared enormous compared to Tao Charan, reaching almost to her chest when kneeling. His robust and powerful physique, with its clearly visible muscles, looked somewhat disheveled and pitiful due to the messy liquid covering his body. Only her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her chest, obscuring certain key areas, but this only made her look even stranger. Chapter 17. But what caught Tao Charan's attention was the only part of his body still covered in scales. His ankles. Though called scales, the marks were barely noticeable, like a thin anklet reflecting a silvery light. Following the principle that higher combat power results in a more complete human form, Rank A individuals generally only retain subtle traces of their original form, such as Shenling's ginseng seed earrings. Rank B individuals, on the other hand, have more prominent original form characteristics, like Bai Yun's rabbit ears and cleft lip, and Luo Ying's radish leaves. Rank C individuals are completely unrecognizable as human. The little radish beside Luo Ying is an example, only able to speak and communicate like a human. Yu Yuan must have jumped from rank B to rank A. Tao Charan analyzed. She was eager to go to the back room to find more evidence to prove her conjecture. However, Yu Yuan was currently blocking the doorway. The thought of having to ask him for permission to go in calmed Tao Charan's feverish excitement. Then, unexpectedly, she heard her stomach rumble. Well, even if the specialty food was filling, it couldn't compensate for not having eaten for several days. Are you hungry? Yu Yuan seemed a little dazed, his mind seemingly slowed, taking a while to find the right words. But it's understandable that he was a bit slow. In this universe, citizens not only possess explosive combat power, but also exceptional patience. Ordinary citizens can go about a week without food or water, only needing concentrated nutrient solutions when thirsty or hungry. Before the Queen's arrival, no one had paid much attention to the issue of food and drink. Later, because Tao Charan needed to eat, the pursuit of gourmet food became popular throughout the universe. Songtao Palace also caught up with the trend in recent years, opening many new production bases and small production lines. This was also Tao Charan's preparation to avoid starving after her escape. Sure enough, it came in handy now. Among the many production lines, the radishes produced on Suisun Star were famous throughout the universe, and Xinling's official work here was actually related to radish processing. Although he was engrossed in research and neglected his work, he still stockpiled a considerable amount of radish products, most of which he casually fed to his experiments to reduce research expenses. Yu Yuan, of course, knew where Xinling kept the food. "Come, over here," he said, struggling to stand up. Like a little mermaid who had just developed legs, he tried to walk forward, stumbling because he was so unaccustomed to it. He left the doorway, consciously holding onto a cabinet, slowly adapting with the help of external support. Taking the opportunity, Tao Charan quickly peered into the room, trying to find any clues she had missed earlier. The doorway was dark, with only the faint light from the continuously playing video in the room. A mess was vaguely visible on the floor, and the liquid she had stepped on wasn't water, as she had initially thought. She sniffed carefully, catching a complex fragrance. But her vision was immediately blocked by an exposed body. Yu Yuan approached her. "Wine?" The complex fragrance was particularly strong on him. It was complex because it was a combination of various scents. Tao Charan smelled the fishy smell of seawater, the rusty smell of flesh, but all were masked by the familiar scent of reagents. This fragrance had also appeared on her. When Tao Charan still had her own laboratory, she had unconsciously absorbed the scent for a time due to frequent use of this reagent. In short, this reagent acts as a cage, used to restrict the freedom of a living experimental subject. Creatures immersed in it have their physical strength proportionally weakened. Based on Tao Charan's own experience, most creatures would become powerless and helpless upon encountering it. Unless, of course, his strength is so great that even weakened, he can easily break free of the restraints. Tao Charan had only encountered such a case once before. At least, Yu Yuan before his humanization didn't possess such power. How did he get out? Where did he obtain his power? Even without seeing the situation in the room, Tao Charan understood the answers to these two questions. The man's muscular body was already very close, his glassy eyes displaying a simple, infatuated look. Thus, after Tao Charan's thirst for knowledge was satisfied, her social anxiety took over again. Unable to bear it any longer, she took a few steps back and pressed herself against the other side of the wall. The light screen opened, and the AI representative stated succinctly, "Clothes." Their clothes could be transformed on their own, but because Tao Charan needed to wear clothes, the clothing production line had increased. For a while, especially, the Queen-style black robes, black cloaks, black capes, and black hats were extremely popular. Only those who had just undergone the transformation and were becoming citizens for the first time would forget to put on clothes due to inexperience. Yu Yuan was clearly not a new citizen, but he did try several times before barely managing to put on the silver jumpsuit. The upper part of his clothes clung to his figure, while the lower part flowed increasingly freely, reaching his feet like a fishtail lifted by ocean waves. Despite his body feeling somewhat out of control, Yu Yuan paid no attention to his strangely behaving self. From the moment he saw Tao Charan's reflection in his vision, his gaze remained fixed. "Come this way," he repeated. Yu Yuan took a few more steps in that direction, his steps gradually becoming steady. The shimmering silver of his clothes made him look like a naive little prince who had just descended to earth. If he hadn't kept glancing at Tao Charan, his glass-like eyes were only focused on observing Tao Charan's reactions, then adjusting his own movements and posture. In this light, he looked more like a doll without a sense of self, only concerned with its master's feelings and fulfilling her demands. Tao Charan followed at a distance. Seeing that she showed no further interest in exploring the room, Yu Yuan's stiff movements relaxed slightly. He couldn't be seen. He spat the unpalatable bones into a corner. Those gruesome, mangled remains, ruined by his hands, shouldn't have stained her beautiful shoes. Yu Yuan composed himself. He still felt like he was dreaming. The lab's dining hall wasn't far from the live experimental subject warehouse. Calling it a dining hall was really just a place to store food. True researchers are always adept at using their time. Shenling herself drank concentrated nutrient solutions directly, and this place was stockpiled with ready-made meals for the experimental subjects. Canned radishes, pickled radishes, freeze-dried radishes. These were all substandard foods rejected from the radish production line, very low-grade origins, but it was a form of waste recycling. Only then did Yu Yuan realize how inappropriate it was to feed the queen such food. He was at a loss. I don't know. He didn't know there was nothing else here besides this unpalatable ration. He didn't know where else he could find food. He had been deprived of his freedom for so long that he knew nothing about anything except the person before him, and didn't want to know anything. Tao Charan, on the other hand, didn't care. She lived a life of luxury in the Star Moon Palace, but if she could choose, she would still prefer the fast food she ate every day in the laboratory. Now, seeing so much simple and crude food, Tao Charan felt a rare pang of nostalgia. She casually picked up a can of carrots from the ground, trying to pull the tab, but it wouldn't budge. Yes, the food in this world was designed based on the physical constitution of its citizens. She, the only human in the universe, couldn't even open a can of food. Tao Charan pursed her lips helplessly. But it didn't matter. The biggest difference between humans and animals was the ability to use tools. Just as she was about to summon Xiao Pu, the can of radish in her hand was snatched away by another soft, large hand. It happened so fast that Tao Charan didn't even have time to be afraid. She only felt the other person's fingers were icy cold, still damp, as if they had just been pulled from the sea. Snap! Tao Charan raised her gaze slightly, allowing her to see what the other person was doing. The radish can, which had been as solid as a rock in Tao Charan's hand, was crushed in two like paper in Yu Yuan's hand. The juice from soaking the radish dripped down the large hand onto the ground. The violently damaged metal edge grazed her skin, but caused no harm. Is this the difference in strength? This wasn't the first time Tao Charan had realized this. She felt she should focus on upgrading Xiao Pu. Yu Yuan was clearly surprised as well. He didn't understand why, despite using the same amount of force as usual, the result was so different. As if to cover up his previous failure, Yu Yuan stiffly shoved the entire can of food into his mouth. Yes, metal shell and all, trying to destroy the evidence. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of teeth clashing against metal echoed in the room, shocking Tao Charan's mind. The stomachs of the current citizens of the universe are truly unfathomable. This was the first time Tao Charan had witnessed such a scene. In her memory, metal shells were definitely inedible, right? As Yu Yuan chewed, his eyes, which had been empty just hours before, shone with a dazzling light of intoxication. The way the queen looked when she pulled the can open was so cute. Why was she so focused on a can of food? But now, he eaten it. It was a can the queen had touched. Good, delicious. Yu Yuan swallowed the can without batting an eye, speaking honestly. He eaten cactus, arapaima, and pangolin, and many more he couldn't remember, but they were all truly delicious, better than anything he'd eaten before. Then he picked up another can of food, the best he ever had. This time, learning from his previous mistake, he held it carefully, his long fingernails slicing into the pull tab and hooking upwards. Snap! Perfectly opening the can in one smooth motion. Then, supporting the can with one hand, he moved a chair for Tao Charan to sit down. He then produced a beautiful spoon that shimmered with silver light from somewhere, half kneeling on the ground, and reverently scooped out a spoonful of carrot, bringing it to Tao Charan's lips. A hopeful look flickered in her crystal-clear eyes, a stark contrast to Tao Charan's gradually stiffening body. This is why, despite the Star Moon Palace's offerings of delicacies, she could still become emaciated from hunger. Chapter 18. This wasn't the first time Tao Charan had dealt with such a situation. For some reason, these aliens, who fought to the death and were fierce and ruthless, often treated her with the same care and deference as if she were a child. But she really didn't need to. Put it on the table, I eat it myself, Xiao Pu said firmly on her behalf. Fortunately, with Xiao Pu's barrier in place, Yu Yuan didn't struggle much and put down the can. Tao Charan sat at the table, taking small bites of the radish with a spoon. Although it wasn't a local specialty, and might have some flaws in taste, it was still a product of a high-tech universe, and Tao Charan didn't find it particularly unpalatable. The sweet, ordinary radish actually gave her a special sense of security. Yu Yuan, who had been shoved to the other side of the table, remained kneeling, only his eyes peeking out from the surface, watching Tao Charan eat the radish. She ate slowly and deliberately, pausing after each bite before taking another, looking like some wary little animal, constantly watching its surroundings as it ate. Yu Yuan felt a deep regret for not being able to join her in her meal. If circumstances allowed, he wanted to cook his own flesh and blood into the most delicious dish, and place it on her plate. He was a very delicious fish. Definitely much tastier than any other flesh and blood he had ever eaten before. But it wasn't that he was completely uninvolved. Yu Yuan glanced at the spoon in Tao Charan's hand and smiled contentedly. At least the spoon she was currently licking was made of scales. A gentle glint appeared in Yu Yuan's glassy eyes. He felt that the queen was very different from what he had heard before. She seemed more active and not as unapproachable as rumored. Although she maintained her distance, she actually ate the canned food he opened. This showed a relatively high level of acceptance towards him. This was already a significant improvement. The queen's condition was developing in a positive direction. Yu Yuan reached a conclusion completely opposite to Shenling's. Has her personality changed, or is she only acting this way towards him? A fish? The thought of the latter possibility made Yu Yuan feel his heart, nourished by countless drops of blood, pound vigorously, and his entire body surge with pleasure. Tao Charan was also pondering Yu Yuan's situation. In just a few hours, Yu Yuan seemed to have completely taken control of his body. His ability to humanize was likely due to consuming the bodies of other citizens. Shenling's conclusion was that to transcend levels, one needed to consume citizens of correspondingly higher quality. Could these two be correlated? No, the situation was similar but not entirely so. Fighting between citizens was normal. Low-level provocations of high-level individuals were commonplace. The reason for the difference in combat strength is that even among those who dare to challenge, very few can actually defeat someone of a higher rank. Like moths to a flame, despite knowing it's suicidal, they still uncontrollably rush forward. Yu Yuan was able to win in the raising goo process because he was likely the highest ranking of these live experimental subjects. In other words, he didn't consume high-ranking citizens, but rather those of lower rank than himself. He must have consumed a very, very large number. Why didn't Shenling notice this after conducting research for so long? Because his research topic ultimately boils down to how to rapidly improve combat power. The quality of citizens at different levels required to achieve a qualitative leap varies, and experiments would require far too many low-level test subjects, making them completely impractical. A research topic that cannot guide practice is meaningless. However, by a twist of fate, Tao Charan found the other half of this circle. Or rather, she had this conjecture all along, but it was unexpectedly verified here. So, the next question is, what specifically influences the distinction between high and low levels of citizens? What exactly leads to humanization through the accumulation of quantitative changes? This is the direction Tao Charan found to solve the berserk problem. It's also something she was most familiar with in her previous life. Tao Charan increasingly felt that after finding a long-term foothold, she should build a laboratory at home. However, one question still puzzled her. If low-level test subjects weren't needed, why was Shenling stockpiled so much in the warehouse? A can of radish was quickly finished. A small silver spoon clanged against the metal rim of the can. Tao Charan declined Yu Yuan's offer to open another can, deciding instead to search for an energy source for Xiaopu. As for Yu Yuan, although she really wanted to give him the same injection she'd given Shenling, since he was the first humanized experimental subject, Tao Charan decided to observe him a little longer. Yu Yuan seemed extremely familiar with the laboratory. Sensing Tao Charan's desire for energy, he immediately led her to the central control room on the top floor. Here were the surveillance cameras that provided a view of the entire laboratory. The power supply and energy sources were all located here. In the control room, the two also saw Shenling unconscious in the office on the monitor. Somewhat to Tao Charan's surprise, Yu Yuan remained calm, glancing at her briefly before looking away and staring intently at Tao Charan. These kinds of encounters between acquaintances usually start with a fight. Tao Charan was used to the constant infighting among the five during shift changes. She hadn't expected Yu Yuan, who had been used as a guinea pig by Shenling for so long, to not resent him at all. Tao Charan couldn't help but glance at the monitor a few more times. This time, Yu Yuan reacted. "Your Majesty, don't look at him." Yu Yuan blocked the view. He frowned, his eyes filled with disgust for Shenling. "He said he would cure you." "He didn't," Yu Yuan said. Seemingly afraid that Tao Charan had been deceived like him, Yu Yuan unusually spoke at length, describing how he had become a guinea pig. "I was his assistant before. He said the king's illness was called social anxiety disorder in ancient times. It's not something you're born with, so experiments are needed. I, along with many other citizens, volunteered to cooperate with him. We were locked in darkness, unable to leave for a long time, powerless, unable to speak. He said the king might have had similar experiences, which is why he was afraid, but we couldn't understand. We couldn't comprehend it. Yu Yuan recalled his experience in the dark room, feeling utterly lost. Despite being in a closed, isolated environment, they didn't experience anything similar to what Shenling described. If they had to describe any feeling, it was probably loneliness. There was a small player on the wall of the dark room that played various videos of the queen at set times, to prevent everyone from going berserk. The videos often featured only a blurry, black shadow, appearing for a fleeting moment. But at each of these times, everyone pressed themselves against the nearest pane of glass, unwilling to miss a single second. After the video ended, and before the next one played, everyone felt a profound loneliness. That empty feeling, that desperate longing to see her again, was truly unbearable, a sense of unease, a restless, agonizing feeling. Words fail to describe the prolonged sorrow. In the daily wait, only the hope of contributing to the queen's recovery sustained them. But how could they possibly understand the queen's feelings? Initially, Canling would come daily to record their status and emotions. Later, it became every 2 days, then once a week, and eventually, perhaps the researcher herself abandoned this inefficient experimental method. Why couldn't they understand? What is fear? What was she afraid of? Yu Yuan once again described her desire to see her, to touch her, to give, to protect her. Canling angrily threw down her notebook and turned off the backup recording. No! No! He paced anxiously in the dark room. That's how it's written in the old records. How could it be wrong? Darkness, a confined space, childhood trauma, negative emotions. What's going on? He squatted on the ground in anguish, pulling at his hair. How could it be wrong? Exposure therapy failed too. What else could they do? Could they really understand the queen's feelings? Could they really make her happy? Shenling slumped to the ground, the ginseng on her earlobe swaying wildly with her turbulent emotions, its roots dancing wildly, and knocking the bricks and stones in the dark room to pieces. Yu Yuan glanced at the small window. It was video time again. Hi, this is Red Rose of the Rose Pavilion. Our king is working hard today too. The alluring man in flowing red robes on screen smiled, like a rose blooming in the sunlight. Both Canling and Yu Yuan, who were also watching the video, couldn't help but feel an urge to beat this man up. Then the camera flashed by, briefly lingering for a second on the figure Canling and Yu Yuan both longed for, so fast they couldn't even see what she was doing, before returning to Red Rose's annoying face. How was it? Isn't the king adorable? Okay, that's all for today's video. Everyone, please don't do anything rash because you're too enamored with the king. Red Rose's last words were meaningful, and coupled with the almost tangible ferocity in his red eyes, everyone understood his meaning. Then all the images disappeared, leaving only a line of white text on a black background. Join the radiant cult, and enjoy beauty and peace under the king's radiance. The video was short, but even the queen's videos circulating online required review by the Rose Pavilion, hence the brevity. Humph, is there anyone more extreme than them? Shenling, however, calmed down after seeing the video. He scoffed, if I weren't too low level and couldn't beat them, I wouldn't be here. Never mind, the queen is waiting for me. First, rescue her from those 5 Super A level. This environment will only make the queen more terrified. Shenling stood up, muttering to himself as he walked out, even forgetting the experimental notebook he had just torn to shreds by his roots. The door to the darkroom closed. From then on, Yu Yuan never saw Shenling again. Chapter 19. For a long time afterward, Yu Yuan wanted to continue following Canling's ideas, but imprisoned in the dark, he couldn't find a way. Even now, he still couldn't understand Tao Chu Ran's feelings. But now that he had seen her, Yu Yuan no longer hoped for anything more. If he was destined not to understand, then he would follow her gaze. He would nourish her with his flesh and blood, let his spirit be her prisoner, bow down in submission, just to win her attention. This was the choice most citizens would make. Hearing Yu Yuan say this, Tao Chu Ran remembered that Canling had a second problem. Although it might sound cold-blooded, Tao Chu Ran actually couldn't understand Canling and Yu Yuan's behavior either. Regarding her social anxiety, she herself didn't feel it was a big deal. If you asked her, the solution was right in front of her. She just needed to keep her distance from people. What's wrong with maintaining a normal social distance? It's their overly clingy social behavior that's bothersome. Unfortunately, she didn't yet have the ability to fight against her instinct. Her greatest asset, Little Pooh, was still a work in progress, incomparable to the abilities of her predecessor, and had much room for improvement. However, Yu Yuan's words did indeed stir up some memories for Tao Charan. Darkness. Unable to leave. Powerless. Unable to speak. Tao Charan's pupils were somewhat unfocused. Darkness, she murmured. Perhaps it was Little Pooh's initial victory that gave her the courage to speak. Perhaps it was the inertia of having just recorded a long video, or perhaps the memory was too distant, causing her to unconsciously drift into her own world. In any case, including this video recording, this was the third time she had spoken to someone. Yu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, a dazzling brilliance radiating from their glassy hue. But he immediately realized this would frighten the queen, so he averted his gaze as if to hide it. Then, not wanting to miss Tao Charan's words, he darted left and right before eagerly turning back. He looked flustered and comical, but his eyes overflowed with encouragement and anticipation. What would the queen say? Whatever she said, he would never forget it until his death. He held his breath, awaiting the king's command. It's protection, so don't be afraid. Tao Charan didn't see his subtle movements. She simply recalled, fragmented memories, that someone had once said something similar to her. And later events proved this to be true. Yu Yuan recalled what he had just said. We were locked in darkness, unable to get out for a long time. The king may have had a similar experience, which is why he's afraid. Darkness is protection. Therefore, don't be afraid. The queen had responded to him. She was speaking to him. This was a scene Yu Yuan had never imagined. In fact, he'd been in a daze all day. In all the days and nights he volunteered for the experiments, he never dared to dream of such a perfect day. Is this the world of rank A? Yu Yuan sighed. So the rumor in the universe was true. The higher your combat power, the closer you are to the king. Then, could he perhaps ascend to another level? Because of the unexpected surprise, Yu Yuan had become greedy. He listened patiently to the king's words. That faint voice, which he could easily have overlooked, resonated deep within his heart. Those slightly lowered, beautiful eyes were still so endearing, making him afraid to move, feeling it would be disrespectful. Her cherry lips trembled slightly, uttering words of exquisite elegance, far beyond the mechanical and dull quality of AI. Really, so happy. His chest throbbed with this sudden blessing. He wanted to hold her, kiss her, lick her, swallow her whole, yet feared she would feel fear and pain. He wanted to stroke her spine to comfort her, to drown with her in the gentle, all-encompassing, and peaceful sea. These presumptuous thoughts grew stronger after seeing her, becoming completely uncontrollable. Yu Yuan suddenly understood. Why had Qianling become like this? Before meeting the king, he had arrogantly declared he wanted to see how the king differed from ordinary citizens, yet upon returning, he was a completely different person. In just a few days, Qianling could see nothing but the king. Now, Yu Yuan had followed in Qianling's footsteps. And Yu Yuan was certain that after him, countless others would scheme and sacrifice everything to see the queen, to gain even the slightest bit of her favor, just to receive the smallest response from her. As one of the very few citizens who had ever interacted with the queen, Yu Yuan understood the significance of even that small response. It was like the sweetest candy in the world, wrapped in an addictive poison. Once tasted, even the most agonizing sacrifices wouldn't be enough to escape its immense allure. It seemed only eternal death could sever their yearning. Yu Yuan could only gaze blankly at Tao Charan, unable to conceal his true feelings any longer. Oh right, the queen is talking to him. He needs to reply. What should he say? Ha ha, is that so? Yu Yuan felt his head was on fire. During the long hours in the dark room, he had remained silent for a long time in an attempt to understand the queen's emotions. He was never good at speaking, and now he didn't even know what he was saying. That's wonderful, he stammered. What would Qianling say at this moment? Yu Yuan wondered. Unlike him, Qianling was born a first-class being, able to live on the royal capital star, and even invited by the Star Moon Palace to serve the queen. Inferiority and jealousy, two sides of the same coin, took root for the first time in his sincere heart. The queen was still by his side, but this seed was about to grow into a towering tree. But this line of thinking was still useful. Yu Yuan recalled Qianling's early research. Back then, to win the queen's favor at their first meeting, he had consulted many old-era documents. How to make a good impression on women basics. 5 principles of social activities. Psychology of love. 30-day crash course for stable relationships. And so on. Complete literature is scarce. It's said that a cataclysmic event millions of years ago destroyed everything, leaving only fragments of data drifting through the universe. Now, Yu Yuan will also draw strength from these fragmented records. What did 50 basic chatting tips to avoid awkward silences say again? Oh right, you should first observe the other person's topic, and then ask questions following that topic. Darkness is protection, so there's no fear. The topics to explore are darkness, protection, and fear. Yu Yuan cautiously observed Tao Charen's expression. How long did you stay in the darkness? Protection. Was someone protecting you? Who was it? Fear. What does that feel like? No, what were you afraid of? Questions came one after another. By the end, it was almost urgent. 50 basic conversation tips to avoid awkward silence seemed very useful. Following the book's guidance, Yu Yuan asked the first question, followed by the second and third, which came out without hesitation. He finally realized he had asked a bit too many questions. It seemed these questions had been prepared in his mind long ago, and he was just taking this opportunity to say them all. The Queen's expression, however, remained indifferent, seemingly unsurprised by his performance. Her eyes never reflected anyone, perhaps because of this. Whether one was dull and clumsy or adept and confident, it didn't matter to her. This left him feeling frustrated, bitter, and even afraid. Yes, the more he interacted with the Queen, the more afraid he became. His heart felt as if it had been torn in two. The more joy he felt, the more pain he experienced. Seeing her brought him happiness, but his anxiety also grew with each passing day. He feared the inevitable separation. His desires increased, his satisfaction grew, and his very being became unrecognizable. He fully understood the meaning of fear and dread. But did the Queen feel the same way? Even Yu Yuan, who never struggled with interpersonal relationships, and whose communication and conflict resolution relied primarily on fighting and eating, vaguely understood that these two emotions were different. She wouldn't be afraid of such things. So it's incomprehensible. It's not because of the darkness. Then what is it for? Yu Yuan wasn't Shenling. At the time, he was only a rank B and didn't have the authority to go to the Star Moon Palace, so he didn't know what Tao Charen's bedroom in the Radiant Chamber looked like. A white room with black bed curtains. She spent most of her day in the black bed curtains. Although this might not have been her intention, she did subconsciously use darkness as a form of protection. Why? Tao Charen didn't reply. She was startled by Yu Yuan's words. Although she was surprised that she had finally spoken in front of someone, it wasn't something to be overly surprised about. She was socially awkward, not mute, so why couldn't she say something? Besides, she hadn't had any major problems communicating with people in her previous life. But she really couldn't answer any of Yu Yuan's questions. The time spent in the darkness. She forgot? Who protected her? No one. She didn't know either. What was she afraid of? She knew her social anxiety would have been cured long ago. Since there was no answer, Tao Charen simply remained silent. Moreover, that familiar gaze, that chilling atmosphere, seemed to have returned. Because she had jumped from grade B to grade A, the barrier's effectiveness was diminishing, and Tao Charen sensitively noticed Yu Yuan's changes. From unforgettable to obedient, the former was outwardly apparent, while the latter was hidden within. Because his desires were not small, he displayed a dormant attitude, seemingly easier to get along with, but in reality, his dependence on her had deepened. Yu Yuan was evolving rapidly, approaching grade A citizen in both physical strength and mental tendencies. No need to look anymore. She had obtained the first-hand data on humanization. Tao Charen thought that she could now shake off Shenling and Yu Yuan, leave this laboratory, and begin the next step. Chapter 20. 50 Basic Conversation Tips to Avoid Awkward Silence seemed to be losing its effectiveness again. Sure enough, he must have said something wrong. Yu Yuan felt a sense of frustration and helplessness. His dimming eyes revealed heartbreak and disappointment. He seemed to understand Shenling a little better now. While the two were talking, Xiaopu kept circling around the control room. It quietly landed on the energy storage crystal, diligently absorbing energy, scavenging every last drop of the backup supply that supported the laboratory's operation. Chirp chirp. Having eaten its fill, Xiaopu's flight was even lighter than usual. It chirped happily twice, perched on Tao Charen's shoulder, and affectionately nibbled on a lock of her hair. Yu Yuan felt a pang of envy for the mechanical bird. He decided that from now on, he would be sworn enemies with the citizens of the bird race. Tao Charen knew there was nothing left to take. Xiaopu's resupply was complete. The energy obtained from the energy storage crystal was even enough for it to complete another jump. She gave Xiaopu half a day to keep the laboratory. After half a day, the energy-depleted laboratory would be nothing but scrap metal. She gave Xiaopu all the usable reagents and materials. Even so, Tao Charen still felt a pang of heartache. After she left, the terrible cold and hurricane outside would assault the undefended building, rapidly damaging the equipment and experimental materials, leaving no chance of turning the tide. Of course, even the harshest natural environment would hardly have any effect on the physically robust Class A citizens. However, it was impossible for them to protect this place on their own. Even a runaway queen is still a queen, and a queen must abide by the rules she sets. Otherwise, if the rules are disregarded, she have no chance to escape peacefully. Upon seeing Shenling's research topic and subjects, Tao Charan understood that this laboratory shouldn't exist. However, Tao Charan did have her own selfish motives. When the fierce winds destroyed everything, her traces would be hidden, which would buy her some time. Tao Charan listed the people who might find this place and hinder her future plans. First was Xian Luo, whom she had seen in the video. He was probably already on his way. Since Xian Luo knew that Lan Huan wasn't far away, Lan Huan seemed to have some other ideas, and Tao Charan wasn't entirely sure. Given their personalities, Bai Yu and Hong Chong would likely come looking for her. They each had their own connections, but they might arrive a little later. She wasn't very familiar with Song He, but given the universal rule of the Queen's powerful attraction, it was essential to be cautious. Then, there were Bai Yun and Luo Ying. Recalling their reluctant farewell, Tao Charan suspected that the two of them would eventually come looking for her. Oh, she almost forgot about the planet's native inhabitants. It would be strange if Shenling and Yu Yuan let her go in their conscious state. The variables involved, such as who arrived first and who didn't, were far too numerous. The worst-case scenario was that they would all gather at the same time, but that would definitely be a chaotic scene she couldn't handle. This place was about to descend into chaos. She was already struggling to deal with just one citizen. If a whole bunch of people arrived, she would definitely have a social anxiety attack on the spot and be captured and taken back to the Star Moon Palace in no time. Tao Charan knew perfectly well that leaving this place was imminent. Xiao Pu was also fully prepared. The dawn of victory was just ahead. Tao Charan could almost see the joy of solitude beckoning her. Only the final step remained. Her attention finally shifted quietly to Yu Yuan. The jump could not be hindered in any way. Yu Yuan was still immersed in negative emotions. Of course, he also sensed that the Queen seemed to have undergone some unsettling changes since entering the control room. Yu Yuan was best at discerning the direction of ocean currents. He could grasp a tiny thread amidst a myriad of clues, peeling back the layers to reveal the core truth. This was why Shenling had chosen him as her assistant back then. Yu Yuan was meticulous and sensitive. Everything today was abnormal, but the most abnormal thing was the Queen herself. The mechanical bird chased after the Queen's long, black hair, a pulling motion, as if trying to drag her in an unknown direction. Xiao Pu was indeed urging Tao Charan on. Although theoretically there was still half a day before danger, this was, after all, a rapidly changing universe, and no one could guarantee against unforeseen circumstances. Running out of energy in an instant was not impossible. Your Majesty. Yu Yuan couldn't help but approach her, the shattered glass seemingly about to scatter on the ground. He asked anxiously, "What exactly do you intend to do?" This was the fourth question. Tao Charan hadn't answered the first three questions because she didn't know the answers. She wouldn't answer this one because she didn't want to provoke Yu Yuan. Xiao Pu was poised and ready, waiting only for Tao Charan's command, to proceed in the same manner it had with Shenling. Tao Charan nodded almost imperceptibly. Then, a syringe was ejected from the bird's beak, and Xiao Pu's mechanically stitched body rushed towards Yu Yuan at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Yu Yuan reached out, as if trying to grasp something, to crush something, but seeing the Queen's indifferent attitude, his hand fell back down, letting the cold liquid pierce his veins. Tao Charan took a step back. The two were already separated by distance, and Yu Yuan had been suppressing his urge to approach, wanting the king to speak properly. But why? Weren't they just talking? Why treat me like this? Yu Yuan felt an emotional upheaval greater than loneliness or fear, a boundless sorrow, wider than the ocean, a sorrow capable of drowning him. He wanted to cry, but no tears came. He wanted to laugh, but his lips wouldn't move. All his previous emotions seemed like a joke. He felt as cold as the injected liquid. "You want me to die?" Yu Yuan asked. His beautiful face was ashen, like that of a dying man devoid of hope. His once vibrant eyes had finally settled into an inorganic stillness. Tao Charan then glanced at him slightly. This was the first time she had looked at him intentionally, yet she still avoided direct eye contact. Tao Charan was somewhat surprised. According to the dosage Xiao Pu had injected, Yu Yuan should have collapsed long ago, but he seemed completely unresponsive. What was going on? Tao Charan subconsciously listed the relevant data she had collected, trying to guess the reason for this situation. In terms of drug resistance, Shinling's conditions were far more favorable than Yu Yuan's. His very essence was a medicinal herb. Yet, Tao Charen's formula was effective against him. What's the difference between Yu Yuan and Shinling? Yu Yuan eats too many different things. Tao Charen then realized she had made a mistake. She pursed her lips, realizing the situation she was about to face. If she couldn't kill him in one blow, he would definitely be more cautious next time. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the chances of a citizen going berserk during an emotional outburst were often greatly increased, and Tao Charen didn't dare to imagine the cost of calming him down. Tao Charen signaled Xiao Pu to change the medicine. Tao Charen was, of course, prepared for such unexpected situations. But when she found that changing 4 or 5 different medicines still had no effect, Tao Charen told Xiao Pu to stop. No need to bother. The goo created by Shinling was truly immune to all poisons. Awkward. How should she deal with this situation? Tao Charen felt a sense of unease. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan was still waiting for the queen's reply. The queen's decree was a judgment, and the words of a loved one could determine whether he went to heaven or hell. He didn't understand how things had turned out this way. But maybe the king just liked treating him this way? Yu Yuan even began to deceive himself. Maybe the king had the same thoughts as him, drugging him only to devour him. Yes, because there were many moments when he also wanted to do that. Eating her and being eaten by her were both pleasurable for him. So it's normal for the king to have such thoughts, right? Both of their minds were racing, and apart from the sound of Xiao Pu flapping its wings, there was complete silence. For a moment, the scene was eerily harmonious. Finally, Tao Charen, wanting to escape immediately and already feeling dizzy, couldn't take it anymore. At this rate, even half a day wouldn't be enough. She had to act quickly. First, she should start by answering the other party's question. Tao Charen summoned the light screen. In this crucial social moment, the AI was more reliable than her. I don't want to. The AI faithfully conveyed her meaning. Living experimental subjects should be monitored and contained by the silk entangling workshop. Yu Yuan's eyelashes trembled, her expression blank. Then another book appeared on the light screen. The word Silk Entangling Workshop Prohibited Research Catalog on the cover glowing slightly. Opening the first page, in the first section on Basic Principles, the first paragraph was heavily underlined in red. All projects must be reported and approved before research can proceed. Using citizens as live experimental subjects is strictly prohibited. Hiding dangerous goods in submitted reports and results is strictly prohibited. Killing other citizens to seize their research results is strictly prohibited. Confiscated live experimental subjects and dangerous goods should be monitored and observed by the Silk Entangling Workshop before being disposed of. Any disputes may be submitted to the Jade Ruling Pavilion for handling, with the Queen's ruling as the final authority. So, the Queen intends to hand him over to the Silk Entangling Workshop. While using official statements to deceive the ignorant citizens, Tao Charen also felt that the Rose Pavilion's work in popularizing law was arduous and far-reaching. However, she thought this reason was perfectly reasonable. She was the queen. What was wrong with fulfilling her duty and actively upholding the laws and regulations of the current universe? But then again, Yu Yuan was truly a perfect experimental subject. He completed his evolution through his own abilities, and there were still many things about him worth exploring. Even in Tao Charen's laboratory in her previous life, as an experimental subject, his value would rank among the top 3. If she could use him for more experiments, she could definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort and obtain many conclusions she wanted. Such experimental subjects would be incredibly attractive to any researcher. However, Tao Charen would no longer do that. Chapter 21. Then, why did you suddenly inject externally? Yu Yuan was aware of the different injections he had received earlier. Perhaps because he had consumed many citizens carrying highly poisonous substances, he had gained some understanding of drug components. He could sense the effects of these liquids, anesthesia, weakness, and a few other things. Since there were no directly lethal drugs, Yu Yuan believed half of the queen's words. The eye countered, "Will you go to the Silk Entangling Workshop?" No. He was extremely unwilling. Because the queen was here, he absolutely refused to be separated from her. If he went to the Silk Entangling Workshop and was monitored, he wouldn't be able to see her again. Thus, Yu Yuan understood Tao Charen's meaning. Because he wouldn't go himself, she wanted to send him there. She showed absolutely no reluctance. Those special treatments, so precious to him, left not a ripple in the queen's heart. Yu Yuan completely trusted Tao Charen's words. But this wasn't the answer he wanted. He needed to make a choice. Should he obey the queen's will, or follow his own heart and instincts? This was a question almost every citizen who encountered the queen had faced. Little Pooh, full of energy, folded his wings and hovered in the air after being summoned back by Tao Charen. The barrier remained open, but its influence on Class A was still limited. Tao Charan knew Yu Yuan was torn, and frankly, she wasn't confident she could command these citizens to obey orders. Past experience had taught her that giving them complete control over the choice was highly unreliable. Therefore, Tao Charan rarely gives the other party a choice. For example, her escape this time was a masterstroke of acting first and informing later. This time, Tao Charan didn't intend for Yu Yuan to choose either. Such rhetoric was merely a stopgap measure. Since she released the video, those people will only arrive faster. She had to ensure she left within half a day, no matter what. The drugs weren't working. So how could she control a powerful citizen she couldn't subdue by force? As long as her jump wasn't interfered with. Tao Charan quickly came up with a bold idea. She found Yu Yuan in a dark room. He was already halfway humanized, yet he hadn't left the room. Based on her experience, laboratory doors were usually specially made, extremely sturdy, precisely to prevent experimental subjects from escaping. What she needed to do now was find a room, let Yu Yuan in, and close the door after she was outside. She didn't need to completely block him out, she just needed to buy time for the jump. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan also made his move. As he approached, Tao Charan understood his choice. You really understand us. In truth, Yu Yuan understood her very well. After all, his job was to assist in the research of the Queen's illness. He could easily discern what distance was the Queen's limit of tolerance. Like now. Tao Charan had nowhere to retreat, forced in front of the monitoring screen. Her hands pressed against the control panel, she weakly supported her body. Yu Yuan knelt down, looking her in the eye. Her weakness was all too obvious. Once touched, her thoughts became chaotic, her body stiffened, and she was completely powerless to resist. At this moment, she was also unable to connect with the mechanical bird's energy fluctuations, leaving her completely at the mercy of others. Her body trembled, and her breathing became rapid. She tried hard to remain calm, but with little success. She was so cute. There was no need for her to struggle so hard to restrain herself. Yu Yuan quietly watched her, and at this moment, he felt a strange sense of peace. Don't be afraid. Your Majesty. Yu Yuan waited for her to recover slightly before touching her. Unlike some of the other citizens who were so aggressive, Yu Yuan began by touching her hair. The distance closed a little further. Tao Charan could even feel the warmth of Yu Yuan's breath, damp like seawater. She remained stiff, her mind blank. Yu Yuan skillfully picked up a strand of her long, black hair and sniffed it. It was her fragrance. Fragile, yet more intoxicating than any scent he had ever smelled before. Little Pooh had been left behind after losing contact with its owner. If it were still on the surveillance camera, it would have noticed that the lock of hair Yu Yuan had picked up was from the same spot it had just been holding. Fish are actually very petty. For the first time, he realized how terrifying jealousy could be. He licked the tip of the hair, as if trying to erase the trace left by the previous creature. So delicious. He couldn't resist taking 2 more bites. He heard the sound of lips colliding, and the rustling sound of chewing. Tao Charan nervously gripped the panel beneath her, her fingers turning white. But apart from the hair, Yu Yuan hadn't actually touched her at all. Unlike Kan Ling, who had been completely driven to madness by her long-term contact with Tao Charan, Yu Yuan, having just encountered the Queen, clearly hadn't relinquished his pride and confidence. He still hoped he was special, still believed he could capture the Queen's gaze. Because there was still hope, he also harbored some apprehension. Are you afraid? His glassy eyes enveloped Tao Charan, who closed them in despair. A gentle, innocent kiss, fleeting, landed on her cheek. Fighting against instinct is agonizing. Yu Yuan felt himself crumbling. Separating body and mind was simply impossible. He knew this touch was a bit too much, but he couldn't resist. Tao Charan's face paled even more. Perhaps because Kan Ling and Yu Yuan had been studying her social anxiety, even in this situation, their first concern was still whether she was afraid. And it was precisely this that gave her the opportunity to resist. Tao Charan bit her lip, forcing out the words through clenched teeth. Afraid, she said. Her voice was still soft, small, like a hallucination. She was telling the truth. Yu Yuan looked at her, her thin body was limp, as if boneless. She could only half support herself on the machine, struggling to maintain her remaining sanity. But this time, he was absolutely certain that the Queen had answered his question. How pitiful. How adorable. After the ecstatic response, her faltering spirit finally swayed in another direction due to a stroke of luck. Don't be afraid of me. He even moved a little distance away, eagerly displaying his harmlessness. How can I not be afraid? Get out, Tao Charan said. She still kept her head slightly lowered, not looking at him. But Yu Yuan knew this wasn't an AI's voice, it was entirely her own expression. She spoke more and more. Yu Yuan was happy about her change, and a sense of pride welled up within him. Perhaps what Shiling couldn't do. He could. The queen. Could be. No, she definitely belonged to him. So Yu Yuan obeyed the king's command. He stumbled back to the door of the control room, looking back every few steps. Don't be afraid. I go out now. Seemingly sensing something, he didn't step through the heavy door, but instead turned back, his tall figure looking like a pitiful little dog in a panic. Your Majesty, please talk to me again? Tao Charan ignored him. She only struggled to raise one hand and placed it on her chest. She gasped for breath, sweat pouring down her face, as if she had been terrified and was using this method to dispel her fear. So Yu Yuan had no reason to demand anything. He stepped out the door, utterly dejected. Standing in the doorway, he saw the queen stumble backward. Kaba! The door closed. As the core hub of the entire laboratory, Shiling had done an excellent job of defending the control room. The outer door closed slowly from both sides, but a transparent isolation membrane formed instantly. Yu Yuan's sharp fingertips scratched the isolation membrane, but it had no effect on it. He watched helplessly as Tao Charan hunched over the control panel, not even glancing at him. He'd been fooled. The second time. Yu Yuan finally couldn't deceive himself any longer and realized what the queen really wanted to do. It's nothing more than wanting to abandon him. Alarm. Alarm. Control room under attack. Activate level 1 defense. Completely sealed off. Completely sealed off. The automatic defense system triggered an alarm due to the attack on the isolation membrane, ironically raising the alert level. The camera started rotating, searching for the intruder. Under the ominous red light, Yu Yuan's expression was unreadable. Even this was anticipated. They won't give up. Shiling had a nightmare. In the dream, he seemed to have lost something very important. He searched for a long time, and just as he was about to grasp the figure that haunted his dreams, he was awakened by a deafening alarm the instant the figure turned around. His body felt incredibly heavy. A Class A citizen's robust physique rarely felt such weakness. Shiling rubbed his head, finding himself alone, slumped in a large office chair. His memories gradually returned. His first reaction was, "Where's the queen?" The alarm continued. "The control room is under attack. Level 1 defense activated." The control room? Is it there? Dragging his shaky body, Qianling decided to go check out the control room. Level 1 defense is indiscriminate attack. If the queen is attacked, he couldn't imagine what he would do. But as he walked, he suddenly remembered what he had done to the queen before he lost consciousness. The queen must be afraid of him. Qianling's pace slowed slightly. He rarely hesitated. It was a strange feeling of growing panic the closer he got. What should he do? But only citizens of Class A rank or higher could withstand level 1 defense unscathed. He doubted whether the mechanical bird beside the queen could protect her. Thoughts wavered, but his body resolutely headed in that direction. Qianling decided to hide in the shadows and observe the situation. Then he saw his former colleague, Yu Yuan, frantically attacking outside the control room door. Chapter 22. Success. The alarm sounded, and Tao Charan actually breathed a sigh of relief. This proved she had indeed bought herself time. Xiao Pu, initiate the jump. Her voice was completely different from when she spoke to Yu Yuan earlier. The girl's light tone had shed its stiffness and become fluent. This was her second victory. This victory actually had an element of coincidence. For example, Yu Yuan didn't have much experience interacting with her, so he even gave her a chance. If it were the other 5, they would never have left her at this time. Even so, Tao Charan still felt a glimmer of hope on her escape route. Soon she would be leaving. Without getting up, she remained slumped over the control panel, waiting for Xiao Pu to lead her away. Mentally calmed, but physically still seemed to be recovering from the symptoms of social anxiety. Tao Charan felt limp and powerless. Speaking of which, why is she so socially anxious? Perhaps it's because everyone around her seems to care about this issue to some extent, which has led Tao Charan to ponder it as well. Could she be the only one who thinks her social anxiety stems from this distorted society? No way. No way. Tao Charan thought, her sarcastic tone making her laugh. She was in a truly good mood. Outside, it seemed some citizens had finally learned the truth and were unwillingly attempting to breach the control room's defenses. A grating creaking sound came, accompanied by powerful bang-bang blows, shaking the entire room. Tao Charan could clearly feel Yu Yuan's efforts outside the door. But she quietly raised her hand and covered her ears. She curled up into a small ball. Just like in the dark. Compared to locking others inside, she preferred locking herself in her room. The small world of her room, and later the laboratory, gave her unparalleled security, allowing her to freely pursue her interests and do what she wanted. The sounds of attack outside seemed to be getting louder. The ceiling decorations were falling, the alarm began to sound intermittently, and the lighting system could no longer maintain stability. Blinding light and darkness alternated, as if something terrible had happened. Tao Charan looked at the large screen in the control room. The remaining energy was decreasing too quickly. What happened? According to her calculations, the combat power of a Class A citizen shouldn't be enough to cause the defense system to consume energy to this extent. Tao Charan checked Xiao Pu's status again. A jump usually takes about half an hour to complete, and only about 10 minutes had passed. Tao Charan frowned, sensing something was amiss. Some uncontrollable variable had appeared. She leaned over the sophisticated controller, rapidly manipulating data. Soon, all the surveillance footage from inside and outside the lab appeared before her, accompanied by a dazzling array of analytical charts. Tao Charan quickly scanned countless perspectives, including the footage of Shenling and Yu Yuan attacking the control room. No, even two Class A agents couldn't. Finally, her gaze settled on the surveillance footage facing outwards from the lab. So that's how it is. The last remaining surveillance camera, having transmitted its data and completed its task, rapidly disintegrated in the cosmic storm, turning to dust. This was the unexpected situation Xiao Pu had mentioned when urging her earlier. Actually, cosmic storms are quite common nowadays. They're simply various rays and stardust particles sweeping in, damaging buildings, equipment, etc., and everyone's already used to it. This planet was abandoned because there were too many natural disasters, like cosmic storms, extreme temperatures, hurricanes, and storm surges, and it lacked resources, making it unworthy of development. When Shenling built the laboratory, she did indeed fully consider the possibility of natural disasters. All facilities were very comprehensive, employing the latest technology in the universe, ensuring it was impregnable from the outside in, provided that energy reserves were sufficient. Warning! Warning! Low energy. Low energy. Level 1 defense shut down. Please prepare for evacuation. The energy bar was empty, the flashing bright red indicating that the laboratory system was about to completely collapse. Tao Charan looked at Xiao Pu. The mechanical bird had started up steadily, emitting a faint glow. 8 more minutes needed. But that's the nature of Murphy's Law. Things always seem to go in the opposite direction of what you want. Snap. All the lights and screens in the control room went out. Bang. All the defenses vanished. That heavy door was utterly useless in the hands of two Class A citizens. Bang. It was the sound of the ceiling panel hitting the floor. The control room was on the top floor of the laboratory. Despite its incredibly sturdy construction materials, without the support of energy, it could only bow down and helplessly become a pile of scrap metal during a cosmic storm. Tao Charan was directly beneath the suspended ceiling. In that instant, without time to think, two figures rushed towards Tao Charan without hesitation. One embraced her from the front, the other shielded her head from behind. In that moment, the two moved with perfect coordination, protecting Tao Charan completely. The heavy building materials pressed down, churning with the violent particles outside, striking the heads, shoulders, and bodies of Qianling and Yu Yuan. The flesh and blood of these Class A citizens formed the strongest protective net, shielding Tao Charan from all possible harm. A scene of ruins. The three of them held each other in a twisted position for a while, without making a sound. The first to regain his senses was Qianling, a seasoned Class A citizen who wasn't socially awkward. He first nervously checked on the Queen's condition, but in the darkness, the Queen's head was lowered, and no one could see her expression. Qianling only felt that he was holding a rigid block of ice. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Qianling's voice trembled slightly. Yu Yuan helped the Queen tidy her disheveled hair. "Your Majesty, don't be afraid," he whispered in Tao Charan's ear. Meanwhile, the light emanating from Xiao Pu grew stronger and stronger, accompanied by a booming sound, quickly attracting their attention. But it was too late to stop it. The white light suddenly engulfed Tao Charan. Like a television with a poor signal suddenly flickering, Tao Charan's figure became erratic within the light. The particles maintaining the image gradually dissipated as if delayed, and her petite body was sucked into another space without resistance. Qianling and Yu Yuan's hands missed their mark. Like a nightmare from which he hadn't yet awakened. Was the solidified touch he had just felt real? Ah! Qianling, still embracing her, let out a meaningless sigh. Once again, the same mistake repeated itself. Yu Yuan's hand remained on the queen's head. Why couldn't he have caught her? In the vast universe, he had encountered the only ray of light, only to lose it again. He had already made his choice. The first time, faced with the queen's will and his own instincts, he chose the latter. But the second time, he couldn't hold on to that choice. If he hadn't believed her just now. For a moment, both of them reflected on their mistakes. Next time they would never let her escape again. Qianling and Yu Yuan were both certain they would meet her again. Or rather, they could only believe that one day they would catch up with her. Otherwise, this universe would be too vast and despairing. Did she release you? Qianling twirled his fingers, seemingly trying to hold onto some fading essence. He lazily looked at Yu Yuan. If it weren't for the roots suddenly strangling up from the ground, it would have been like he was exchanging pleasantries with an old friend. Countless thick and thin roots attempted to devour Yu Yuan's body. Without restraint, the citizen's brutal and bloodthirsty nature was exposed without restraint. Buried by the roots, Yu Yuan ignored Qianling's sour tone and paid no attention to the increasing wounds on his body. He mechanically used his sharp scales and teeth to tear at the endlessly coiling roots, then devoured and chewed them. The two had just collaborated. Just because Yu Yuan said, "The queen is inside," Qianling didn't hesitate to act with him. But after failing to keep the queen, they quickly turned against each other, plunging into an endless, bitter battle. Now, their thoughts were perfectly aligned: devour each other. By devouring each other, they could become stronger. They could obtain her. That's good too. After all, the effect is better when they're of the same level. Qianling licked his lips, his gaze towards Yu Yuan like that of someone looking at an inanimate object, yet carrying a strange expectation. His research had finally come in handy. Since it couldn't benefit the queen, what was the point of his existence? He might as well become nourishment, allowing him to reach her side faster. Coincidentally, Yu Yuan thought the same thing. Two Class A citizens fought amidst the ruins of the laboratory, surrounded by raging particles and terrifying hurricanes, neither giving an inch, gambling everything for a sliver of hope. Ultimately, however, Qianling prevailed slightly. His humanized body had only just stabilized, and Yu Yuan hadn't had time to adapt to the new changes. In terms of attack technique and power control, he was far inferior to Qianling. This was why Qianling chose to strike first. He was confident he could defeat Yu Yuan. Perhaps this was part of his plan. After all, every experimental subject was invaluable, and it would be a waste not to make the most of them. But just before the layers of roots were about to successfully devour their opponent, they were torn to shreds by a pair of sharp claws that appeared from nowhere. A terrifying aura emanated from the other side of the space, making both Qianling and Yu Yuan feel immense pressure. Then came two familiar voices. "This is the place in the video. The king must be here." The amber cat eyes, round and bright, revealed a pure joy at the prospect of seeing their master. Baiyu impatiently kicked Luo Ying and Baiyun aside, quietly straightened his spotless white military uniform, and then looked up, his face visibly turned terrifying. "Where is the king?" Chapter 23. A particle storm swept across, leaving only a blank silence on the lightless ruins. "Where is the king?" Baiyu repeated his question, his crimson lips clenching the two words. But no one answered him. The answer was obvious. The thin air seemed to still hold that alluring scent, but since the source was gone, even this faint comfort seemed to be dissipating. The king. Baiyu covered his eyes, concealing the despair, resentment, and exhaustion that followed the collapse of hope. He had traveled a long and arduous journey, following the spatial fluctuations of the Star Moon Palace to the planet Chuisen, where he found the two second-tier trash, who had seen the king. To prevent them from deceiving him, he had to jump with these two burdens, but ultimately, he was too late. Baiyun and Luo Ying finally snapped out of their daze at Baiyu's question. "It's all your fault." The rabbit's bright red eyes immediately locked onto Qianling. "You said you heal her. Where is she?" Luo Ying sneered from the side. "Foolish rabbit. Don't you understand he's lying to you?" "Ha, no, how could the queen be healed by an exiled criminal?" However, it was Luo Ying who first suggested asking Qianling to treat Tao Charan. Since that video circulated on the internet, Baiyun and Luo Ying finally realized Tao Charan's identity. The missed opportunity after this realization was a huge blow to both of them. They were filled with regret and wanted to see the queen again, only to find that Qianling had disappeared with the queen. The asteroid S47508 was indeed little known. They could only analyze the queen's location from the background of the video footage. Fortunately, every action leaves a trace. They started their investigation from the lead of Qianling, and especially after encountering Baiyu, with the help of Chulu, they finally found the right place. But the right person was no longer there. This realization devastated Baiyun and Luing. The video's calming effect limited their berserk state, preserving their sanity and preventing direct conflict with Class A citizens, but it couldn't stop them from questioning and blaming Shenling, the one who had spent the most time alone with the queen. Shenling ignored them and turned to Yuyuan. What did you do to the queen? His plan to devour her was interrupted, but Shenling wasn't particularly bothered. Realizing he had lost his best opportunity, Shenling turned to gathering information through Yuyuan, squeezing every last drop of value from the discarded experimental subject to prepare for future research. He desperately needed to know what had happened to the queen while he was unconscious. This was crucial for his experiment, and for himself. Healing had become an obsession. But behind this obsession lay a burgeoning selfishness. It was clear that something had happened between Yuan and the king. Qianling didn't realize that the gaze she was giving Yuan was exactly the same as the gaze Baiyun and Luoying were giving her. It was sinister and terrifying. She was so jealous, she was almost shedding tears of blood. Yuan, however, didn't even glance at Qianling. He slumped to the ground, his azure pupils fixed on Baiyu. Ignoring the power struggles around him concerning the king, Baiyu, long accustomed to such things, quickly composed himself. His cat-like eyes narrowed into a hunting gaze, as he tried to continue searching for the queen's whereabouts through the fluctuations of the recent jump. They wouldn't give up. Although they exchanged sarcastic remarks, sarcasm, and even physical fights on this one issue, everyone present would make the same choice. The number of citizens in the universe capable of warp jumping using their own power can be counted on 2 hands. Among them, those capable of anti-warp jump reconnaissance are even rarer. At least among the 5 present, only Baiyu could do this. Realizing what Baiyu was doing, the tense atmosphere among them subsided, and their hopeful gazes focused on Baiyu, but it had no effect on him. Baiyu's eyes were fixed only on the king's movements. Like the most skilled hunter, he decomposed and reconstructed space, searching for the king's traces across different dimensions. But he couldn't. Baiyu retreated unwillingly. Just as Tao Charan had predicted, the cosmic storm disrupted the spatial order, and the harsh natural environment erased the traces, like a torrential rain washing away her footprints without a trace. It was hard for the young man's handsome face not to show his frustration, and the remaining few understood the outcome. They were lost in the universe. Where did the king go? Baiyun murmured. Where did he go? You dare to know where the king is? Baiyu's amber-colored vertical pupils were filled with arrogance. Only now did he have time to deal with these annoying pieces of trash. TCH, how annoying. It was unclear whether he was annoyed at arriving too late and missing out on the queen, or annoyed that these citizens had all received some form of favor from the king. In any case, the short-tempered cat raised his gleaming military boots and, with one kick each, casually sent them flying into some unknown dimension. Then, relying on his superior strength, Baiyu wandered around the ruins until he finally found the place where the lingering aura was strongest. He curled up and lay down, hugging the joystick that Tao Charan had once tightly held, now only half intact, like a kitten that had regressed into an insecure creature. My king, I missed you so much. Baiyu patted the top of the joystick with his head, as if imagining someone who didn't exist. His voice was soft, like a sob, or perhaps a plea for help. Surrounded by the king's aura, Baiyu gradually felt himself relax. His body, which had been tense for days, slowly relaxed, becoming softer, and his anxious mind calmed down. Wait! Why did the king's aura linger for so long? Even when others were still around, Baiyu had noticed this persistent, familiar aura. At the time, he thought it was because the king had just left and had stayed there for a long time. But now, having calmed down, he finally realized something was wrong. Baiyu sat up, frowning. He sniffed the scent emanating from the joystick in his hand, examining it closely. Sure enough, he spotted a faint, dark red mark on the side of the joystick, barely noticeable. Upon closer inspection, the scent was incredibly strong. Exactly the same as the one in the 6 small bottles he held. But because the mark was so small, it was difficult to detect, both in appearance and scent. Baiyu's heart sank. He sat cross-legged atop the ruins, treading on countless fragments of architecture, caressing the dark red mark. His fingertips brushed against her last trace, and the scales of his heart swayed. Really? He murmured. Why did we run? It's dangerous everywhere outside. This wasn't the first time Baiyu had this question. The queen might have her own reasons, but no citizen could tolerate the king being harmed. Just imagining the source of the marks on the joystick made Baiyu's heart ache. So, Baiyu finally opened his personal terminal. He was about to initiate a call in the group chat when he received another video call invitation. Baiyu accepted. One familiar face after another appeared on the screen. Except for the severely injured Red Rose, the leaders of the 5 Radiant Gates were all gathered. The one who sent the invitation was Blue Illusion. In the video, he sat on the only relic of the old Star Moon Palace. The large bed where the king had spent day and night, leaning against the bedpost, lost in thought. His dark hair mingled with the black bed curtains, and a hint of melancholy lingered in the jade-like young master's blue eyes. One hand fiddled with the screen of his personal terminal, while the other lingered on the delicate fabric beside him, seemingly trying to draw something from the seams. His behavior then drew the unanimous criticism of the other two. The queen doesn't seem to have allowed you to use her bed. Xianluo's baby face was pale, as if he had just recovered from an illness. He seemed to be in the cockpit of some spaceship, speaking coldly. His Majesty will be angry if she finds out. Song, he stated the facts simply. I will report the truth to His Majesty. You don't need to pretend, just speak your mind. His strong body, as upright as a pine tree, moved in another direction. The branches of the Tree of Life occasionally swept across the sky, and the rumbling behind Song he faded into the distance, leaving the Star Moon Palace, currently under reconstruction, behind him. Lan Huan chuckled, then shifted his body, this time reclining on the bed. It was a rather unseemly movement, yet it possessed a certain ethereal beauty. You all seen that video, haven't you? Lan Huan said slowly. The queen told us not to look for her, and promised all citizens would return to the Star Moon Palace in a year. What do you think? He seemed completely disregarding the queen's feelings, which surprised Song He and Xianluo for a moment. What do they think? Why tell him? Despite these thoughts, a strange force seemed to drive and tempt Xianluo to speak. Liar, he murmured. She won't come back. When they saw the video, everyone clearly understood the queen's meaning. She said she wanted to find a way to cure the berserk state. What would happen if she solved it? She could leave without any ties, free to roam. Those sweet words, uttering reassurance and trust, were nothing but a trap beneath the surface of poison, foolishly swallowed by those unaware of the truth. Fortunately, those who had served her for years, having learned their lesson through blood and tears, had not yet been deceived. Find her, protect her, hide her away. Some thought this. But Lan Huan never felt that was enough. A liar, he repeated. Yes, she's a liar. She swindled him out of his entire fortune, leaving him with nothing. The moment he saw that video, Lan Huan understood that his plan, before it even began, was already doomed. He could no longer succeed. He had schemed and plotted, painstakingly creating chaos in the universe, all for her glance. But she had solved all the problems alone. Her conviction was unwavering, her steps relentless, he could no longer stop her. If that's the case, what's the point of rebuilding the Star Moon Palace? What's the point of the 5 gates of radiance still existing? And if their long lives ahead are filled with suffering, why not end it here and now, in the place where she once existed? Chapter 24. Lan Huan looked at the other 3 faces. How naive they were, thinking that as long as they chased after them, they could reach that radiant light. But the radiance wouldn't linger for anyone. Forcibly holding it would only. Lan Huan didn't want to think anymore, he had already made up his mind. His deep blue pupils became incredibly profound, seemingly becoming vortexes that would suck anyone in if they stared at them. From the other side of the video, it seemed as if powder was falling like snowflakes. Xianluo suddenly felt as if these snowflakes had passed through the screen and landed on him. Song He blinked. Unlike Xianluo, he wasn't exhausted by the battle, so he was only momentarily stunned by Lan Huan's unexpected attack. This level of fighting often happened in the Star Moon Palace. So Song He didn't pay any attention. He didn't even warn Xianluo, he just watched leisurely, intending to be the fisherman, adding insult to injury after the 2 sides had fought. Upon seeing the queen's video, Song He immediately changed his mind. Since leaving was inevitable, he could only be the first to find her. Just now, news of the queen arrived from Songtao Palace. It was said that someone on a remote asteroid had seen the queen, apparently a citizen who grew radishes. Compared to the other 4 sects, Songtao Palace had a deeply entrenched network of connections and a vast population, even scattered throughout the universe. If he wanted to find someone, he had a significant advantage over the others. Song He was very confident. If Lan Huan hadn't received the video request, and if he hadn't wanted to check on the progress of the others, he should have already met that citizen, and perhaps even the queen herself. The snowstorm intensified. Even Song He felt the biting cold. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, he seemed to see a familiar, petite figure approaching him. The king? Reason told him it was impossible, but his spirit trusted him before his body could. A surge of joy overwhelmed him, making him want to lose himself in the dream. His white lips curved into a thin line. Snow covered his brows and eyes. Xian Luo and Song He were both trapped in the illusion, at Lan Huan's mercy. He saw it too, of course. Lan Huan was among the top 5 Super A level, most renowned for his illusions. He was extremely adept at understanding people's hearts, always able to find his enemies' weaknesses and strike decisively. But in truth, their weaknesses were so obvious. It was the Queen. The Queen approaching him. An illusion capable of affecting a Super 8 level was extraordinary. Lan Huan had probably exerted all his strength. Baiyu felt his reason begin to lean towards his vision, but his boiling emotions cooled abruptly when he touched that figure. Baiyu awoke from his hallucination. The Queen approached him, blood dripping from her hands. His deepest fears were stirred up. Perhaps because he had just imagined such a scenario, Baiyu saw red plum blossoms blooming on the snow, now obscured by white snow. The Queen walked alone through the world, crimson blood flowing from her fingertips, one step, one drop, one step, one drop, accompanied only by the blizzard and her unhealed wounds. Enough, Baiyu said. The snow continued to fall, endlessly, as if it would fall until the end of time. Her journey was so difficult, as if she would never reach his place. I said enough. Baiyu finally roared, "Can't you hear me? Don't treat her like this." The shackles binding him shattered with the full force of the super armor level attack, finally freeing Baiyu to move. He closed his eyes briefly, then reappeared, already beside Lan Huan. Sharp claws gripped Lan Huan's slender neck, but Lan Huan offered no resistance, simply closing his eyes calmly, releasing all his strength, letting his body sink completely into the bedding still imbued with the Queen's aura. The blizzard stopped. Flying scales covered the ground. Due to overuse, Lan Huan's once vibrant gauze robes had lost their luster. Baiyu held him as if squeezing a lifeless, dying butterfly. How could you bear to? Baiyu's sharp nails dug into the pale skin, the force so great it felt like he wanted to tear Lan Huan's head off. His voice, strained from his throat, was terribly hoarse. "She's injured, do you know that?" The butterfly's wings trembled slightly. Lan Huan's eyes snapped open. "What did you say? I thought you only knew how to fight and kill, but it turns out you actually care about the Queen." Baiyu's fingers deepened, his eyes filled with mockery. "The Queen is so fragile. Her skin reddens at the slightest touch. A simple storm could kill her, and you still have the leisure to fight amongst yourselves?" His Queen, so pitiful. He had to find her, and hold her in his arms as soon as possible. He had originally thought that gathering the strength of the 5 Radiant Gates would speed things up, but after observing for so long, none of these citizens with the highest combat power, besides himself, were reliable. He felt wronged, and that the king hadn't deserved it. His amber eyes, blazing with a ferocious, bestial rage, betrayed his intense resentment. Baiyu tossed Lan Huan off the bed and tossed him the joystick as evidence, watching him tremble as he frantically examined it. After confirming Baiyu's account, Butterfly finally began to struggle violently. "Injured? How could she be injured? Who hurt her? How is she now? Is anyone helping her? No, we must find her immediately." Completely devoid of his usual composure, Lan Huan now seemed dazed, sitting on the floor in a disheveled state, his face filled with confusion, his movements frantic and utterly disoriented. Under their care, the king had never suffered any external injuries. No, occasionally, but those were at the king's insistence. But what might she encounter outside? Lan Huan had once thought he was just one of the king's many admirers. Even without him, there were other citizens, and the king's safety was assured. But as it turned out, without him by his side, the king would be injured. In just a few breaths, the butterfly rediscovered its purpose. He quickly calmed down. "Where did you find this?" Lan Huan asked. His thoughts gradually cleared. Since Baiyu had come to find him, it meant he hadn't seen the king at all, otherwise, he would have left with the king long ago. "I sent you the location," Baiyu said. He reached out and pulled the dazed Xian Luo inside, then turned to Song He, who had just teleported here. "Any news from Song Tao Palace and Chan Si Fong?" Only now, apart from the Rose Pavilion, did the other 4 Radiant Gates truly synchronize the information they possessed. However, the final location could only be traced back to S47508, and beyond that, there were no clues. Hurry up, otherwise. Chuelu Star. Shiyu Tower, 2nd Military Council Hall. Lin Gu intently swiped the screen in front of him. The video on the homepage of Huiguang Network was playing for the 348th time. He had even memorized every subtle movement and expression of the Queen, let alone this short speech he had memorized. "Please believe me, thank you." Lin Ji's voice unconsciously overlapped with the voice in the video. Then he smiled foolishly, his round black eyes overflowing with joy. The Queen was saying thank you. That everyone included him, right? Of course, believe the queen, no need to thank me, he. Then the 349th time it started playing. He was the only administrator in the huge reporting hall. Just when Lin Gu thought a perfect day would pass in the queen's company, a small sound suddenly came from outside the heavy transparent door. Other citizens have arrived. Lin Gu hurriedly turned off the video and sat up straight. But where are they? He waited a while, but no one came in. That shouldn't be the case. Lin Gu raised his feathered arm and scratched his head. Could he be hallucinating? While pigeons' hearing isn't as good as bats or owls, it's still quite good, isn't it? Full of questions, Lin Gu decided to take the initiative. He stood up and pushed open the door. Huh? Nobody's here? His head nimbly turned around, and Lin Gu, unconvinced, continued searching for the source of the sound, finally spotting a rather strange citizen in an inconspicuous corner. She wore a long black robe, the hood obscuring half her face, while the other half was completely hidden by a mask. Her right hand was in a normal human form, but from her left sleeve emerged a thick, reddish-brown branch, with several small flower buds coiled around it. Lin Gu immediately understood. Chiyu Tower and Chauncey Workshop cooperated in many areas, and besides the Second Army, several citizens providing technical support resided year-round on Chuelu Star. These Chauncey Workshop citizens lived secluded lives, and their appearance was quite similar to the person before him. Moreover, these were turbulent times, so it was reasonable for someone from Chauncey Workshop to come. But why didn't she come in? The council hall was located at the highest point of the flower and bird garden. It must be so cold outside. Lin Gu felt a pang of sympathy. He held the door open for her and politely invited her in. Are you here to report for duty? He led the way, speaking warmly as they walked. But a pair of round, bright eyes involuntarily glanced behind her, watching the other person's every move. Looks like a plant-based citizen. Such cute flower buds. Is it a peach tree? She nodded. But why is she so far away? Please give me the personal terminal. Lin Gu returned to the back office, solemnly extending his hand. But a strange expectation flickered in his eyes. Her hands are so small. They must feel so nice. But to Lin Ji's disappointment, the other person didn't place the personal terminal directly in his hand, but instead placed it far away on the table and pushed it away. Without even saying a word, Lin Gu concealed the disappointment in his eyes, and finally began to work. Ding! Identity verification complete. Name, Tao Tao. Rank, Class B. Affiliation, Chansifeng. No criminal record. Verification passed. Please proceed. Okay. Lin Gu said with a smile, welcome to Chulixing Flower and Bird Garden. Have a pleasant day. Two hands covered in gray-black feathers held the peripheral of the quantum computer and presented it to her. Suppressing the urge to back away, Tao Charan extended her only hand and lightly brushed it across the other's palm like a dragonfly skimming the water. Lin Gu then jumped out of the backstage area with a bang and eagerly opened the door for her. Watching her departing figure, Lin Gu felt a strange sense of loss. Back at his workstation, Lin Gu didn't open the video he had been watching. He stared blankly at the address the system had just assigned him. Caring for a new citizen is also my duty. So it's normal to visit, right? Chapter 25. Tao Charan walked quietly in the shadows of the flower and bird garden street. Looking down from the council hall, all she saw were ruins and broken walls, with a few strangely shaped citizens occasionally darting by. The video's effects would take time to spread, and the chaos outside hadn't completely subsided. Tao Charan covered herself up completely, avoiding anyone she saw, planning to settle into her newly assigned apartment until the situation stabilized. Xiaopu transformed into an ordinary personal terminal wrapped around her wrist, creating the visual illusion of tree branches. Her face was already known to everyone through the video. Without disguise, she would likely be recognized immediately. Fortunately, Tao Charan had anticipated this situation at the Star Moon Palace and included disguise in her defenses. Just in case, she also wore a mask. Having done everything she could, Tao Charan finally felt a sense of security. She looked at the location automatically displayed on her personal terminal, Area D, Unit 41. A quick navigation reveals the straight-line distance to her is approximately 692 kilometers. Walking there is clearly impossible. But in the current situation, are there any spaceships available? Chuelu Star, in Tao Charan's opinion, should actually be called Chuelu Star, meaning land-covered star. The entire planet consists of two layers. The lower layer is an endless expanse of flower fields, while the upper layer centers on the largest landmass, the flower and bird garden, with islands of varying sizes floating around it, creating a spectacular land-in-the-sky phenomenon. Sector D is located at the very edge of this island group. The data indicates that the flower and bird garden is Chuelu Star's largest public area, while the surrounding islands are mostly private residential areas. There's no bridge connecting the two, so how do the other residents get home? Looking up at the sky, and receiving another notification from Xiao Pu, Tao Charan skillfully pulled down her hood and hid in a corner of the wall. The swirling air currents tousled her long hair, and a huge shadow enveloped her before disappearing. The bird was more than 10 times the size of Tao Charan, blotting out the sky like a suddenly passing cloud, swiftly streaking across the horizon above her. Most of the citizens of Flower and Bird Garden were winged. In short, they could fly. Tao Charan couldn't fly. Xiao Pu could fly, but that didn't give her wings. The successive setbacks left Tao Charan somewhat disheartened. Logically, this jump had learned from the previous experience. The landing location after the space jump was perfect, and her disguise was flawless. However, not being a citizen, even with Xiao Pu, life was more inconvenient than she had imagined. For example, when she went to report to the Second Army, she couldn't even open the door. Now, she finally has her own house, but she can't go back. Ultimately, it's because Chuelu Star isn't actually Tao Charan's best choice. In her list of habitable planets, it's only a backup option. Living in a military stronghold like Chiyu Tower would be too restrictive and dangerous. But Tao Charan chose it as her second stop because, after what happened on Suisun Star, she discovered that some people might understand her better than she thought. Being able to deduce her desired destination based on her personality and principles is far more dangerous for Tao Charan. Besides, while Chuelu Star is inconvenient to access and fraught with danger, it's not without its merits. At least the privacy is ample. Each floating island houses only one citizen, and D District, being the outermost area, goes unnoticed. Furthermore, this fake identity at the silk entangling workshop comes with a job that can be done from home, so living shouldn't be a problem in the short term. Anyway, she should first check the outer station of Flower and Bird Garden to see if there are any more spaceships. Tao Charan moved stealthily, constantly hiding. At sunset, she finally reached the nearest Bird Garden station. But unfortunately, just as she feared, the entire station was empty. Not a single spaceship was there. With order completely broken, the transportation system was obviously paralyzed. What to do? Tao Charan stood there pondering. A gust of wind swept by, and she instinctively dodged to the side, then felt a massive figure stop beside her. "Hey! Help me stop it!" She heard someone shout from afar. "Stop what?" She looked up in surprise. It was a hawk twice her height. Its clear, black and white eyes looked down at her condescendingly. Completely devoid of reason and thought, the raptor locked onto its prey, its black wings slightly spread, displaying a poised, ready-to-strike posture. Tao Charan froze, her face deathly pale beneath the hood. This was why she had been desperately trying to maintain order. If chaos ensued, no matter how careful or hard she tried, she would be unable to overcome her physical weakness and would be at the mercy of others. Little Pooh on her wrist was poised, waiting for the right moment. But in reality, because of the recent leap, Little Pooh's energy was once again running low. A massive eagle's head slammed down on Tao Charan, its curved beak almost touching the tip of her masked nose. Tao Charan's gaze fell downwards. The smooth downy feathers of its head brushed against her cheek, but because it didn't control its force well, it made her stumble. "Which team are you from? Didn't I tell you to hold them off? Why don't you attack?" "Hey!" The voice drew closer. Beneath a white cloak, a few buttons were loosely fastened. A tall, slender man yawned and floated in from the other side in an instant. "People from the silk entangling workshop?" A handsome face furrowed, then quickly regained its nonchalant expression. Well, the silk entangling workshop guys weren't under his jurisdiction. But this aura was somewhat alluring. Could her true form be some kind of being capable of influencing the mind? Xue Xiao habitually analyzed. But what surprised him even more was that Song Ming, whose berserk state was so deep that he couldn't even maintain his human form, hadn't attacked the other party. Could it be that the video played for him earlier had finally worked, but Xue Xiao dismissed the idea the next second. Because the eagle spread its wings defiantly, let out a sharp cry, and swooped down towards him, as if determined to fight him to the death. "Hey! Wake up!" Xue Xiao quickly dodged. "You almost completely demolished the flower and bird pavilion. If I get demolished too, this second army will be finished. Seriously, the commander has gone mad. Let's all just go down together." Xue Xiao complained, but his fighting skills were anything but hesitant. In the blink of an eye, the two birds exchanged dozens of blows in the air. However, what Xue Xiao found absurd was that Song Ming was also a Class A, and he should have been giving it his all, but for some reason, his attention was involuntarily drawn to that citizen from the silk entangling workshop. This is so strange. The opponent only looks like a rank B fighter. How could they possibly affect his mind this much? She slowly got up from the ground. She hugged her knees and sat in the corner. She curled up. She was scared, wasn't she? But then again, most of the members of the silk entangling sect aren't very good at fighting, and Song Ming is too fierce. How could he act like this in front of her? It makes him look so uncool. Poor thing. I really want to hug her and comfort her. Xue Xiao felt he couldn't fight here anymore. He led Song Ming as far away from Tao Charan as possible, but when he couldn't see her, he felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. If he didn't see her for a moment, he would wonder how she was doing. Oh, really? He might be going crazy. His personal terminal automatically displayed a screen. His teammate, covered in blood, was desperately pleading for his help, but he couldn't hear anything, only concerned with whether she was still scared. This can't go on. Xue Xiao forced himself to lure Song Ming away, and then go support his subordinates. That's what he should be doing now. But she couldn't help but look in her direction. No, she didn't even glance at him. Let's go, we meet again eventually. Xue Xiao tried to convince herself. Enraged by the man's attack, the eagle chased after him into the distance. Tao Charan only dared to get up from the ground after their figures had completely disappeared. Could she really leave this flower and bird garden? Tao Charan deeply doubted it. She didn't know these two people well, nor did she remember their names, but she should have seen them before. Commander. The degree of berserk was too deep. Generally speaking, the inability to maintain human form is the last step before self-destruction. A citizen is a citizen because they still possess humanity, and consider themselves human. When they abandon reason and revert to a primal, bestial state, death is imminent. The berserk state can be calmed by video, provided the citizen remains a citizen, and as long as they possess humanity, there is still a possibility of salvation. Like this eagle, it's beyond saving. Tao Charan straightened her clothes, intending to find a place to rest in the flower and bird garden and spend the night there. She turned around. A shadow fell. A massive, streamlined body stopped beside her. The eagle's clear black and white eyes locked onto her once more. There was not a trace of human emotion in them, only the greedy desire of a beast. Even so, it still gently brushed against her, with the finest downy feathers on its head. This time, its pressure was perfectly controlled. Tao Charan stood firmly, only feeling a soft, warm touch on her face. Knowing that the person before her was not human, Tao Charan felt slightly more at ease. At her instruction, a syringe emerged from Xiao Pu's beak. A slender, pale forearm was revealed, the sharp needle probing inside, extracting a steady stream of red liquid. Actually, it wasn't incurable. It was just that the medicine was extremely rare. The hawk seemed to have sensed something, flapping its wings restlessly, shooing away Xiao Pu's attempts to approach. The syringe filled with red liquid then fell into Tao Charan's hand. Tao Charan stood on tiptoe. The hawk's head obediently lowered. He was unusually docile for a bird of prey, his majestic black wings folded, quietly watching Tao Charan inject the liquid into his neck. Humanity was slowly returning. His human and beast forms began to become unstable. His form shifted frequently between the two, and Song Ming's expression gradually became agitated, because transforming from beast to human was painful. Tao Charan watched him. After thinking for a moment, she tentatively patted his head. Get well soon, go and fulfill your duties. Chapter 26. The eagle's condition gradually stabilized. After observing for a while, and finding everything alright, Tao Charan decided to leave. Hopefully, the commander's awakening would allow Chuelu Star's transportation system to be restored quickly, otherwise, she might have to sleep on the streets. However, she hadn't gone far when she encountered Xue Xiao rushing towards her. Although she walked close to the wall, trying to be as inconspicuous as if she didn't exist, Xue Xiao still spotted her immediately. His military uniform seemed to have many more stains, making him look even more disheveled. But as soon as his gaze fell on Tao Charan, a wide smile spread across his face. Xue Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "You haven't left yet." Then, in the blink of an eye, he was already close to Tao Charan. Xue Xiao looked her up and down with concern, even wanting to touch her to check for injuries. "Are you alright? Chuelu Star is in chaos right now. We issued a notice ordering all citizens to stay home. Your Chauncey workshop should have received the news too." Tao Charan then took 2 steps back, dodging the hand, and nodded, indicating that she understood. That's strange. Xue Xiao didn't continue, but he felt that something was off about both of them. This person's presence here at this time was highly suspicious. Xue Xiao checked the records. She had just gone to the council hall to register a few hours ago. If she were a technician, she wouldn't choose to come when Chuelu Star was in such chaos. Could she also be out looking for the queen? Or perhaps here to monitor Chiyu Tower? Xue Xiao guessed. Strangely, Xue Xiao, who should have been on guard, didn't seem to feel anything at all. He even had the disrespectful thought, what does it matter what the queen and the second army do? As long as the people in front of me are happy. How terrifying. Even after he finished dealing with things there, he rushed back, telling his subordinates he was looking for the vanished Song Ming, but he knew perfectly well who he was really after. He made a small probe. The citizens of Chuelu Star were mainly from Chiyu Tower, and newcomers wouldn't receive much information. She should have taken the opportunity to inquire about the situation. Her evasive attitude showed she was wary, and didn't want to deal with them. Was it that she didn't want to deal with him, Chiyu Tower, or that she specifically didn't want to deal with him? Xue Xiao had never realized he was such a sensitive person. Help, but he casually withdrew his hand, smilingly changing the subject. Did you see Song Ming later? Oh, that eagle from earlier. Tao Charan pointed in the direction. No way, you actually saw him. Xue Xiao covered his forehead. The strangeness earlier had made him suspect Tao Charan was an enemy, but now, he wasn't sure. If she truly wanted to harm the second army, shouldn't she have concealed Song Ming's whereabouts and allowed him to continue his reckless behavior? He truly couldn't understand her. But he understood himself even less. Just now, all he could think about was how to get her to stay obediently. Not for the second army, and completely unrelated to official duties, she simply wanted to stay by his side. Xue Xiao actually felt that being an enemy wasn't so bad. He could watch over her, act as her supervisor, and ensure she wouldn't harm Chiyu Lu. But he also felt that if she made a request, he wouldn't even be able to refuse. Even betraying the second army and defecting to Changxi Fong wouldn't matter. He really was too severely affected by the berserk state to the point of madness. The more Xue Xiao thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. His heart leaned heavily towards keeping her under surveillance. But looking at her weak and harmless appearance, he just couldn't bring himself to say, "You're suspicious." Never mind. Unable to figure it out, Xue Xiao decided to let her go for now and prioritize dealing with Song Ming's matter. But he still carefully instructed her, Chuelu Star is very dangerous at night. You better find a sturdy place to stay. Oh right, you can't fly, and there are no spaceships left. Where do you live? I take you there. What a good excuse. Xue Xiao applauded himself. This way he could spend more time with her. Tao Charan's heart skipped a beat. Could she trust him? He seemed relatively normal. But it's not uncommon for normal people to become abnormal after interacting with her. Tao Charan showed him the data in her personal terminal. Sector D, number 40. Sector D? Xue Xiao patiently watched her slowly open her personal terminal, then, seeing the numbers, exclaimed in disbelief. They actually let you live in Zone D? Zones A through D are divided not only by their distance from the flower and bird garden, but also by significant differences in living conditions. In short, Zone A, the floating island closest to the flower and bird garden, is the most spacious and comfortable. Song Ming and Xue Xiao both live there. Zone D, where Tao Charan is going, is the most shabby, an island with barely enough space to stand, not even a small garden. Xue Xiao thought the council office clerk had gone mad. How could they let her live in such a place? He completely forgot that he had just suspected Tao Charan of being an enemy. Besides, Tao Charan's current identity is that of a technical staff member at the silk entangling workshop, so she should naturally live on the outskirts. On the contrary, his thoughts were becoming increasingly strange. Wait a minute, Xue Xiao said. No, you should come with me first. I take you there in a bit. He emphasized again, it's really dangerous at night, and the defenses in Zone D are very rudimentary. We're not sure if we can hold them off now. Without giving Tao Charan a chance to refuse, Xue Xiao reached out his hand to her. His long, strong fingers pinched the back of Tao Charan's neck. Although there was clothing between them, the touch was surprisingly pleasant, and he unconsciously rubbed it a couple of times. Xue Xiao felt the body beneath his hand tremble. He was startled and hurriedly released his hand, feeling somewhat guilty. What's wrong? Tao Charan shook her head. She seemed only capable of nodding and shaking her head. A certain tenderness rose in Xue Xiao's heart. Even as a spy, this awkwardness and clumsiness were just too adorable. Okay, I won't touch you anymore. Xue Xiao relented. Then you have to come with me. Tao Charan nodded. Like a well-behaved doll. But even well-behaved dolls can rebel sometimes. After walking a few steps, Shui Xiao turned around and looked behind her in confusion. Why did you stop? So Tao Charan followed again. Then after a while, Shui Xiao could no longer hear the barely audible footsteps behind her. Sighing, Shui Xiao finally understood Tao Charan's meaning. You don't want to go with me to find Song Ming, right? Tao Charan nodded. But it's hard to refuse me. Nodding. Why is it hard to refuse? Is it something you want me to do? Nodding. Shui Xiao began to recall the promises he had made during their one-sided conversation. You want me to protect you? She shook her head. You want me to take you to District E? She nodded. Case solved. But she's so adorable. Even with just 2 gestures, Shui Xiao clearly felt her persistence. Okay, as long as you speak, I agree. Shui Xiao teased her with a smile. How will I know what you mean if you don't express it? Tao Charan didn't move. Even if she expressed it, he wouldn't understand her meaning. For some reason, looking at the somewhat bewildered Tao Charan, Shui Xiao felt a pang of heartache. All right, I understand even without words. Shui Xiao wanted to hug her, but remembering her earlier flinch, he withdrew his hand. You're not part of the Second Army, so there's no need for you to come with me to find Song Ming. Find a place to wait for me, I'd be back once I dealt with things. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. The thought of parting again filled him with an irresistible sense of longing and loss. But he clearly saw Tao Charan's tense shoulders relax. All right. This is for you, Shui Xiao said, handing Tao Charan a small sidearm. Do you know how to use this? Such firearms were rarely used in combat between citizens in the universe, as these outdated weapons were largely ineffective against the citizens' robust physiques. However, thanks to the research and improvements made by the Silk Entangling Workshop, the firearms uniformly issued to Chiyu Tower were still quite respectable. Tao Charan nodded. Her hand and the black sidearm complemented each other perfectly, creating a harmonious effect, as if this weapon had been designed specifically for her. And indeed, that was the case. Although rarely used, Xiao Pu was equipped with almost identical functions. Firing bullets, light waves, particles, and even anything that could affect the surrounding environment, using offense for defense. Similar weapon development projects were also conducted with her tacit approval. Besides its high-end configuration, this gun was also a unique, custom-made weapon, a symbol of Shui Xiao. If the visitor still had any sense, they would at least consider his status as a Class A citizen of Chiyu Lu. If the visitor had lost their senses, then this gun would be at her disposal, used to clear away danger for her. Although Shui Xiao was still uneasy, she had no choice. She had to go and return quickly. With several leaps and bounds, pushing her already lightning-fast speed to its limit, she soon saw Song Ming. But to her astonishment, contrary to her expectations of chaos and bloodshed, what lay peacefully on the ground was not the corpse of Song Ying, but a man with a perfectly proportioned body. A black uniform clad his tall, muscular frame. Fine, black hair obscured his slightly pale face, revealing only his pale lips and sharp, defined jawline. A band of black and white downy hair around his neck, like a fur collar, supported his head, adding to his imposing presence and authority. Shui Xiao landed beside him. Song Ming had fully recovered from his berserk state. It was nothing short of a miracle. No. Shui Xiao keenly realized that there were some unusual variables involved. Tao Tao, that strange citizen of the Silk Entangling Workshop, had anyone else besides her had contact with Song Ming? There were very few usable surveillance cameras left in the flower and bird courtyard. Dwelling on such questions was pointless. If there was any clue, it must lie with Tao Tao, who was waiting for him. Now that she was certain Song Ming was all right, Shui Xiao ignored him and rushed straight towards the direction she had been longing to come from. The obedient doll who promised to wait for him at the same spot has disappeared without a trace. Chapter 27. Tao Charan certainly wouldn't wait for him there. The 3-year period had ended. She was no longer the naive, trusting queen she once was. Her current freedom was largely thanks to her hardened heart. Placing hope in others, expecting them to win their struggle against instinct, was foolish. However, Shui Xiao did reveal some trustworthy information. It will be dangerous tonight. Danger meant nothing more than natural disasters and man-made calamities. As for man-made calamities, nothing was greater than berserk. Moreover, Shui Xiao mentioned that night and day were different, so what kind of natural disaster was it? Tao Charan arrived at Bird Garden Station, as the sun was already setting. Delayed by Song Ming and Shui Xiao, the enormous sun was about to sink below the horizon, and only a distant sliver of light could be seen in the flower and bird garden. There was no time to search for information on the light network. Tao Charan felt a little anxious, wanting Xiao Pu to automatically search for relevant information and report back to her. The danger that even Class A citizens took seriously was clearly extraordinary, and Chuelu Star was a heavily fortified military location, with all sorts of information well hidden. Xiao Pu's capabilities weren't yet sufficient for precise searching. Tao Charan decided to do as Xue Xiao suggested first. Find a sturdy place to stay. She looked around. The entire flower and bird garden seemed to spiral upwards, like a mountain. At the very top was the Planet Service Center, the council hall she had just visited. Below it was the Second Army's Administrative Center Council Hall, and further down were the small market and the business hall. At the very edge were two spaceship stations, Flower Garden Station and Bird Garden Station. Scattered buildings dotted the landscape, covering the entire flower and bird garden. Where was the most sturdy? And the one that could accommodate her? Tao Charan rushed towards the Commerce Hall. Her current location wasn't far from Bird Garden Station, nor was it close to the Commerce Hall. Most importantly, as one of the three major institutions, its buildings needed to be even more robust. Upon entering the Commerce Hall, Tao Charan felt the same desolation as in the Council Hall. The spacious hall was deserted, littered with broken furniture and discarded goods, looking as if it had been ransacked. Fortunately, the place was indeed sturdy. The overall structure appeared intact. Shortly after entering the Commerce Hall, Tao Charan saw through the glass windows that the last ray of light on the horizon had disappeared. No celestial bodies around Chuelu Star could reflect light, so both the upper and lower landmasses were shrouded in darkness. It had started raining sometime earlier. There was no thunder, no lightning, just rain. The endless downpour poured down without any transition, like someone splashing a basin, completely disregarding whether the container below could withstand the massive flood. Soon, the windows were blurred by the water. Tao Charan's vision was obstructed, but she felt uneasy. If it were just rain, it would be all right. After all, there was a continent below to hold it in, preventing the flower and bird garden from being submerged. But Tao Charan heard a piercing ripping sound outside, as if something was corroding everything from the outside in. No wonder the buildings here were crumbling and riddled with holes, Tao Charan suddenly realized. It's acid rain. The liquid continues to corrode the buildings, making a teeth-grinding sound, like a beast that has its jaws on its prey's throat, but is slowly devouring it. But on the lower continent, unseen by Tao Charan, a different, bustling scene unfolds. The flowers, which appear beautiful and gentle during the day, have drunk their fill and are full of life again. They stretch, they grow, they climb to the sky, starting from the edges, engulfing the islands. They bloom. In the center of the flowers, terrifying, sharp fangs protrude from gaping maws. The sounds of chewing and swallowing are barely audible amidst the downpour. Many of the entangled islands light up, seemingly as if some small struggles have erupted. But in the battle for nutrients, it's clear that the watered flowers have the upper hand. The islands are disappearing, along with their inhabitants. The flower and bird garden, as the largest island, bears the brunt of the pressure. Greedy plants always seek out larger prey, and so countless flowers have their eyes on the flower and bird garden. Xueshu and Songming were fighting on the edge of the flower and bird garden. Almost half of the entire Second Army was here, with a smaller portion on the outer islands. Where was she? Xueshu wondered, shaving off a thorny petal and stepping over two tangled vines. Would she be bullied by these annoying flowers? Songming was equally distracted. His memories of being completely burst had vanished, but he instinctively felt that something important had happened during that time, so much so that he had no interest in entangled with these flowers and plants, only thinking about how to retrieve those memories. Xuexiao, you really don't know anything? Sharp feathers reaped the rebellious plants like scythes. Songming seemed to have it all figured out in the battle. Not only was he unharmed, but he even had time to talk to Xuexiao. I don't know. Xuexiao dodged the sunflower seed's ranged attack with a swoop, replying impatiently, When have I ever lied to you? I already told you were already lying there when I arrived. He wasn't lying. But he had concealed Tao Charan's presence. Looks like you're completely fine now, I go over there. Xuexiao glared at him. The flower and bird garden was large. Normally, teams 1 and 2 should each occupy one side. But now, because Songming had just recovered, Xuexiao was afraid something might happen to him again, so he was with him. However, whether this accident included Songming suddenly remembering something, only Xuexiao knew. As soon as Xuexiao finished speaking, he was already out of Songming's sight. The broken branches in Songming's hand fell with the rain. He looked in the direction the other had gone, lost in thought. Ultimately he followed. In a few leaps, Shui Xiao arrived outside the council hall at the highest point of the flower and bird pavilion. Looking out from the vantage point, all he could see was the relentlessly pouring rain. The buildings on the entire landmass trembled under this devastating onslaught. The scene seemed perilous, but for Shui Xiao, who had long resided on Chuelu Star, it was nothing new. In fact, the Second Army chose this planet as its base precisely because it served as a training ground with readily available resources. Here, they could practice how to deal with natural disasters and attacks from non-citizens in space. Most Class B citizens could handle these perfectly with training, and for Class A citizens, acid rain and riots of plants were simply insignificant dangers. But Shui Xiao had never felt so anxious. His dark gold pupils focused intently through the rain, trying to find the delicate figure. He didn't want to see her here. She was so fragile, afraid even of a small fight. How could she possibly withstand this raging acid rain? For the first time, he hated the omnipresent natural disasters of this universe. If she were truly harmed by the acid rain, by these filthy plants below. Thinking this, Shui Xiao shuddered. He knew perfectly well that this wasn't his business, and that going to find her at this time was tantamount to dereliction of duty. But Shui Xiao still did it without hesitation, even if it meant betraying Qi Yu Lu, betraying the queen. Focusing on his search, Shui Xiao soon noticed something unusual beyond the thick rain curtain. Sometimes ago, the Commerce Hall was almost completely enveloped in vines and flowers, with more plants constantly twining around it. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow, as if afraid of startling the package in the middle, but this reckless approach was something Shui Xiao had never seen before. Speaking of which, tonight's riot seems to be more intense than usual. Really? Shui Xiao cursed under his breath. What is Songming doing? How could he allow these inferior lower-level plants to break through the defenses and appear here so arrogantly? He quickly rushed in that direction. His intuition told him that the person he was looking for was there. However, just as he passed the council hall, the lush green plants trembled and stretched out their leaves in the water. Entangling, blocking, strangling. Caught off guard, Shui Xiao was slashed across the face, blood seeping out. A flaw suddenly appeared on his handsome face, and Shui Xiao revealed a sinister smile. TSK, looks like they don't want me to pass. Well, there's no other way. His intentions had been discovered, but the plant hadn't revealed its full form. Then branches, seemingly appearing from nowhere, sprouted sharp thorns. Countless neat leaves exploded open simultaneously, transforming into blades that slashed toward Shui Xiao's vitals. This is troublesome. Shui Xiao's expression changed. This wasn't one of those mindless plants, but... Han Xiao, why are you also? Shui Xiao sighed, knowing this battle probably wouldn't end anytime soon. But what about her? Go to the Commerce Hall. Shui Xiao finally made his decision. While dodging the attacks, he shouted towards the sky, go to the Commerce Hall. The answer you seek is there. He made a concession. Between sharing her safety with others, Shui Xiao chose the latter. The eagle, circling overhead and intending to swoop down to help, hesitated for a moment, then flew in another direction. Landing atop the largest building of the Commerce Hall, Songming spread his wings, stirring up a storm. Giant vines futilely tried to cling to the smooth building surface, but were toppled by the fierce wind and rain, sliding down the slope. Soon, Songming cleared the vegetation around the Commerce Hall. He transformed into human form, and stood outside the now dirty glass. Because transactions required openness and transparency, the Commerce Hall, unlike the Council Hall and the Meeting Hall, had two-way glass. Therefore, Songming could vaguely see the figure inside. She sat near the window, seemingly unperturbed by the situation outside, simply lost in thought. But seeing that figure from afar, Songming's boiling emotions were extinguished like cold water, settling down. But Songming frowned unhappily. Someone beat him to it. Chapter 28. A light drizzle slid down the glass, obscuring her vision. Tao Charin knew she couldn't go out tonight. She could only hope the building of the Commerce Hall was sturdy enough to shelter her through this dangerous night. Turning her gaze inside the Commerce Hall, Tao Charin touched her stomach, belatedly realizing she was hungry. Yes, since eating the canned radish at Shinling's place, she had been here, exercising for an entire afternoon, and experiencing quite a few frights. If it weren't for the strong will she had developed from staying up all night doing experiments, she probably would have collapsed to the ground by now. Although miscellaneous items were scattered everywhere, the various areas of the Commerce Hall were relatively intact. This place managed ordinary transactions between citizens and served as a checkpoint for the entry and exit of military supplies. When order was more complete, it had been so bustling that it operated day and night. Perhaps because citizens also worked here regularly, Tao Charan even discovered a simple small kitchen in a secluded corner. First, let's get something to eat. The cupboards in the small kitchen were piled with unidentified liquids, the bottles and jars emitting various strange smells. The refrigeration equipment seemed to contain some strange raw materials, tainted with a bloody odor of unknown origin. The only thing that could be considered food was the nutrient solution piled up on the floor, but Tao Charan's fragile constitution made it inedible. Her digestive system was completely empty. Tao Charan's whole body screamed with hunger and exhaustion. But perhaps because she had experienced similar things many times before, she could still endure it. Weakly rummaging through everything, Tao Charan pursed her lips and sat down against the cupboard. She was sleepy too. She'd just take a nap. At least it was much better than the situation in her previous life, where she couldn't sleep even when she was tired. She leaned against the cupboard, intending to take a nap. What are you going to do? Half asleep, she seemed to hear such a voice. Sigh, there's no way around it. Her body felt lighter, as if someone had lifted her up. Her small, curled-up body was placed on soft bedding, a pair of slightly cool hands tucking the blanket around her again and again, then pressing it against her forehead, as if to soothe her uneasy brows. Sleep, poor thing. Warm breath brushed against her ear, and her waist, wrapped in the blanket, was firmly held in place by strong arms. Tao Charan's brows furrowed even more deeply. Even in her dream, she felt suffocated. So, after a short rest, Tao Charan struggled to wake up. A split second before she woke up, those hands lovingly touched her bare face beneath the mask, then released their grip. The other person was tall and slender. Tao Charan, shrouded in shadow, clutched the blanket tightly, her eyes lowered as always, unable to look directly at him. Poor little thing, weren't you just rummaging through things like a guest? Why are you so timid now? The voice teased gently. Tao Charan felt a weight settle beside her. Perhaps sensing her avoidance, the other person moved closer and sat down beside her. My name is Lin Chi, one of the managers of the Commerce Department. The voice introduced itself, unhurried and reassuring. But Tao Charan became even more wary. Citizens are incredibly cunning. They often act normally at first, then reveal their true intentions later, a common occurrence. She had even become somewhat accustomed to this tactic. Are you from beyond the planet Juelu? He hooked his arm around Tao Charan, asking some simple questions. I never seen you before. In the past, Tao Charan at least had an AI representative, but now she needed to disguise herself, and appearing as an obvious target like Xiao Pu wouldn't be appropriate. Fortunately, she had plenty of communication experience. So Tao Charan nodded. I see. Indeed, everything is chaotic now. Juelu is almost the same. Fortunately, the queen has bestowed a decree. Things should stabilize soon. Not hearing the self-introduction he wanted, Lin Chi didn't seem to mind, simply offering an objective analysis. Tao Charan's heart skipped a beat. She slightly raised her eyes, deliberately avoiding looking at his face, only observing the figure standing very close. The body, indistinguishable from a human's, appeared thin and refined, wearing a drab gray robe that blended seamlessly into the dim environment, easily overlooked. The other person was likely a rank A. Tao Charan made a judgment. Something was off. Unlike many citizens, Lin Chi didn't make any unnecessary small movements when facing her. He propped himself up on the bed with one hand, the other hanging naturally at his side, as if talking to an ordinary friend. His speech was gentle and steady, and his gaze was so light, it was almost imperceptible. Tao Charan was extremely sensitive to gazes. Xiao Pu's barrier had limited impact on Grade A members. Shenling, Yu Yuan, the man from the Second Army, and even the completely berserk eagle all showed considerable attention to her presence. But Lin Chi was strange. His level of attention was far too low. But it couldn't be said that he completely contradicted Tao Charan's perception. At least he showed interest and tried to get closer to her. Curiosity is a researcher's nature. Tao Charan knew she was starting to come up with all sorts of strange conjectures again. Is there anything to eat? Her voice was still a little hesitant. Tao Charan still couldn't shake off the nervousness of facing a stranger, but at least she managed to say it smoothly. Yes. Lin Chi paused for a moment, seemingly not expecting someone so introverted to speak to him. But he immediately reacted, Are you very hungry? Would you like some nutritional fluids? Tao Charan shook her head. Okay, then I go cook. Lin Chi stood up smoothly without much hesitation, then worriedly reminded her, It's dangerous outside right now. You should rest for a while, and not go out. Lin Chi quickly left the room. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Although Tao Charan rarely spoke, She was aware that the influence of sound was second only to physical contact. It could suppress berserk behavior in citizens and also broadly affect their sanity. But this had no effect on Lin Chi. He was far too stable, so stable that he didn't seem like a citizen. Tao Charan thought for a moment, then got out of bed and went outside. The room she was in was behind a hidden door, seemingly a staff break room, as cramped as the kitchenette, barely big enough for a bed and a table and chairs. But it was impeccably clean, as if someone regularly maintained a thorough cleaning routine. This room wasn't far from the kitchenette. Tao Charan stood in the kitchenette doorway, watching Lin Chi, who seemed to have found the ingredients somewhere, intently cooking. Because it was only his back, Tao Charan dared to observe him openly. His slender body was shrouded in a dark robe, his shoulder-length hair tied back in a small braid adorned with a few grayish-brown feathers, their color so similar to his hair that they were almost indistinguishable without close inspection. Indeed, he was a rank A. Were you getting impatient? As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Lin Chi spoke up. Go find a place to rest in the negotiation area. I'll be right there. Tao Charan withdrew her gaze. The negotiation area consisted of meeting rooms of various sizes with plenty of seating, perfect for dining. Tao Charan didn't go there. Instead, she returned to the lobby, picked up a reasonably intact chair, and found a seat by the window. It was pitch black outside, and the sound of rain seemed less noticeable. Something was pressing against the glass and walls, making a terrifying creaking sound, as if trying to rush in and steal something. It was dangerous outside, and that's precisely why she needed to understand the source of the danger and make the right choice. Tao Charan summoned the light network. This was currently her only way to connect with the outside world. Unlike the chaos she witnessed last time, the content on the light network was noticeably more orderly this time. Many posts that didn't conform to the rules had been deleted, and some accounts with outrageous statements had been banned. The online environment was much cleaner. On the homepage of the Radiant Network, the video Tao Charan posted had been pinned to the top by the official account of the Star Moon Palace, and the number of views had exceeded 100 million. Meanwhile, the news of the Queen's disappearance had vanished without a trace. Tao Charan continued scrolling through the posts. Many citizens stated that they had returned to their original posts, and were willing to obey the Queen's commands. Some citizens praised the Queen's mercy, and expressed remorse and repentance for their previous negligence in their panic. The comments were harmonious, and the situation seemed excellent. Tao Charan, however, felt a jolt of unease. In the video, she had indeed used some rhetoric to obscure the key points. But she believed that at least those 5 people could understand her true meaning. Yet, judging from the online chat, they showed no reaction whatsoever, completely believing her. Something was wrong, very wrong. This unanimous agreement seemed like they had united to lower her guard. How could this be? Tao Charan found it incomprehensible. In the past 3 years, she had only witnessed infighting, unity and cooperation were simply impossible. If it weren't for her mediation, the 5 radiant sects would have long since disintegrated and gone their separate ways. But now she had a new identity. The location of Chuelu's star wasn't chosen according to her previous personality. She should still have some time to observe their movements before deciding where to go next. Before that, she needed to find a new energy source. Then she searched for the term Dewey Star, but still found nothing. To obtain inside information, she would need to use the Queen's authority. Using illegal methods would likely result in her being caught by the Silk Entangling Workshop. Tao Charan simply shut down the optical network, mentally calculating her next move. As she was thinking, she heard the rain outside gradually intensify. It seemed as if something was being peeled away from the outside, and the crunching sound disappeared. The water, like tear tracks, showed no sign of stopping, continuing to flow over the surface of the buildings, slowly consuming everything it could reach. A figure appeared in the pitch-black night, disappearing behind the blurred raindrops. Tao Charan sensitively sensed a gaze lingering on her, just as she had felt countless times before. Are you starving? Here. At that moment, Lin Chi walked over with a plate. He didn't even ask Tao Charan why she was there, he simply presented the food to her. Seemingly realizing something, Lin Chi turned around and calmly greeted the person who had entered. Long time no see, Song Ming. Chapter 29. Something's wrong, really wrong. Lin Chi mentally assessed his own state. Who are you? Song Ming asked. He ignored Lin Chi, his gaze fixed on Tao Charan. His hawk-like eyes were sharp, as if trying to etch the other's image into his mind. Tao Charan lowered her head, hunching her shoulders, shrinking back in the opposite direction. A surge of displeasure welled up in Lin Chi's heart. But he shouldn't have any emotions. She's hungry, Lin Chi said, setting aside the simple metal plate he was holding. A long soft hand gently lifted the fingers of her right hand, which was tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Eat something first, okay? He gently supported her fingers, patting them reassuringly with his other hand. Lin Chi squatted down in front of her, patiently watching her. Because of his low angle, Lin Chi could even see Tao Charen's pupils peeking out from behind her mask, somewhat unfocused due to excessive tension. What a pitiful little thing. Song Ming silently picked up the plate. With the war raging on Chuelu Star, the Second Army was frequently taken out for training exercises, leaving no one with the leisure for cooking, let alone tableware. The metal plate appeared to be a part salvaged from some machine, polished on the spot into the shape of a plate. The edges were smooth, with a slight indentation in the center. Its simplicity made Song Ming feel somewhat embarrassed. However, the food on it revealed the cook's meticulous care. Small pork chops were pan-fried until golden brown on both sides, cut into even pieces, and neatly arranged in the center, with juicy filling oozing out. A carefully prepared sauce was drizzled around the edges, adding a new flavor to the already enticing pork chops. Song Ming picked up the silver fork from the plate. Clearly, this delicate little trinket was also made fresh from other ingredients. He forked a small piece of meat, and awkwardly held it to Tao Charen's lips. His tall figure suddenly loomed over Tao Charen. This made her even more uneasy. It was as if she had returned to the Star Moon Palace, back to that suffocating, airtight world. Tao Charen felt a familiar dizziness. She really wasn't up to it. Her knuckles were gently stroked, and those soft yet strong hands released her. Give her the plate, Song Ming, Lin Chi said, standing up and taking a few steps back. Song Ming stubbornly refused to move. He felt like he wasn't himself anymore, inexplicably wanting to look at her, because the lack of response made his heart feel like it was being soaked in acid rain. He had never known he was so vulnerable. Why won't she eat? Is it because she hates me? A few strands of sorrow welled up in her clear, black and white eyes, yet she refused to back down, wanting an answer from her lover, yet afraid that the answer she uttered wouldn't be what he wanted to hear. He was caught between daydreaming and anxiety. Responsibility and pride were both thrown to the back of his mind for a moment. He seemed unable to think of anything else. What's going on? This is too strange. Is this the answer Xue Xiao gave him? Lin Chi watched as Song Ming and Tao Charen seemed frozen, the sauce on the steak almost dripping onto her dark clothes. She's already very weak, Lin Chi emphasized. As if jolted awake from a fantastical dream, Song Ming withdrew his silver fork, the slightly cool steak falling onto the plate. Sorry, he said. Then he quickly pieced together a makeshift table from the messy pile of clutter beside him, placed the flimsy plate on it, and pushed it towards Tao Charen. With the two terrifying sources beside her slightly removed, Tao Charen finally had a moment to breathe. Because of the contrast, her feelings were even more acute. She had only just heard the name Song Ming from another man today. He was clearly the eagle she had rescued. His behavior was the kind of pattern Tao Charen was very familiar with. Both were rank A, but Lin Chi seemed far too strange. Tao Charen rubbed her stomach, which ached from extreme hunger, and began to eat. Lin Chi's cooking was unexpectedly good. Not only did it look appetizing, but it also tasted exceptionally delicious, a far cry from the bland radish she had eaten last time, even comparable to the food she had at the Star Moon Palace. Tao Charen quickly finished her meal, setting down her silver fork under the gazes of two different people. Want some more? Lin Chi took away the empty plate. I make some more. Tao Charen shook her head. She thought for a moment, then grabbed Lin Chi's sleeve. She was gently tugged by a barely perceptible force, like a butterfly fluttering on a branch, startled by a breeze and quickly flying away. If one's attention wasn't on her, such a slight movement would be quickly overlooked. But Lin Chi noticed it. He inexplicably felt a stirring in his heavy heart. What's wrong? Lin Chi asked softly. Don't go, Tao Charen whispered. Song Ming's state was clearly more frenzied than Yi Yuan, Xue Xiao, and the others. Having just recovered from his berserk state, he was even acting without any logic. If a citizen had just met her, they might have wondered about their strangeness, and tried to resist the changes brought about by their instincts. But Song Ming accepted it all almost without hesitation. This was also within Tao Charen's expectations. Back in the Star Moon Palace, she mostly only needed to supply blood to the 5 of them periodically. After each feeding, they would experience a similar abnormal period. Like ferocious beasts filled with delicious food, they would satiatedly cling to her, opening their hearts and minds to her dependence. During this time, they would become extremely emotional, more eager for her response than usual, and trying every means to gain her attention. In short, they would be about 10 times more difficult to deal with. Even with Xiao Pu's barrier, Tao Charen dared not let her guard down and be alone with citizens in this state. Although Lin Chi's condition was also somewhat abnormal, because of his sense of propriety, Tao Charan subconsciously felt more at ease with him. Besides, being near him would give her a chance to observe him. Okay, I won't leave. Lin Chi was very accommodating and always willing to help. A faint joy welled up inside him, and his heart seemed to beat faster for no apparent reason. This was an emotion he almost never felt. Lin Chi probably knew Tao Charan wasn't talkative, so he didn't ask why. He simply placed the soiled plate a little further away and returned to her side to stay by her side. Don't be afraid, I won't leave, Lin Chi repeated. Even now, he kept a distance of 2 steps from her. When he wasn't speaking, his breath was faint, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, like a static tree or a flower. I'm not leaving either, Song Ming said dryly. By this point, he had also noticed Tao Charan's rejection of him. Beneath his tousled hair, his sharp, hawk-like eyes darkened, jealousy burning over his reason. Although Tao Charan's voice was soft, he still heard it. He had also promised himself, a self-deceptive don't go. My name is Song Ming, he promoted himself, current commander of the 2nd Army. Don't worry, I can protect you here. He wanted to say only I can protect you, but worried that such words would be too arrogant and leave a bad impression on Tao Charan. But, why was Lin Chi standing beside her? Song Ming's gaze finally turned to Lin Chi for a moment. In that instant, a deep malice poured from his dark eyes, as if he wanted to tear Lin Chi to pieces on the spot. Tao Charan closed her eyes wearily. The relentless rain outside the window seemed endless, shrouding the earth in darkness. If Song Ming still possessed reason, he should have remembered his purpose in coming here. What happened during his berserk state? Wasn't that what he had always wanted to know? But at this moment, all he knew was to greedily gaze at Tao Charan, to be jealous of Lin Chi's familiarity with her, and to covet the place beside her. But he could do nothing, because of Tao Charan's silent rejection. Her eyes did not reflect him. Pain swept through his heart, and the bestial instincts that had been calmed by certain liquids began to boil again. Do you know each other? The question came unexpectedly. Before realizing who was speaking, Song Ming had already involuntarily spoken. Yes. Although they belong to different organizations, they are colleagues. Lin Chi hesitated for a moment, but nodded. I seen him at the performance review meeting. The annual festival is the only opportunity for all Class A citizens to meet the Queen, and they are also required to report to her, summarizing their work for the year. Before this, most planets hold their own small-scale performance review meetings to discuss their speeches at the festival in advance, to prevent anyone from claiming credit for others' work, causing conflict and even a fight on the capital planet. After eating, Tao Charan, having regained some energy to continue thinking, realized that Song Ming and Lin Chi were colleagues she wasn't very familiar with. She should have met both of them. But in reality, although there aren't many Class A citizens, there are still several thousand. Those 5 had hidden her well, ostensibly reporting to her. They handled most matters themselves, so Tao Charan naturally couldn't remember everyone. Since it was colleagues. Don't you have any work to do? Tao Charan asked sincerely. The nights on Chuelu Star are more dangerous than the days. For a planet like this, where the nights change drastically, important locations should be guarded to prevent accidents. Class A officers should set an example and be on high alert at all times. This was a rule she had established. Now, one of them is the manager of the Commerce Department, and the other commands the 2nd Army. Are they just ignoring their duties and hiding here with her? Tao Charan was somewhat disappointed. She thought that as his superior, Song Ming would do something after his berserk state ended. And since Lin Chi is here, why is the Commerce Department still in such chaos? But thinking about what the 5 had done after she left, she didn't think it was too much to ask. Protecting citizens is also our job, Song Ming answered again. You need to be protected, you are the most important. The work is done, Lin Chi gave an absurd answer. The Commerce Department has been almost completely demolished by them. I don't need to manage it anymore. Chapter 30. How can I stop working? Blow up the company. Very good. Compared to this answer, even Song Ming's sophistry is lacking. Tao Charan finally realized the problem. Lin Chi's emotions were too indifferent. The word work only came to Tao Charan after she arrived here. Order is necessary for organization, and only after organization is there work. Work is a gift from the Queen. Unless subjected to uncontrollable forces such as berserk behavior, no citizen would neglect it. Even Song Ming didn't immediately deny the significance of work, which is the normal situation. But Lin Chi is different. He seems to have no attachment to the Queen. For Tao Charan, this is both a good thing and a bad thing. After hesitating for a long time, she finally raised her head and looked at Lin Chi. Tao Charan hadn't made eye contact with anyone in a long time. The moment their eyes met, her gaze seemed to have a mind of its own, quickly turning away. But the image she'd seen in that instant remained in her mind. His pale golden pupils were filled with indifference, like some unchanging precious metal. But when he looked at her, it was as if he'd been touched by a gradually rising temperature. Even the gold seemed to melt slightly. Because she reflexively looked away, Tao Charan couldn't fully ascertain his emotions. But she couldn't allow herself to meet his gaze again. Tao Charan lowered her head, covering her forehead with her right hand, the one that hadn't materialized into a tree branch, to suppress the momentary dizziness. "What's wrong?" Lin Chi, who was closest to her, gently patted her shoulder, quickly moving away as she frowned. "Are you tired? Go to the restroom and get some sleep." Song Ming approached, looking flustered and nervous. "Headache? I take you to a doctor." The furry collar brushed against his cheek, and Tao Charan smelled the scent of the sky on him. Song Ming reached out to pick her up, but Lin Chi stopped him. "Who do you want to see? Han Xiao?" Song Ming then realized what was happening. From what he had seen when he arrived, the Second Army's medics were probably all wiped out. What would happen to her? Song Ming's face was pale, his heart burning with anxiety, even worse than before his complete berserk state. Jealousy and worry tugged at each other. His recently regained, somewhat unstable rationality was like a rapidly changing sea, suddenly surging with waves because of Tao Charan's behavior. "It's still dark outside. It probably won't be over anytime soon." "Her body is very fragile," Lin Chi said. "Poor thing, how did just one glance at him cause this?" Lin Chi sighed, but still restrained his hands from encircling her. "It's nothing." Tao Charan gritted her teeth and uttered 2 words. 2 people were enough for her. Any more and she'd faint on the spot. Song Ming and Lin Chi had only just met Tao Charan, and didn't know she had once set a cosmic record of speaking only 1 sentence for 3 years. They only felt this citizen was overly timid, speaking softly and tremblingly, yet strangely endearing. But the universe is vast and boundless, and its citizens are diverse in personality. They discerned her true form was probably a peach tree. After all, plants can be introverted, like Han Xiao, so neither of them found it strange. However, social anxiety is social anxiety. Communication was a major challenge for Tao Charan. She had already reached her limit in maintaining her facade. The reason she wanted to talk more was twofold. Firstly, expressing herself was genuinely inconvenient. If she had managed to escape and even film, why couldn't she communicate normally? Secondly, it was to avoid provoking Song Ming. His mental state was far too unstable. Tao Charan was quite certain that the Second Army commander she had personally appointed couldn't possibly be such a reckless individual. Whether it was a consequence of his berserk state or the abnormal period following the ingestion of her blood, experience and intuition told Tao Charan that she had to keep him calm. Citizens in this state were truly difficult to deal with. She couldn't let them get too close, yet she had to make them realize that she cared about them. Tao Charan felt that this was asking too much, so she usually opted to distract them with other things. After approaching her, Song Ming never retreated from his original position. His worried gaze lingered, concealing the frantic delusions in his eyes. He always felt that the person before him was a part of his flesh and blood. Meeting her was like parched land suddenly receiving rain, every grain of dust clamoring for more. He wanted to embrace her, to embed her perfectly into his body. He also wanted to see different expressions on her face because of him, just as he was captivated by her. They should have been together. Because of the close proximity, Tao Charan felt uncomfortable, while Song Ming felt the temptation. A tremendous, irresistible temptation. So he reached out again, trying to grasp his prey so close at hand. Then, the lounge. "I carry you there." His voice, already deep, became somewhat hoarse with hesitation. He even swallowed unconsciously as he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbing, anticipating the imminent fulfillment of his desire. Before Tao Charan could react, a strong hand braced against her slender waist, while another slipped through the gap between her knees and the chair. Song Ming easily lifted her up, feeling an unbelievable lightness in his arms. Sweat soaked his palms inside his thin black gloves. Even though their skin hadn't touched for a second, Song Ming felt the places he did touch burning hot. Her cascading black hair was loose in his arms, and Song Ming nuzzled the top of Tao Charan's head with his chin. Her petite body, annoyed by the sudden warmth, tried to shrink back, but couldn't escape the confinement of his strong arms, instead pressing even closer to him. Step by step, Song Ming walked carefully and steadily, feeling a slight sense of peace. At least for this moment, he was the closest he could be to her. Lin Chi finally shifted his attention away from Tao Charan. He naturally noticed Song Ming's change as well. But what did it matter to him? However, when Songming picked up Tao Charan, Lin Chi still felt a surge of anger rise from the depths of his heart. How annoying. Didn't you see the poor little thing trembling with fear? Anyone with eyes could see she preferred me. Why wasn't it me holding her now? This thought was very strange. Lin Chi clutched his chest, feeling his heart pounding abnormally. Could the peach tree also have a mental attack method? Or was the drug's effect wearing off? But he had just taken the medicine. Could his body have developed a resistance so quickly? Anyway, another dose. He thought to himself, but his feet involuntarily followed Songming. Was it because he had already promised not to leave? But when would he make such a promise so easily? What benefit could he gain from such a promise? This wasn't normal. But perhaps it had been abnormal ever since he held her as she slept. No, perhaps it had already shown signs before that, from the moment she entered the business hall, when he had been watching her intently. Lin Chi felt confused. His mind became somewhat dazed. It was this momentary lapse in concentration that caused his steps to falter slightly. Songming suddenly sped up, carrying Tao Charan into the room like a gust of wind. He closed the door and locked it. In the Chuelu Star Service system, his privileges were the highest. Lin Chi was second only to him. Perhaps he could try to open the door in another way, but that would also take time. He simply couldn't bear it any longer. Rejected, ignored, and gazing lovingly at someone else in front of him, was it all deliberate torture? Look at me. A voice screamed in her heart. This led him to act completely differently from his usual self. Tao Charan sensed something was wrong. Before she even reached the bedside, the impatient hunter moved. Tao Charan felt a sudden lightness in her body, as if she had been tossed upwards. Taking advantage of this opening, the two hands holding her switched to one, passing behind her and wedging around her knees, firmly imprisoning her in his embrace. And the other hand? A silk glove gently brushed her cheek, dissatisfied with the mask's cold touch, deftly bypassing the straps, easily removing this meager defense. Before he could even appreciate his lover's true face, Songming's eyes were filled with pure desire. He pressed the body in his arms against his, their equally pale lips meeting. A hasty, haphazard kiss. Intense emotions were released through the intertwining of their lips and tongues. Songming craved her attention, yet also wanted to please her. His fierceness was tinged with a hint of caution. He was completely absorbed in exploring new territory, finding solace in the sweet comfort of her lips, but his other hand gently stroked the back of Tao Charan's neck, seemingly trying to soothe his impulsive actions. It was indeed the quickest way. Tao Charan was dazed, feeling the metal chains and buckles of his military uniform digging painfully into her body. The cat-petting technique was definitely not suitable for soothing her. This chilling, tingling feeling was all too familiar, sending her into a state of heightened alertness once again. The front of the military uniform was rigid and smooth. She couldn't hold onto it at all. Her body felt like a tattered boat adrift in a raging storm, only able to rise and fall with the other's weight. She nearly fainted, her whole body trembling like a leaf. Yet one hand still struggled to rise, trying to resist. She grasped something. The soft, furry texture beneath her hand was quite pleasant, very easy to grip. Short, pale fingers sank into large patches of black feathers. Songming pressed his head forward, allowing her hand to reach deeper. The feeling of having his core under her control gave Songming a slight sense of security. His hurried movements slowed slightly, their lips colliding, but their desire seemed as endless as the darkness and rain outside. What are you doing? The door, which should have been as steadfast as a rock, executing its master's will, had somehow opened, and flames seemed to burn in Lin Chi's pale golden eyes. He tilted his head slightly, leaning against the doorway, his expression still calm, like the calm before a storm. Dark clouds were already looming, but he remained silent, making everyone even more terrified. Chapter 31. Songming regained consciousness. His mind seemed to clear a little, allowing him to begin thinking and coping with the changes in his surroundings. He licked his soft, cherry-red lips, trying to make them rosy. Although this childish act had no effect, Songming still felt satisfied. Then he pulled Tao Charan's head tightly into his arms, trying to hide her from Lin Chi's view. As you can see, he mumbled, but his dark, hawk-like eyes narrowed, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, a defiant gesture. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Chi had previously captured all of his attention. Lin Chi's gaze fell on Tao Charan. Her condition was dire. Like a fledgling bird whose wings had been seized, her slightest struggles were utterly insignificant. The culprit, however, proudly held her trembling body, showing off without a care for her life or death. Poor thing, how could she be so pitiful? He almost wanted to snatch her away. Lin Chi tilted his head, sensing the increasingly obvious change in his emotions. If this continued, he wouldn't be far from going berserk. For some reason, he had this premonition. Do you want her to die? Lin-Chi didn't make a move, but simply pointed out the facts. She's in pain. Song Ming stared blankly at the woman in his arms. She was drenched in sweat, her eyes slightly closed, her breath faint. What had he done? Lin-Chi stepped forward and helped Tao Charan tidy her hair, which was soaked with sweat and clumped together. Put her down, Lin-Chi said calmly. She won't like this. Song Ming's arms felt empty. It was as if his heart had also become empty. Lin-Chi laid Tao Charan flat on the bed, examined her eyelids, checked her temperature, and even took out a simple instrument from the room to conduct a full-body examination. He finally discovered that the fainting spell was due to insufficient blood supply to the brain caused by excitement. It might be accompanied by some anxiety symptoms, mainly excessive emotional fluctuations. Lin-Chi wasn't a doctor, but he was very familiar with these conditions. In short, it's similar to the process of berserk mode, where abnormal behavior is caused by mental problems. Song Ming's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps because he had left the source of the temptation and had just ingested some drugs that could sober him up, he finally remembered the incongruous thing. Berserk mode. He had just recovered from berserk mode. Was berserk mode so easy to reverse? Why was he so dependent on a stranger? He pondered these thoughts, but his eyes remained fixed on Tao Charan. He saw Lin-Chi take out a syringe. Wait! What are you doing? His hawk-like eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice. Accustomed to his high position, his question carried a certain imposing air. But Lin-Chi seemed unfazed. I tried this, it should work. Seeing Song Ming still trying to stop him, Lin-Chi paused, his gaze unchanged. Or do you have other methods? Song Ming backed down. A clear liquid was injected into pale skin. A tiny, almost invisible needle mark appeared on Tao Charan's wrist. What is this? Song Ming looked away. He couldn't even bear to watch. Even when his wings were severed in battle, leaving him too wounded to fly, he had never felt such pain. He felt regret and bewilderment at his reckless actions. Reagent serial number F173, Lin-Chi said. This wasn't something to hide. In the interstellar era, reagents or medicines with miraculous effects were quite common. Especially since F indicated they hadn't passed the approval of the Silk Entangling Workshop and the Rose Pavilion. These reagents couldn't be produced, they could only be used by individuals after registration. However, this also meant the regulation was relatively lax, making them practically legal. What are the effects? Song Ming asked pointedly. Slowing down berserk rage. A hint of surprise flashed in Song Ming's black pupils. Slowing down berserk rage? He had never heard of a reagent with such an effect. If it could be widely applied throughout the universe, many problems would be solved, and the Queen would have no excuse. The most crucial question was, why hadn't such a useful reagent passed the approval? What are the side effects? Song Ming asked. It's hard to say. Lin-Chi handed him another unopened vial of reagent. You can try it. Song Ming didn't hesitate and pricked his arm. The icy liquid flowed through his veins, traversing every muscle, drawing away all warmth from his body. A cold wind swept through, extinguishing every spark of life with a pristine white snow, leaving only emptiness. Song Ming felt his emotions being gradually drained away. Those unforgettable loves, that unwavering dependence, that irresistible attention, everything was slipping away from him. He had nothing left. If Tao Charan's departure from his embrace was like the emptiness of a piece of his flesh being torn away, then now, he felt like a wisp of a ghost, floating lightly in the sky, gazing at his own body. This third-person perspective made his thoughts incredibly clear, yet also incredibly cold. His rationality had completely returned. Or rather, only rationality remained. Was this the side effect? Existing as an object, devoid of emotion and meaning. While he lacked animalistic instincts, he also lacked humanity. Then what was he? Song Ming couldn't help but think this, but his face remained expressionless. Will she be like this too? Before the bitter cold completely filled the world, Song Ming asked this question. Probably. Lin-Chi looked at Song Ming. The reagent had worked. This was the normal course of events. So the problem still lay with him. He still didn't understand that even if a spark is covered by heavy snow, it will eventually reignite. And at that time, the long-dormant flames would sweep across the entire realm, perhaps even more unstoppable, turning the sky crimson. And under the effects of the reagent, Tao Charan's constantly twitching eyelids gradually calmed down, and her body temperature returned to normal. She fell into a deep sleep, her hands covering her abdomen. Surprisingly, she didn't curl up but stretched out, her serene face making even her otherwise ordinary appearance somewhat striking. Little Pooh was still diligently faking her presence. Unless Tao Charan gave it a command, it would continue operating as before until its energy was depleted. Song Ming glanced at Tao Charan, thinking she might not wake up anytime soon. Without these ties, he finally remembered his duty. "I'm leaving this to you," he said to Lin Chi. Then he left the commerce hall alone. In the pouring rain, some restless plants tried to devour the enormous creature before them, but Song Ming swiftly and decisively slayed the enemy. He strolled leisurely through the rain, passing the council hall where he saw Xue Xiao and the irrational Han Xiu. Their battle was at a stalemate, clearly going to last until morning. Could F-173 restore Han Xiu from his complete berserk state? Song Ming thought it unlikely. This night seemed no different from any other night in the past 3 years. Song Ming faithfully fulfilled his duty, directing the slaughter, guiding newcomers amidst the carnage, and maintaining order on Chuelu's star. But it was too boring. He had lost the pride and freedom of an eagle, and the love and desire that humans should possess. He was merely a sophisticated machine, his brain like a quantum computer, automatically and spontaneously operating according to a predetermined program, with no possibility of deviating from its course. Before the sun rose and the flowers and grasses fell into slumber, in the drizzling rain, Song Ming received an invitation to a video conference. One after another, men in military uniforms appeared in the virtual conference room. The first image featured a pure white-clad youth leaning against the desk belonging to the head of the Chi Yulu headquarters, his amber pupils scanning the room. "Not bad, there are more left than I expected." He licked his lips, a hint of regret even appearing on his handsome face. "I thought I could filter out even more." Chi Yulu protects the queen, unlike the other 4 sects, who can't withstand even the slightest setback. Bai Yu looked at them casually. "If you can't even handle this small storm, you're not qualified to be loyal to the queen. The commanders of the 3rd and 4th armies are truly irresponsible," he complained, subtly belittling everyone, yet no one interrupted him. High combat strength wasn't the key to commanding respect. The reason Chiyu Tower was so orderly was because Bai Yu was personally appointed by the queen. The queen's will was their direction. Song Ming glanced at the positions of the 3rd and 4th armies. Chiyu Tower handled various conflicts and disputes daily, resulting in frequent casualties and personnel changes. The fall of the 3rd and 4th Army commanders didn't cause much of a stir. The original adjutant automatically took over, becoming the new commander. If he hadn't recovered from his berserk state, Xue Xiao would be in his position now. "Alright, you all know why I called you here," Bai Yu quickly steered the conversation back to business. The young man became serious. "The queen hasn't returned yet. I have definite news that she's injured." A single sentence caused a huge uproar. "What? How could this happen? It's so dangerous outside, we have to find her quickly. She must be terrified right now. The queen is always so fragile." The 6-person meeting room instantly descended into chaos. "Quiet!" Bai Yu slammed her hand on the table. "It's good that you know the seriousness of the situation. Now all 5 radiant sects know this news, and the other 4 are also taking action." Her amber eyes gleamed, and Bai Yu's face revealed a determined expression. "We must be quick, before everyone else. Honestly, none of those are reliable. I don't trust the queen with them. 3rd Army, 4th Army, you conduct a thorough search of the areas you previously assigned, paying special attention to the movements of the other sects. 5th Army, focus on locating the queen's position. Any method is acceptable. Chi Yulu will not impose any restrictions." Bai Yu quickly assigned the tasks, then turned to Song Ming. "You're acting a bit strange today. Did something unexpected happen these past few days?" Song Ming's cat-like eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze filled with distrust. Song Ming had a feeling that if his answer didn't satisfy Bai Yu, this ill-tempered lord would immediately tear through space and rush over to rip him to shreds. Chapter 32. "It's just that my mental state is a little unstable," Song Ming replied briefly. He wasn't lying. Strangely, he seemed detached from the universe, observing everything from an outsider's perspective. Judging from his past personality, he should have shown anxiety like his colleagues. But his heart was as still as water. "Is that so? Then you better be careful." Bai Yu's expression relaxed slightly, and he leaned back lazily. "If your mental breakdown causes you to delay things, I'd personally kill you." "I won't delay things," Song Ming assured him. But whether this thing was official or personal, he glossed over. Bai Yu didn't care about his subordinates' little schemes. To him, these subordinates were like fleeting clouds, as many as he wanted, and it would be best if they all died, so there would be fewer people vying for the queen's position. 2nd Army mobile support, especially monitoring the movements of the nearby silk entangling workshop. The queen habitually uses the optical network. They're likely to be informed first. Bai Yu impatiently issued the final instructions, then added with a sly smile, "Let me emphasize, if I find out anyone dares to harbor the queen. You don't want to be the first guest in the prison, do you?" The prison, belonging to the Fifth Army, was newly built and not yet operational. It was said to have introduced the most advanced technology, ensuring that citizens who committed serious crimes would suffer a fate worse than death. "The queen is merciful, but anyone who dares to lay a finger on her shouldn't blame me for not showing any mercy," Bai Yu said calmly. Although he had never shown any merit whatsoever. Aside from the queen, he had never shown any kindness to anyone. "All right, get back to work." The screen on the personal terminal dimmed, and the brief meeting ended. A faint red tinge appeared on the distant horizon, and the raging storm had somehow turned into a gentle drizzle, which stopped just as the sun had fully risen above the horizon. The plants, which had fought the Second Army all night, finally showed signs of weakness. Deprived of water, their branches and leaves withered, and they retreated from the celestial continent, returning to their roots. During the day, the scenery on Chuelu Star was picturesque. If you ignored the battlefield strewn with corpses. Report: Team 1, 26 dead, Team 2, 94 dead, Team 3, 2 dead. Each team began to tally their casualties. These numbers were all within Song Ming's expectations. He led Team 1, and having spent a relatively long time on Chuelu Star, they were already adept at handling nighttime situations. The second team consisted mostly of newly recruited citizens, led by Xuexiao, training while fighting. The third team was responsible for logistical support, composed of doctors and outposts, rarely participating in direct combat, and thus suffered few losses. However, this only accounts for the dead. The wounded and those who went berserk are not included in the statistics. For example, the third team's captain, Han Xiao, had completely lost his mind and was about to fall into the abyss of bestiality, but he was still barely alive. In fact, during the days the queen was missing, the number of people who self-destructed due to berserk behavior was even greater than the number who died in battle. The captains of the second and third teams were still fighting in the council hall, and Song Ming could only, as the commander, gather the three teams together, assigning them their respective duties to barely maintain order. Normally, there aren't many things to do during the day, but today Song Ming needed to assign the tasks the host had just posted. First was mobile support. This was expected. After all, the Second Army's biggest advantage was its flexibility, and its ability to fly allowed it to react faster to unexpected situations. This task could be handled by waiting patiently for the other armies to contact him when they needed help. The second task, monitoring news from the Silk Entangling Workshop, was more difficult. The citizens of the Silk Entangling Workshop were skilled at concealment and were experts in intelligence. Getting any information from them was virtually impossible. Song Ming, having just dealt with Lin Qi, knew this all too well. Fortunately, they outnumbered him, if he arrived in time. As soon as Song Ming arrived outside the council hall, he was greeted by a row of leaves. The edges were lined with sharp spikes, and large, black mouths in the center dripped with drool, which fell to the ground and emitted gray smoke. They slashed towards Song Ming's cheek at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Song Ming tilted his head, dodging the first wave of leaf attacks, then watched as they turned and continued their relentless pursuit. Troublesome. As far as the eye could see, there were broken branches and withered leaves everywhere. A huge plant swung its branches, locked in a fierce battle with a white snowy owl. While attempting to bind and entangle it, it nimbly flew into the sky to evade. After all, land and air are different, and the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Clearly, after a night of fierce fighting, both were finding it difficult to maintain their human form. "Snowy Owl, I have something to ask you." Song Ming decided to finish the battle quickly. He charged directly at Han Xiao's true form, his overwhelming black wings suppressing the wildly swirling branches, then seizing the opportunity to twist and snap them at the roots. The plant, stripped of its roots, crashed to the ground. Xuexiao, clutching his arm, also transformed into human form. His wings were cut by poisoned leaves, his military uniform was tattered, and even his white cloak was stained half-gray. "Where is she? How is she?" The moment he could speak, Xuexiao eagerly asked the question he most wanted to know. Song Ming glanced at him. "You better treat your wound first. Han Xiao's poison is difficult to deal with." "Of course I know that." Seeing Song Ming evade the question, Xuexiao became even more anxious. "Answer my question, how is she? Have you found her? You seem very concerned about her." Song Ming observed Xuexiao's expression. Everything about this person was strange. Before the injection, Both he and Shuexiao seemed to have an excessive tendency to focus on her. Why? Of course, she's so cute. Don't you? Shuexiao suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. You're not doubting her, are you? Of course, he had also guessed that she was a species capable of affecting the mind, and suspected she was a spy sent by the silk entangling workshop. But putting himself in her shoes, if he were the head of the silk entangling workshop, would he be willing to let such a cute, fragile citizen do such a dangerous job as a spy? Absolutely not. For some reason, Shuexiao had reasoned suspicions about her, but hearing that Song Ming also doubted her immediately made him unhappy. Song Ming did not answer his idiotic question. The word suspicious was practically written on the other person's forehead, yet Shuexiao remained so stubborn. Song Ming was starting to doubt the adjutant's intelligence. Where's your gun? The holster that had been tucked into his waistband was empty. Song Ming, seeing Shuexiao's guilty expression as he looked around furtively, was baffled. You didn't give her your sidearm, did you? That sidearm was equipped with spatial teleportation technology, and its bullets were Shuexiao's feathers. If someone with malicious intent misused it, it wasn't impossible for all his feathers to be plucked. Yes, so what? Shuexiao didn't think he had done anything wrong. She needs this more than I do. You don't know, she doesn't even dare to watch us fight. We fight? Song Ming asked, enunciating each word clearly. She watched. We fight? Who said they didn't know anything, and when they arrived I was already lying there? I didn't lie to you. Shuexiao, knowing he was in the wrong, scratched his head. Afraid that Song Ming might develop some strange prejudice against Tao Charan, he told the truth. Actually, I'm not quite sure either. Anyway, I met her when I was stopping you from going berserk. Later, we got separated while fighting, and she told me your location. When I found you, you were indeed lying on the ground in human form. Actually, I think even if it's related to her, she did a good deed. Shuexiao sincerely advised, if she doesn't want to talk, then let it go, Song Ming. There's something strange about this. She's clearly a dangerous person, but it seems Shuexiao has fallen for her enough to break his own principles. And this coincides with the queen's disappearance, making him suspicious of her identity. However, many doubts remain. If it was the one he suspected, why wasn't Lin Qi warm towards her? If this could be explained by his own injection of F-173, then what about Bai Yu's injury? She was perfectly fine. She didn't seem to have any external injuries. Could she have used some kind of concealment? But everyone in the universe knows that she's pampered and delicate. How could she possess such methods? And why would she need to conceal them? Or perhaps he was wrong, and she really was just an ordinary citizen in the universe, only skilled in mental attacks or illusions. Song Ming's thoughts raced. The third-person perspective clarified his thinking considerably, but the existing evidence wasn't enough for him to make an accurate judgment. He needed to make further contact. Song Ming made up his mind, but Shuexiao's favoritism was irreversible. He looked at Song Ming expectantly, seeking a guarantee that Tao Charan wouldn't be made difficult. I'm fine with it, but what about Hanxiu? Song Ming pointed to the half-dead, drooping green plants on the ground. His berserk state is even deeper than mine. Letting him die is fine, but he doesn't seem to be in good health either. What if he needs a doctor? That's true. He's the only Class A doctor. Mentioning Tao Charan, Shuexiao's thoughts drifted along with Song Ming's. What do we do then? Wait, did you see her? Is she sick? Or injured? Right, Chue Star is so dangerous at night, and she has nowhere to stay. Enough, Song Ming even felt a headache coming on. Did he become this stupid when he was bewitched? He decisively interrupted Shuexiao's rambling. Let's take Hanxiu to find her. If she has a solution, great. If not, forget it. However, when Song Ming carried Hanxiu and led Shuexiu back to the business hall, the warmth on the bed in the lounge hadn't dissipated, but the entire building was deserted. Chapter 33. In the latter half of the night, Tao Charan, who had been injected with an unknown liquid, began to develop a fever. Lin Qi looked at Tao Charan's flushed cheeks with some confusion. F-173 hadn't actually been tested on a large scale. He and Song Ming were the only two citizens who had tried it, and neither had experienced any adverse reactions. Why didn't it work on her? Her body temperature rose to the extreme of 40 degrees Celsius, and her previously peaceful and sleeping face stirred. Tao Charan frowned, as if she were trapped in some terrible nightmare. Lin Qi also frowned. Although he and Song Ming had been conservative in their assessment, he was actually at least 80% certain that F-173 would work. The original formula for synthesizing F-173 was found in documents from an old era. He had collected at least 4 different versions of ancient texts, comparing them to ensure they were highly consistent before starting production. After completion, he first tested it on interstellar plants and animals, finding it had a significant effect on suppressing their active behaviors. Then, based on the current situation of the universe's citizens, it underwent iterations from F-171 and F-172, with F-173 being a highly refined product. Therefore, Lin Chi dared to use it on himself only before he himself was about to succumb to berserk mode. Perhaps he should have been more cautious, Lin Chi thought. But ultimately, he was a businessman, prioritizing maximizing profits in his choices. He hated Song Ming and wanted to eliminate him both personally and professionally, but he couldn't defeat him, so he had to find other methods. Based on his past understanding of Song Ming, the other party wasn't the reckless type to inject himself with an unknown liquid. But Song Ming cared too much about this person, and this was arguably the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. F-171 had many flaws. Because many ingredients in the original formula were untraceable, he could only use materials existing in the current universe as substitutes. As an immature first edition reagent, most of the raw materials came from citizens, and its effects were highly unstable. Experimental subjects were like inanimate objects when dormant, and when active, they would go berserk to the point of self-harm. The reagent Lin Chi gave Song Ming was F-171. The berserk mode failed to destroy Song Ming, so he decided to add fuel to the fire. He was very much looking forward to seeing Song Ming go mad and wipe out the entire Second Army. Part of his reason for doing this was because he couldn't bear to see the way Song Ming looked at him, and part was because he couldn't bear to see the pitiful girl's fear and helplessness. Lin Chi himself couldn't explain it. But the final result was that he injected Tao Charan with F-173. Perhaps deep down, he hoped the pitiful girl wouldn't be so pitiful anymore. But this thought contradicted the effectiveness of F-173. Lin Chi rummaged through a corner of a drawer in his desk and pulled out a few pills. The commerce department was always bustling with people. While the other managers all worked regular hours, he was the only one who resided there permanently. So this break room was practically his room. Class A citizens rarely got sick, but due to work, Han Shou had done several transactions with him, and occasionally gave him some of his self-developed medicines. Now, these pills had come in handy. Lin Chi tried to slip a pill into Tao Charan's mouth, where she groaned softly. The poor thing swallowed the pill very obediently. Her practice so skillfully that he didn't even need to do anything, which surprised Lin Chi, who had been prepared to coax her into taking the medicine. Despite her fragility, she possessed an unexpected strength. However, to Lin Chi's surprise, Tao Charan's condition worsened after taking the medicine, rather than improving. Her body trembled again. Previously, the trembling was due to emotional state, but now it was because her fever was too high. Her delicate body couldn't withstand the potent medicine, and her immune system struggled to cope with such a rampage, causing most of her bodily functions to malfunction. Tao Charan rarely got sick. In her previous life, she worked diligently, living a monotonous life, and her research was somewhat related to medicine, giving her extensive knowledge in the field. Therefore, she maintained a relatively good health, only experiencing slight weakness from excessive sleep deprivation. But here, she was born within the Tree of Life and immediately taken to the Star Moon Palace. The 5 people there took meticulous care of her, showering her with all sorts of nutritional supplements, making her even less prone to illness. This made her current illness seem extremely dangerous. Something seemed to be churning in her blood. Tao Charan's face flushed, and she was drenched in sweat, feeling so hot that her body didn't even belong to her. What was happening? She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Unlike the suffocating feeling from tension, Tao Charan now felt as if she were being choked, struggling to breathe, her efforts futile. Why was this happening? Lin Chi looked at her, a flicker of panic finally rising within him. Would she die? No citizen fears death. Death is the inevitable end of madness. Rushing towards death is the destined fate of every citizen. But Lin Chi found himself unable to accept it. He asked himself honestly, if it were him who died, he wouldn't care. But the thought of the person before him, lifeless and breathless, never seeing her timid figure again, never having anyone tug at his sleeve saying don't go. He couldn't accept it. A seed, planted long ago, after enduring millions of years of wind and rain, finally sprouted when faced with her life or death decision. He needed a doctor. Opening his personal terminal, scrolling through his long friend list, Lin Chi sifted through potential collaborators. Doctors were a rare breed in this universe. 3 years was still too short for a new discipline to mature. Especially recently, due to the Queen's disappearance, many citizens had gone berserk, the mortality rate was extremely high, and many accounts had been deactivated, including some of the universe's most renowned physicians. Lin Chi's search was incomplete. He couldn't find a single usable person. Just then, a video conference call came in. Frustrated, Lin Chi pressed decline, but the invitation popped up again, this time showing the applicant. His superior, Xian Luo. Lin Chi froze, instinctively glancing at Tao Charan. Seeing her pained expression and her near-death state, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. This shouldn't be happening. He had personally tested both F-173 and the medicine Han Shou had given him. There had been no problems. Why was this happening? He had to find a way. Lin Chi left the room, leaving the door open to ensure Tao Charan was within his sight, and then clicked on the meeting invitation. One by one, indistinct figures appeared in the virtual meeting room, the number of participants surging rapidly before gradually stabilizing. The first image showed a young man in a black cloak wearing a half-metal mask, almost identical to the one Tao Charan had been stripped of and thrown onto the bed by Tsang Ming, at least a similar substitute. However, dozens of other people in the conference room were also wearing similar masks. Seeing that most people had arrived, Xian Luo cut to the chase and announced the task. His voice had been specially processed, completely unremarkable, making him unrememberable. You all heard about the queen. She's injured. Go find her immediately. By any means necessary, all rules are null and void. Contact me immediately after you find her. His explanation was very simple and clear. Unlike Bai Yu's situation, after he finished speaking, there was complete silence. No one responded. Don't even think about monopolizing the king. You know me, no clue can escape my eyes forever, Xian Luo said calmly. If there are no problems, get to work. The other sects are also searching. Don't tarnish the reputation of the silk entangling workshop. Xian Luo wanted to quickly turn off the video as usual. But unexpectedly, someone actually raised a problem. Wait, Lin Chi said quickly, since the queen is injured, if we find her, we must treat her immediately. It might be too late to dispatch a physician then. Should we bring emergency medicine? Concerned for the queen's safety, Xian Luo took Lin Chi's words to heart. This concern was very reasonable. Xian Luo nodded. I will request the best medicine from the Star Moon Palace and send it to you immediately. Once you receive it, begin your operation at all costs, using every means at your disposal. The silk entangling workshop was full of talented individuals, most skilled in concealment and intelligence gathering. Its members were more diverse than those of the other four sects, including some adept at unorthodox methods. They rarely gathered in groups, preferring to work alone, resulting in a very loosely organized structure. Xian Luo hadn't held many meetings in the past 3 years, but this time, with the queen's presence and time pressing, he had no choice but to spread the news widely. This time, no one raised any objections. Lin Chi left the meeting and shut down his personal terminal. Moments later, ripples appeared in the space around him. It was as if someone had torn open a rift in the void, and a small, square medicine box fell out. On the medicine box, blue stars nestled beside the full moon, the emblem of the Star Moon Palace. After obtaining the medicine box, Lin Chi returned to Tao Charan's side at almost his fastest speed. F-173 allowed Lin Chi to maintain his composure even in this situation. He steadily opened the medicine box, selected the most suitable medicine for the current condition, and then fed it to Tao Charan. Perhaps because she was unconscious, Tao Charan seemed like an obedient child, swallowing whatever was given to her without resistance. The medicine produced by Xingyue Palace was very effective. Compared to those reagents that hadn't even passed the approval process, it was clearly much more reliable. Tao Charan's fever quickly subsided. Lin Chi carefully dried her damp hair and cheeks. Feeling a little more comfortable, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Chi sat by the bed, holding Tao Charan's right hand in one hand to check her temperature. He actually had an automatic monitoring device, but he didn't know why he didn't want to use it. His other hand was fiddling with the newly acquired medicine box resting on his lap. The medicine box was full of various medicines, encompassing almost all the most effective emergency medications Lin Chi knew of. It was clear that whoever prepared it had put a lot of thought into it. But precisely because of this, after observing the medicines, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Most were quite ordinary, and he even had better alternatives. So why did Xian Luo bypass the silk entangling workshop and instead seek medicine from the Star Moon Palace? Chapter 34. As dawn broke, Tao Charan finally awoke. A split second before she opened her eyes, the hand that had been firmly gripping her released its hold. Lin Chi stood up, greeting her awake with a distant politeness. Tao Charan inexplicably felt something had changed. This feeling was hard to describe. It was as if her soul had left her body, and she was observing her current situation from a third-person perspective. It was strange, yet not so strange. It felt like a long, Long time ago, she had experienced something similar. Her heart felt empty, all the emotional fluctuations caused by changes in the external environment had vanished. She felt only one thing, peace. A peaceful state of mind. Peaceful emotions. A completely peaceful mental state. She sat on the bed, looking at Lin Chi. The camera panned upwards, but Tao Charan felt nothing. When their gazes met in midair, Tao Charan blinked, but felt none of the usual tension, fear, or pervasive awkwardness. She could clearly see Lin Chi's face. It was an indifferent yet extremely beautiful face, paired with an incongruous gray robe, like a cold beauty dwelling in an iceberg, content to live on flowers and dew, completely unmoved by worldly splendor. A slight surprise flickered in his pale golden eyes, quickly dissipating, as he silently gazed at her, a glint of light flashing in his pupils. Tao Charan didn't even have the slightest thought of looking away. She met his gaze openly for a moment, but then, out of habit, she lowered her head first. Recalling the slight pain in her wrist before she completely lost consciousness, she unconsciously rubbed the spot with a needle mark with her left hand. Then Lin Chi grabbed her arm. "Don't move." Tao Charan looked at her left hand, which was being held. The small pendant on her wrist was coiled into the shape of a smart bracelet. She realized that in Lin Chi's eyes, her left hand still looked like a twig, and vigorously poking at the newly formed small wound looked rather strange. She lowered her hand, her mood very calm. "Where's Song Ming?" The first person she asked was Song Ming. Lin Chi sighed inwardly, but still answered her. He had official business and left first. Tao Charan nodded. "It's good that he's going to work. It wasn't for nothing that she risked her life to save him." "What did you inject me with?" Lin Chi then explained the effects of F-173 to her in detail, exaggerating the slowing down berserk state he had told Song Ming by 1,000-fold, even explaining the relevant pharmacological knowledge and side effects clearly. It was almost like giving her a detailed research paper. Tao Charan looked at Lin Chi. To make it easier for Tao Charan to see him, Lin Chi sat back down on the edge of the bed. He moved closer, but Tao Charan didn't react, only listening intently to his explanation. F-173 had worked. Both Lin Chi and Tao Charan knew this. From Lin Chi, Tao Charan learned everything that had happened to her after the F-173 injection. Although the reagent had freed him from emotional interference, physiologically, Lin Chi still couldn't resist the Queen's influence, revealing everything she wanted to know. "What's that?" Tao Charan pointed to a small box with a familiar marking beside the bed. "The Star Moon Palace distributed some medicine," Lin Chi said vaguely, carefully observing Tao Charan's micro-expressions as he spoke. But to his disappointment, he found that the emotional suppression effect of F-173 was too thorough. Tao Charan seemed to be listening to someone else's story, and he couldn't discern anything. "Can I take a look?" That's all she said. Lin Chi, always open and honest with her, obediently handed her the box. Tao Charan flipped through the various injections and pills inside, roughly understanding the current situation. Although everyone had human form, she was, in reality, a different species from the other citizens of the universe. Compared to the robust bodies of the others, her body was incredibly weak. So many things they could use were unusable for her, such as nutrient solutions and medicines developed specifically for citizens. While she had rarely been sick in the Star Moon Palace, her frequent fainting spells and sudden drops in body temperature still caused considerable anxiety for those around her. Besides ginseng and poria, she had later seen many doctors. Perhaps someone had developed a medicine that she could use. All the medicines in this medicine box were usable by her. Judging from the dosage and gentleness, it's safe to say it only works on her in the entire universe. Was she discovered? That's understandable, given how many flaws she revealed before. Fortunately, she kept a low profile for 3 years, so not many people truly knew her. She still had some room to argue. Besides, if she had truly been recognized, and it had become common knowledge, then Lin Chi wouldn't be the only one by her side now. Thinking this, she simply blurted out, "Do you suspect I'm the queen? Aren't you?" Lin Chi countered with a question. He was actually somewhat surprised that this topic had been brought up so suddenly. The poor little thing had indeed become much more interesting after she became less pitiful. Perhaps this slightly aggressive side was her true self. A hint of interest flickered in his eyes, as he leisurely awaited Tao Charan's self-affirmation. "If I were the queen, what would you do?" Tao Charan didn't answer his question, but instead asked. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes somewhat troubled, making the gold in his pupil shine even brighter. "Everyone says the queen has absolute allure, but right now there are too many people seeking you. So, it's probably better to keep you by my side, isn't it?" "Indeed. If I were the queen, I probably wouldn't be able to attract you either." Tao Charan shook her head. You probably had the F-173 injection too, right? I originally wanted to be the queen, but now I don't want anything anymore. And I'm sorry, I really am not. Tao Charan pointed to her left fingertip. See this? My peach blossom has bewitching abilities. My body is indeed weaker than the average citizen, so I'm afraid of contact with other citizens. This might be why I had an adverse reaction after the F-173 injection. She unusually spoke at length, but Tao Charan didn't seem to feel anything special. The medication I usually use is diluted many times more than what's available on the market, otherwise my body wouldn't be able to handle it. But perhaps that's why, even though I'm only a grade B, my peach blossom can even affect grade A. Especially, when I lose consciousness, the effect of the peach blossom reaches its peak. This was a pre-rehearsed explanation. Tao Charan then tapped on the access card on her personal terminal. I already completed the registration process. This is my identification, you can verify it. The access card even had a pre-assigned address, clearly marked Sector D, number 42. Lin Chi memorized the address. Tao Charan's words were logical, well-founded, and flawless. He couldn't find a flaw for the moment. However, you really have no awareness of your own attraction, Lin Chi said. Because he'd been suspected of injecting himself with F-173, Lin Chi abandoned his pretense. All the expressions he deliberately cultivated for social interaction vanished. His face remained completely still as he spoke, as indifferent as a robot. Therefore, Tao Charan didn't take his words to heart. Saying he was attracted to her with that expression seemed like a joke. It's almost dawn. There shouldn't be any danger outside anymore, Tao Charan said vaguely, looking at the window that was already showing a faint light. She still didn't know what the danger was, always feeling there must be more to the situation than just acid rain. Do you want to go home? Lin Chi asked her. Home. But I can't fly, and there's no spaceship now, so I can't go back. Tao Charan answered honestly. Then I take you. Lin Chi replied naturally. Tao Charan got out of bed, her steps a little unsteady due to her illness, and Lin Chi patiently supported her. Outside the Commerce Hall, the sky grew brighter, and under the clear blue sky, Lin Chi transformed into his original form. Just as his name suggested, he was an owl very adept at concealing himself. His color and size resembled tree branches. If he were among a cluster of similarly massive, withered trees, he would likely be completely invisible. His grayish-brown wings fluttered, lightly lifting Tao Charan. Once he was sure she was seated comfortably on his back, the Lin Chi raised its enormous head and let out a loud cry, signaling to its pursuer that it was time to depart. The gigantic bird, 2 or 3 people tall, flapped its wings, churning the air and stirring up clouds, before soaring higher and higher, straight into the sky. Only when it was high enough to take in the entire upper continent did the Lin Chi slowly fly towards District D. Tao Charan nestled among the feathers on his back. One feather was thicker than her arm, so half her body was submerged in a sea of feathers. The bird's full plumage kept Tao Charan warm and cozy. With only her head exposed, the fierce winds at high altitude made her hood flutter loudly. Surrounded by clouds and clear skies within reach, they soared and glided through the air, as free as if the entire universe were their stage. Lin Chi deliberately lingered a while longer. He remembered this joy unique to birds, and he now shared it with Tao Charan. But unfortunately, neither Tao Charan nor Lin Chi could feel it anymore. The reduction in emotions had stripped them of tension, fear, self-abandonment, and despair, but it had also rendered them unable to experience the beauty of the world. Those joyful, comforting, and moving things had been discarded along with them. In other words, this was the real side effect. Riding the increasingly warm sunshine, and with a favorable wind, Lin Chi finally landed on the small terrace on the second floor of number 42. This was the only building on the entire floating island, occupying only about 100 square meters. Its walls, too close to the island's edge, looked shaky and unstable. Once Tao Charan was completely settled on the terrace, she looked up and saw the second floor, half of which had collapsed. The other half was piled high with a thick layer of plant debris, creaking and groaning under the weight of the large bird, Lin Chi, sounding as if it were about to break down. Why don't you stay at my place for now? Lin Chi said to Tao Charan, bowing his head. Chapter 35. Thus, Lin Chi, serving as their means of transportation, continued its flight without complaint. As the outermost island of the upper continent, Sector D was indeed, as Shueshao had said, poorly defended. The man and bird traversed among the numerous shattered island fragments, seeing only broken walls and ruins. The blood-red sunrise rose higher and higher. Time seemed to stretch on. Occasionally a few birds would swoop past, carrying a strong stench of blood. Tao Charan lay quietly nestled in her thick feathers, and thanks to Lin Chi's excellent concealment, they went unnoticed along the way. Lin Chi's dwelling was at number 1 in Sector D, but because Sector D was circular, number 1 and number 42 were almost separated by the flower and bird garden. However, he didn't pass over the flower and bird garden, but instead chose to circle around Sector D in a semicircle. In the distance, Tao Charan saw a magnificent floating island. Generally speaking, the closer to the flower and bird garden, the larger the island, and vice versa. This floating island clearly broke this rule, but when Lin Chi landed at one end of the garden, Tao Charan suddenly realized that this large floating island was not a single piece, but rather pieced together from different fragments. Like the layered structure of the flower and bird garden, the main structure number 1 was also composed of 3 landmasses of varying heights. The lowest level was a courtyard filled with the fragrance of flowers, where quiet and well-behaved plants stretched their branches and leaves, a stark contrast to the menacing atmosphere commonly seen outside. The middle level was a rotating flower hall, offering a direct view of the plants below. The top level was a 2-story villa, its grayish-brown architecture reflecting the owner's understated personality. It was probably where she lived. Surrounding the main structure were numerous smaller fragments, sparsely planted with flowers and grasses, where a few fluttering butterflies lingered. Amidst the perilous garden of flowers and birds, it seemed like a secluded paradise. Lin Chi set Tao Charan down, transformed back into human form, and led the way, taking 2 steps ahead. The instant she landed, something seemed to stir in the air. The serene flowers and grasses rustled as if blown by the wind, their leaves tangled, sniffing and searching, before quietly bending down in one direction simultaneously. The leisurely butterflies also seemed to stir, attempting to pounce on the sudden, sweet temptation. But unfortunately, each island was a constraint. When they tried to leave their territory, they would always crash into the transparent wall with a thud, tiny flames exploding, their charred wings trembling, unable to take flight again. Tao Charan calmly followed behind Lin Chi. She was no longer afraid, but she had observed everything. "They are about to become citizens, aren't they?" Tao Charan said. "Yes." Lin Chi completed the identity verification and opened the door for Tao Charan. "Have you witnessed the birth of other citizens?" Tao Charan shook her head. She had spent 3 years in the Star Moon Palace, rarely venturing outside. Most of her knowledge about this world came from the Light Network. She was rich in theoretical knowledge, but lacked practical skills. This was precisely one of the reasons she insisted on leaving the capital star. Solving the problems of this world couldn't be done by working in isolation, relying solely on her fragmented knowledge. Few citizens remember their conversion process. Ascending the steps, Lin Chi led Tao Charan into the flower hall. At the center of the circular flower hall was a huge, rotating cabinet, filled with rows of bottles and jars identical to those in the small kitchen of the business hall. Countless scents mingled together, creating a peculiar aroma. All commotion was kept outside the door. Around the edge of the flower hall, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, were several tea tables and chairs. Lin Chi gestured for Tao Charan to sit down and poured her a cup of black tea. The warmth of the tea traveled down the side of the cup to her cold hands, the pale tea reflecting in her still, dark eyes. Tao Charan remained calm. The flowers and plants outside the window were as serene as before her arrival. Lin Chi sat down opposite her, his glassy eyes revealing no emotion. But his gaze never left Tao Charan. What is a citizen? What is a beast? What are the boundaries between them? How do plants, birds, and animals transform into citizens? He said. Aren't you curious? Of course he was curious. Curiosity is a scholar's nature. But, so you deliberately kept them here? Using them as live experimental subjects? Tao Charan's words held no anger, yet Lin Chi clearly sensed her disapproval. No, he shook his head. Chauncey Workshop strictly forbids using citizens as experimental subjects. How could I violate the rules? They are not citizens. Citizens are living, everything else is inanimate. This is a consensus in this universe, so those who haven't become citizens naturally cannot be considered living experimental subjects. Tao Charan couldn't refute it, nor did she want to. She immersed her gaze in the tea, pondering the origins of humanization. Berserk and humanization are 2 sides of the same coin. To unravel the secrets of Berserk, one must understand how they humanize. The point Lin Chi mentioned was crucial, and something she had noticed long ago. Are you angry? Lin Chi looked at her for a while, but she remained motionless, like a wooden statue. He couldn't help but lean closer, softening his voice. You don't like me doing this? No. Then why won't you look at me? Tao Charan thought that if it were her usual self, she would probably have already started acting out. Just a habit. The girl raised her head, their two expressionless faces meeting. Lin Chi had achieved his goal, but he didn't feel any better. He meticulously traced the contours beneath the mask with his gaze, knowing that he was becoming increasingly strange. "Never mind, don't look at me," Lin Chi said. "If you have nowhere to go, stay here for a while. Things are unsettled everywhere lately because of the Queen, so it's best you don't go out. Make plans after the Queen returns." But even as he said this, Tao Charan didn't lower her head. In fact, this kind of experience was quite rare for Tao Charan. She seldom felt comfortable ignoring others' gazes and communicating freely and spontaneously. "According to my calculations, these creatures won't become citizens anytime soon." These words could have been left unsaid, but under Tao Charan's gaze, Lin Chi inexplicably became rambling. "The second floor uses a special coating that can block the smell of citizens. As long as you don't go out, no one will know you're here. Don't be afraid." He wanted to say that, but stopped himself. He realized he had given far more than he should. He had intended to keep her by his side and observe her slowly, but unknowingly he had become her servant. This shouldn't be. He wanted to change, but driven by instinct, his resistance became incredibly weak. Fortunately, the notification sound of the personal terminal interrupted the awkward situation. Tao Charan quietly lowered her head again, and Lin Chi confirmed the call. "Where is she?" On the other end of the video call, Song Ming was holding a plant with its branches and leaves stuck together, accompanied by his adjutant. His hawk-like eyes were sharp as he asked directly. "It's Dawn. She said she wanted to go home, so I took her back." Lin Chi concealed the latter part, remaining calm and composed, showing no awareness of lying. "She's not here," Song Ming said. He stood on the terrace of a simple little building. The rooms below were empty. D Block 40, being small and inconspicuous, had barely escaped this time. But the room's protective barrier hadn't activated, and there was no sign of any quantum computer access. She didn't seem to have been here. "Then I don't know?" Song Ming narrowed his eyes. Teams 1 and 2 suffered heavy losses this time, and the demand for supplies is huge. The order of the Commerce Hall should be restored quickly. Song Ming said, "As the chairman, you should come over immediately." The implication was that he should go to work immediately. "Okay." Lin Chi didn't hesitate at all, which slightly lessened Song Ming's suspicion of him. After hanging up, Lin Chi subconsciously looked at Tao Charan. "I'm leaving." It was an obvious fact, yet he repeated it for some reason. "Okay." Tao Charan nodded. Lin Chi started to feel uneasy again. "Don't open the door for anyone," he instructed. "I'll be right back." Lin Chi granted Tao Charan access to the upstairs area, and then hurriedly left. Tao Charan watched him spread his wings in the garden and disappear in the blink of an eye, dozens of times faster than when he was with her. Good, she was alone again. "Xiao Pu, turn off the surveillance." Tao Charan got up and walked to the bottles and jars in the center of the flower hall. The bottles had some difficult formulas written on them. After sniffing a few, Tao Charan roughly understood the release patterns of these potions. She skillfully picked out the ingredients she wanted, mixed them, and had Xiao Pu purify them. She obtained the antidote. Tao Charan swallowed it without hesitation. The fluid flowed down her esophagus, counteracting the emotional constraints in her blood. Her fear, tension, and anxiety slowly returned. In fact, she understood F-173 better than Lin Chi. To her, it had another name. Target Agent Zero. If medication could solve the problem, she would have chosen this method long ago. What exactly is the difference between humans and animals? There may be many answers to this question, but experience told Tao Charan that the presence or absence of emotions is the most important. Without joy or sorrow, life becomes meaningless, and the final outcome is destined to be singular. Excellent researchers don't repeat the same mistakes. After a night of high fever and a battle of wits with several Class A experts, Tao Charan felt exhausted. However, instead of rushing to the third floor to find a large bed in the living area for a good night's sleep, she returned to the chair by the French windows and rested her head on the table. The faintly fragrant black tea beside her arm had completely gone cold, yet its owner hadn't even tasted it. The interstellar era glass blocked the increasingly intense sunlight, causing the once quiet plants to grow with all their might, visibly elongating until they produced human organs. These organs were then strangled and devoured by the surrounding plants, becoming nutrients and vanishing completely. They became them, remaining silent, but the organs they consumed grew ever more numerous, and the humanoid forms they produced became increasingly perfect. Finally, a complete person appeared. Tao Charan was awakened by a knock on the door. Chapter 36. Tao Charan tried to pretend she couldn't hear the sounds outside. The one-way glass window blocked the view outside, but allowed Tao Charan a clear view of the scene beyond. Sometime during the day, that once thriving land had become barren. The plants and small animals had vanished as if in a hallucination. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued, slowly, one after another, as if unwilling to disturb the person inside, yet equally unwilling to leave, so it hesitated, lingering. It was agreed that they wouldn't be converted into citizens in the short term. Tao Charan was somewhat annoyed. She had wanted to observe the initial stages of humanization, but it seemed she had missed it. Tao Charan had never seen newly born citizens. Only well-mannered citizens, capable of caring for her, could pass through the rigorous screening process and come before her. She should at least see it. Even though she had missed some of the process, this current situation was still a rare opportunity. After her emotions returned, Tao Charan felt her nerves become more sensitive. She touched Xiao Pu in her hand, mentally encouraging herself. No permission, command invalid. Sure enough, Lin Chi's "don't open the door" was not only a suggestion, but also had a mandatory effect. However, Xiao Pu obeyed its master's command, directly accessing the access control system and breaking through what seemed like an impenetrable defense. Outside the door, the naked boy still held up his bloodied hands, trying to type the next syllable. Seemingly unable to believe he had succeeded, his round eyes widened slightly, a hint of confusion and innocence appearing in his orange-red pupils. A few drops of blood splattered, making his lips a deep crimson, trembling as if he wanted to utter a word. Something seemed to choke him. The bewilderment on his face turned into panic, and his legs, which wouldn't obey him, stumbled, causing him to fall into the doorway. Tao Charan took a small step back, letting him fall to the ground. Even so, his eyes never left the person before him. His hands, unable to find a foothold, futilely reached forward, as if desperately trying to grab the person in front of him. Tao Charan involuntarily took 2 more steps back. In his vision, the small black leather shoes gradually receded into the distance, and the figure that had haunted his dreams countless times, pushing him into another form, also disappeared into the distance. The boy cried out "ah ah," crawling forward on all fours, leaving patches of blood on the floor. His mind was clearly not clear. Tao Charan retreated behind a chair, using the cover to observe him. This state reminded her of Yu Yuan's humanization process. Language system malfunction, thoughts became chaotic, and body control was impaired. The boy before her was clearly in a worse state than Yu Yuan. Because Yu Yuan recovered very quickly, and was even able to consider her feelings to some extent, possessing the uniquely human qualities of empathy and perspective-taking. But this boy was the opposite. He had a human form, but his rough actions and chaotic thinking made him behave more like a beast. Could this be the difference between the initial stage of humanization and the second stage of evolution? However, from a certain perspective, their similarities might prove that the underlying principles causing these two situations are the same. Something was accumulating. Quantitative change led to qualitative change, and berserkation was a byproduct of this accumulation. Tao Charan felt her sample size was still too small. Perhaps she should try hacking into the Second Army's database to check the physical data of citizens at different ranks. But it was too early to say anything now. The young boy was incredibly difficult to deal with. His movements were visibly becoming more fluid. At first, Tao Charan could use her agility to create distance, but soon the distance between them closed, and Tao Charan felt that suffocating feeling of being watched by a wild beast with no escape. She frowned and slumped into a chair. And those blood-stained hands were about to grab her arm. A beastly excitement, like that of someone seizing prey, flickered in his orange eyes, along with a barely perceptible sense of satisfaction. Only then did Tao Charan realize that although he looked like a boy, his body was already large enough to completely envelop her in his arms. And he was about to do just that. The ends of his hair, woven from tiny leaves, swayed happily, yearning to touch the person before him. His body trembled with excitement at the touch, as if he had waited for this moment for far too long. There was no escaping it. In fact, managing to hold off a Class A citizen for so long had already exceeded Tao Charan's expectations. She wasn't unprepared. Xiao Pu, who had just replenished his medicine at Lin Chi's house, was poised to strike, intending to temporarily incapacitate Shenling through an injection, just as he had done with Shenling. But this preparation was useless. Because just as that blood-soaked, filthy hand was about to touch Tao Charan, a whirlwind burst through the newly opened door, precisely throwing the boy away. A strong body slammed into the medicine cabinet in the center of the hall, shattering numerous bottles and jars on the floor with a series of crashes. The various scents of the reagents mingled, making a mess of the once bright and clean floor and further disarraying the boy's naked body. Briefly catching her breath, Tao Charan buried herself in her chair and sighed quietly. Many of these medicines were quite valuable in her previous life, and she felt a pang of heartache. Meanwhile, a figure rushed in from outside, creating a gust of wind. Beneath the crisp military uniform was a tall and imposing figure, like a hawk, with sharp, piercing eyes. The overwhelming presence made Tao Charan glance at him, and lower her head. Song Ming's arrival was within Tao Charan's expectations. From the moment Lin Qi received the call, she knew Song Ming was trying to lure her away. Clearly, Lin Qi knew as well, otherwise he wouldn't have warned her don't open the door. Unfortunately, Lin Qi was unaware of her omnipotent Xiaopu, and Tao Charan genuinely wanted to see Song Ming again. Lin Qi barely mentioned what happened while Tao Charan was unconscious, and only vaguely touched upon Song Ming's whereabouts. Tao Charan was highly suspicious. Besides wanting to know what had happened at Song Ming that allowed him to defy his instincts and leave her, she also wanted to use his power to escape Lin Qi's house. After all, as soon as Lin Qi returned, he would find that she hadn't obeyed. Not only had she opened the door, but the effects of F-173 had also worn off. Both of these things were difficult to explain, but with Song Ming, things were different. Even if Lin Qi suspected something, she could pin it on Song Ming. Using this small gap to gain a breather between two citizens vying for her attention was a basic skill she had learned over the past 3 years. As soon as Song Ming entered, his gaze involuntarily fell on the woman curled up in the chair. She still looked terrified and vulnerable, as if she wanted to bury herself in the ground. Song Ming pursed his lips, but a slight smile unconsciously crept onto his face. That's good. Compared to when she lay in bed, her life hanging in the balance, she was now quite energetic. He unconsciously moved to Tao Charan's side. Unlike his earlier flamboyant entrance, he was now extremely mindful of his demeanor, slowing his pace step by step, as solemn as if he were going to pay homage to the Queen at the Star Moon Palace. The effects of F-171 were still lingering. Song Ming could still sway between instinct and reason, leaning towards the latter. Therefore, he stopped in front of Tao Charan, his tall frame completely enveloping her, a posture strangely similar to that of the boy from before. Tao Charan shrank back into the chair. The chair back supported her sliding body, forcing her to face the person in front of her. She didn't dare make eye contact. Tao Charan lowered her gaze, so she could only see Song Ming's lower body. Because of the close distance, this time she could see clearly that Song Ming was holding a thin vine in his hand. The withered, yellow leaves were stuck together and trembling slightly. The main stem was held by a black glove, looking half dead and about to break, a pitiful sight. Seemingly noticing Tao Charan examining what he was holding, Song Ming simply handed her the barely visible plant. Seeing her shrink even more and not take it as he had expected, Song Ming hesitated for a moment, then knelt down before her. Because of his imposing physique, even kneeling on one knee, he was barely at eye level with the girl. Tao Charan lowered her eyes, adopting her usual stance of refusing to communicate. As you can see, the citizen before you is named Han Xiao, a medic in my second army. I don't know what method you used to bring me back from my berserk state. It's fine if you don't want to say, but I hope you can also bring him back to his senses. Song Ming spoke clearly. I did you a favor just now, didn't I? I can guarantee he never appear before you again. Now I need your help. Beside the medicine cabinet, the newly minted Class A citizen, naturally no match for Song Ming who was accustomed to battle and carnage, lay unconscious amidst the sharp shards, a mangled mess after being struck by the whirlwind and then impacted. Clearly, Song Ming had no intention of caring for him, but rather was using his life as a bargaining chip to exchange with Tao Charan. And you know the current situation, without a doctor, it'd be very troublesome. Remembering Tao Charan's earlier question about his work, Song Ming added, almost as if possessed, this is also very important to the Second Army. But honestly, if it weren't for the Queen, the existence of the Second Army wouldn't be that important. Song Ming added silently, not believing he was lying. He stared confidently at the girl, awaiting her reply. She seemed hesitant. Song Ming felt inexplicably nervous. To avoid putting pressure on Tao Charan, he looked away. Then, Song Ming suddenly noticed that the plant in his hand had changed its state. It seemed to sense something, no longer resisting fiercely as before, trying to inject its venom into the eagle's bloodline. Instead, it obediently remained in his palm, its leaves twisting to hide its unsightly, yellowed, withered parts, trying its best to appear harmless. This was very unusual. Chapter 37. Song Ming's heart skipped a beat. He casually added another layer of pressure. You should have also received the news from the silk entangling workshop. The primary task for the citizens here now is to rebuild the flower and bird courtyard. This is also Her Majesty the Queen's will. You don't want to disobey the king's orders, do you? There was even a hint of threat in Song Ming's tone. But his hawk-like eyes subtly observed Tao Charen's reaction. One hand casually rested on the armrest of the chair, half encircling her, his vigilance raised to the highest level, like a hunter on the hunt. He saw Tao Charen's fingertips twitch slightly. Xiao Pu, acting as a light screen, conveyed her meaning, okay. Send me back, grant me access. Seemingly hesitant, the light screen flickered before adding another sentence. He's with me. Tao Charen extended her right index finger, pointing in the direction of the boy who had just been thrown away. If she couldn't be alone, she needed to ensure that at least 2 citizens of comparable strength were by her side to feel at ease. You want to go back to D40? No problem. Song Ming guessed her meaning after a moment, and said gently and calmly, but his eyes darkened. I'm not familiar with the permissions of your entangling silk workshop, but the second armies can be open to you. Which level do you want? As for him, Song Ming turned to look at the boy whose fate was unknown. For the first time since entering, he focused his gaze on this opponent, making no attempt to hide the contempt in his eyes. He couldn't even withstand one of my attacks. He's utterly useless. What use is he to you? Seemingly at a loss for words, the light screen flickered before she finally answered his question. Please grant me access. I need to compare the physical data of relevant personnel. The Silk Entangling Workshop is arguably the most mysterious organization among the 5 Radiant Gates, possessing unparalleled expertise in data collection and organization, and always exhibiting some strange abilities. And dealing with berserk states naturally requires data references. Song Ming remembered that Han Xiao would also use his access privileges to consult the Second Army's database when working. This seemed like a perfectly reasonable reason. However, this reason did not dispel Song Ming's suspicions. While the previous probing still couldn't confirm the other party's identity, it raised more questions. Clearly, Mingyu had said that everyone knew about the Queen's injury, and the other 4 gates had already begun their actions. Why did this person seem to know nothing? If she had received the news, she would know that the most important thing right now. The important task is to find the Queen, not to rebuild order. If it's because her rank is too low to access the latest information, let's not forget that the Silk Entangling Workshop is renowned for its intelligence. She even managed to pull herself back from the brink of madness. With such abilities, how could she lack information channels? It seems she doesn't belong to any sect. Because no citizen, even a super rank A, could remain unmoved when he mentions the Queen. And his previous unusual behavior, even Xue Xiao and Han Xiao. But this suspicion is truly unbelievable to Song Ming. He already has a bias in his heart, yet he dares not speculate. Then I give you my access. Song Ming thought to himself, placing his personal terminal against the other's wrist, separating them instantly. Tao Charen blinked. Before she could react, Xiao Pu had already copied a large amount of data and begun filtering it. She belatedly realized that after granting her access, she even had the authority to mobilize the Second Army. Tao Charen, is it really okay to trust others like this? Casually delegating the commander's authority. If it were an enemy, they could wipe out Chuelu's star in a heartbeat. Tao Charen was constantly worried about cosmic peace. But she really needed this now. At least, she wouldn't have to let Xiao Pu hack into the light network and violate regulations anymore. But you can't take him away. Song Ming withdrew his hand, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips that had almost touched her skin. He's not registered yet, and his mental state is unstable. You better stay away from him. Newly born or upgraded citizens must update their information at a nearby institution and undergo observation according to the citizen registration regulations before they can reintegrate into society. Clearly, the boy being discussed was still unregistered. I register. Tao Charen asked Xiao Pu to help her argue her case. Now she could even mobilize the army, let alone something as trivial as registration. No. Song Ming was about to object further, but his resolute refusal was swallowed back down. He looked at his cuff. The hand that had just relinquished its control was now useless, lazily draped over the chair. 2 slender fingers were now pinching the corner of his cuff, the pressure almost imperceptible. But Song Ming strangely felt a long-suppressed flame erupt forth. What kind of feeling was this? A tingling, limp feeling, one that would make him die on the spot without regret. Ah, was she being coquettish? Really, so cute, I like it so much. Song Ming thought inappropriately. This feeling was familiar, as if subconsciously, he had received some kind of gift. A gift from her that pushed him, telling him he had to become human, because she needed him. The cold potion ultimately couldn't suppress the flame. Song Ming jumped to his feet, tossing the struggling branches he was holding far away. Come on, I take you there right away. The feathers began to spread, from his neck to his chest, then to his abdomen. Song Ming even staggered as he stood up. The 2 bouts of berserk rage in such a short time had blurred his vision, but even so, he forced open the door and managed an awkward smile. Go. D40 is behind that door. I can't take you. As he finished speaking, his arms had already degenerated into bird wings. The eagle let out a mournful, high-pitched cry, like a final struggle and farewell. His form shifted between human and large bird, the speed too fast for the naked eye to see. Tao Charan finally dared to raise her head, frowning at the sudden turn of events, somewhat bewildered. Okay, she admitted she wanted to test whether Song Ming would still be influenced by her. Of course, the more direct reason was that Tao Charan was completely bad at bargaining, and if things continued like this, she would never be able to take that undocumented boy away. Xiao Pu, draw blood for testing. Now that everyone was in a daze, things were much easier. Tao Charan could finally speak and communicate freely. She directed Xiao Pu while watching Song Ming's reaction. Don't disappoint me, Song Ming. Her words still had some calming effect. The tug-of-war between humanity and bestiality finally began to stabilize. But this time the berserk state hadn't subsided, bestiality had won out. The pained bird flapped its wings, frantically making a mess of the surrounding furniture. If the flower hall hadn't been high enough, the ceiling might not have been saved. Whirlwinds swirled in the air, adding new wounds to the boy's exposed body. Hanxiu strained its branches to shield the girl in the distance, but its frenzied state, comparable to Songming's, rendered it powerless and unable to reach her. Only the door, that had appeared out of nowhere, remained standing. While Songming's spatial control was far inferior to Baiyu's, a Class A fighter skilled in combat couldn't be completely ignorant of teleportation. The spatial door he had opened with all his might seemed relatively sturdy, likely holding out for a while longer. Tao Charan was relatively safe. Even in its frenzied state, Songming instinctively moved aside, despite the close proximity between the two. Tao Charan gripped the doorframe with one hand for safety, while using the other to access her personal terminal and review the report Xiaopu had just generated. Having become accustomed to reviewing body data, she immediately identified the problem. A drug that shouldn't be in a citizen's body, of the same origin as the drug Lin Chi had injected her with, but with significantly reduced stability. This drug works when the patient's emotions are stable, but it can cause problems when their moods fluctuate wildly. Tao Charan wasn't unfamiliar with this situation. She herself had just taken the antidote for F173. With readily available materials, she skillfully instructed Xiao Pu to synthesize the drug and administer the injection. Song Ming quickly calmed down. However, the drug's full effect would take some time. Tao Charan thought for a moment, and used the available medication to synthesize a drug that would cause memory lapses, which she then had Xiao Pu inject as well. There was no other way. She had too many weaknesses. To avoid being captured, she had to seize this opportunity to cause trouble. She had Xiao Pu pick up Han Xiu and drag the undocumented boy inside. Tao Charan took one last look at Song Ming, who, thanks to her desperate efforts, had finally regained his human form. She sincerely prayed that he could hold on a little longer, and then forget about her and focus on his work. 1 star. Thanks to Song He and the efforts of everyone, and the soothing effect of the Queen's video call, Xingyue Palace quickly regained its former splendor. Now, as the core office of the 5 Radiant Gates, it's a place of daily chaos and turmoil, without a moment of peace. Are all of you from the Silk Entangling Workshop useless? You bragged to His Majesty before, but after searching for so many days, you haven't found a single clue? What do the warriors of Chiyu Tower know? The Queen hasn't even touched the light net these past few days. How can we compare to her wisdom? If you're so capable, bring the Queen back right now. What's the point of the pot calling the kettle black? If you ask me, those 5 who failed to protect the Queen deserve to be torn to pieces. A table was hurled at Xian Luo, who was at the head of the table. The shimmering silver threads bounced the table back to its original position, dismembering the person behind it in the process. A bloody mist filled the air, for such events were happening all the time, leaving the conference hall floor stained beyond recognition. Getting angry? I agree with him on that point. What use are you all? The repeated provocations, coupled with the continued lack of news from the Queen, made Xian Luo incredibly irritable. A bunch of useless trash, who only drags things down. He muttered, deeply regretting agreeing to Baiyu's suggestion to exchange information. These fools are different from any plan. How could this bunch of jealous lunatics possibly find such a clever queen? Too inefficient. Xian Luo looked around. The 5 of them took turns on duty here. Lan Huan wasn't supposed to be here today, but he was. His brows, shrouded in mist, furrowed slightly, as if he had encountered some unsolvable problem. If Xian Luo could see his personal computer screen, he would see that the other's gaze was constantly shifting between the 2 points of light, Yunshui Mountain and Huan Yaoting. He tilted his head, his gaze finally settling. Chapter 38. Tao Charan stepped out of the door. The door, which had held on for so long, seemed to know its mission was over, vanishing in a gust of wind. Numbers 40 and 42 in Sector D were similar, with the same structure. The difference was that this place was fortunate enough to be unaffected by last night's events. The 2-story building stood intact, seemingly able to hold on for a while longer. Tao Charan appeared in the entrance hallway. She had the all-powerful Xiaopu open the door, and toss Han Xiu and the boys' bodies onto the first-floor living room floor. It looked like no one had cleaned this place for a long time. Dust billowed from the empty floor, covering the 2 unconscious citizens in a dusty mess. Tao Charan walked past them without changing her expression, found a chair, sat down, and had Xiaopu pull up the newly generated report to continue reading. After the routine tests, Tao Charan had Xiaopu also give Song Ming a full-body scan. Combining the data from the 2 people on the ground that she was about to obtain, she could draw some conclusions. The next problem was how to get rid of these 2 people. Although a series of events had occurred since her escape, leaving Tao Charan physically and mentally exhausted, she hadn't forgotten her initial intention to find a place to start a happy, solitary life. She glanced at the other side of the living room. The tiny seedling, barely recognizable as human, was still persistently waving its yellow, curly leaves, trying to crawl towards her. If this kind of tenacity were channeled into working diligently, how could the universe not be peaceful? The queen thought with a headache. After reviewing Song Ming's data and checking on Han Xiu and the boy's condition, knowing there wouldn't be any major problems for the time being, Tao Charan ordered takeout online, specifying that it be left at the door. While waiting for her takeout, she continued to ponder. Based on what she had seen and heard along the way, the conclusions drawn from this data were largely consistent with Tao Charan's own thoughts. Whether it was humanization or berserkation, it all stemmed from the same gene. Tao Charan had seen and was very familiar with this gene before. If she had to describe it, it was probably a mutated human gene. Tao Charan had witnessed its effects in pure humans. It would drastically enhance human abilities, easily pushing them beyond their limits. Some even insisted that such a gene could achieve immortality or even resurrection. But Tao Charan was not optimistic. Because compared to the immense power it brought, its side effects were also significant. Like the berserkation of citizens in the universe today, humans infected with this gene would gradually lose their rationality, their thinking becoming more animalistic, irritable, and insane. A group of powerfully aggressive madmen. This was the ultimate result of this gene. It could beastify humans, and it could humanize beasts. However, its manifestation in humans and beasts leads to the same outcome, which is precisely the current state of the entire universe. As for the solution to berserk, completely removing this gene is unrealistic. Even deleting the original body would cause it to cease functioning. The technology of the previous life couldn't achieve this, and it's even more difficult now, dealing with citizens whose original bodies are essentially beastly. Even if it were successful, what's the point if the citizens revert to their original forms? Tao Charan believes that although they are a bit overly enthusiastic about her, a socially awkward individual, they don't deserve to die. Besides, social anxiety is one thing, but if she were truly the only person left in this universe, wouldn't she feel a little lonely? At least the internet was useless now. She couldn't order takeout. Ding dong. Thinking of takeout, the takeout arrived. Tao Charan was about to open the door, but remembering her contact name, she froze. Wasn't it supposed to be left outside? She had Xiaopu connect to the room's smart system and access the door's video surveillance. Tao Charan saw a pigeon-headed, human-bodied person at the door, carrying a large bag slung across their body, looking like a deliveryman. The pigeon head looked left and right, then pecked at the doorbell. Ding dong. It looked somewhat familiar. Tao Charan, of course, couldn't open the door. Leaving aside her social anxiety, she couldn't even explain what was going on with those 2 on the ground. Is this takeout? Leave it at the door. Her image appeared on the access control screen. Xiaopu spoke for her again. Lingo awkwardly raised his feathered arm and scratched his head. Well, I'm a clerk in the council, but I'm also working as a delivery driver because we're short-staffed. You're Tao Tao, right? I don't know if you remember me. I was the one who helped you register. This is your order. Please sign for it, he said, pulling a delivery box from his large bag. It looked very elegant. A black lacquered box with a bow and some small pink peach blossoms as decoration. It was clearly made with care. But he didn't immediately place it on the ground by the door. "I'd like to come in for a follow-up visit and ask how you've been feeling at the flower and bird garden lately. Is that alright?" Tao Charen's heart skipped a beat, and she became even more wary. "Just leave it at the door," she emphasized again. "Ask us any questions you have." That might not be very convenient. Lin Gu still didn't want to give up. He hugged the takeout box to his chest, took 2 more steps forward, and his image became clearer in the camera's view. "We value your experience very much and hope to observe your real-life situation, so we can improve in the future. We hope for your cooperation." Not a single bit of cooperation. Tao Charen looked around. Her home, which she had only been back in for less than an hour, showed absolutely no signs of life. There was no other way. The door opened a crack. Lin Gu saw a petite woman squeeze out of the doorway, still wearing that same black robe that completely covered her body. Because the door closed so quickly, Lin Gu couldn't see anything behind her. She held out her hand, gesturing for him to hand over the takeout box. Lin Gu smiled and placed the takeout box in her hand. The long feathers brushed against the other person's palm. Even though there was no actual contact, Lin Gu still felt a tingling sensation. Bang! In that brief moment of distraction, before he could even speak, the girl carrying the takeout quickly returned to behind the door. "You should have seen it. I'm very happy living here." The image on the intercom continued, but both the image's expression and Tao Charen's behavior just now seemed utterly unconvincing. "Oh, I see." Lin Gu felt his mind was a bit foggy from being so close to her. He desperately wanted to follow her inside. If she were to extend an invitation, he couldn't believe how happy he would be. Barely regaining some semblance of rationality, Lin Gu touched his beak, regretfully abandoning the idea. He could tell the girl didn't want to talk to him much. "Alright. Thank you for your cooperation." He was off to deliver the next order. Who knew how happy he was when he saw the address of D District 40 appear in the system? Ever since meeting her, Lin Gu hadn't been able to forget her. Before this, he had been distracted and sleepless for several days, tossing and turning, trying to think of an excuse to visit her. But thinking that she would soon be eating the meal he had carefully prepared, Lin Gu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Tao Charen retrieved her takeout without incident, unpacking it while continuing to ponder the matter concerning the future of the universe. Since completely removing this gene was impossible, she could only settle for second best, and see what could combat this frenzy. Fighting fire with fire was always an unorthodox method. But Tao Charen was very good at it. Just as she could mimic the threats of varying combat strength to reduce the queen's influence on those around her, Tao Charen had also discovered a relatively perfect solution. She extracted and synthesized a virus that would cause mutations in infected individuals, leading to neuronal degeneration and a reduction in emotional volatility. While they might still be somewhat more irritable than ordinary people, they would have no problem communicating with others and living a normal life. However, this solution had a major problem. Its success rate was extremely low. Just like the M gene, which is not human, while providing an amplification, it also brings with it berserk tendencies. The W virus can resist berserk, but the process is extremely painful. In her memory, there has only been one successful case. A single case is insufficient. However, here, a problem unresolved in her previous life has taken a new turn. Tao Charen reviewed the data from Shenling and received reports from Songming and the others, discovering that in the current universe, citizens of all levels carry both the M gene and the W virus, the only difference being the quantity. The more M genes a citizen carries, the higher their combat power, and the greater the corresponding impact of the W virus, leading to greater rationality. This is the logic behind Shenling's conclusion that ingesting a corresponding amount of high-level citizens can achieve a qualitative change. This is also why the 5 Super A-level individuals around Tao Charen can remain insane while alone with her. But even as Super A-level individuals, compared to the successful case Tao Charen remembered, their gene and virus levels are far too low. Tao Charen suspects this is why they too will experience berserk states. Both the M gene and the W virus can accumulate, but Tao Charen cannot use a method of breeding poison to make them cannibalize each other. So only one idea remained, a simple incremental approach: replicate the W virus and let all citizens ingest it. This was simple in some ways, because Tao Charen had done this quite skillfully in her previous life. It was difficult in others, because she now had nothing but herself. No raw materials, no equipment, no reliable synthesis method. In her previous life, Tao Charen extracted raw materials from plants and animals, But now those plants and animals had either transformed into citizens or were reserves for citizens. Their physiological structures completely changed, so the previous methods were definitely no longer applicable. For now, she could only see if she could extract and replicate it from citizens with high levels of the W virus. The thought of dealing with those perverts made Tao Charan refuse to think any further. Upon opening the takeout, a rich aroma of food wafted out. Tao Charan looked at the delicate little bowl she had unpacked with mixed feelings. Steaming hot, golden broth rose from it. It was a bowl of pigeon soup. Chapter 39. This was somewhat presumptuous. Smelling the aroma, completely different from ordinary soup, so enticing it almost made one want to devour the bowl, and seeing the unidentified chunks of meat floating on top, Tao Charan had some uneasy thoughts. Given the frequent occurrence of people smuggling in their own goods, Tao Charan wasn't surprised that this was something only her subjects would do. Having lived in this universe for 3 years, Tao Charan could still distinguish between native and specialty products. The other dishes were alright, but this soup was something Tao Charan couldn't swallow. But wasting food was never a good thing. Tao Charan looked around. To her left, Little Pooh sat on the table, its mechanically synthesized eyes blinking, awaiting the next command. To her right, in the distance, Han Xiu was still writhing in the shadows on the ground, a newborn boy, still unclothed, lying beside him, seemingly unlikely to wake up anytime soon. Little Pooh didn't need to eat, and Tao Charan, fearing the local specialty might affect the boy's waking speed, dared not feed him. Therefore, only Han Xiu could share her burden. Carrying the bowl to the small sapling, Tao Charan placed it in front of him. The leaves, which had been struggling to move, tightly closed, trembling slightly as if shy. "Won't you drink?" Tao Charan looked at the bowl, which was much larger than the sapling, and understood Han Xiu's reserve. She poured the broth at the base of the sapling like watering a flower. The sparse roots immediately tentatively climbed up the fleshy piece, devouring it completely in a few seconds. The broth wasn't wasted either. The main root absorbed the nutrients, and the liquid flowing everywhere on the ground visibly disappeared quickly. Conversely, Han Xiu's size had also increased slightly. His leaves were still closed, but the trembling was becoming increasingly pronounced. After a period of extremely difficult effort, a small pink flower finally bloomed with a pop from among his few remaining leaves. The branches and leaves lay flat on the ground, only this fuzzy little flower seemed to uncontrollably curl upwards, as if waiting for someone to pluck it. Tao Charan, watching his series of actions, understood that Han Xiu's condition was now much worse than Songming's before. He had regressed for too long, and was injured. Even if she forcibly intervened, it was unlikely he could return to his original state. Plants take root, sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. Now, Han Xiu could only manage to bloom, showing he was at his limit. But blooming and withering, flourishing and decaying, are the natural cycle. Death can lead to rebirth. This flower was his essence. If he could merge with it after becoming human again, perhaps there was still a chance to regain his former self. Without hesitation, Han Xiu placed the choice in Tao Charan's hands. Life or death, how to live, he would obey her every command. But Tao Charan didn't pluck the flower he had given his life for, as he had hoped. After all, for someone with social anxiety, plants were undeniably more endearing than people. Although she had promised to save him, Songming hadn't given a time frame, so waiting until she left to act was perfectly fine. However, the dandelion-like flower was simply too adorable, and Tao Charan couldn't help but poke it with her index finger. Then the leaves folded even tighter, and the flower trembled as if unable to bear the weight, yet involuntarily pressed against Tao Charan's finger. Her fingers itched slightly, but thankfully, the plant remained a plant, its condition perfectly stable. Relieved, Tao Charan drifted off into a daze, continuing to caress the flowers and leaves beneath her. The pink flowers grew even redder, like flushed cheeks. The previously withered, curled leaves had noticeably improved after drinking the soup. Now, poked open and closed by Tao Charan, the cluster of leaves near her fingers was so green it seemed to drip with moisture. Because it was being touched by someone it loved, it burned its life force to bloom in its most beautiful form. Even in unconsciousness, Han Xiu did its utmost to present its best self, at the very end of its decay. When Tao Charan came to her senses, she noticed the changes in the plant beneath her. She paused for a moment, then said, "Xiao Pu, retest the routine data." The new report showed a slight increase in the levels of the M gene and the W virus. This was within Tao Charan's expectations, because the specialty was ultimately part of the citizen's body, naturally consistent with the original composition. Of course, ingestion would have an effect. But could such a minute change cause such a significant transformation, leading to a leap in color and growth stage? Tao Charan wasn't sure. Fortunately, she had another sample to control the variables. She approached the boy. Since he was unconscious, he posed no threat, so Tao Charan remained relatively calm. She reached out and poked his lower back, just as she had poked Han Xiu's little flower earlier. No reaction. Was it too short a time? Tao Charan frowned, her rounded fingertips carefully resting on his abdomen, ready to withdraw at any moment. The body beneath her was warm and soft, not at all like the hard, unyielding body it appeared to be. It was even more unimaginable that such a body could remain unharmed after such a violent impact. His abdomen rose and fell with his breath, and Tao Charan could clearly feel the vibrant life force within this body, a life force likely composed of many individuals. In a corner unseen by Tao Charan, the boy's fingertips twitched, impatiently scraping a small mark on the floor. She waited in that position for a while, but he still didn't react. Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief and regretfully withdrew her hand. But just as her fingertips were about to leave, she was suddenly grabbed. An even stronger hand forcefully wrapped around hers, pulling her towards him. His face held the innocence of newborn youth, his pupils revealing a hint of confusion, perhaps even a touch of grievance and dissatisfaction. "Why did you stop?" Caught off guard by the sudden, enthusiastic presence of his subjects, Tao Charan was immediately overwhelmed by her social anxiety. She felt the touch beneath her become more delicate, the boy's body shifting from warm to feverish, but his grip on her hand remained unbreakable, no matter how much she struggled. Finally, that hand rested on his chest. Beneath his chest, a heart beat faster and faster. The rhythm of their two heartbeats gradually synchronized. Tao Charan supported her dizzy head with her other hand, too afraid to look up. She couldn't see the other man's orange-red pupils overflowing with infatuation, as if nothing else mattered. His love flowed like water, endless and breathtaking. "What's wrong?" He still held Tao Charan tightly with one hand, using the other to prop himself up, moving closer to her, observing her with an extremely low posture. "Are you feeling unwell?" Because of the close proximity, Tao Charan could feel his breath on her face, carrying a faint, familiar fragrance. The delicate scent wasn't pungent, but rather subtle and pervasive, carrying an ancient and melancholic atmosphere that inexplicably calmed her. For some reason, Tao Charan calmed down a bit. Her heartbeat slowed, and she was able to maintain control of her body, but the fear in her heart didn't lessen. "Let go," she said. Perhaps because they had communicated more since their escape, Tao Charan had become more accustomed to speaking. Now, expressing her feelings in a few words was second nature to her. Only then did he belatedly realize why she was acting this way. Reluctantly, he released her hand, but before their hands were completely separated, he hooked her fingers again and placed a light, fleeting kiss on his lips. "I'm sorry," he said softly, lowering his eyes to conceal the light within them. A thorn-like sensation gripped her body, and Tao Charan abruptly pulled her hand back, subtly wiping the back of her hand with the corner of her robe. A few drops of nearly dried blood from the other's hand stained her palm, which she smeared onto her black robe, darker than the night itself, unnoticed by anyone. The boy didn't stop her. He realized he might have done something wrong. Tao Charan straightened her arms, intending to stand, but her body, still shaken, didn't obey her commands, and she stumbled backward. The boy instinctively reached out to support her, but she evaded him without hesitation, struggling to take a few more steps back. He could have easily grabbed her. But she refused, her avoidance broke his heart. "I'm sorry." His head almost sank into the ground, as he weakly apologized again. "I'm a newbie, I don't know anything. If I did something wrong, tell me, and I correct it." Tao Charan remained silent. In this situation, whatever she said would play right into his hands. She was very experienced. More important than that, she cared about the data. Xiao Pu had already received the order to re-examine the other person's physical condition. The report would be out soon. But the boy misunderstood her meaning, thinking she was unwilling to forgive him. After thinking for a moment, he casually plucked a leaf from the end of his hair. The edge of the leaf sharpened according to his will, like a newly sharpened knife. Then, without blinking, he broke off one of his fingers. After separating it from its original body, it returned to the shape of a branch. Using the leaf to carve the branch, he crafted a simple dagger. In the blink of an eye, the murder weapon was complete. The boy knelt on the ground, the dried blood on his hands becoming fresh again. He placed his unsightly hand behind his back, his good hand holding the dagger, and presented it to Tao Charan. His posture was humble, his low position forcing him to look up, but his gaze never wavered. "Kill me," he said earnestly. Tao Charan knew immediately that something was wrong. She involuntarily took 2 steps back, refusing to confront this complicated, life-or-death situation. However, this action only further provoked him, and the boy's tone became somewhat urgent. I must have upset you. If you hate me, just kill me? He didn't know what he had done wrong, but making her unhappy was definitely his fault. Being killed by her seemed like a very happy thing. If she killed him, they would both be happy. The boy thought bluntly. His instincts told him that he was born for her, and naturally, he should die for her. Chapter 40. The boy held the weapon, his eyes unblinking and his arm trembling. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for a while. Tao Charan let out a soft breath. Put your clothes on, wash your hands. She decided to ignore the madman's unreasonable demands. Feeling she couldn't communicate with him, Tao Charan chose to continue having Xiaopu speak for her, then sat down to look at the newly released report. This report was identical to the previous one. This meant that, theoretically, his body shouldn't have changed at all, but both Han Xiu and he had shown significant activity after coming into contact with Tao Charan. Tao Charan sensitively sensed that there might be some oversights in her reasoning. This forced her to confront this question. Even if the berserk problem was solved, would their inexplicable love for her disappear? Tao Charan didn't know. Love was an ethereal thing. How could it be measured? If it couldn't be measured, how could she identify the variables? She had some clues about the berserk problem, but love was an unfinished task for her. Faced with the unknown and the uncontrollable, Tao Charan had always refused to think about this problem. Even now, she still hoped that berserk tendencies and love were one and the same, since both could make people so irrational. If solving one would automatically make the other disappear, that would be ideal. But that wasn't the case, and she had no choice. If she didn't solve the berserk tendencies, she couldn't escape. Escaping was shameful, but also pleasurable. As long as she escaped to a place where no one knew her, and lived a solitary life, she wouldn't have to face these inexplicable loves. Tao Charan skimmed through the report. Meanwhile, the young man quickly changed his clothes. The dark green robe seemed to be the same style as Tao Charan's. His disheveled long hair was tied up, and his face and hands were washed clean, revealing the handsome features of a young man. But this young man was clearly not mentally sound. The first thing he did after tidying himself up was to stay close to Tao Charan, shoving the weapon into her hand, urging her to kill him. Tao Charan glanced at the dagger, then at the ground. She leaned back in her chair, changing the subject. What's your name? I was just born. I don't have a name yet. Will you give me a name? His eyes lit up, his orange pupils filled with anticipation. Tao Charan shook her head. She assumed all citizens were born with names, just as they were born to chase after her, the queen. The light in her eyes vanished instantly. How do other people get their names? Unable to resist her curiosity, Tao Charan asked. But she regretted it immediately, because how could a baby know how to name someone? But he actually did. The boy thought for a moment, maybe I just pick one randomly, whatever the original form is. Tao Charan blinked. Are you born with memories? Born in adult form, able to speak immediately, with a rich vocabulary and basic common sense. This is completely different from the humans in her previous world. I have no memories, I don't remember anything, but it's instinct. He tugged at the end of his newly tied hair, seemingly unsure how to describe this innate ability. He didn't want to talk about these things with Tao Charan. It would make him seem ignorant. More than this topic, he wanted a gift of new life. Can't you really give me a name? He would be ecstatic. The boy, looking pitiful, knelt on the ground, his head almost touching Tao Charan's knees. But Tao Charan remained unmoved. Leaving aside the fact that taking an inch is human nature, just looking at the name she gave Xiaopu showed she was utterly terrible at naming things. Annoyed by her persistent pestering, Tao Charan had nowhere to retreat, yet dared not look directly at him. Her gaze inevitably fell on the dagger in the boy's hand, and she paused slightly. The boy followed her gaze, assuming she had changed her mind, and agreed to his earlier suggestion to kill him. Am I a little annoying? Why don't you just kill me? He changed the subject, considerately holding the dagger above his head for Tao Charan to use. He was, of course, happy to do so. This mutual understanding stirred a sweet wave of emotion in the boy's heart, even though this might be their last encounter. The boy's eyes were fixed on her, unblinking, his orange-red pupils seemingly overflowing with honey, utterly devoid of any malice. Where would she choose to stab him? His chest, his neck, or would she first sever his limbs? He prayed she wouldn't gouge out his eyes first, because he wanted to keep looking at her until the very last moment. He hoped the cut would be small, so that blood wouldn't splatter onto her clothes. He wanted the process to be long, so he could remember every expression on her face. However, his thoughts didn't matter. In truth, it didn't matter how she killed him. Just one smile from her would make his will vanish. Even 1,000 cuts would be worthwhile. The boy's gaze sent chills down Tao Charen's spine. Having witnessed too many scenes like this, she didn't want to consider what he was thinking. But she did indeed want to use the murder weapon before her. Tao Charen had never expected that a newly minted citizen could mature so quickly. Before waking up, she was speechless and mentally confused, yet in such a short time, she had become completely human, her form stable, and her way of thinking was exactly the same as when she first met Lan Huan and the others. Seeing that she was about to be forced to become a murderer, Tao Charen felt the pressure. She realized that if things continued like this, she would be unable to do anything. She had already dealt with Song Ming, but would Lin Qi and Shui Xiao let her go after they realized what was happening? This place was already known. It was far from safe. This place was originally just a buffer point, and Tao Charen had a strange premonition that if she didn't run, she would be caught by someone else again. The escape was fraught with difficulties, and Tao Charen, who had initially refused to kill, decided to call for backup. She reached out and took the dagger. The delicate, rounded fingers seemed incongruous with the sharp double-edged blade. Tao Charen awkwardly swung it in the air, the slightly uncomfortable hilt nearly slipping from his hand. A look of worry crossed the boy's face. He regretted his suggestion. He even considered suicide, though it was regrettable, but his expression froze in that instant. Overwhelmed by terror, his nascent mind went completely blank. His blood seemed to freeze. His entire body was paralyzed. When he finally came to his senses, a piercing scream, unlike his own, finally escaped his lips. "No!" he screamed, lunging forward, the carefully crafted dagger he had so meticulously designed crumbling into dust in an instant. The long, narrow wound, like him, seemed to only just begin to react, crimson blood spreading downwards from the cut. Tao Charen stretched out her injured wrist, blood dripping silently onto the floor. The exposed, bloodless half of her face appeared even paler, the sudden pain feeling somewhat unfamiliar to her. Actually, she hadn't been injured in a long time. When she needed blood transfusions, it was usually done with a syringe, a fixed amount at regular intervals, without any pain. But today, for some reason, she just wanted to do it this way. It seemed like a small form of revenge. Watching the boy's nervous, helpless state, his eyes wide with terror, as if the sky had fallen, Tao Charen even felt a mischievous pleasure. "Serves you right for always scaring me. This time you finally got scared." Tao Charen had always strongly opposed the act of punishing others by injuring herself. But perhaps being surrounded by perverts for so long had twisted her own heart. Realizing her ominous mindset, Tao Charen engaged in deep self-reflection. But soon, she was completely unable to think of anything else. Because she immediately realized that, contrary to her expectations of extreme concern and immediate treatment of the wound, her actions seemed to have crossed a line. Like a catalyst, it caused the already paranoid and volatile man to drop his mask, revealing his crazed and neurotic side to her. The boys squeezed into the chair, their bodies pressed tightly together, rendering Tao Charen completely immobile. His injured hand was firmly grasped. He averted his gaze, trying to suppress the surging panic and anger. A rough tongue pressed hard against the wound, trying to force the precious fluids back into the body. Tao Charen had actually calculated the force of her cut when she decided to do this. The wound couldn't be too small to ensure the blood flowed smoothly to where she wanted it. Because she wasn't skilled with a knife, she actually used more force. This made it difficult to stop the bleeding from the long wound. Even though plant-based citizens possessed some healing abilities, they were helpless against such a fragile body. The sweet taste of blood filled her mouth, but the boy couldn't calm down at all. His aura was extremely low, like a provoked beast, and even the surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Tao Charen rarely saw this side of the citizen, and even she was somewhat alarmed. Her scholarly habits made her anticipate events before acting. She had originally thought that even if the other party suddenly went berserk, her blood would have a calming effect, which was why she dared to try. So, isn't he in a berserk state now? Tao Charen shifted uncomfortably, finding herself pinned down, her connection with Xiao Pu severed at some point. Her movements seemed to further arouse him. The fragrance emanating from the boy grew stronger, filling the entire room. The originally calming and soothing scent, at its high concentration, became unsettling. Normally, Tao Charen couldn't accept this kind of physical contact. But this time, she was fully conscious. She could clearly feel the dull pain in her wrist, feel his sharp teeth lightly grazing her skin, feel his angry licking. "How could you do this? How could you do this?" His eyes were bloodshot, but cold tears slid from the corners of his eyes, landing on Tao Charen's skin. Chapter 41. A dull ache throbbed in her wrist, and a strange sensation returned to her ankle. Something was crawling up her calf. Leaves brushed against her skin, slowly but firmly binding her in place. The boy seemed to realize something and looked down. "Heh, you certainly know how to seize opportunities," he sneered, but didn't stop her. The slender branches continued to grow. The small, weak branches that had just been lying on the ground finally regained some vitality. They spread rapidly, winding through Tao Charen's legs, encircling her waist, and finally covering her forearm. Sap traveled from the branches to the veins of the leaves, then spread in a thick layer over the wound. Han Xiu, not only a physician for many years, but also possessing relatively strong healing abilities, managed to stop the bleeding from Tao Charen's wound. But a scar remained. A long, swollen, and terrifying scar, looking completely out of place on her snow-white wrist. Tao Charen didn't seem to care, but Han Xiu and the boy were clearly dissatisfied. The branch clinging to Tao Charen continued its tireless efforts, concentrating nutrients on the wound. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. The boy took several deep breaths, finally calming down a little. The moment he saw the blood, he almost wanted to go mad and destroy everything he saw. Escaping that emotional state was difficult. He couldn't even imagine that he hadn't done anything. He couldn't bear to look at her wound anymore. "Why did you do this?" His tone carried a hint of accusation, something Tao Charen had almost never experienced before. "If you hated me, you could have just killed me. Why hurt yourself?" The words even sounded like a melodramatic accusation against a heartless man. "I don't hate you." "Huh?" The boy hadn't even expected Tao Charen to reply, and was momentarily stunned. "I don't hate you." Not having a spokesperson is such a hassle. Tao Charen forced herself to speak. "I don't hate you. I just wanted to see how you would react." Tao Charen made up an excuse on the spot. She knew the power of her words along the way. Almost every citizen was influenced by her words, unknowingly led astray. Sure enough, a blush spread across the boy's face. The boy, who had just been so aggressive, became somewhat shy. He seemed stunned by this change, and could only utter a single word in response. "Oh, I feel a little uncomfortable. Can you let me go?" Tao Charen tried to speak slowly and gently. Being forced to speak was an unbearable burden for someone with social anxiety. But compared to being forced into confinement, she chose the former. Unexpectedly, the boy immediately snapped out of his sweet talk upon hearing her words. He frowned at her. "No, I can't let you get hurt again. Even if it's yourself. It's not okay," he murmured to himself, seemingly possessed, pulling her into his arms. "It feels like a heart that's been broken countless times has been broken again." Tao Charen didn't understand it all. But she knew there was a significant generation gap between her and the madman. "I won't," she promised, speaking softly and earnestly. "I promise." "No." The boy didn't even hesitate. Tao Charen knew that this method, which she had used to perfection, wouldn't work anymore. She looked at the branches clinging to her. What if she tried another approach? Han Xiu still lacked human thought. Everything he did was driven by instinct. Even though the wound had stopped bleeding, he diligently piled on the medicine, the supple branches still climbing and twining, almost forming a cocoon around Tao Charen. "Is it really not working? I feel uncomfortable." Tao Charen lowered her head. "It's too tight. My chest feels stuffy." She thought that saying this would make Han Xiu release her, like he had done with Yu Yuan before. But while the branches loosened slightly, Han Xiu's stems and leaves didn't budge an inch. This also failed. "But if I let go of you, you get hurt." The boy held her, even ignoring the tangled branches clinging to her. "You must still be thinking of self-harm. No, you're trying to commit suicide, aren't you?" His emotion surged again, his voice rose, and his grip on her tightened. This uncontrollable feeling was no different from berserk. But Tao Charen sensed a distinct difference. Besides her voice, her attempts to appear weak were no longer effective. His hostility towards other citizens seemed to have greatly diminished. For example, Tao Charen felt uneasy for a long time, reassuring herself before finally raising her head. Her eyes were as black as the night sky washed clean by spring water, clear and bright. When she looked at you, you felt as if she were the entire universe. These words inexplicably flashed through the boy's mind. "I'm really hurting. If you don't believe me, take my hand and let him go, okay?" The trust in her eyes was so obvious that it would make any citizen in this universe envious. With the aid of medication, Tao Charen forced herself to take this step for the first time. If the leaders of the 5 Radiant Gates knew, they would probably tear this nameless boy to shreds in an instant. Tao Charen truly hated looking directly at others, because she could clearly see every emotion in other people's eyes. Madness, obsession, mockery, contempt, pity. So many emotions made her hesitant to approach, to the point that she only wanted to look at her reflection in the night sky. Based on past experience, jealousy would appear first, followed by resentment and hatred, then a violent fight, resulting in mutual destruction. The favored party would be smug, turning to ashes in the flames of jealousy for the queen's illusory special treatment. Tao Charan certainly didn't want to see such a thing happen, so she was usually very careful to maintain a balanced approach. Such blatant provocation as today was extremely rare. She had thought that at least arrogance would appear first. But in reality, the young man was captivated by her eyes, yet his words were crystal clear. It's useless. You want me to deal with him, and then you use that as an excuse to kill yourself? Han Xiao, on the other hand, seemed completely oblivious to her words. Forget about being aggressive, he was as limp as a rope, only knowing how to bind Tao Charan tightly. The two, one human and one blade of grass, were as harmonious as a family, united in their desire to control Tao Charan. Tao Charan had only intended to observe his reaction, but suddenly half of her thoughts were revealed, and her faltering mental fortitude crumbled. She could only lower her head in a panic. This, in turn, confirmed the accuracy of the young man's words. As expected, the young man was still savoring her gaze, but a cold smile played on his lips, making his usually handsome face appear somewhat sinister and terrifying. You're always like this. I don't want to commit suicide. Although Tao Charan always spoke with a strong purpose, this time her rebuttal was genuinely heartfelt. I didn't cut my artery. The repeated accusations gave Tao Charan a new understanding of the citizen's deranged state. Wait, can derangement lead to delusions? You still want to cut your artery? The boy looked at her in shock. You said you didn't? If I hadn't grabbed you just now. Tao Charan wanted to say, if you don't let go of me now, I have a social anxiety attack and really want to die. But thinking that the person in front of her couldn't even understand what she was saying, and that his mental state was even worse than hers, she swallowed those words. Strangely, she, who usually avoided even one citizen, could actually tolerate being entangled by two citizens at the same time without fainting. Tao Charan felt she had made something of herself. The fragrance around her was so strong it was almost tangible. She probably knew it was due to the fragrance and wanted to ask Xiao Pu to test it, but Xiao Pu showed no reaction. Everything today is so strange. Voice and attitude are two unpredictable variables, and Tao Charan can understand the occasional failure of these two methods. But how can citizens be in a stable mental state? They fight on their own even without her stirring things up, and today she tried her best. Tao Charan had tried every method she could think of, only to belatedly realize that she had reached a dead end. This left her somewhat frustrated. In fact, in the past 3 years, she had imagined this scenario countless times, being penetrated by radiation, swept away by an electronic storm to the point of being nothing, lost on a flight path, falling into a black hole, being swallowed by ferocious plants, freezing or overheating to death because her clothes were torn, dying of a heart attack from being frightened by the enthusiastic citizens. The latter appeared more often in her nightmares, and had repeatedly nearly become reality during her journey so far. However, apart from the last one, none of the 10,000 ways to die involved her subjects. Because, since she became queen, no citizen had ever intentionally tried to harm her. Of course, the objective harm done to her was countless. Having decided to escape, Tao Charan had prepared for the worst. She decided to accept these 10,000 possibilities. But in her expectation, such a helpless and powerless situation should not involve the citizens. Now that she had encountered it, she wouldn't loudly resist, much less go mad like the citizens before her. This feeling of bewilderment and disappointment was buried deep in her heart, something even Tao Charan herself couldn't explain. But the boy very close to her noticed. Disappointed with me? The light that had been flickering in the boy's eyes disappeared, returning to a dull orange. But that's just how I am. To prevent Tao Charan from moving, Han Xiao had her arms fixed to the armrests of the chair. Numerous branches sprouted from beneath the boy's robes, completely blocking Tao Charan's path. I'd do anything for you, as long as you're happy. His breath sprayed onto half of Tao Charan's mask, attempting to warm the eternally pale moon with its tiny glimmer, but your injury and death won't do. Hate me, resent me, it doesn't matter, as long as I'm here, I'll always be watching over you. Tao Charan trembled uncontrollably. These words sounded like both love confession and a curse. For Tao Charan, it was undoubtedly the latter. Chapter 42. Tao Charan took this as the consequence of not trying hard enough to escape, and this familiar sense of threat inexplicably spurred her on. After all, this wasn't the first time she encountered such a situation. Facing challenges head-on was one of the excellent qualities of a scholar. Overturning past assumptions and starting afresh would eventually lead to success. A stalemate ensued. The boy and Han Xiao were completely focused on Tao Charan. Even doing nothing was blissful being with the queen. Meanwhile, Tao Charan, in this environment that was terrifying for someone with social anxiety, pondered a way to break the deadlock. You? She thought for a moment, deciding to start by gathering information, but when she opened her mouth, she realized the other person didn't have a name yet. Chi Hong. The boy, observing her expression, immediately understood the reason for her hesitation. Thinking about the earlier mention of naming, she had even resisted to the point of contemplating suicide. The boy didn't dare let her speak, and quickly made up a name for himself. Chi Hong, why do you think I'm going to commit suicide? She asked curiously. After all, if she intended to kill him, the force she used was far too weak. Moreover, she chose the area above his wrist, a considerable distance from any potentially fatal artery. Citizens are often adept at fighting and naturally familiar with the human body. There's no reason they wouldn't have noticed this. You are? Chi Hong's tone was inexplicably certain, displaying an air of complete impassibility. All right. Tao Charan knew she wouldn't get anything out of Chi Hong. In contrast, Han Xiao seemed much more docile. Regardless of what had happened between Tao Charan and Chi Hong, he remained focused on binding and healing, silent and unwavering. He remained entirely in plant form. This was unexpected for Tao Charan. Although Chi Hong had swallowed some of his blood, the amount Han Xiao had absorbed should theoretically be enough for him to transform into human form. Was it that he couldn't, or that he didn't want to? Tao Charan tried to communicate with him. Can you transform into a citizen form? The thin leaves folded together, leaving Tao Charan puzzled. No, his berserk state is too deep, and he's injured. He's almost completely regressed. Once the topic was no longer relevant to Tao Charan, Chi Hong seemed much more lucid. He finally focused his attention on the increasingly tangled branches and leaves beneath him. Wait, how come he? Unlike their first meeting, Han Xiao now appeared remarkably energetic. The previously withered leaves were now vibrant green, a tender green signifying the arrival of spring. Chi Hong, having just completed his human transformation, could naturally sense that Han Xiao was also on the verge of becoming human, just one step away from transforming into another form. Chi Hong looked at Tao Charan with suspicion and uncertainty. He was a newborn, and many common-sense concepts were still vague to him. Even so, he realized something was unusual, because besides her, he couldn't think of any other factor that could cause such a drastic change in a citizen in such a short time. Even he himself had changed because of seeing her. Many vague concepts flashed through his mind, and he frowned, pondering Tao Charan's identity. A flash of inspiration struck him, and his thoughts ultimately settled on one word. Your Majesty? Chi Hong tentatively called to her. Tao Charan lowered her head even further. She never imagined that a newborn citizen could see through her identity so quickly. Xiao Pu's disguise was utterly useless, completely ineffective. It was at this moment that Tao Charan suddenly realized that after Xiao Pu lost contact with her, the disguise should have disappeared, but neither Han Xiao nor Chi Hong seemed to react to her change in appearance. Everything was strange today, and Tao Charan couldn't be sure anymore. What do you see? In me? She asked cautiously. Xiao Pu's disguise only worked on others. It had no effect on Tao Charan, so she always saw herself as she was. Very beautiful, so beautiful that it makes me a little sad. Chi Hong started saying things Tao Charan couldn't understand. But the word beautiful was obviously just the queen's aura at work. She only showed half her face. She usually kept her head down so much she was almost giving herself neck problems. Who could see what she looked like? Be more specific, for example. What color are my hands? Her left hand was the one from which she had dropped the dagger. Chi Hong unconsciously recalled what had just happened. If it were anyone else, he would have torn it to pieces, but if it were her. The brown branches were thinner than his, delicate and naturally beautiful. The buds adorning them seemed ready to bloom at any moment, trembling precariously, so endearing. So beautiful. Even though it had just done something that made him grit his teeth and fly into a rage, he couldn't bear to do anything to it. Instead, he felt a little tempted to reach out with his own branches and touch it. But her arms were Han Xiao's primary focus, and the ever-growing leaves almost completely enveloped Tao Charan's arms. Chi Hong pouted, somewhat unhappy, and abandoned the idea. Reddish-brown, he said honestly, then glanced at his own branches, a little lighter than mine. Finally getting the answer he wanted, Tao Charan was even more confused. Xiao Pu was completely unresponsive, as if the power had gone out. Why was his disguise function still working? But regardless, the disguise being intact was a good thing. At least when proving he wasn't the queen, Tao Charan had one more argument, and a bit more confidence. The queen has a complete human form, But as you can see, my true form is a peach tree, Tao Charan stated confidently. A peach tree? Confusion appeared in Chi Hong's clear eyes. He felt something was off, but his eyes told him it was true. Then you can bear fruit too? Chi Hong couldn't understand, but chose to believe him immediately. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he had just thought Tao Charan was a liar. When it doesn't involve the bottom line, citizens are relatively easy to fool. Seeing Chi Hong believe him, Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. But hearing his question, her breath caught in her throat. She felt something about her earlier statement was amiss. Sure enough, Chi Hong's eyes lit up again as he made the presumptuous request. Could you give me a peach? I treasure it. No. Tao Charan refused without hesitation. She didn't want to, and couldn't give it to him. This disguise function was essentially like some kind of illusion. The object was still the same, but Xiao Pu used certain technologies to influence a person's vision and mind, making them believe it is like this. If Xiao Pu still worked, Tao Charan wouldn't mind having it conjure up a peach. But now that they'd lost contact, that's completely impossible. Besides, Tao Charan didn't even dare to think about what the other person wanted to do with the peach. Okay. Chi Hong actually wanted to plead a little longer, but then he remembered Tao Charan's suicide attempt because of his nagging, and immediately backed down. Although he and Han Xiao were keeping a close watch on her, her body was now completely under their control, and even moving was difficult. But for some reason, he was worried. It seemed his subconscious was telling him the crisis wasn't over, and he couldn't let his guard down. The topic of King was easily diverted. However, their conversation seemed to have given Han Xiao an idea. Soon, Tao Charan noticed a new change in the branches binding her. The tightly packed stems and leaves throbbed for a long time before finally separating into the longest and most beautiful branch. It climbed up Tao Charan's neck, nuzzled her shoulder, stretched out its limbs, and landed in front of her. It shyly fanned its opposite leaves twice, trembling as before, the movements growing stronger. Tao Charan suddenly understood what it was going to do. Sure enough, a moment later, a small flower suddenly appeared with a pop at the forked tip of the branch. Although the leaves were emerald green and looked vibrant, the fuzzy flower was somewhat wilted, not matching its robust form. Tao Charan recalled Han Xiao's appearance before Chi Hong woke up. This little flower was exactly the same as before. Yes, that's why he couldn't fully humanize. Because the regression was too severe, he had to store some of his energy, waiting for the right time to be reborn. In her past life, Tao Charan knew that some plants and animals possess such characteristics, and this was especially true here. However, she couldn't help Han Xiao now. According to her guess, Han Xiao wanted her to pick the small flower and feed it to his roots, so he could successfully inherit his memories as a human. But she was currently unable to take care of herself due to their antics, and she was powerless to help him, both emotionally and rationally. Han Xiao, who had just finished blooming, brought the branch close to Tao Charan's exposed half-face. The dandelion-like flower brushed against her cheek, pausing slightly after contact. For a moment, both the flower and Tao Charan trembled. If only the flower were just a flower. Tao Charan steadied her mind, which was pounding with frustration at being unable to escape, and thought this for the umpteenth time. Too cunning. Don't think I won't kill you. Hey! That's enough. Tao Charan heard Chi Hong mutter discontentedly, but there was clearly little killing intent. She obviously didn't intend to make a move yet. The citizens today seemed surprisingly easy to talk to, which made Tao Charan somewhat uneasy. However, Han Xiao's actions didn't stop there. Tao Charan realized that her earlier guess was inaccurate. Seemingly aware of its mission, the flower branch detached at the slightest touch, as if drawing power from Tao Charan. It strained with all its might, striving until the pink flower turned grayish-white, withered, and almost died. But beneath the flower, it gradually swelled, and a round, plump pod grew rapidly, becoming increasingly green, swaying slightly before Tao Charan's eyes. It finally bore fruit. Having almost exhausted its stored energy, even at the cost of losing its chance to become human, the fruit it had desperately tried to produce was roughly plucked from its other branch and gently placed in Tao Charan's left hand. The green pod nestled beside the bright red flower bud, as if it would forever protect her. The scene Han Xiao sensed allowed his weary body to relax, but the branches still clung to her without reservation, like a greedy dragon guarding a stolen treasure. Chapter 43. I have fruit too. That's right. If she won't give it to me, I give her mine. Following Han Xiao, Chi Hong also reacted, immediately trying to shove away Han Xiao's carefully crafted gift, but his secret movement was blocked by slender branches. Chi Hong gritted his teeth, thinking of Tao Charan's suicide attempt earlier, and his murderous intent gradually subsided. The citizens were both crazy and rational. At least they all remembered that, at any time, nothing was more important than the queen. Although Chi Hong didn't know Tao Charen's queen identity. His left hand was already occupied, so his right hand. He turned to look at Tao Charen's injured hand. Thanks to Han Xiu's efforts, the wound had mostly healed, leaving only a red swollen scar. New flesh was growing rapidly, with a small portion peeking out from under the skin. Chi Hong himself, after being smashed to pieces, could recover completely unharmed and lively in a short time, but humans were more fragile than he had imagined. So Chi Hong's branches, laden with tea fruit, retreated before they could even extend. My fruit looks much better than his. Besides, his fruit is poisonous and tastes awful. No one wanted to lose face in front of Tao Charen. Chi Hong loudly slandered Han Xiu, completely ignoring the fact that whether a fruit is poisonous or medicinal depends on the citizen's mood, and that the pods Tao Charen received were entirely beneficial to her. In reality, Chi Hong's own fruit was even more unpalatable than Han Xiu's. Han Xiu, maintaining his plant form, remained unmoved and remarkably composed. He obediently clung to Tao Charen, making Chi Hong seem particularly unreasonable. Chi Hong's eyes reddened with anger, and she could barely contain her urge to wildly lash out. Tao Charen, having watched the two fight from the sidelines, thought they were finally about to clash, when Chi Hong once again restrained her temper and focused her attention back on Tao Charen. This had happened several times already. This completely shattered Tao Charen's preconceived notions about citizens. They were never creatures that would tolerate such behavior. Was it because she had been injured once? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed her first injury since arriving in this universe. If even Class A citizens reacted this strongly, she didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to the five of them. She really hoped they wouldn't catch up with her before she recovered. Tao Charen sincerely prayed in her heart. Continuing to escape was now urgent. The primary task was to deal with these two in front of her. Tao Charen looked at the fruit in her hand and figured that since they were both willing to contribute their specialty, at least the deal with Song Ming could be completed. "Give it to me," Tao Charen said. "What? Didn't you want to give me your fruit?" The girl lowered her eyes slightly, deliberately avoiding his gaze, her tone quite calm. But Chi Hong immediately beamed with joy. He felt his heart pounding in his chest. This was almost the first time she had accepted his fruit, but weren't his fruit also a part of him? Here, here. His face flushed, his eyes crinkling with laughter, and he quickly picked a few tea fruits, as if afraid Tao Charen would change her mind, and immediately stuffed them into her left hand. This time, Han Xiu didn't stop him. Chi Hong looked on triumphantly. Besides the flower buds, the peach tree branches now bore several large, round, plump fruits. The original pods were pushed to the side, their small size making them almost unnoticeable in comparison. Tao Charen looked at the pile of fruit she could barely fit in her hands. Compared to the same species in her previous life, they were much more beautiful, emitting an enticing aroma that made her mouth water. Since arriving here, Tao Charen had been fed similar specialties quite often. The 5 people who stayed by her side were a given, but even after escaping, she had eaten the radishes Bai Yun had found, which sustained her for quite some time. Specialties were like certain organs of citizens, except these organs could regenerate, so they didn't matter even if they left the body. Lower-rank citizens could even level up by eating specialties produced by higher-rank citizens. She remembered that in Luo Ying's apology letter to her on Suisun Star, it was mentioned that Bai Yun had mistakenly eaten his special radish, which was why he had transformed from an ordinary rabbit into a citizen. Ignoring the intentional or unintentional slander against Bai Yun in the letter, Tao Charen had taken a liking to this special method of humanization at the time. But now she basically understood the principle behind it. Since they are organs, they naturally carry the M gene and the W virus, with more high-level ones than low-level ones. Accumulating more naturally leads to upgrades. Although Tao Charen always felt that these special products were readily available to her, like wholesale goods, in reality, in this meritocratic universe, special products are extremely precious, practically priceless, and very difficult to obtain. Even if one could acquire them, the effects weren't guaranteed. The energy contained within a special product is determined by the host. If the host is unwilling to provide it, obtaining it is useless. However, what Tao Charen obtained was naturally the best, basically close to the upper limit that a special product could contain. For example, Lin Gu, a rank C cultivator, had pigeon soup that concentrated the essence of his body, capable of even pulling rank A Han Xiu back from the brink of death. The fruits in Tao Charen's hands were produced by 2 citizens working tirelessly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could defy fate. But frankly, the person in this world, who probably needs special products the least is herself. Aside from increasing satiety, and doing so quite well, they served no other purpose. Tao Charan was also somewhat puzzled. After completing Xiao Pu's research, the first thing she did was undergo a comprehensive physical examination. The results showed that her body was completely identical to that of a human from her previous life, without a single mutation. She didn't detect the M gene or the W virus in herself. She had eaten many special products, but they disappeared into her stomach like stones sinking into the sea, causing no ripples. After eating them, she would test again, still finding nothing. This was another strange thing. But ever since Tao Charan escaped from the Star Moon Palace, strange things had been happening non-stop. So Tao Charan wasn't bothered by these issues. Only she cared. As long as she remained queen, the local specialties would continue to pour in. However, this time she could finally use the specialties to do something serious. Tao Charan tried to move her fingers, but Han Xiao immediately noticed and silently added more branches to her hands, which were wrapped like a ball. It was practically a tight guard. Open your mouth. Tao Charan had no choice but to speak. No one with social anxiety is enthusiastic about communication. When not dealing with her berserk state, she always spoke concisely. Qi Hong blushed and opened her mouth. I wasn't talking to you. But those around Tao Charan always found ways to coax her into speaking. For example, misunderstanding her instructions. Qi Hong closed his mouth, his face grim. The wriggling branch paused for a moment, and Han Xiao belatedly realized it was talking to him. His leaves closed even tighter, but finally there was a clear response. The tangled mess of branches twisted and turned, eventually forming the shape of a mouth. Eat. Tao Charan couldn't move at all. She couldn't even drop the fruit. She could only command the big mouth, hoping it would be more communicative. The big mouth hesitated and shook. Tao Charan didn't waste any words. She simply struggled forcefully. Of course, her struggles were like an ant trying to shake a tree. The branch's restraint on her was firm and easy. But Tao Charan wanted to make her stance clear. As expected, Qi Hong, who had been hesitant to speak, and Han Xiao, who was still wavering, were swayed by Tao Charan's actions. Even though they didn't want to waste these local specialties, they acquiesced to Tao Charan's decision. Citizens who hadn't crossed their bottom line were really easy to appease. Tao Charan watched with satisfaction as the big mouth swallowed several fruits. The stems and leaves were connected to the roots, and could also break down and digest food. In the blink of an eye, the small fruits disappeared, transforming into a large amount of energy to support the body's transformation into human form. Only then did Han Xiao and Qi Hong realize Tao Charan's meaning. So she had been thinking about Han Xiao all along. Citizens in this state were basically considered abandoned, because it was almost impossible for a miracle to make them human again. No one cared, and no one could do it. But Tao Charan succeeded. Even when she was completely immobile, even when she had clearly expressed her dislike for them. The two people present felt a bitter pang, as if their hearts were soaked in vinegar, while the other felt a warm, tingling sensation, almost wanting to rip their hearts out and give them to Tao Charan. So she cared about me that much. Han Xiao thought unconsciously. Knowing her wishes, his body, which had been prepared to face death, straightened up. Thinking of her, he felt he couldn't let her be alone in this universe. She had tried so hard for him. He had to fulfill her wish. Thinking this, he felt an endless surge of power within him. The weariness from the long struggle between reason and madness was washed away like sandstorms by the moonlight, leaving only a single longing. The power that belonged to him, and the power that didn't belong to him, began to circulate, even merging into his body like a withering flower. He utilized every ounce of power to its fullest extent. He had to return to his peak condition. The plant's form began to flicker, like unstable pixels flashing on and off, a foot appearing one moment, a head the next. His face was a mixture of pain and ecstasy, the two contrasting expressions rapidly alternating, making his face extremely terrifying. But when he truly regained his senses and realized Tao Charan was watching him, his face disappeared completely. Only after his human transformation was complete and his human form stabilized did Han Xiao reveal his full form to Tao Charan. The boy seemed even younger than Qi Hong. His body was supple. He embraced Tao Charan from behind, his hands intertwined with hers. Even in the process of human transformation, he didn't forget to firmly control her. Your Majesty? His voice was soft and low, like a whisper in her ear, but to Tao Charan, it was like a thunderbolt. Chapter 44. Tao Charan never expected her disguise to be exposed so quickly. His tone was very confident, unlike Qi Hong's probing. Tao Charan had a bad feeling that she wouldn't be able to get away with it. Only then did she suddenly realize that although she had no recollection of Han Xiao should have seen her before. She saw countless citizens during the annual festival, But most of the time Tao Charan was struggling with her fear of crowds, so it was normal that she hadn't noticed or remembered them. I already said I'm not him? Tao Charan tried to make a last-ditch effort. She recalled that her disguise had always been perfect. Tao Charan was very aware of her social anxiety and the influence of the queen. She always wore two masks. Under one half mask, Xiaopu layered an illusion, a strategy of having multiple burrows for protection. Even Song Ming and Lin Chi could only speculate, unable to find concrete evidence. Okay. Han Xiao went along with Tao Charan's wishes without much principle, but his tone showed no awareness of having mistaken her for someone else. It was as if he would do anything to appease the queen. His voice was also light and weak. If Tao Charan hadn't been so close, she probably wouldn't have heard what he was saying. Could it be that her blood plus a bunch of local specialties couldn't restore him to normal? Tao Charan thought this was illogical, and even wanted to turn around and check on Han Xiao's condition. As soon as she moved, both of their attention followed her. Given Tao Charan's notorious past, Qi Hong extended several more branches, practically tying Tao Charan's calves to the chair legs. Han Xiao didn't make any special movements, but his expression was clearly more focused. His narrow, elongated eyebrows rested lightly on Tao Charan's shoulder, a subtle melancholy playing on his face. Although shorter than Qi Hong, he was still a head taller than Tao Charan, making his presence behind her somewhat intimidating. His dark green embroidered robe brushed against the back of his hand, and his interlocked fingers relaxed, now gently cupping together on the outside. Tao Charan felt he didn't even touch her arm, but she had no doubt that the slightest movement from her would allow him to instantly subdue her. Well, even in her weakened state, she was no match for Han Xiao. Her worries about the citizen were entirely unnecessary. And in just this short time, Tao Charan had already discovered that Han Xiao was far more difficult to deal with than Qi Hong. She finally remembered Han Xiao's identity. Han Xiao was personally entrusted by Song Ming, the Second Army's military doctor. Although Tao Charan had never heard of his name, Han Xiao must be renowned throughout the universe, far surpassing the newly born Qi Hong. Moreover, everything he had done since becoming human was too perfectly natural. This showed that Han Xiao was far from ignorant of her. He likely knew the queen so well that he could recognize her no matter what form she took. Tao Charan's alarm bells rang instantly. If Xiaopu's malfunction had caused her a moment of panic, now she truly felt overwhelmed. Knowing she disliked eye contact, she deliberately avoided eye contact. To avoid putting pressure on her, she didn't even appear in front of her, maintaining a certain distance while being so close. Too detailed. Her self-control is too strong. Both of these qualities go against a citizen's instincts. After leaving the Star Moon Palace, Tao Charan encountered many citizens, some lively and innocent, others cunning and calculating, but most hadn't had in-depth contact with the former queen, making them clumsy and prone to making mistakes out of concern. Only citizens fortunate enough to have spent a long time with the queen could truly understand how difficult it was to care for her. She was too fragile, like a glass vase that everyone loved and wanted to hold in their hands every day, but could easily be bumped or damaged. No matter how careful they were, mistakes were inevitable. Ultimately, citizens and humans are completely different species, making mutual understanding difficult. Those five had been struggling with her for 3 years, barely managing to do this much, and Tao Charan still had to put in extra effort and tolerance every now and then. Han Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to know her triggers precisely. Although not very skilled, he managed to avoid most of them on their very first meeting. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. She knew nothing about Han Xiao, and the information gap between them was extreme. Escaping from such a citizen, Tao Charan, grieving the loss of Xiaopu, felt powerless. However, from another perspective, having a citizen who knew her taking care of her did make Tao Charan feel much more relaxed. At least compared to Yuan and Qi Hong, Han Xiao didn't even need Tao Charan's prompting. He put on clothes immediately after transforming into human form, avoiding the shock of running naked. Qi Hong looked at the two suspiciously. He had a feeling that since Han Xiao transformed into human form, the two seemed to have an unspoken understanding. This feeling of being excluded wasn't pleasant. He wanted to get Tao Charan's attention back, but he didn't know what topic she would like to discuss. At least, he couldn't provoke her into suicide. The newborn Qi Hong was naive, and didn't understand Han Xiao's unspoken meaning. Furthermore, Tao Charan had clearly refuted his claim, so he genuinely believed she wasn't the queen. What did it matter if she was the queen or not? As long as he liked her, that was enough. Qi Hong thought simply, but he was still bothered by Tao Charan's previous actions. Even his speech was awkward and hesitant. I'm newborn. What should I do? Qi Hong couldn't figure it out, so he simply bypassed Tao Charan and spoke to Han Xiao behind her. But as he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Tao Charan, his orange-colored affection overflowing unreservedly, like a little son expecting a response. Council Hall Register. Han Xiao was just as sparing with words as Tao Charan. Of course, there was a week-long observation period and a month-long adaptation exam afterward. Because it was too complicated, Han Xiao didn't want to talk about it. Chi Hong and Han Xiao both understood that even if the universe exploded at this moment, no one would leave her. So talking was pointless. Chi Hong wouldn't go. Unless Tao Charan accompanied her. But mentioning this reminded Tao Charan of her promise to Songming. Back then, in order to secure Chi Hong's ownership, she had unilaterally promised to help Chi Hong register. However, now that Xiao Pu had lost contact with her, her access was essentially useless. The Second Army was right beside her, and Han Xiao seemed quite familiar with the process. Tao Charan guessed that his rank shouldn't be too low, he should also have the authority to register, right? Tao Charan touched the wrist that was loosely wrapped around hers, and unsurprisingly, there was no trace of a personal terminal on either hand. Because of the constant infighting among citizens, the failure rate of quantum computers in the universe is still quite high. But Tao Charan brought her own. Thanks to space compression technology, Xiao Pu could carry all the luggage Tao Charan packed when she left home. Help me open the package. Under the watchful eyes of the two Class A citizens, Tao Charan gave them the password, and Chi Hong found 2 quantum computers, one for him and one for Han Xiao. She had prepared many of these quantum computers, with location and monitoring functions beforehand. Han Xiao carefully held the quantum computer, and diligently logged into his account. Since Tao Charan hadn't said anything, he didn't act on his own initiative, and after logging in, he shared all his permissions with her. Tao Charan looked at the account information on the page, and saw that the affiliation column read 2nd Army, 3rd Squad, and the rank read Captain. Tao Charan was quite familiar with military organization. The Star Moon Palace discussed the general framework, which she approved before handing it over to Baiyu for specific execution. Currently, Chiyu Tower has 5 armies. Besides the strongest army, led by Baiyu, the other armies each have their own unique characteristics. The 2nd Army is primarily composed of bird citizens, giving them a significant air superiority advantage. The leaders within these armies are either army commanders or captains. Tao Charan wasn't a politician in her previous life. She knew nothing about organizational structures, and the other citizens were completely unreliable, so she basically went with the simplest methods possible. Han Xiao's position is undoubtedly exceptional. Tao Charan felt she must have had some interaction with him before. Even a barefoot doctor of Shenling's caliber had been captured and brought to treat her. How much more so would Han Xiao, a professional doctor with years of experience? Shenling looked somewhat familiar, but Han Xiao was completely unrecognizable. This was unusual to begin with. Should she ask? But for some reason, Tao Charan had a strange feeling that Han Xiao didn't want to talk to her. This was unprecedented among the citizens she had encountered. Thinking back carefully, ever since he could speak, he had actually spoken less than Tao Charan. An unbelievable thought surfaced in Tao Charan's mind. Could Han Xiao also be socially awkward? Tao Charan felt she had figured it out. This would explain why he could easily avoid looking at her or touching her, because social awkwardness often overrides instinct. Besides, if he was socially awkward, it would be understandable if he didn't participate in her consultations. After all, Xingyue Palace was always bustling with people, and she often had headaches herself. Tao Charan suddenly felt enlightened, even feeling a faint sense of familiarity with Han Xiao, like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. This caused her forced vigilance to lessen considerably, and her tense body relaxed slightly. Tao Charan easily found the registration function, and successfully registered her household registration according to the prompts. The system also automatically distributed an account, and now Chi Hong could also surf the optical network. After doing all this, Tao Charan yawned slightly. Too many things had happened today, and the human spirit is far inferior to that of citizens. She was restrained and unable to move, feeling bored and exhausted. Chi Hong had been carefully stroking his newly acquired optical brain, wanting to say something to attract Tao Charan's attention. The topic he had painstakingly come up with ultimately failed to come out, because the girl's body had reached its limit. Because of Chi Hong's excitement, the aroma of tea emanated from him, filling the entire room and enveloping this small, floating landmass. The sudden burst of vitality came at the cost of overdrawing her life force. Even though it wasn't yet dusk, Tao Charan was already drowsy, her eyes about to close. Only then did Han Xiao dare to truly touch her body, catching her as she was about to slip away. "You knew?" A flash of bloodlust crossed Chi Hong's eyes. "Why didn't you remind me?" Chapter 45. Noisy. Han Xiu uttered only one word. He gently covered Tao Charen's ears, while branches extending from beneath him sealed Qi Hong's mouth, weaving a fine, dense net that completely enveloped him. The same act of envelopment, but with Tao Charen, the branches were gentle and tender, as if afraid of making her even slightly uncomfortable. But with Qi Hong, it was completely the opposite. The swirling branches were fierce and ruthless, intent on strangling him to death. This was completely at odds with his outward composure. Even among Class A, there was a significant difference between a newborn and a cunning adult citizen. Qi Hong's humanization process had been rushed, and he had been injured in the process. Now, the fact that he had hurt Tao Charen had affected his mind. His counterattacks lost their structure, and he was quickly forced to retreat by Han Xiu, eventually even being forced to reveal his true form. Confirming that Qi Hong couldn't disturb him for the time being, Han Xiu then looked at the person in his arms. His movements were gentle, and the girl remained unaffected. From feeling drowsy to falling into a deep sleep, only a few minutes had passed. Her listless appearance reminded him of his flowers. He had read all of the Queen's records. From her physical data to her daily routine, from the Star Moon Palace's work logs to her replies to the Radiant Five Gates, he had scrutinized them all. But no moment felt more real than this. After all, the Queen was in his arms. He was no match for combat. Nor did he possess the ability to cure the Queen's illness. In truth, he could do nothing. Like most citizens of this universe, he could only watch the images from afar, clinging to fantasies about the rest of his days. How dare ants look directly at the radiance? He murmured softly, glancing at Qi Hong. Perhaps to the Queen, they were less than dust on a planet. At least dust was visible to her, while their mere presence would send her flying. It was as if they would taint her eyes. Han Xiu took advantage of Tao Charen's unconsciousness to examine her. Although Qi Hong's self-control was still weak due to her recent birth, she was still somewhat aware of the situation, as it concerned the Queen. The tea contained not only stimulants, but also ingredients that replenished her constitution, so Tao Charen was only slightly more tired than usual and otherwise unharmed. This was one of the reasons Han Xiu allowed Qi Hong to remain unaffected. If it were truly harmful, he wouldn't have stood idly by. But stimulants are for citizens. Tao Charen's frail constitution amplified the effects countless times, making it more like a potent stimulant for her, which would still damage her health with prolonged use. It was best to let her get some sleep. Han Xiu, thinking, scooped Tao Charen up in his arms and carried her upstairs. Her body was limp, her hands obediently resting on her stomach, her exposed face serene. Only at times like this did Han Xiu dare to steal glances at her. He would look a few times before averting his gaze, then couldn't help but let it drift downwards. However, on the stairs, Han Xiu was stopped by a small bird. "What are you going to do to my master?" The mechanical bird shook its head, full of parts, making a click-clack sound, followed by a motionless electronic voice. Han Xiu frowned. Was it because his attention was entirely on the Queen? He hadn't even noticed when it had appeared. "Master." Han Xiu unconsciously repeated the keyword, glancing at the mechanical bird, and then at Tao Charen in his arms. The little bird hopped forward, its cold voice and adorable movement creating a stark contrast, almost absurd. "Watch your behavior, or you be instantly annihilated." The mechanical bird was so small, it could be easily overlooked. It seemed Han Xiu could crush it with a single stomp. But in reality, Han Xiu felt a perplexing sense of crisis, as if it really could instantly annihilate him. His head throbbed for some reason. The citizens' strong bodies rarely fell ill unless injured. Han Xiu hugged the body in his arms tighter. "She needs to rest," he explained. He wasn't a warlike race. Fighting an enemy he didn't understand here was unwise. Besides, this was her little bird. Han Xiu didn't see anything wrong with this concession. But the little bird didn't trust him. Its tiny green pupils flashed, scanning Han Xiu and Tao Charen carefully before it hopped back twice, barely making way for them at the bottom of the stairs. Although Han Xiu could simply step over it if it didn't move aside. After placing them in the bedroom, Han Xiu drew the bed curtains. Coincidentally, these curtains were the same style as those in the Queen's bedroom, their black color obstructing the view of outsiders. But without seeing the Queen, Han Xiu felt unsafe. While stealing the Queen under his nose was unrealistic, who could guarantee she wouldn't vanish like she had in the Radiant Chamber? So he opened the curtains a crack. A slender stem, like a lurking venomous snake, slipped into the crevice, found its place on the bedpost, and clung to it, its eyes fixed menacingly on Tao Charen. Then, a cluster of delicate pink flowers bloomed among the gnarled branches. Han Xiu stood by the bed, hesitated for a moment, glanced at the environmental monitoring module on his personal terminal, and then pulled back the bed curtains to add another blanket for Tao Charan. Shouldn't there be anything else to worry about? This was Han Xiu's first time caring for Tao Charan independently, and he felt something was amiss. He turned around, and saw the little bird had followed him in. Although it hopped around, it didn't actually make a sound. Han Xiu was somewhat pleased with its obedience, but then, remembering it was her little bird, he felt it was only natural. The two exchanged a glance and spoke simultaneously. "Get out." Their voices were very low, afraid of disturbing the person in bed. However, neither of them moved. "You are forbidden to appear in a room without her permission. Neither are you. Xiao Pu and the master are forever one. Wang is also my master." Although neither could convince the other, neither made the first move. A pair of small eyes were fixed on Han Xiu, observing his unusual movements. The mechanical bird spread its wings, circled twice in the room, and landed on the other bedpost. The stalemate created an eerie harmony. The rustling sounds downstairs gradually faded away. Qi Hong suffered his second injury right after birth. However, after recovering from his berserk state, Han Xiu managed to maintain his composure for a while, simply knocking him unconscious without actually killing him. As the sunlight faded, shadows gradually slanted. As twilight descended, something changed. This wasn't the Commerce Hall, nor was it a particularly sturdy building. There was only a rudimentary barrier, which crumbled within 10 minutes as the plants climbed up. For some reason, the dew-covered stars seemed unusually active tonight. The torrential rain washed over every corner, and the plants, their mouths agape, seemed to have received some kind of superpotent nutrient boost. They're suddenly grown taller and stronger, straining to climb the floating island. What's going on? How did so many suddenly appear? On the other side of the flower and bird garden, Snow Owl muttered complaints as he used his sharp fingertips to shave off the attacking vines. But thinking that person might still be inside, his steps quickened. Lin Chi stood beside him, gazing towards his home, which he rarely returned to. The three landmasses had been almost completely devoured. Thousands upon thousands of branches twisted together, a chaotic dance of different kinds and shapes of plants, more gruesome than citizens in a berserk state. Even two Class A warriors couldn't fight off such a horde. Lin Chi felt the turmoil within him, and silently averted his gaze. She was still inside. Although it was Area 1, closer to the flower and bird garden, it was still Area D, and its defenses were relatively weaker than those on the entire Chuelu star. A clear sense of regret welled up inside him, and Lin Chi's attacks became even more ferocious, as if this could calm him down again. Why? He could have chosen the safer Area A, but he insisted on conducting that experiment, otherwise. The thought of what might have happened made Lin Chi unable to suppress the turmoil in his heart. He knew perfectly well that guessing was pointless, but he couldn't control his thoughts. F-173 wasn't a panacea either. He already taken it twice today, far exceeding his own dosage. This is so strange. Is your place always this attractive to them? Xue Xiao asked, bewildered. The land before him was practically a cocoon wrapped in plants, which were attacking anything that approached them indiscriminately, as if they'd gone mad. They couldn't move an inch. They'd been stuck here for quite a while. Xue Xiao glanced back during a brief moment. Of the second army members who had been following them, less than a tenth were still alive, and the rest didn't look like they could hold out much longer. Most of the citizens here were Class B. Chuelu Star was a training ground, not a real battlefield. He couldn't explain the excessive casualties. Things had already gone too far. But, could he really shout retreat? Xue Xiao asked himself this question. He knew that as he thought this, the scales in his heart were already tipping towards her. The consequences of continuing didn't seem too serious. The second army would probably be wiped out, and he'd be wanted throughout the universe. If he survived? Isn't this what you wanted? He heard Lin Chi's voice close to his ear. If you hadn't insisted on taking me away, would this have happened? Yes. They had planned to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but the tiger was gone, and the treasure on the mountain was left unattended and about to be destroyed. But who could have imagined that so many people would covet this seemingly insignificant treasure? A wave of regret washed over him. A similar regret and remorse seemed to surge up from the depths of their hearts, echoing their current feelings. Why did I leave her? Why wasn't I by her side? The echoes reverberated in his heart, transforming into an indescribable, millennia-long pain that made it hard to breathe. Xue Xiao's snow-white clothes were almost entirely stained red. He knew now was not the time to go berserk. If they both lost their minds, that person would be even less likely to survive. Suppressing the agitation and killing intent within him, he reassured Lin Chi, "It's all right, at least Song Ming should be there." Song Ming was the most skilled fighter in the entire Second Army, With him there, they could at least hold out a little longer. Song Ming? Huh? Lin Chi sneered. What are you all doing here? The massive bird glided over, breaking through the numerous branches that bound it. It shook off the broken branches and leaves, its sharp eagle eyes fixed on the two. This place has completely collapsed. Let's find somewhere else to stay, Lin Chi Song Ming said casually. Shui Dao's surprised gaze turned to the bird's back, but it was empty. Where's Tao Tao? Tao Tao, who is she? A blank look pierced his heart. A burst of crimson erupted. Chapter 46. When Tao Charan woke up, she seemed to hear the sound of rain. It felt like she had a very long dream. The bizarre and fantastical scenes faded away, leaving only unease and exhaustion. Master. Tao Charan slowly propped herself up to sit up. Because of her deep sleep, half of her mask had been removed by someone and placed beside her pillow. Her long, black hair hung down, partially obscuring her somewhat haggard face. The link with Xiao Pu was back. The mechanical bird tilted its head and jumped off the bedpost. The long hair brushed against its small body, and Xiao Pu gently pecked her fingers. This was Tao Charan's most satisfying creation in 3 years, and her greatest asset in traversing the universe. But this time, Xiao Pu had broken free of her control for the first time. The sudden loss of contact was extremely dangerous for her. Tao Charan caught the bird, the phantom gradually solidified, obediently resting in her palm. With nimble hands, she pried off part after part, beginning to disassemble the bird by hand. During the disassembly, Xiao Pu seemed to have lost its power, neither struggling nor resisting, allowing her to mold and shape it as she pleased. The hardware was flawless. No suspicious viruses were found after cleaning. Tao Charan looked at the little bird, now restored to its original state in her palm, and fell into deep thought. Master, Xiao Pu will never leave again. Xiao Pu seemed to understand the reason behind Tao Charan's actions, and proactively made this promise. Tao Charan's AI technology wasn't top-notch, but Xiao Pu's core code was growth-oriented. Perhaps there had been some variables involved. Tao Charan wasn't sure what the variables were, but seeing that Xiao Pu was relatively obedient for now, it shouldn't be a big problem. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Master, it's already 4 in the morning. Hanxiu and Qihong are both outside. Should we leave? Tao Charan was startled, thinking of the dangers of Chuelu's star at night. She put on her little leather shoes and got out of bed. The window was not far from the bed. Only then did she realize that the entire room was pitch black, with only the dandelion-shaped lamp on the bedpost emitting light. Tao Charan stood in front of the window, unable to see anything outside, as dark as the end of the world. But she clearly heard rustling sounds, mixed with faint water sounds. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through. But it was immediately blocked by another face with sharp teeth. The sound of teeth gnawing on the glass was sickening, but fortunately, the glass was sturdy enough. No, it wasn't the glass that was sturdy. Tao Charan looked at Xiao Pu, and the mechanical bird tilted its head to look at her, seemingly not understanding its master's meaning. Xiao Pu reconstructed matter, strengthening the originally fragile glass. The building's defenses were so weak they could be breached with a single poke, yet it had held out for so long without a scratch. Tao Charan remembered that Xiao Pu possessed this function. However, because it required so much energy, she used it with extreme caution. And this time, she hadn't given any commands. Xiao Pu had evolved. It seemed to have developed its own thoughts. Tao Charan understood where the earlier unease had come from. She silently looked at Xiao Pu, unsure how to speak. The little bird flew around a couple of times, seemingly confused, before landing on Tao Charan's shoulder, providing no weight whatsoever. It seemed to think Tao Charan was struggling with her next move, so it simply spread out a light screen, broadcasting the situation outside to her. Xiao Pu retrieved surveillance footage from the top floor of the house, from a very high vantage point. Han Xiu and Qi Honghua acted as 2 small black dots, weaving through the numerous vines and flowers, countless leaves and branches falling with each movement. They circled both sides of the house, tirelessly cutting and killing. But there were simply too many plants, the old ones were just thrown down, and new ones climbed up again amidst the rain. The entire house was completely encased. Not even the plaster was visible on the 4 walls. They were covered entirely with various stems and vines, twisting wildly, looking like tentacles that had seized their prey and refused to let go. In this situation, would they even survive if they went out? Tao Charan felt that Xiao Pu, even after his evolution, didn't seem that smart. But leaving after dawn would be a bit too late. Shui Xiao knew the location of D District 40. At the latest by tomorrow morning, he would notice Song Ming's strange behavior, and would definitely come here to check. Lin Chi probably did too. Han Xiu and Qi Hong have basically returned to normal. Her deal with Song Ming is also complete. With the project finished, it would be impolite to bring the research subjects along. After much deliberation, Tao Charan decided to leave when it was just beginning to lighten. Xiao Pu's abilities have greatly improved since its evolution. Although it hasn't accumulated enough energy for a jump, it can still teleport at close range. There's still about an hour until sunrise. The sharp teeth outside the window were torn to shreds by branches, and the black and red petals stuck to the windowpane, only to be crushed into juice by leaves taller than a person. The plants clinging to the window changed one after another. Tao Charan inexplicably felt like a rare animal in a cage, attracting a constant stream of people to come and admire it. This association made her extremely uneasy. For some reason, the window next to her seemed more popular. The competition was so fierce that before she could even see what it was flattened and blown away by the plants behind it. Han Xiao, who was guarding her side, also felt increased pressure. He realized something and looked towards Tao Charan's small window, but because of the countless layers of blood-red and black-green plants, he couldn't see anything at all. Just as he was distracted, a small pigeon flew through the layers of plants and landed in the entryway. Beep. System detection. Second Army Clerk Lin Gu, welcome to visit. The quantum computer recognized the access, and the already flimsy door instantly opened, sucking in the thousands of wildly dancing plants behind it. Like wild beasts smelling blood, almost instantly, they grew wildly to the second floor. Xiao Pu erected a barrier, preventing the plants from reaching their owner. Compared to those mutated, several meter tall, powerful branches, the pigeon appeared very weak. He was smaller than the ordinary pigeon Tao Charan had seen in her previous life, completely lacking the vibrancy he displayed today. Half of his body was cleaved open, one eye was missing, leaving a gruesome, deep wound that exposed bone. He was clearly doomed. Berserk mode was fatal for Class C individuals. They'd lost their minds too quickly, clinging to life only by a sliver of willpower. Lin Gu only had time to glance at Tao Charan before being engulfed by the relentless, overwhelming swarms of vegetation. Not even a skeleton was left, nor did it attract the Queen's utmost attention. Even if a Class C corpse were used as nourishment, it wouldn't be enough. The bamboo segment that had swallowed Lin Gu wobbled once before joining the next round of the scramble. Xiao Pu erected a barrier just large enough for Tao Charan to fit inside. Behind her was the window filled with a bloody battle, and in front of her, branches nearly whipped her face. Tao Charan looked around and decided she had to leave early. She slowly moved towards the door. There was still half an hour until sunrise. The stairwell was almost completely packed, causing the barrier to creak and groan, its rounded shape torn and deformed. Assessing Xiao Pu's remaining energy, Tao Charan turned back and retreated into the room. Disarm, Tao Charan said, pointing to the window beside her. The moment she finished speaking, the already shattering glass exploded, clanging against the barrier. Before the plants outside could react, Tao Charan stepped onto the windowsill, 1 foot already outside. Because she didn't exercise regularly, Tao Charan was already panting heavily after doing this. She squinted and looked into the distance. Han Xiao and Qi Hong had clearly seen the changes happening here. Anyone could feel the anxiety emanating from them. But because dawn was approaching, the plant's attack was becoming more ferocious, so the two couldn't cross over immediately. This was the perfect opportunity to escape. Xiao Pu, catch me in a minute. Dawn would break in about 15 minutes. Tao Charan resolutely pushed off with both feet, taking a leap. The morning light was faint, the rain was gradually ceasing, the sun hadn't yet risen, but the horizon was already tinged with red. Using this faint light, Tao Charan looked down. Thousands of meters below, countless gaping mouths opened, weaving a dense net, greedily waiting for their falling prey. Tao Charan closed her eyes. At this point, she could only treat it like bungee jumping. Her life depended entirely on Xiao Pu. She released her grip on the window frame and jumped. The plants that had been battling Han Xiao and Qi Hong suddenly lost interest in fighting. They seized the opportunity to try and intercept her halfway, but other branches and leaves instead reached up and tugged at each other. Han Xiao and Qi Hong reacted, but by then Tao Charan had already fallen at least 100 meters, disappearing into the vegetation. Beside her were tree trunks as thick as 10 people, with vines 2 meters in diameter trying to hook around her waist. Xiao Pu spread out a barrier, trying to slow her descent. Something was falling with her. Tao Charan covered her hood. She watched as the surrounding plants, as if encountering a natural enemy, retracted parts that weren't theirs, falling even faster than she was. Han Xiao and Qi Hong shouts gradually faded away. Only the howling wind remained between heaven and earth. A butterfly fluttered past, its fletching shimmering in the morning light, like a scene from a fairy tale. It was still dark. Xiaopu teleport. Tao Charan urged silently, but it was too late. She landed safely on the ground. The tranquil garden felt like a scene from a past life. The teeth and thorns seemed non-existent. Colorful flowers bloomed at her feet, forming a swaying carpet, gently greeting her. A butterfly alighted on a red flower not far from her, its iridescent wings gently folding, its antennae trembling. Not far behind Tao Charan, a detached wooden house rose from the ground, far from the hustle and bustle of the crowd, perfectly matching her ideal home. Xiaopu was still trying to teleport, but it couldn't succeed. It ran its self-check system in frustration, showing everything was normal. Tao Charan sighed. Weren't you here to take me back, Lan Huan? Chapter 47. The sun had finally appeared in the sky sometime earlier. The dew on the leaves had dried, and the bright light revealed Tao Charan's expression. The mask hadn't been put on in the rush. Xiaopu's disguise was utterly insignificant against a true master of illusion. Her lips were slightly pursed, clearly indicating displeasure. Lan Huan, who had just been thrilled by the queen's words, had now completely calmed down. He carefully considered his words, not daring to let his guard down. No, the butterfly's wings fluttered, just because I knew you were injured, so I chased after you without hesitation? Just because I missed you so much, that I even wanted to destroy the world if I couldn't see you again? Or was it just fear of being abandoned, fear of being forgotten, fear that you found someone you liked better on your journey and would never return? However, none of these words could be uttered. Just like in the Star Moon Palace, Lan Huan knew that if he showed even the slightest concern, the queen would become restless. She lived among people, which was tantamount to living in fear. And this group naturally included him. Her fear was his fear as well. So Lan Huan had no choice. His only plausible excuse was, it's just that things at Xingyue Palace have been very complicated lately, and I haven't been feeling well. The things you left me, I used them all. Only this business-like attitude could win her attention. The king hadn't returned for so many days, showing his resolute mind. If he bothered her with political matters, he might just be sent away. Only if the problem he needed to solve was his own, and relatively easy to solve, would he have a sliver of hope. As Lan Huan had predicted, Tao Charan intended to resolve the issue simply and directly. However, from the moment she met Lan Huan, she knew things were going to get complicated. During her time away, her ability to escape from one crazed citizen after another was ultimately due to Xiaopu's powerful abilities, and the general lack of understanding of the king among her subjects. But against Lan Huan, both of these advantages were gone. Xiaopu hadn't been very reliable lately, and indeed, he was unreliable against a super-level A. Most importantly, Lan Huan, as her close attendant, knew her far too well. Sure enough, just as she was about to have Xiaopu draw a few more vials of blood, Lan Huan said, Your Majesty, you know I don't want to do this. My emotions are already quite unstable. So Xiaopu couldn't insert the needle. Berserk states are sudden for citizens in the universe, but super-level A beings can often predict their emotional fluctuations, giving warnings and allowing Tao Charan to intervene in time. This is why she could barely accept being in the same room as a super-level A being. However, they considered bloodletting a form of self-harm. She had been stopped many times back in the Star Moon Palace, and without her comforting presence for a long time, witnessing her self-harm could indeed trigger a berserk state. Tao Charan believed Lan Huan's explanation. Moreover, the destructive power of a Super A-level berserk state was too great. The entire Chuelu star wouldn't be enough for Lan Huan's single butterfly attack. Having gone to so much trouble, Tao Charan naturally didn't want to see the star destroyed and people killed. What do you want? Tao Charan asked briefly. This was only the second time she had spoken to him since they met, and she had just called him by name. Lan Huan involuntarily flew a little closer to Tao Charan, just 2 flowers distance away. But he immediately saw that Tao Charan, though not looking at him, took a large step back. Just as Lan Huan understood Tao Charan, after all, they had spent 3 years together, and she knew her attendant to some extent. Lan Huan had threatened her with berserk mode, and Tao Charan could counter with social anxiety. The butterfly froze. He had thought the queen's demeanor might be slightly better now that she could speak, but this aloof attitude still stung Lan Huan's heart. I want to follow you. Lan Huan finally stated his purpose. Seeing Tao Charan's increasingly resistant expression, he could only add the second half, follow you, for a while. The required dosage hasn't expired yet, your presence by my side is enough. He didn't even dare to use the word blood in his words, seemingly terrified of such stimulation. Tao Charan remained silent, so Lan Huan had to lower his expectations further. Don't worry, I won't hinder you at anything, nor will I interfere with your social life. Just treat me as... He glanced at Xiao Pu, the first time he's seen the AI beside the queen. Just treat me as a machine. If you need anything, you can command me anytime. Xiao Pu was still struggling with its program, which, while not infected with the virus, wouldn't start. Tao Charan still wanted to refuse, but Lan Huan's attitude was very humble. As someone with social anxiety, it was difficult to handle such kindness. If you don't want to see me, I follow you in butterfly form. Or I can become invisible. I'm truly sorry, because of my health condition, I have to bother you. His voice was gentle and calm, without a trace of urgency, making one feel relaxed and at ease. But this didn't fool Tao Charan. If Lan Huan were truly apologetic, he wouldn't have said so much just to get her permission. Yet, Tao Charan could accept this subtle maneuver. Just as Lan Huan said, he could easily become invisible and follow her without her consent. Even Xiao Pu would have difficulty detecting him. But he insisted on taking the most difficult path. Tao Charan had no doubt that if she refused, Lan Huan wouldn't do anything. He would simply endure the pain of his berserk state and never disturb her until his death. Moreover, almost every word Lan Huan said struck a chord with Tao Charan. His promises were all about what she cared about most, and they prevented her from saying anything more. This mutual understanding was convenient in a way. At least it made it impossible for Tao Charan to say no. For these conveniences, Tao Charan decided to tolerate Lan Huan's uninvited arrival today. Being caught up with had indeed put her in a bad mood, but thinking about it, it wasn't really Lan Huan's fault. After all, there were plenty of people more outrageous than him. Tao Charan had gotten used to it. And just as the queen's subjects considered social anxiety a disease, Tao Charan viewed berserk behavior in the same way. One should naturally be more tolerant of the sick, since their actions weren't entirely their own, but rather influenced by physiological factors. Having convinced herself of this, Tao Charan finally made her decision. She nodded slightly. Her nod was very small, as if afraid of disturbing someone. But Lan Huan noticed it immediately, and his anxious heart finally settled. Thank you for your kindness. The butterfly spread its wings, its scales shimmering dreamlike in the sunlight. The deep luster slowly faded, like a fading painting, gradually disappearing into the air. Of the three forms, human, butterfly, and invisible, Lan Huan wasn't surprised that Tao Charan would choose the last one. Don't be invisible. But somewhat unexpectedly, Tao Charan stopped him. The butterfly is fine. If she couldn't see him, she always felt like someone was watching her, and she would think of the omnipresent cameras, and the pointing eyes that seemed to have no source. A month. Lan Huan's period of time was vague, but Tao Charan understood what he meant. But she couldn't let it go. A month was enough time for a super-level A to stabilize their emotions and return to work. I leave in a month. Okay. The butterfly slowly reappeared. Lan Huan immediately understood Tao Charan's meaning. He didn't try to bargain anymore, although the thought of separation a month later made him wish time could stand still at this moment. Who knows what will happen a month from now? Although he had this in mind, Lan Huan outwardly agreed respectfully. His unwavering concessions finally yielded some sweetness. Tao Charan squatted down, seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still reached out and gently touched the butterfly's deep blue scales. The fluttering wings stopped moving. After a long while, Lan Huan's somewhat hoarse voice finally rang out. Your Majesty? It must have been tiring, I'm sorry. He heard the queen say this. Because of the sudden closeness, her serious gaze and somewhat tense expression were completely visible. Such moments were rare. A tingling warmth spread through his body, finally converging on the spot she touched. This was the second time. He thought he would only see her gentleness once in his life. Lan Huan was somewhat dazed. For a moment, he even felt as if he were in someone else's illusion, completely bewitched, preferring to die there rather than leave. This sensation lasted only 2 seconds. Although the touch was that of an insect, and the form he saw was animalistic, Tao Charan remembered that the butterflies before her could transform into human form, and their original form was often more frenzied than their human form. Therefore, she always treated them as real people, and thus she didn't really like close contact with them, unless it was to resolve their berserk state. In these days, Tao Charan often thought about her 5 close attendants. She had some guesses about Lan Huan's situation. No matter what, the escape would be a huge blow to them, and berserk state was only a matter of time. This sudden meeting caught her completely unprepared. To prevent any accidents, Tao Charan used her increasingly refined vocal skills honed during her escape, combined with physical contact. No matter how far the opponent went in their berserk state, she could still save them. Moreover, Lan Huan would indeed be useful later on. Tao Charan considered her experimental results and the directions she would explore next, which definitely required the participation of a super-level A. She had been worried about how to see them again, but now it seemed she could proceed directly to the next step. The person and the butterfly facing each other felt their mood brighten. The flower field under the sunlight was like a paradise, far removed from conflict and madness, showing no trace of the bloodshed of the previous night. Chapter 48. You haven't wronged me, Lan Huan said. His voice had returned to its original soft and gentle tone, as soothing as a cloud. Seeing Tao Charen's brows relax, at least she no longer looked so bitter and resentful, Lan Huan knew her emotions were gradually stabilizing, and only then did he dare to examine her closely. The queen was very sensitive to gazes. Back in the Star Moon Palace, controlling one's gaze was a mandatory course for every close attendant. But now, Lan Huan was worried about the queen's injuries, but was forcing himself to endure it, naturally causing some offense. Although he had already roughly observed her, and the queen seemed fine, and there shouldn't be any major problems, this closer look still left Lan Huan with a lingering, painful feeling in his heart. The queen wasn't doing well outside. In fact, she was rather disheveled. Tao Charen had been living outside for so many days, always surrounded by a bunch of unfamiliar citizens, and the mental pressure was already immense. Adding to her erratic eating and sleeping habits, she had visibly lost a lot of weight. She was still wearing the clothes she wore at the Star Moon Palace. Although the black robes from the interstellar era had self-cleaning properties, and were quite sturdy, the various types of berserk states she had encountered along the way, along with the recent battle and crash, had left the black fabric somewhat torn and stained with dirt and blood. Her already slim figure looked even more frail in the loose robes. Lan Huan felt increasingly distressed looking at her. If it weren't for the self-control she had developed over the years, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist immediately taking her back to the Star Moon Palace. And the wound you mentioned? Lan Huan's gaze fell on Tao Charen's right wrist. Lan Huan had noticed a still healing scar on her hand when she reached out. The wound was fresh, the skin was still red and swollen. Based on Bayu's timeline, he shouldn't have found this wound. Perhaps the previous wound had healed, but he only been out for less than a month, and he already injured himself twice. Lan Huan quickly stopped himself from thinking, recalling the queen's every move. He knew that Tao Charen's reason for speaking and touching him was largely to prevent him from going berserk. She had always disliked irrational citizens. Lan Huan hadn't actually lied to her. Without the queen, they had all more or less descended into madness, just to varying degrees. Lan Huan was also quite certain that if the queen had refused him, he might not have survived the night. The citizens of this universe were, after all, desperate, hysterical creatures. So when she saw the queen fall and get injured before her eyes, who could remain calm and not go mad? Lan Huan almost exhausted all her willpower just to barely hold her own against her instincts. Your Majesty, should your injury be treated? She's too much of an eyesore. But she can't. She can't just be dragged here and forcibly treated. And she certainly can't be locked up in the Star Moon Palace. She's fragile. She gets sick if she's upset. Lan Huan told herself this over and over. But another voice clamored in her heart. You respected her wishes, but how did she take care of herself? She got injured so easily today. What if she dies somewhere tomorrow, and no one even knows? If you hadn't arrived just in time, would she have escaped unscathed from her fall? No, I can't think about it anymore. Once that thought crosses my mind, past regrets will flood back, a double dose of indescribable remorse and resentment, a pain that almost burns me alive. At this moment, Lan Huan is only grateful that Tao Charen is by his side. Because she's there, even if he wants to go mad, seeing her brings a bittersweet happiness. No matter what happens to him, as long as she can live happily, that's enough. For this, he's willing to pay any price. He can go mad for her, and naturally, he can endure for her too. So, despite the turmoil within Lan Huan, he maintains a calm exterior, politely inquiring about the queen's opinion. Tao Charen, however, has completely forgotten about her injuries. Hearing Lan Huan's words, she realizes that the cut on her hand hasn't healed yet. After all, she used some force. Even with proper treatment, it won't be completely healed immediately. Besides, Hanqiu had added some anesthetic, so Tao Chu didn't feel any pain afterwards. It only left a small mark, nothing compared to the injury she suffered in her previous life due to a work mistake. Tao Chu shook her head, indicating she was fine. She pulled her wrist back into her sleeve, the wide sleeve perfectly concealing the red and swollen mark. See? This is how the king treats her in public. Lan Huan felt his wings tremble with anger. The queen's nonchalant reaction was like a fuse, reigniting the emotions he had just painstakingly calmed. Your Majesty, he emphasized. Stop torturing him. He's been away from her for so long, he really can't take it anymore. Tao Charen sensed a hint of gritted teeth in his voice. This sounded like a premonition of a berserk rage, and it didn't look good. Her hand clenched and unclenched inside her sleeve. Tao Charan mentally prepared herself before extending her hand again. Lan Huan sighed inwardly, but didn't touch her wound directly. He took out the medicine box he always carried with him. Can you do it yourself? Of course. Tao Charan couldn't be happier. If it were Hong Chong or Bai Yu, they might not have let go of this excellent opportunity to get close to the queen. But Lan Huan understood Tao Charan's fear and was used to suppressing it, so he naturally wouldn't present her with such a difficult situation. This was also one of the reasons why Lan Huan was able to surpass the others, seize the position of Palace Master of the Star Moon Palace, and remain by the queen's side. Tao Charan was already very familiar with the medicines she could use back in the Star Moon Palace. Several of these medicines were developed with her indirect involvement. She applied them, the cool touch against the wound, and the already half-healed scar gradually began to close up. Tao Charan returned the medicine box to Lan Huan. Actually, just in case, she had some medicine in her bag, but she felt it wasn't necessary for such a minor injury. Lan Huan carefully stored away the medicine box the queen had used, tentatively asking her, "Your Majesty, where do you wish to go next?" "Nowhere." Tao Charan felt that having Lan Huan with her was like carrying a time bomb. Even if he did nothing, it was enough to make her uneasy. Rather than starting the next phase of the operation, it was better to rest here for a while. She had obtained a large amount of data from Song Ming, but hadn't fully analyzed it yet. Research into the W virus had just begun, and she needed a quieter environment. Xiaopu also seemed to have changed. If she acted rashly, she might very well find herself in a precarious situation again. Besides, she was exhausted from dealing with so many people along the way. She seemed to have escaped one cage, but it felt like she had entered an even larger one. The courage she had accumulated over 3 years vanished faster than she had imagined, but now that she was out, Tao Charan had no intention of going back. "Can I stay here?" The emotional turmoil of just moments before seemed to have vanished like smoke, dissipating into the present moment of ecstasy. Lan Huan's voice was incredulous. You're willing to stay here with me?" Tao Charan nodded. "Okay, I show you around." The butterfly barely maintained its composure. It spread its wings and slowly flew forward, its speed almost the same as Tao Charan's walking pace. Tao Charan followed behind him. There wasn't much to see here, just an endless garden. In the center of the garden stood a small wooden cabin, solitary and perfect for a reclusive life. For someone with social anxiety, it was a dream house. The cabin looked small, but inside it was a completely different world. It had every kind of daily necessity. Lan Huan had practically brought in everything from the Radiant Realm. Tao Charan walked around, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu, as if she had returned to the Star Moon Palace. From the outside, it looked like a love nest for socially anxious people. In reality, it was a nightmare for them. Tao Charan recalled the unbearable days at the Star Moon Palace and felt that Lan Huan was deceiving her. But it was impossible for Tao Charan to offer any suggestions for improvement. Offering suggestions required speaking and communicating with Lan Huan, which she felt was unnecessary. Perhaps sensing Tao Charan's displeasure, Lan Huan began to reflect on what might have gone wrong. After thinking for a while, she concluded that the scenery outside was too monotonous. So, when Tao Charan emerged from the cabin, the world outside had completely transformed. Nearby was a dense forest, and not far away was a small pond and a crystal-clear waterfall. Pale blue butterflies blended into the scene, observing Tao Charan's expression. Tao Charan remained expressionless. "Isn't this the scenery of Emerald Forest Star?" Tao Charan recalled the rabbits that constantly threatened suicide, the carrots that could chase people, and the mermaids who would gnaw on tin cans with their bare teeth, and felt that Lan Huan was punishing her. Moreover, in Tao Charan's memory, the beautiful scenery of her previous life was always filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, vibrant with life, while here in Lan Huan's world, there was only desolation. There was no sound. The cascading waterfall was silent, the leaves rustled in the wind without a sound, and the gurgling water in the pond was still. The scenery looked beautiful, but being there only instilled a chilling feeling. Ultimately, Lan Huan's understanding of her was limited to what she was willing to let him know. Lan Huan was familiar with the queen's temperament and daily life, but he didn't know Tao Charan's preferences. He could only clumsily replicate, guessing bit by bit with his inhuman mind. This beautiful dream he had built was riddled with flaws. Is there anything you don't like?" Lan Huan knew he had guessed wrong again, and he asked hesitantly. Tao Charan shook her head. Did she mean there was nothing she disliked, or did she dislike everything? She, who didn't like to talk much, must not like sound either. If only their voices existed in this world. But why was she still unhappy? Lan Huan fluttered around Tao Charan, still pondering this question, when she suddenly heard Tao Charan say, I suddenly remembered, I seen butterflies. Facing the lush flowers and plants, Tao Charan stopped in her tracks. Her words sank Lan Huan's heart to the bottom. The butterflies at Lin Chi's place, were they you? Tao Charan had been wondering how Lan Huan could find her so accurately in such a short time. Clearly, Song Ming, Xuexiao, Lin Chi, Han Xiao, none of the people she had encountered could confirm her queen's identity, so naturally they wouldn't report it. Moreover, speaking of reporting, the Second Army should directly contact by you. Lan Huan couldn't possibly be the first to find her. So it could only be that he had some special method. The caged butterflies here overlapped with the scene in the small garden of D District 1. The only thing she had ever come into contact with that might be related to Lan Huan was that group of butterflies with their wings burned to ashes. Chapter 49. Lan Huan hadn't expected Tao Charan to grasp the key point so quickly. But he didn't actually want to bring it up. He lingered on a black flower, his scales darkening in sync with it. He was adept at concealing himself, but if it were the queen, she could easily find him. That was my puppet butterfly, it was eaten later. But the connection shifted to him, and the citizen who ate the puppet butterfly. He located Shi Hong, thankfully she was there. Why did you put the puppet butterfly there? Tao Charan asked. This topic was unavoidable. Although Lan Huan knew the queen might not care, he still felt somewhat apprehensive. Lin Chi is secretly researching illegal reagents, and I'm looking for evidence, he said tactfully. If he pressed further, it would implicate him for overstepping his bounds and abusing his power. If Lin Chi's research wasn't related to the queen, who would care about him? But fortunately, Tao Charan didn't intend to pry. She was simply reflecting on her mistake, hoping not to repeat it on her next escape. Lan Huan led Tao Charan around the wooden cabin for a short while before finding a piece of dead wood to sit on and rest. Tao Charan wasn't fond of exercise to begin with, and the prolonged mental torment had left her so weak that she tired after just a few steps. Lan Huan thoughtfully brought her a cushion and brewed her some herbal tea. Tao Charan held the warm tea, sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating a peaceful scene in this world of carnage and chaos. Little Pooh, having struggled all morning without being able to repair itself, fluttered up to the treetop. The presence of only one butterfly and one bird in the vast jungle was quite eerie. Are we still on Chuelu Star? Yes. This is the lower level. I made a few minor modifications. These modifications simply involved hypnotizing all the ferocious plants into harmless ones, building houses, altering the terrain, and incidentally, hanging a sun in the sky. What happened to Hanxiu and Qihong after I left? I told them to forget about you for now. And Xuexiu and Lin Chi? Yes. Lan Huan's abilities were too useful. Tao Charan began to wonder if she could copy and paste them onto Xiaopu. Lan Huan was still waiting for her questions. He didn't understand how these lowly citizens of Chuelu Star could have won her favor, especially since the queen hadn't asked about him once in all this time. But even this ordinary conversation was hard one for Lan Huan. Compared to the unbearable silence of the Star Moon Palace, at least she was replying and willing to communicate. That was a huge improvement. Perhaps it was the peace and tranquility he felt by the queen's side that calmed Lan Huan's mind. After rational thought, he arrived at a conclusion that terrified him. Perhaps the Star Moon Palace wasn't suitable for the queen. Perhaps it would be better for her to travel the universe according to her own wishes. Really better? Even if it meant abandoning him? Whenever Lan Huan's thoughts reached this point, it felt as if someone else was tearing at his heart, making it impossible for him to continue thinking. Around noon, without Tao Charan's prompting, Lan Huan spontaneously began cooking. Since it was outdoors, Lan Huan took out some Lin pork, intending to have a picnic and barbecue. Lin pork wasn't a local specialty. It was a new breed developed by Songtao Palace in recent years. The pork was fatty, juicy, and flavorful, making it particularly suitable for grilling. This method of picnicking was something Lan Huan learned from ancient texts, and it was said to be very popular in that ancient era. To make it easier, Lan Huan obtained Tao Charan's permission to transform into human form. His human form had black hair and blue eyes, ethereal as a fairy, but his cooking movements were so practiced that they acquired a certain rustic charm, making him seem much more down-to-earth. Tao Charan held the gleaming gold bowl and chopsticks Lan Huan had found for her, waiting peacefully for her meal. The marble pork was roasted until it glistened with oil, emitting the unique aroma of charcoal. When it was perfectly golden brown, Lan Huan guided the chopsticks to place it into Tao Charan's bowl. It melted in her mouth, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This was what eating should be like. Before, it was merely filling her stomach. Even though she often went hungry during her arduous experiments in her previous life, Tao Charan still felt a sense of coming back to life. Lan Huan was the best cook among the 5. When she was in the Star Moon Palace, almost all her food and clothing passed through his hands. In terms of taking care of her daily life, Tao Charan couldn't find a single fault with Lan Huan. After lunch, Tao Charan returned to her small house, intending to take a nap. This was her daily routine at the Star Moon Palace. Lan Huan had remained in human form because he needed to tidy up, until he helped her draw the bed curtains. Just a second before Lan Huan was about to transform into a butterfly, he heard Tao Charan ask him, "Will you tell anyone else about her being here?" "Do you want me to tell anyone else?" "By you, Xian Luo Song he." Except for Hong Chang, they could all come immediately. He had a 1-month agreement with the queen. But it didn't specify that only he could be there during that month. "No." Lan Huan breathed a sigh of relief. Although this answer was expected. "Then I won't tell you." His voice was as soft as if coaxing a child. "You should go to bed." A butterfly fluttered onto the bed curtains. It landed on the dark fabric, twinkling like a star in the night. From this vantage point, he could see Tao Charan, but Tao Charan couldn't see him. Perhaps that was why Tao Charan couldn't fall asleep tonight. She tossed and turned, feeling restless. "Can't you sleep?" Tao Charan sat up. Today she had changed into new clothes, and even put on pajamas before bed. The black fur collar framed her somewhat aloof face, and her long hair was a little messy from tossing and turning in bed. Get out. Even the only small, safe space she could feel had been invaded, and Tao Charan realized why she couldn't sleep tonight. She expressed her attitude so directly, but Lan Huan, unusually, refused. "I'm sorry. I can't rest easy if I don't look at you." This scene reminded Lan Huan of that day. She disappeared into the darkness, and even the butterfly that created the illusion was haunted by nightmares. Who knows if the all-powerful queen will run away a second time? Tao Charan understood his thoughts. The queen, distrusted because of her past, had nothing to say, and could only irritably run her fingers through her hair. The butterfly hid even further into the corner. But no matter how it hid, the fact remained that there was another creature on this bed. "Could you treat me like an ordinary butterfly?" Lan Huan tried to speak. He could become completely invisible, but the queen's rejection today had told him that wouldn't work. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. She wouldn't deceive herself about this. Tao Charan closed her eyes and lay down. A quarter of an hour later, she sat up again, her face dark. She could say she answered Lan Huan's question with her actions. No. That is to say, what ordinary butterfly can talk? The thought of someone else watching her in bed made it impossible for Tao Charan to fall asleep, no matter how tired she was. Besides, she had slept quite well last night, making it even harder to fall asleep. Still can't sleep? Lan Huan was also at a loss. Outside the window, gloom gradually descended, dark clouds gathered, and soon a light rain began to fall. Listening to such rain in the afternoon might make it easier to fall asleep. But Tao Charan felt even more irritable. She remembered the acid rain on Chuelu Star. It had made the same sound last night, and the same one in the Commerce Hall last time. It was not only ineffective, but it actually made her more energetic, even wanting to get up immediately and go to work to combat these natural disasters. Tao Charan tossed and turned in bed, her eyes opening and closing repeatedly. Lan Huan had no choice but to let the passion subside. Even though he knew the queen disliked their intimacy, experiencing it firsthand still made it unbearable. He hadn't even touched her, he just wanted to look at her. This unspeakable grievance made Lan Huan slightly cross the line. "You clearly don't reject me." Tao Charan buried her head in the blankets. "Do you still remember the first time in the Star Moon Palace?" Lan Huan's words ended there, but they both remembered that day 3 years ago. At that time, Tao Charan had just been born into this universe, didn't yet possess such a powerful heart, and knew nothing about the world's settings. That first encounter left Tao Charan deeply shaken. But she still naively believed that normal life still existed in this world. With this thought in mind, when she awoke from her jewel-encrusted bed, Tao Charan showed kindness to the first life she encountered. The radiance at that moment was truly magnificent, a gathering of the world's treasures and beautiful scenery. Tao Charan vaguely remembered groping her way out of bed and standing by the window. Through the window was a garden in full bloom. Flowers of different blooming seasons vied for attention, as if unleashing all their vitality in this one day. Tao Charan stared blankly at the flowers and plants. In her daze, she saw a butterfly fly into the flower bed. Its appearance was unlike any butterfly Tao Charan had ever seen. Its blue wings shimmered in the sunlight, their changing shades breathtakingly beautiful. Tao Charan was immediately captivated by this beautiful creature. She couldn't help but reach out her hand. As if understanding her intention, the butterfly paused briefly before gently landing on her fingertip. "You're so beautiful, little butterfly," Tao Charan complimented him politely. The butterfly fluttered its wings, gracefully kissing her fingers. Lan Huan clearly remembered that the queen's eyes shone with light then. He saw genuine affection and pure joy in her eyes, something he had longed for but could never attain in countless years to come. Tao Charan held the butterfly and placed it in the jewelry box on the table. His radiance even outshone the pearls and rubies. Under Tao Charan's admiring gaze, the butterfly began to flutter. That day, she poured out many things to him. The confusion of new life, the regrets of her past life, her love for living things. She even said she wanted to add a species of herself to some kind of species list. Lan Huan didn't understand much of what she said. But he was willing to listen, willing to be closer to her. Even now, when he recalls it, he can still feel that joyful, tender feeling. But after that, all of that disappeared. These memories became the beautiful dream he pondered and savored countless times afterward, the driving force that kept him sane and allowed him to continue living. Someone carelessly barged in, and he merely told him to be careful not to bump into the king. However, the king's momentary expression of terror made Lan Huan realize that this dream, which lasted less than half a day, had shattered. Chapter 50. Pain stems from comparison. If he had never been cherished, never been so close to her, Lan Huan wouldn't have harbored such unwarranted expectations. After each disappointed expectation, he even doubted whether these memories were real. Now, he could finally verify it with the other person in his memory. Tao Charan also remembered this past event she had deliberately forgotten. This feeling was no less than discovering that the person she was complaining about was the one she was complaining about, or having a little secret she had vowed to keep hidden revealed the next second. It was the kind of feeling that would make her sit up in bed and slap herself in the middle of the night. Tao Charan burrowed deeper into the blankets, arching her back like an ostrich. What else didn't Lan Huan understand? She remembered, but she wished it had never happened. The eternally shining light withdrew the favor that had unintentionally slipped through her fingers years ago, completely disregarding what would become of her favored subjects after losing her patronage. But what could Lan Huan do? To see her again, to care for her, as he had in the Star Moon Palace, was already a blessing. He shouldn't ask for more. But it was still painful to see something he cherished discarded like trash. Lan Huan didn't want to force the queen, so he could only swallow all the bitterness as usual. Wouldn't it be better to go mad in this kind of life? This thought only lasted a moment, but Lan Huan knew it was impossible. As long as the queen was there, as long as she didn't want him to go mad, he couldn't truly lose his mind. He should, and must, be the queen's last line of defense. So in the end, the butterfly simply fluttered its wings sadly, and landed in the gap of the bed curtains. A shadow fell into her eyes, and Tao Charan pinpointed Lan Huan's location, finally feeling a little more at ease. She finally dared to peek out, half her head peeking out. "Your Majesty, may I sing you a lullaby?" Tao Charan naturally didn't answer him. She wasn't good at communicating, and even less good at refusing. Having taken a step back, it was difficult for her to make any further demands. Lan Huan understood that acquiescence wasn't Tao Charan's true intention. But sometimes, to survive, they had to know how to deceive themselves at the right time. And so, a melodious song echoed in the room. Lan Huan's voice was deep and slightly magnetic. The simple song, due to his skillful technique and rich emotion, was surprisingly beautiful. "Sleep, sleep, my dear little girl. Surrounded by stars, accompanied by the night. May you be safe and healthy, may you have sweet dreams. You are the eternal moonlight, you are the faith of the universe. Sleep, sleep, my most beloved little girl." Tao Charan blinked. The song was like a whispered murmur, as if afraid of disturbing someone. Lan Huan sang the song again and again, only stopping when he felt Tao Charan's body stop tossing and turning, and her breathing gradually become longer and more even. However, just as he stopped singing, Lan Huan heard Tao Charan turn over and suddenly turn towards him. She asked, "How did you know this song?" It was a very abrupt question. Although he didn't quite understand the queen's current speaking style, she always spoke with a clear purpose. And this time, her question had nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with her own situation, and didn't even express any attitude of denial or rejection. Lan Huan realized that this nursery rhyme, which he vaguely remembered, might be important to the queen. A butterfly in the darkness sensitively extended its antennae, its compound eyes cautiously observing the girl. He saw Tao Charan staring blankly at the blanket, her gaze unfocused. It seemed she was recalling something, or perhaps simply lost in thought. I found it in the Light Network's database. It seems to be an ancient song. I learned it by watching the video recordings. Lan Huan recounted in detail how he found the information, but concealed the reason he had consciously searched for the song. He had heard such a voice in his dream. It felt familiar upon hearing it, and he could learn it upon seeing it. The moment he learned it, he wanted to sing it to her. But would the queen believe him if he said that? Seeing that Tao Charan still hadn't closed her eyes, Lan Huan didn't force her to continue this bumpy afternoon nap. He simply returned to his human form, sat on the edge of the bed, and turned on his personal terminal. A woman in a plaid long skirt, her glossy black hair flowing freely, sang and laughed in front of a microphone. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, like a painting. Behind her, several small humans swayed and danced a somewhat clumsy, not so synchronized dance. Their movements were simple, awkward, yet endearingly comical. Her singing voice was completely different from Lan Huan's, clear and pure, like an angel singing a proverb, instantly calming the viewer's heart. Tao Charan got out of bed, almost forgetting Lan Huan's presence, and looked past the man's tall figure. Her gaze lingered on the woman's face. Lan Huan followed her gaze, and noticed that the person in the image also seemed somewhat distracted. Unconsciously, her gaze kept lingering in one direction. Each time she looked, her eyelashes curved more, and her smile became even sweeter. Lan Huan followed her gaze to the child in the corner. The little girl, dressed in a pale yellow dress, wasn't particularly noticeable among the other children. She even seemed a couple of beats slower than the others, but it was clear she was trying very hard to keep up. So cute. Lan Huan remembered that when he first saw this video, he, like the protagonist, had smiled and gazed at this small corner, unable to take his eyes off her. Lan Huan looked at Tao Charan, then at the little girl in yellow in the video, and a realization dawned on him. He thought he knew why. At the end of the video, after the last sleep, the scene suddenly shifted. The little girl in yellow lowered her hood and lay down on the bed. A hand with a ring on its ring finger patted her. The song had finally come to an end. My dearest little girl. At her mother's gentle voice, the little girl closed her eyes, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Her deep dimples seemed to be filled with honey, overflowing with fairy tale dreams. The camera pulls back, looking through the window beside the little girl's bed, finally settling on the moon, as pale and yellow as she was. The video ends there. A line of text scrolls across the black screen. I love you so much, a selection of Tong Fei's nursery rhymes. Then it disappears immediately. Because of its age, many parts of the video are discontinuous, yet Lan Huan managed to learn it, reproducing the melody almost identical to the original. Your Majesty, do you know her? Lan Huan didn't expect Tao Charan to answer. But after a long pause, she nodded slightly. Lan Huan patiently waited for her to continue, but Tao Charan had already composed herself and lay back down on the bed. She didn't intend to explain further. After all, the concept of mother was too difficult to understand in this world, where even gender wasn't clearly defined. Sometimes even she herself was confused. Were those memories from her past life real? Only at this moment did Tao Charan realize that this world seemed to have an unseen connection to her past life. But this made sense. Similar technology, a familiar optical network, and discoveries that highly overlapped with her past research. Perhaps she wasn't, as she had always thought, a transmigrator. But if this world was indeed her world, what exactly happened during the time she had no memories? No matter how much she doubted, the happiness and bitterness brought by that fleeting memory couldn't be faked. Thinking about it carefully, how similar is the love that subjects have for their king in the current universe to the love between a mother and daughter. Both are unconditional and unwavering. Tao Charan subconsciously ignored another possibility. She seemed to have an innate resistance to romantic relationships, and she didn't believe that such nonsensical love was a given. The conversation ended with Tao Charan's one-sided resistance. Lan Huan wanted to know what the queen was thinking, but seeing Tao Charan close her eyes wearily, he also chose to remain silent. Perhaps because the emotional roller coaster had exhausted her, or perhaps the lullaby really worked, Tao Charan fell asleep easily this time. The girl's peaceful sleeping posture was so adorable that it melted Lan Huan's heart. The queen's thoughts were somewhat heavy. Lan Huan had noticed her unhappiness more than once, but this was the first time it had been so openly expressed, even making her forget her fear of others. Lan Huan recalled the scene he had just witnessed. The little girl's lips were curved in a smile as she drifted off to sleep. The happiness radiating from her eyes and brows was enough to bring a smile to one's face, making one want to hold her in one's hands. But now, Lan Huan's unfocused gaze fell on Tao Charan. He didn't even dare to look directly at her for too long, afraid that her furrowed brows would deepen. She had once lived such a happy life. Lan Huan had thought more than once that if only she could smile more often. After Tao Charan left, he lay on her former bed, looking at the black ceiling that mirrored her vision, his heart heavy with a suffocating pressure. Her breath grew fainter and fainter. In his rare moments of lucidity, Lan Huan would think that if she could truly be happy, he wouldn't care even if he died here. But she didn't seem any happier. A flame ignited deep within Lan Huan's blue eyes. He didn't notice that his mind was currently consumed by thoughts of the queen, while other matters requiring rational thought, such as why the young queen appeared in the old era's footage, or the relationship between the queen and the older woman in the video, were completely ignored. Even if they found the queen, the seeds of anxiety and uncertainty had already been sown. A surge of love can break down any defenses, especially for someone whose reason was already crumbling. The previous breakdown was merely a small trigger. If the problem of berserk tendencies wasn't addressed, sooner or later the world would head towards self-destruction. Tao Charan's brows indeed furrowed deeper and deeper. Chapter 51. Dewy Star. The council hall. A pile of people lay haphazardly on the floor, the stench of blood filling the air, staining the floor crimson. Song Ming was the first to wake up. He felt at least 100 wounds all over his body. Even breathing was painful. Especially his head, it felt as if it had been struck by something, a cracking sensation as if it were about to shatter. His memory was also hazy. He felt he had forgotten something very important. Was this a side effect of his berserk state? Then came Shui Xiao, Lin Qi, Han Xiu, and Qi Hong. Shui Xiao's white clothes were almost entirely stained red, and Lin Qi also felt his peaceful state of mind turn violent, seemingly because his severe injuries had accelerated his berserk state. Han Xiu's branches were withered beyond recognition, slumped weakly on the ground, motionless. Qi Hong had tried to get up from the ground more than 10 times. All were killed in action. Berserk is terrifying. But is it really possible for everyone to survive this chaotic battle? A sense of unease arose in the hearts of everyone present. Then, the other members of the Second Army gradually awoke. Compared to Song Ming and the others, their injuries weren't as severe, but a full recovery in the short term was unlikely. Song Ming, Shui Xiao, and Han Xiu each took a head count. Around 100 casualties had occurred in one night, but this was within expectations. Everything seemed normal, yet something was amiss. Song Ming looked at the others. Their faces were a bloody mess, almost unrecognizable. While injuries are common in the current universe, why did it feel like the fights were all about the face? While thinking this, Song Ming calmly answered the video call. On the other end, the cat-eyed boy's aura was extremely low. The oppressive feeling of a Super Rank A's rage traveled through the light network, causing restlessness among everyone in the council hall. Take a head count. Depart immediately, Baiyu said succinctly. The Radiant Cult is rebelling. Raise Blue Ocean Star to the ground within a week. The Radiant Cult? Song Ming instinctively thought it impossible, but considering the Queen's continued absence, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was completely out of contact. Some conspiracy theories had already appeared on the Light Network, but they had been suppressed by the Silk Entangling Workshop. Thinking of the Queen and the Silk Entangling Workshop, Song Ming immediately felt a splitting headache, almost unbearable for a physically strong citizen. Because of the intense pain, he couldn't help but frown and purse his lips. Having taken care of the Queen, Baiyu had long since developed a keen eye and immediately noticed Song Ming's reaction. Already in a bad mood, he suddenly erupted in fury. What? You don't want to go? Would you rather die? His hand, capable of tearing through space, was poised to strike. Baiyu was ready to eliminate his direct subordinate at the slightest provocation, quite efficient indeed. Song Ming remained relatively rational, but even he couldn't help but feel a throbbing vein on his forehead. He remembered his duty, but with a blank expression, he reminded him, if I die, who will be the commander, Shui Xiao or Han Xiu? Shui Xiao was wild and unruly, with extremely poor obedience. Han Xiu was usually elusive and uncommunicative. Choosing either one would be a test of the superior's patience. Even Song Ming, the commander himself, had cleaned up the messes left by his two captains countless times. TCH. Baiyu nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Changing personnel at this point would indeed cause trouble. He wouldn't let important matters concerning the Queen be delayed. But he was still somewhat angry. Ever since learning the news, Baiyu had been in a state of anxiety. The rebellion was one thing, but he feared the Queen would fall into their hands. Given the current frenzied state of the Radiant Cult, the king wouldn't fare well. His amber pupils dimmed slightly, a fleeting worry flashing within them. Baiyu used a sarcastic remark to distract himself. Was your face punched by Shui Xiao? You look disgusting. If you scare the king, I kill you. Why was he thinking about the king again? Bai Yu sighed inwardly in frustration. He really missed her. Was she well fed and clothed? How were her wounds? Was she happy outside? These thoughts filled his mind, making it impossible for him to concentrate on work. But not working wasn't an option either. Work was the only way to bring the king back, and only when the king returned and saw him working diligently would she like him. Bai Yu's mind raced, forming its own logic, and he managed to convince himself otherwise. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Song Ming realized that besides his headache, his face was also aching. So his face was injured too. He checked his face using the network's camera system, and found that his injuries were no less severe than Shui Zhao's. He touched his face. Bits of flesh were exposed, his hand smeared with blood. Bai Yu's words made his headache worse. He muttered almost uncontrollably, "The queen cares about my appearance. How could that be? Even if your face were perfectly fine, the queen wouldn't even glance at you." Bai Yu immediately shattered his illusions. If it weren't for the fact that she needed him now, Bai Yu would have chopped him into mincemeat and fed him to plants, to teach him such a presumptuous act of coveting the queen. But Song Ming couldn't suppress the urge to heal his face. Perhaps there was a 1 in 10,000 chance he would meet the king, and he hoped his face would be perfect, conforming to the queen's aesthetic standards. This thought came suddenly and strangely, but Song Ming was oblivious to it, even finding it perfectly natural. However, even after being awake for so long, his wound was still bleeding, which was also strange. According to his constitution, it should have already begun to heal by now. Alright, stop touching your lousy face. You have to go whether you like it or not. Bai Yu glanced at him sideways, growing increasingly annoyed. I dispatched the 5th Army to assist. You fight it out, whoever wins takes command. Traitors don't need interrogation, they all be imprisoned. It'd be a good opportunity to see if the 5th Army's prison system is effective. Yes. Song Ming agreed, still thinking about his face, somewhat absent-mindedly. Bai Yu snorted. Red Rose has completely lost control of the Radiant cult. Zhang Wen, as a priest, has gathered followers of the higher ranks, and more are joining. Guess what their demands are? What? Keep the Radiant cult, imprison the queen. Song Ming's expression froze, then a cold smile appeared. They dare. Zhang Wen is a member of the cult, and that faction has some issues. Bai Yu leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. This is intelligence from the Silk Entangling Workshop. You decide what to do. If the king is truly in their hands, agree to all their conditions. Everything must be for the king's sake. No. Song Ming said resolutely, I will not let such a thing happen. After a friendly exchange, the furious individuals increased from 1 to 2. Heh. Bai Yu didn't refute his boastful statement, but offered only a half-hearted encouragement, go ahead, I hope so. Hanging up the video call, Bai Yu let out a long sigh. Compared to personnel deployment and political affairs, he was indeed better at fighting. But he couldn't find the queen while fighting, and now he couldn't even protect her safety. How useless. What was the point of his existence? Since receiving the news from the Silk Entangling Workshop, Bai Yu had been coordinating with all parties, working non-stop for several days, even neglecting to drink his nutrient solution on time. Now that the final move was finally made, the urge he had been suppressing surged back. Where was the queen? Although these past few days, since she left, were only a fleeting part of his life, his longing was already unbearable for his body. He wanted to tear something apart, to roar and vent, to kill, to spit blood, to make the world feel her pain, to destroy everything. His thoughts surged and receded like the tide with the moonlight. As the moonlight ceased to illuminate the sea, a power was gathering beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to erupt. The chair shattered into dust. Bai Yu looked at the silk threads that had somehow become entangled in her hands. Let go! This isn't your Qiyu Lu! From within the black cloak, Xian Luo didn't loosen her grip on the spider silk. Stop carrying it, drink! This was the 3rd time. The first time, they were terrified by the news of the king's departure. The second time, they were filled with fear because of the king's injury. And this time, it was because of the longing that had almost reached its limit. Bai Yu smiled bitterly and opened the red bottle. A sweet aroma filled the air, a faint but comforting scent. Do you think she might have already forgotten us? Bai Yu murmured. Xian Luo remained silent. They both understood, didn't they? How were they any different from the rebels who now claimed to imprison the queen? If the queen had a choice, she would have let them. And indeed, she left so hastily. So heartbroken she wanted to die. In less than 2 months, she had already been on the verge of madness 3 times. If they never saw the queen again, the liquid in their hands would be her final gift. Thinking this, they couldn't bear to drink it. The specially made, sturdy, transparent bottle cracked in by Yu's hands. A drop of liquid seeped out, slowly licked away with her tongue. Too sweet. Too bitter. She will come back. She won't come back. She will come back. Will she really come back? Drop by drop, slowly seeping out. Like endless, lingering love and longing without end, it only grows more alluring with repeated contemplation, tempting one to do things that cannot be undone. Watching Bai Yu frantically chew on the bottle, though his expression and movements had finally calmed down, Xian Luo finally retracted the silk thread. Compared to Bai Yu, Xian Luo appeared much more composed. After all, he had just experienced everything Bai Yu had gone through. The king's calculations were inaccurate. These 6 bottles of medicine wouldn't last long. If the king hadn't returned by the time they ran out, the radiant cult would have grown to an unimaginable size. Then, like fireworks that reach their peak and then fade, a gust of wind would leave nothing behind. Only a heart brimming with love would be reduced to ashes, but even then, it wouldn't attract the pity of the beloved. Drowsy and confused, Bai Yu savored the process. After licking up all the liquid, Bai Yu threw the bottle into his mouth as well, chewing it with a sickening crunch sound, as if he were chewing on the other person's meager act of charity. Chapter 52. Tao Charan woke up at dusk. A familiar fragrance filled the room, one she often used in the Star Moon Palace. She sat up in bed, not seeing Lan Huan, and stared blankly for a while. Then, as usual, she planned to open the Light Network to check the latest cosmic news when she was alone. But just as Tao Charan called out Xiao Pu, she heard Lan Huan's voice. "Your Majesty, dinner is ready." After obtaining Tao Charan's consent, Lan Huan pushed in a small cart from outside, carrying well-cooked porridge and side dishes, emitting wisps of steam. "You slept for too long. It's best to have something easily digestible. So I took the liberty of making these." Lan Huan spoke softly, acting as both chef and waitress, introducing the dishes while employing ancient table manners. The service was impeccable. Tao Charan didn't care about any of that. After casually eating, her gaze kept drifting outside. "Do you want to go out?" Lan Huan guessed. He secretly wanted to spend more time alone with the queen, but if she insisted on going out, he wouldn't stop her. As long as he was with her, Tao Charan would go anywhere. But Tao Charan shook her head. How could someone with social anxiety have such a terrifying thought as going out? Lan Huan also looked outside, recalling the terrifying fall that morning, and finally understood Tao Charan's concerns. "You don't need to worry. The nights on Chuelu Star won't be like that anymore. You're safe." Speaking of this, Lan Huan thought of Tao Charan's indifferent attitude towards her wounds, and couldn't help but start nagging again. "When you go out, you need to carry more medicine. You can't be careless after being injured. If you want to do this again in the future, just let me know in advance, and I prepare the travel items for you." Her earnest advice sounded like that of a devoted wife and mother, completely concealing any hidden agenda. Tao Charan nodded. Lan Huan clearly understood that her nod meant "I understand," not "I will do it." Such conversations had occurred many times in the Star Moon Palace. Tao Charan knew it was safe that night, and didn't care how Lan Huan had managed it. After a day of sleep and dinner, she finally felt some relief, and could consider her next steps. According to her thinking, solving the Berserk problem required replicating the W virus from high-level citizens, and then transferring it to other low-level citizens. She didn't know how effective it would be, but it was worth a try. Besides, weren't the high-level citizens right beside her? Tao Charan now had all the registered citizens of Chuelu Star. The physical data would allow Xiao Pu to automatically select suitable candidates. However, obtaining Lan Huan's blood and body tissue required her effort. Because Xiao Pu couldn't defeat Lan Huan, violence was out of the question. Moreover, out of personal motives, Tao Charan also hoped Lan Huan would cooperate willingly. Should she just say it directly? Tao Charan judged that if she were to ask, as long as Lan Huan didn't know she wanted to retreat immediately after getting what she wanted, the probability of fulfilling her wish was quite high. But the thought of having to ask for a favor made her social anxiety flare up again. Furthermore, to ensure a sufficient number of samples later, Tao Charan's needs were quite substantial. "I need you to cut a few pieces of flesh from different parts of your body." Wouldn't she get beaten up for directly stating such a request? This hesitation lasted until the stars began to rise. The stars, heavy with dew, seemed exceptionally peaceful tonight, as if lost in a sweet dream, even their breathing quiet. The acid rain hadn't arrived, and no outsiders came to disturb them. Lan Huan cleared away the dishes, avoiding Tao Charan as she ate her leftovers along with the bowls and chopsticks, thus completing the final cleanup. When he reappeared, he was radiant once more. Lan Huan entered just as Tao Charan was about to activate the light net to continue, what she hadn't finished before the meal. Being interrupted twice in a row, Tao Charan didn't believe it was a coincidence. Has something major happened? Tao Charan certainly had a guess. Normally, she would at least subtly inquire, reminding them not to do anything excessive. But now, because she wanted Lan Huan's help, Tao Charan found it difficult to speak. She hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Lan Huan naturally noticed the queen's conflicted expression. Such a king was rare, but recalling past experiences, Lan Huan understood. Does your majesty have any orders? Tao Charan still didn't dare look at Lan Huan, staring at the hem of his robes, and hesitantly shook her head. Is it difficult to say? Lan Huan didn't force her, but instead coaxed her gently. You can say it any time, and I will grant you any wish. He spoke such sweet words so readily. However, the timing and conditions for granting were still up to him. Tao Charan knew this, so despite Lan Huan's assurances, she remained wary and didn't voice her request. Tao Charan's gaze darted around, wanting to look at Lan Huan, but not daring to. She always kept her eyes lowered in quiet composure, and now it was quite obvious. Is something troubling your majesty? Lan Huan guessed again. He lowered his body slightly, making sure the queen could see him, but not look directly at his face. Even though the distance between them was within Tao Charan's designated safe zone, perhaps because Lan Huan was so tall, from behind it looked as if he were embracing the girl. Tao Charan felt inexplicably oppressed. But before she could react, Lan Huan stepped back and knelt at her feet. Your Majesty, I apologize, I overstepped my bounds. Her smooth black hair fell almost to Tao Charan's toes. But in the blink of an eye, Lan Huan grabbed it, ruthlessly severing the ends of her glossy black hair, leaving only half a head of hair in the blink of an eye. Tao Charan had no time to stop him. She didn't even know what had happened. She only felt something gently brush against the back of her hand. Her vision blurred for a moment, and then, that was it. I touched you without your permission just now. It was my fault, Your Majesty. Please punish me. Lan Huan picked up the severed hair and held it up to her with both hands. Tao Charan's close advisors preferred to call her Your Majesty, the smooth, rounded tone sounding like a lover's whisper. Only when she was unwell would they call her Your Majesty, the closed tone sharp, like a sword presented to a queen, at her mercy. Although Tao Charan didn't understand the reason for this rule, it didn't prevent her from judging her subjects' intentions by their tone of voice. From her perspective, she couldn't see Lan Huan's expression, only the whirl of hair on his head, and the severed hair held between his white, jade-like fingers. His kneeling posture was steady, without the slightest hesitation, and his tone was quite remorseful, seemingly genuinely reflecting on his actions. Tao Charan then realized that the strand of hair that had brushed against the back of her hand was indeed this broken lock. This posture made it very convenient for Tao Charan to look at him. Unless Lan Huan suddenly looked up, they would never make eye contact. Therefore, even the timid queen dared to subtly raise her eyes. Despite losing a lock of hair, the other man's posture showed no sign of distress. How Lan Huan managed it was remarkable. His remaining hair was perfectly neat, the once waist-length hair now barely covering his shoulders, giving the gentle young man a more sharp and dashing air. Like a colorful butterfly losing its camouflage, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. Lan Huan's hand gripped his hair tightly, almost uncontrollably. He could feel the queen's gaze finally settling on him with relief. Like a frightened little animal, even her scrutiny was cautious. Her gaze was slowly scanning his entire body, inch by inch. Lan Huan barely breathed, afraid of startling her. But another overwhelming, uncontrollable excitement spread with her gaze, making his heart tremble uncontrollably. If it weren't for his usual disciplined training, his hands would have been trembling so badly he couldn't hold anything. The hunting instinct of an animal made Lan Huan want to immediately seize the person before him, possess her completely, and confine her forever to the cage he had woven. But the human instinct for love told him that if he did this, he would surely lose her. Such a fragile prey couldn't withstand being frightened. So, although Lan Huan, as usual, resisted the indescribable temptation, his mind clouded by the struggle between the two instincts, he actually did nothing. The floorboards in the room were cracked from the force of his knee, only to be smoothed again by his illusion. That brief minute felt incredibly long. But Lan Huan still hoped it could last longer, that the queen's gaze could linger a little longer. After assessing Lan Huan's condition, Tao Charan's gaze inevitably fell on the severed hair. Her eyes brightened slightly. What does it mean to get something for nothing? Although there wasn't much hair, every little bit helps. Wasn't this exactly the body tissue she wanted? She wanted Lan Huan to give it to her, but Tao Charan felt that collecting other people's hair was utterly perverse. And saying it out loud would be too damning, wouldn't it? Just as Tao Charan was wrestling with her inner turmoil, she suddenly heard Lan Huan say in a somewhat sorrowful voice, "Your Majesty, are you unwilling to forgive me?" "That's right. Even we can't keep our promises and obey orders, how can we expect to command respect? Perhaps I should destroy this hair that touched yours and post a self-criticism on the Radiant Network as a warning to others." No, there was no need. The thought that in today's universe, every citizen would see headlines like the Queen's Palace Mistress punished for touching the Queen with her hair, issuing a self-criticism and ordering all citizens to take it as a warning, made Tao Charan feel like she couldn't find a place to hide in. Moreover, Lan Huan's fingers were clearly clenched, looking like she was about to attack at any moment. Thinking this, Tao Charan disregarded her fear of physical contact and directly placed her hand on the severed hair. Feeling the gentle touch, like a butterfly landing in her palm, the prey finally willingly flew into the trap. A smile appeared on Lan Huan's face, which had been lowered. Chapter 53. By the time Tao Charan reacted, it was too late. In an instant, many crazed, greedy faces flashed through her mind, making her want to quickly retract her previous action. But Lan Huan did nothing. His hand was pressed down, and he obediently remained still. He didn't even raise his head, only pausing for 2 seconds before asking in confusion, "Your Majesty?" Retracting his hand at this point would be somewhat awkward. Besides, she really wanted that hair. Tao Charan struggled to maintain her composure and avoid making any impolite move. After all, Lan Huan's actions that day were impeccable. Except for the initial encounter, when he did something troublesome due to his berserk state, he had at least given her prior notice to avoid a surprise attack. And throughout the day, he was considerate in every way, reverting to the polite manners he displayed at the Star Moon Palace. Even someone as wary and sensitive as Tao Charan felt he was more like a normal person from her previous life, able to maintain a certain social distance and handle his emotions with composure. This made Tao Charan unconsciously treat him in a normal way, instead of the way she treated Song Ming and Shi Hong, completely like a madwoman or a patient. Normal people are capable of communication. Tao Charan couldn't help but want to express her needs, even though they were a bit strange, they were indeed legitimate. But could she tell Lan Huan such a reason? She wanted to solve the berserk problem, seemingly fulfilling her duties as queen, but in reality, she was plotting to abdicate. Would Lan Huan believe her? Even if he did, could he accept it? Since their meeting, Tao Charan and Lan Huan had subconsciously avoided discussing the reason for the queen's departure. This shared feeling of unease gave Tao Charan a bad premonition. Or rather, as the queen, could she simply take his things? Logically, that was indeed the case. But the thought of taking his hair made her feel ashamed. In her past life, she had conducted similar experiments, but back then she only saw the difference between the test subject and the experimenter, and her procedures were very proper. Now, Lan Huan was kneeling before her, acting as if he wanted her whatever he wanted. It just felt awkward. Besides, if she really took it, would he think she liked his hair, and then pull out all his hair for her? There was precedent for that, because she felt Lan Huan couldn't see her. Tao Charan's inner turmoil was written all over her face. Her hands felt like they weighed a ton, she couldn't take it, and she couldn't leave it. And the most urgent thing was to persuade him not to make this a public spectacle. It was too embarrassing. Tao Charan thought earnestly. Fortunately, she was usually slow to react, so her attendants were very patient. Perhaps finally sensing Tao Charan's helplessness, Lan Huan belatedly offered a suggestion. "Your Majesty, I was too hasty. Are you unwilling to make our relationship public? Then let my transgression be put aside for now, and dealt with after we arrive at the Star Moon Palace." Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. "As for my cut hair, such an offense shouldn't go unpunished. Please keep this evidence for now, and return it to me when you feel I have repented." Lan Huan crawled 2 steps, kneeling beside Tao Charan. Because of the extensive preparation beforehand, Tao Charan readily accepted his approach. Weighing Tao Charan's reaction, Lan Huan dared to take the next step. He flipped Tao Charan's hand over, gently tucking a stray strand of hair into her palm with a force she could easily resist. Then, he quickly released her hand. The whole process took only a few seconds. The alluring warmth of the girl in his hand vanished, and Lan Huan could barely control his urge to hold her. No! He had done enough today. He had racked his brains and schemed so hard to achieve this fleeting touch. Not enough, not satisfying. That familiar torment returned. The clash between his two instincts constantly reminded him that he was born to see her, to love her, to pursue her, until death. Lan Huan's body began to tremble slightly. He managed to retreat to a safe distance, still kneeling on the ground, his head almost touching the floor, the cold ground a stark reminder of his inviolability. He had lured himself into this situation step by step. He was indeed unforgivable. Therefore, without the queen's order, he would not rise. Tao Charan stared blankly at the hair in her hand. Just like that, so easily obtained. To be honest, the severed hair felt smooth and oily, very pleasant to touch. Because it was no longer its owner, Tao Charan even bravely touched it a few more times. It also seemed like excellent experimental material. Tao Charan put the severed hair back and handed it to Xiao Pu for basic analysis. Looking at Lan Huan's respectful kneeling posture, she lowered her head somewhat uncomfortably, as if not seeing him admit he didn't exist. Many citizens had knelt before her. Tao Charan felt such elaborate etiquette was unnecessary. However, the queen's thoughts were often kept to herself. She felt communication was pointless, though this was often true. You may rise. She finally uttered her first words of the evening, albeit hesitantly. Lan Huan said nothing more, and stood up nimbly. Because of his distance, despite his tall stature, Tao Charan felt no discomfort. Having successfully obtained what she wanted, Tao Charan felt somewhat happy. Although this hair was a drop in the ocean for her research, at least she had made a start. This incident also gave Tao Charan some inspiration. If she couldn't ask directly, perhaps collecting it slowly was a good method. After all, they had a 1-month agreement. Spending a month together, even collecting a little nail clippings or scales every day, would be enough to complete some experiments. Moreover, the probability of citizens getting injured is quite high. Although someone of Lan Huan's level is more likely to injure others, with a bit of luck, perhaps she could find an opportunity. Tao Charan felt the future was promising. With that in mind, she wasn't in a hurry anymore. Lan Huan's small house was fully equipped with daily necessities. Tao Charan went to the cleaning pod to wash up, and then looked at some documents Lan Huan had brought. They were all trivial matters, such as a rabbit ate the root of a carrot and refused to compensate, and a crane, because its neck was too long, pierced through the upstairs floor when it went berserk, etc., realistic with a touch of humor, seemingly just to amuse her. Tao Charan knew it would be difficult to obtain much information from Lan Huan. Back in the Star Moon Palace, she hadn't wanted the queen to worry about politics. In reality, most affairs were handled by a few of them, and many issues were resolved physically before even reaching the queen. Tao Charan's approach to governance was generally to provide a general direction, let them implement it, and then conduct spot checks to ensure effectiveness. She felt she hadn't done a good job, but the information she received at the annual festival was almost always that the country was at peace, and the people were praising the queen's policies. Sometimes she did want to know the true situation, but considering that this would require communication with citizens in relevant fields, she refrained from doing so. Therefore, it was easy for Lan Huan to hide something from her. Tao Charan realized that this was something she didn't want to see, but one with significant implications. Meanwhile, while Lan Huan was checking the cleanup pod, Tao Charan used Xiao Pu to check the locations of Han Xiu and Qi Hong. The personal terminal she had just sent out to smuggle in information came in handy, faithfully reporting their locations. The result was that Han Xiu left Chulixing, while Qi Hong stayed at Lin Qi's house. Han Xiu was a military doctor. This change was quite significant. Tao Charan had a pretty good idea of what was going on. If it were just simple public order management, it would be unlikely that a military doctor would be deployed. If it were just ordinary suppression of a rebellion, Lan Huan wouldn't have kept it from her so tightly. What kind of turmoil was this? Tao Charan couldn't guess, but she knew that at least 5 of them were involved. Only in this way would Lan Huan not want her to know, because they were her personally appointed close attendants, who had sworn never to betray her. If someone betrayed him, it meant the oaths of the others were also unreliable. This was probably unforgivable in Lan Huan's eyes. After all, he was so terrified even to touch her without permission. Until the truth was revealed and the traitor was dealt with, Lan Huan probably didn't want to tell her. But perhaps the one who betrayed her was Lan Huan himself. Tao Charan secretly glanced at the butterfly. It landed on the neatly arranged documents, like a small and beautiful decoration. Aware of the queen's gaze, it assumed she was urging it, so it slowly fluttered its wings, quietly placing a new document before her. To avoid its large wings blocking the light, it deliberately made them transparent. But the shimmering patterns on them accentuated its presence, making it even more dreamlike. Tao Charan couldn't help but wonder, would they really betray her? The days spent among the radiant figures seemed like yesterday. They were cunning, profound, proud. Though her enthusiasm made her wary, they were ultimately sincere. If they truly betrayed her, why? Lan Huan was already one of the closest people to Tao Charan. But just as Lan Huan couldn't fully understand her, Tao Charan only had a superficial understanding of them. Her knowledge of them was entirely forced, leaving her clueless about their thoughts. She couldn't even be sure if Lan Huan might have betrayed her, what he had done, or what he was hiding from her. It was as if she had returned to her past life, unable to comprehend anyone's thoughts. For the Tao Charan of the past, living beings were simple, but humans were complex. But now, even the thoughts of plants and animals were so difficult to fathom. Following Lan Huan's lead, Tao Charan turned to the next text. The reason she could remain so calm after suspecting Lan Huan's betrayal was because she didn't truly care about it. She never believed in the oaths they nominally upheld. Chapter 54. Tao Charan's childish, playful life continued for quite some time. She dutifully played the role of a naive and ignorant queen, never mentioning her speculations about the changes in the outside world. A week passed, and Lan Huan remained attentive to her. Life seemed peaceful on the surface, but her collection progress remained unchanged. Originally, Tao Charan had asked Xiao Pu to keep a close eye on Lan Huan, intending to find some inconspicuous metabolic byproducts on him. However, after so much time, the ethereal butterflies had been meticulously cleaned, leaving Xiao Pu no chance whatsoever. Tao Charan began to doubt whether her biology knowledge from her previous life was still useful. In recent years, lacking equipment and materials, her research progress had been extremely slow, and she still hadn't figured out the true nature of citizens. Perhaps they were born without hair or long nails. As time went on, Tao Charan became somewhat anxious. She began to frequently observe Lan Huan secretly, trying to find a breakthrough from him. In contrast, Lan Huan, having spent these days by the queen's side and experiencing Tao Charan's almost indulgent cooperation, has become increasingly radiant. He's completely shed the dejected and disoriented state he was at their first meeting. His emotions are stable, his mind is clear, and a gentle smile often graces his lips, as if nothing could break his good mood. Thanks to his efforts, Tao Charan's situation has indeed improved significantly compared to when she was living a life of hardship. At least her schedule is regular now, and her living conditions have greatly improved. This gives Lan Huan a great sense of accomplishment, making him even more meticulous and attentive in every aspect of protecting the queen. Tao Charan never encountered any further crises, whether from nature or from other citizens. To be precise, since Lan Huan came to her side, she hadn't seen any living creatures. Like a pampered, precious bird, meticulously cared for, her life, while eliminating all risks, had become blandly peaceful. A month later, she was determined to leave. Tao Charan was determined to resolve the berserk issue before the next annual festival. Lan Huan would only hinder her research progress. To this end, she gave herself a full week to mentally prepare, planning to take the initiative. She couldn't be completely direct, but cutting off a piece of clothing shouldn't be a problem, right? Although it sounded rather perverse, it was at least much more polite than cutting someone's flesh. Most importantly, Tao Charan had observed for several days without figuring out where their clothes came from. She suspected it was also part of their body tissue, and decided to take some to study. Tao Charan gripped the dissecting scissors hidden in her wide sleeves. Taking advantage of her unpreparedness was out of the question. Even a Class C citizen would react much faster than her, let alone a super Class A Lan Huan. This was merely a way to attract his attention. Sure enough, Lan Huan's voice immediately rang out. "What are you hiding in your sleeve?" It was right after lunch, and Tao Charan was already lying in bed, about to take a nap. The butterfly, as always, remained hidden among the bed curtains, spying on her from where Tao Charan was barely visible. Lan Huan's voice even carried a hint of coldness. It sounded like a question, but Tao Charan wasn't surprised that he noticed it immediately. Fortunately, the queen had been obedient these past few days, allowing Lan Huan to maintain his composure and prevent him from directly grabbing Tao Charan's wrist and forcing her to give up such a dangerous item. "Do you want it?" Tao Charan seemed oblivious to his sudden emotional fluctuations, not considering it a significant matter. "Of course. Please grant it to me, Your Majesty." Lan Huan sat on the edge of the bed and extended his hand. His hand was long and slender, yet large enough to envelop Tao Charan's entire hand. Lan Huan didn't force Tao Charan, but patiently maintained the position, waiting for her decision. The gleaming silver weapon was gently placed in his hand. The scissors, difficult for Tao Charan to handle, appeared small and delicate like a toy in Lan Huan's hands. In the Star Moon Palace, they naturally wouldn't allow Tao Charan to come into contact with such dangerous items, but upon closer inspection, the blade had been polished, appearing as if it had been modified from jewelry or similar materials. The queen had done many secret things under their close surveillance. Since the queen left the Star Moon Palace, Lan Huan had been reflecting on everything that had happened over the past 3 years, and had long suspected this was the truth. But even now, a bitter feeling lingered, for her distrust, and for the belated realization that terrified her. Tao Charan calmly took out her small scissors and placed them in Lan Huan's palm. However, she didn't let go, holding on to the smooth side of the scissors. "Your Majesty?" Tao Charan looked at the scissors expectantly, hoping Lan Huan would understand her meaning. Lan Huan carefully observed Tao Charan's expression and, considering her actions, understood that there must be conditions for the king to hand over the scissors. The queen making this request so quietly, so adorable. The gloom in her azure eyes dissipated, like a clear sky under the sun, overflowing with gentle indulgence. "Your Majesty, since you have bestowed a gift upon me, I should reciprocate. Is there anything you wish for?" "Yes. That's it." Tao Charan couldn't help but feel excited. She knew Lan Huan was quite perceptive. At this moment, she even wanted more, to get all the materials at once, to pluck all the butterflies. But this made it difficult to explain why she wanted it, and what she would do with it. No, she couldn't be greedy. Tao Charan sat half upright. Because of her height, even if she looked up, she could only see Lan Huan's chest. She simply stared at Lan Huan's cuffs, hoping he could understand her better. "Cut a little bit of your sleeve for me." Tao Charan could never bring herself to say such a thing. But Lan Huan clearly didn't have that kind of understanding. He glanced at his sleeve and tentatively asked, "Should I put it in my sleeve too?" The scissors didn't loosen. Tao Charan looked at the hem of his shirt. "Did I disturb your rest? Do you want me to leave?" It was a complete lack of understanding. Tao Charan didn't know why. Lan Huan usually guessed her meaning correctly 8 or 9 times out of 10, but today his meaning was completely opposite to hers. She was even a little annoyed. This emotion gave her a bit of courage, allowing Tao Charan to look up at Lan Huan with a frown. This was a rare eye contact. The two ends of the scissors, the one wielding the sharp weapon, were harmless, yet unwilling to let go of the weapon. The one with the blades pointing at each other didn't mind, even looking at her with a smile. Tao Charan trembled for some reason. That pure, unspoken affection could burn anyone. She understood better than anyone how intense the emotion in those eyes was. Tao Charan almost immediately regretted it. She lowered her eyes, and the emotions that had just surged within her subsided like the tide. Lan Huan withdrew his gaze with some regret. He didn't actually want her to see it, but some reactions were beyond his control. The blankness, fear, and frustration in those dark eyes. There was nothing he wanted to see. But he already knew, didn't he? The girl seemed struck down, withdrawing her hand, and even discarding the scissors she had just used as a bargaining chip. Lan Huan knew he had frightened her again. This time, he didn't beat around the bush, asking gently, "Your Majesty, I understand. Do you want my clothes?" He discreetly put the scissors the king had touched into his robes. "My clothes are a little too big, but of course, you can wear them if you wish." It wasn't just you can, it was practically a warm welcome. The thought of the queen willing to wear his worn clothes made Lan Huan's heart melt. Tao Charan wanted to shake her head, indicating she wouldn't wear them. But remembering their Schrödinger-like communication earlier, she worried Lan Huan might think she was wrong and guess something completely unrelated, so she held back and remained silent. So Tao Charan watched helplessly as Lan Huan slowly and methodically undressed in front of her. His well-defined hands reached up to his clothes, his chest so close it made her face burn. Tao Charan didn't dare look around, only daring to stare at her fingertips propped on the bed. Fortunately, Lan Huan was still wearing an undergarment. Out of the corner of his eye, the thin fabric almost seeped through his skin, revealing a lean physique that exuded a vibrant strength, even diminishing the carefully cultivated frailty. "Your Majesty, do you still want the undergarment?" It seemed as if he would immediately strip off everything to show Tao Charan if she asked. Citizens often lack a sense of shame, and Lan Huan didn't see anything wrong with his actions. He was just worried about frightening Tao Charan. Sure enough, the queen quickly shook her head. Lan Huan regretfully withdrew his hand from her neckline. Although he really wanted to entice her to do something, it was enough. Any further, and she would be frightened. Lan Huan suppressed his restless thoughts. In Tao Charan's eyes, even he seemed to realize his own indecent behavior, folding the old clothes neatly, and putting on a new set. This action left Tao Charan speechless. She wanted to say, "Since there are new ones, why not just give me the new ones?" But upon reflection, she realized she had hinted at wanting the set Lan Huan was wearing, and explaining again would be troublesome, so she decided to just leave it as it was. In short, she got what she wanted, and even more than she had expected. The queen's wildly fluctuating emotions finally calmed down. Lan Huan placed the clothes he had changed out of beside Tao Charan for easy access. The old clothes still carried the warmth of his body. Although it seemed he had worn these clothes ever since Tao Charan met him, they were spotless, shining as brightly as if they were worn by him. The pale color seemed to have a magical power to draw the eye, and even the lingering scent was as dreamlike and captivating as Lan Huan himself. Tao Charan knew she was on the right track. The clothes were at least a kind of tangible representation of civic power. Being so close to someone else's personal belongings made Tao Charan feel slightly dizzy. She didn't even dare to touch the sample she had painstakingly obtained, and directly had Xiaopu take it for testing. Chapter 55. Fortunately, Lan Huan's oppressive and aggressive aura vanished quickly. Whenever Tao Charan tried to retreat into her shell, he always managed to give her some breathing space. The butterfly, having fulfilled the queen's wish, returned to its dark corner. However, Tao Charan couldn't sleep well this afternoon. She felt uneasy, and even had nightmares. Her dreams were filled with either being kidnapped by berserkers, or the endless harassment she experienced at the Star Moon Palace, which was incredibly annoying. Her breathing alternated between rapid and long, shallow breaths, which worried Lan Huan. He knew he had gone a little too far today, but this was also due to the illusion the queen had created over the past few days. He could clearly sense that Tao Charan was more relaxed outside the capital planet, especially after hearing him sing. Although she wasn't exactly talkative, she was less resistant to communication. Lan Huan was pleased to see this progress. This gave him some inappropriate fantasies. These past few days, he hadn't been unaware of the queen's gaze. They only received the queen's attention when they wanted something. Although he didn't know what the queen truly desired, what was it that he possessed but was unwilling to give? Perhaps she only wanted a sliver of her garment, but he used this opportunity to offer himself as well. Knowing she didn't want him, he compromised by giving her the butterfly's colorful coat. This coat was equivalent to half of his wings, continuously generating scales with a strong hallucinogenic effect. If the king were willing to wear it, he could even create a realistic illusion powerful enough to deceive others, just like the dewdrop star was now. By then, no one but Lan Huan and herself would be able to see through her disguise. However, even he found such blatant seduction despicable. So when he gave it away, he didn't even mention what the garment meant to him. What to do with his other half was up to the queen's whim. Lan Huan flew onto the bedpost closest to Tao Charan and began to sing. It was still that simple serenade. The sound of butterflies could also serve as a medium for illusion. He unconsciously used some of his own abilities, trying to smooth Tao Charan's furrowed brow. There had been too many such moments in the Star Moon Palace. Here, seeing that the queen was in a relatively good mood, he even lowered his guard. Lan Huan desperately wanted the queen's attention. Greed and wishful thinking are the most corrosive poisons in the world, and even he was not immune. Therefore, he watched the queen rack her brains for him, secretly pleased. Tao Charan's vulnerability kept her attendants constantly on guard. Lan Huan reflected on her recent indulgence and genuinely intended to correct her ways. But how long could this struggle with instinct last? It would only lead to being trapped in a cycle of regret, unable to escape. Lan Huan's deep, moving voice painted a peaceful and tranquil dreamscape. But Tao Charan felt uneasy in this silence. She felt like that clueless little girl who woke up in the middle of the night, found herself alone, clutched her skirt, and walked barefoot out of the room. Large swaths of red. Nothing but red. She didn't understand what had happened, but for a fleeting moment, Tao Charan even felt a sense of relief. She seemed to have dreamt of this scene 1,000 times, a scene she could never forget, even in reincarnation. Or perhaps she thought she had forgotten, but the shock, sorrow, and confusion of that moment, those complex emotions remained, growing clearer with time. Tao Charan sat up, clutching her chest. She was even more exhausted than before she slept. "Your Majesty? Are you all right?" Lan Huan's voice held a barely perceptible worry. When Tao Charan woke up, he had moved from beside her to a more distant bedpost. Experience even made him hesitant to approach the king at this moment. Tao Charan slowly shook her head. Lan Huan promptly brought the queen a glass of warm water. The warmth of his hand soothed her emotions, pulling Tao Charan back from her nightmare. The girl's downcast eyes and listless appearance made Lan Huan's chest ache. Perhaps the king hadn't noticed his subtle thoughts, and he had tried his best to control himself, but many things couldn't be hidden. Moreover, given Wang's sensitivity, it's normal for her to subconsciously experience negative emotions. In the afternoon, Lan Huan didn't cling to Wang as usual. Before this, day after day, intentionally or unintentionally, he had been trying to get closer to Wang. He thoughtfully gave Tao Charan ample space to be alone. Tao Charan, ironically, benefited from this situation. She hadn't even realized why Lan Huan had changed. But overall, she was glad Lan Huan had this awareness. The queen always believed that maintaining social distance was a virtue every citizen should possess. This also gave Tao Charan the opportunity to go online. While Lan Huan was out, she tried surfing the internet again. This time it went smoothly. She glanced around several times, and there was no coincidence of Lan Huan suddenly rushing in. The unrest must have subsided. Sure enough, there was almost no negative news on the internet. The video she had personally recorded was still prominently displayed on the homepage of the Radiant network, with a commanding number of views. Skipping over some obsessive posts about the Queen, the other prominently displayed posts were mostly normal government decrees, with comments below them overwhelmingly positive, indicating a well-developed online culture. Tao Charan patiently clicked through some smaller websites in the public service section. Scrolling through page after page, she found very few posts reporting problems or recording daily life. Instead, posts related to the Queen made up the majority, including several novels based on Tao Charan herself. These were very popular, but due to the issue of romantic pairings, the comment sections were often chaotic, with 80% of the comments criticizing the author. Tao Charan expressionlessly skipped over these posts. She had absolutely no desire to know how these novels portrayed her. But one comment caught her attention. "Don't be ridiculous. If you dared to do something like that to the Queen, you'd be just like those crazy people within jail." What is? The more something is censored, the more people want to know. So, this comment quickly received replies, asking the question that Tao Charan was concerned about. What is? It's no wonder they were curious. Because the management of the website was always simple and brutal, posts that violated the rules were deleted directly, and there was no such thing as prohibited words before. That's the one. You forgot the news on Huiguang.com a few days ago? That's what they posted. I didn't expect them to be so bold. Luckily, I refused when they tried to on me. Oh, I knew it. Damn it, I really can't post it. What's so hard about mentioning it? Haha, don't bother. I heard from my neighbor's former colleague's boss's neighbor that this isn't over yet. Apparently, the newly built prison is already overcrowded. Oh, I thought it was over once the internet was connected. Wait, how do you know your neighbor who's practically a million relationships away? It's all because of Insert Specific Account Here. Back when Insert Specific Account Here was still around, they used to come over and insert Specific Account Here all the time. They made it sound so grand, like getting Insert Specific Account Here from the Queen was such an easy thing. But I actually believed them back then. To be honest, we used to be Insert Specific Account Here, but now that the Queen's gone, Insert Specific Account Here is like this, sigh. What kind of nonsense is this? The two accounts seem to be on the same page, gradually chatting together. A lot of Insert Specific Account Here didn't hinder their communication. But Tao Charan was completely confused. It seemed like she was involved in this, but she herself was completely unaware. What does it mean to get Insert Specific Account Here from her? What did she do? If she remembered correctly, she really hadn't left the house for 3 years, right? Thinking this, Tao Charan wanted to continue reading the other person's reply, intending to look for clues. But after refreshing the page, the post was gone. 10 minutes later, the original poster started a new thread, accusing Chansifang of ruthlessly deleting his post, causing him to lose 100,000 words of his draft without a backup. A chorus of sarcastic serves him right. And cheers erupted below. However, the previous topic about was nowhere to be found. Tao Charan used Xiaopu's code to find the two people's accounts privately. But clicking on them showed this account has been deleted. Even the history had been completely wiped clean. From Chansi Fang's reaction, Tao Charan knew that their conversation contained extremely important information, but she couldn't understand it due to the information gap. Undeterred, she continued to browse the optical network, intending to capture more relevant information. But this time, even after she had Xiaopu searched the entire internet for her, it still yielded nothing, as if the previous comments were just her imagination. Tao Charan initially considered having Xiaopu hack into Chansi Fang's forbidden word database, but then she thought that Xian Luo had found her through the optical network last time, and such an obvious action would easily attract attention, so she gave up the idea. But just as she was about to give up and shut down the internet, one of the posts Xiaopu kept redirecting her to caught her attention. It was a popular post on a small website, and the title itself was quite intriguing. Why do I keep dreaming about a strange person with a knife lately? It looked like a mix of urban legend and crime fiction. Tao Charan clicked on it without thinking. Sure enough, the post started with a lot of suspense. I don't know why, but these days I keep dreaming about someone. It's sitting in a chair, holding a knife. I can't see what it looks like, and I don't think I ever seen it before, but I feel a lot of intense emotions inside me, and a voice keeps telling me it's real, and that I should go find it. The comments below were initially puzzled. Are you alright? Was he trying to kill you with a knife? Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? Wait, are you going berserk? Go to the Radiant Network and watch the video twice more. It cure you instantly. If that doesn't work, there's nothing else you can do. Haha, may the Queen protect you. Then the poster ignored him, and instead provided further clues. Chapter 56. It must be very beautiful. But I can't see its face clearly, that's just my impression. Its figure must be perfect too. And its hand holding the knife is beautiful. The black clothes suit it well, but I think other clothes would look beautiful too. Anyway, I must find it. Anyone with clues, just contact this account. I reward you handsomely. The comment section instantly shifted its tone. Alright, are people so direct with their bait now? Let me guess. Oh, I already imagine the rest of the story for you, OP. Will you find this person later, and it says to you, "It's so good you came looking for me, I've been waiting for you, I love you the most in the whole universe, I want to be with you forever?" This plot is so cliché, but it's impressive how realistic you portrayed it. Alright, wake up, stop dreaming. It's fine to fool us, but it's not good to fool yourself. Be careful of going berserk. I was wondering why you're still so infatuated even when they're about to kill you. If it were me, I'd be willing too. Don't even mention killing me, I'd be happy even if it ate me, and I even cook myself up deliciously and broadcast it live to everyone here. Is the person upstairs a mouthy? Be careful, Chi Lu might come knocking on your door soon. I was just thinking. Isn't this development much more exciting than the original posters? The comments section started laughing, and some even changed their profile pictures to a small knife, pretending to be the original poster and continuing the story. The original poster clearly hadn't expected this development and started to get furious. What are you all saying? Stop messing around, okay? I'm not joking, I'm really anxious. I'm anxious too. If you have any news about the Queen, please contact me immediately, and I cleave through space to get there. You're breaking down, aren't you? Okay, we all know you want to be killed by the Queen. There are so many people in this world who want to be killed by the Queen, it's not your turn. Just ask those guys in the Radiant Realm, if the Queen wanted, wouldn't they all happily offer themselves up? Some things don't need to be so blunt, do you? Stop pretending. Everyone knows the Queen is exiled. It's understandable that you're daydreaming. The poster seemed a beat late in the morning, only now realizing what he meant. You think the person I'm talking about is the Queen? Would you let the Queen wield a knife? And its left hand seems to resemble a branch, with cute little flower buds. Got it, it's a disguise. Is the Queen, bound by her identity, disguising herself as a plant for a passionate love affair with you, or did the King originally have a true form that you discovered? Some still didn't believe him, thinking he was writing a novel in the first person. But others reluctantly believed him and offered advice. There are some details to add, making it seem like it might not be made up. It's best if you're not talking about the Queen. Judging from the black clothes, are they from the silk entangling workshop? They love imitating the Queen. Plants do tend to be more involved in logistics. Both the Pine Wave Palace and the silk entangling workshop are possibilities. But we can't rule out the other departments, since the characteristics you provided aren't very clear. Amidst the mostly sarcastic remarks, a few rational analyses were interspersed. The poster waited a while, ignoring the former, and only left comments under the later ones that offered directions. Thanks. Please let me know if you think of any other clues. This can't be true, right? Just because of a dream? It seems more like a hoax. The last person who made up something like this was supposedly killed because of a berserk state, and their account was even deleted. The comments section was buzzing with discussion, with some continuing to fabricate stories, but the original poster, OP, disappeared. Tao Charan checked the OP's last reply. It was about an hour ago. Actually, Tao Charan had figured it out halfway through the post. The explicit description made it clear to everyone in the thread that it was her, except for Chi Hong, who had been completely fooled and couldn't believe it. Yes, only 2 people knew about the knife incident. Han Xiu was currently away on a business trip, and probably wouldn't be free. Only Chi Hong was in a state of near birth, so the Second Army and Lin Chi probably wouldn't assign him any important tasks, which was why he was constantly preoccupied with this. Perhaps it was because the impression of her injury was so profound, subconsciously still bothering him, that Chi Hong retained some memories even during Lan Huan's large-scale illusion. Tao Charan thought for a moment. Progress on Lan Huan's side was extremely difficult. Although less than half of January had passed, she needed to plan for the future. Tao Charan found Chi Hong's account in the back end and sent him her coordinates. Then, ignoring the series of question marks he sent, she erased all traces of herself on the optical network. Even a newborn like Qi Hong could retain some memories, let alone Song Ming and Xue Xiao. The mission here needed to be accelerated. With this in mind, Tao Charan also ordered some experimental equipment she had previously selected on the optical network and had it delivered directly to D-Zone 41. Because she wasn't there, no one would see her. After parting ways with Lan Huan in a month, she could directly start experimenting with the materials. Tao Charan's plan was practically perfect. Xiao Pu conducted a preliminary analysis of the gauze garment obtained from Lan Huan. To Tao Charan's delight, the garment possessed its own biological circulation system, which allowed her to roughly deduce the basic principles of Lan Huan's abilities. After reading the report, she felt her previous idea wasn't impossible. She could completely replicate Lan Huan's abilities onto Xiao Pu. At that time, Xiao Pu's barrier would be more complete, and would also have a certain deceptive effect on Super A-level beings. Wouldn't this bring her one step closer to the normal life she dreamed of? This discovery kept Tao Charan excited all day, and even made her view of Lan Huan much more agreeable. And for some reason, her collection progress had accelerated these past few days. She would frequently find some hair, scales, etc., that didn't belong to her on her bed or clothes. Although not much, it was still a gain. But Tao Charan still felt a sense of unease. It was as if Lan Huan, an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly affairs, had suddenly fallen to earth. His metabolism appeared abruptly, and no relevant variables could be found, which clearly contradicted the basic biological knowledge Tao Charan had learned. Xiao Pu's analysis progressed smoothly, and Lan Huan didn't cause her much trouble. Tao Charan had both freedom and time to do her own things in peace. After being constantly on the go since leaving the Star Moon Palace, she felt her life was gradually becoming more comfortable. As for Qi Hong, she didn't actually arrive until 3 days later. Because of his post on the Light Network, many citizens, always eager for drama, sent Qi Hong private messages. He searched various locations over the past few days, but to no avail. Although citizens are physically robust and don't need long sleeps, Qi Hong had been constantly in a state of panic, often distracted and experiencing palpitations, which had taken a heavy toll on his body. Nominally, he was learning from Lin Qi, but in reality, he was doing odd jobs in the commerce department. To have tormented himself like this right after his probation period, even his guardian and superior, Lin Qi, told him to go home and rest, and stop working. Of course, Lin Qi's exact words were, "Making mistakes in this state would only cause me trouble." So, Qi Hong didn't really have high hopes for the location he was supposed to go to today. It was just that the recipient of this private message was a bit strange. Before sending him a location, others always liked to tease him, asking, "Have you found the person who wants to kill you?" Or making him beg and plead before giving him the location, which perfectly illustrated the need for improvement in the civility of citizens in the current universe. But without a word, this person sent over coordinates, and by the time he tried to communicate, the other party was completely gone. Moreover, as he followed the coordinates and found the general location, Qi Hong felt even more lost. He remembered that the continent at the bottom of Chuelu Star should be a desolate wasteland, devoid of anything, right? But before him were vast forests, crystal clear pools of water, and in the distance, a beautifully built little wooden house, its warm light shining in the night. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air, and Qi Hong unconsciously straightened his posture, slowed his pace, and solemnly walked towards it. Something was rumbling in his chest. He felt the same powerful force from his dream, the one that had left him powerless, pulling him forward. But the closer he got to the cabin, the more suffocating the terror became. This was someone else's territory. Qi Hong realized. The other party was likely much stronger than him. But Qi Hong had no intention of backing down. An infinite fighting spirit and courage surged within him, as if only bloodshed and slaughter could quell his excitement. Qi Hong's eyes deepened to a red. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Tao Charan was still awake. These past few days, she had spent every spare moment organizing her experimental ideas, using up a whole stack of electronic drafts provided by Xiao Pu. Her condition was increasingly resembling that of her previous life when she was working on her research, so she was going to bed later and later. Lan Huan didn't want to see the queen unhappy, but she also didn't want the queen to abuse her already frail body. Staying in balance between these two was sometimes difficult. These past few days, Lan Huan had been thinking about how to subtly change the queen's schedule without harming her. "It's late, you should go to sleep." This was the 5th time Lan Huan had said this today. Having obtained new materials, Tao Charan planned to implement Xiao Pu's upgraded barrier function before leaving Lan Huan, so she had been working day and night to meet the deadline. Actually, she sometimes did this back in the Star Moon Palace. The queen had her own work schedule, And the dark bed curtains were the best protection. No one knew she was secretly working overtime, and no one urged her like this. Her train of thought was interrupted several times, and Tao Charan was getting a little irritated. So when Lan Huan said, "I go prepare a midnight snack for you," and took his leave, Tao Charan simply waved her hand casually, telling him to hurry up and go. And then he disappeared without a trace. After Tao Charan finished a satisfying overtime session, and completed all her tasks for the day, she realized that Lan Huan still hadn't returned. Chapter 57. Does preparing a midnight snack take this long? Even Tao Charan sensed something was wrong. Where did Lan Huan go? Before this, when Lan Huan made excuses to go out so she could be alone, Tao Charan hadn't paid attention to where he went. Today, she wanted to find him, but found herself completely in the dark, with no idea where to begin. In short, she decided to go outside and check. For so many days, although there was no one outside, Tao Charan, used to staying home, had barely gone out. She only went for walks nearby when Lan Huan strongly suggested it, and she rarely went out at night. She summoned Xiaopu, asked it to turn on the light, and then hesitantly went outside. To Tao Charan, it was pitch black outside, and only Xiaopu's beam of light allowed her to barely see where she was going. But actually, as soon as she stepped outside, Chi Hong and Lan Huan both sensed her presence. Both of them had bloodstains on them. But Chi Hong was clearly more severely injured. The crisscrossing wounds on his body wouldn't stop bleeding. He understood that Lan Huan could have killed him instantly, but chose to do so because something Lan Huan wanted to retrieve was inside him. And he didn't want him to die so easily. The bleeding was extremely slow. Perhaps, he believed this was the only way to punish his mistake. Chi Hong didn't believe he was wrong, nor did he accept this inexplicable punishment. But he had no intention of getting entangled with Lan Huan over these trivial matters. He only wanted to go to that wooden house and take one last look. Just one look. He didn't even know what he should do when he found the person from his dreams. What should he do? Should he really, like those people on the internet said, offer his neck for execution and let it kill him? No, he couldn't do that. A voice seemed to be telling him that the consequences of doing so were beyond his control. It wasn't about his will, but rather. Before stepping into the wooden house, he was impatient, but his mind was racing, conflicted, and he was so nervous he wasn't himself. Until someone came out of the wooden house. The other person seemed gentle and polite, but in just one glance, Chi Hong understood that he had never taken him seriously. Sure enough, the person's first words were, "Get out." Why should he? Chi Hong had struck first. Why should I get out? Why is the person I've been searching for so long by your side? Why can you be by its side? Jealousy and the urgent need to prove himself made him lose his mind, and rage and fury followed. Knowing he was no match for Lan Huan and still provoking a fight was unwise, but in that instant, he couldn't control himself. This feeling of losing control was familiar. It probably wasn't the first time. As Lan Huan knocked him to the ground, Chi Hong belatedly realized this. Lan Huan asked, somewhat puzzled, then his eyes narrowed, revealing a knowing look. You received gifts too. Only now did he look at him properly. Do you deserve them? What followed was a one-sided humiliation. The other seemed to be holding back a lot of anger, like a cat toying with a mouse, determined to push him to the brink of despair. For some reason, Chi Hong felt that the other man felt the same way he did at this moment. Jealousy, resentment, even a little panic, because he didn't know how the person he cared about would choose. What would she choose? When Chi Hong saw Tao Charan reach out from the doorway, hesitate for a moment out of fear of the dark outside, clinging to the doorframe before finally stepping out, a strange sense of calm settled over him. The two, who had been locked in a fierce battle, simultaneously ceased their fight. The air became utterly silent, their gazes fixed on the same direction, unable to look away. Tao Charan felt a chill run down her spine. Not wanting to disturb the queen, Lan Huan had intentionally led Chi Hong away during the fight, so Tao Charan, who had just stepped outside, was actually quite a distance from them. But the faint smell of blood in the air still made Tao Charan uneasy. She hadn't forgotten that just a few days ago, Chuelu Star was a dangerous planet, where even a random plant could easily defeat 100 of her. Tao Charan dared not go any further. After a moment's thought, she called out, Lan Huan? Her voice was soft, tinged with hesitation, as if she hadn't expected a reply at all. The thin voice echoed in the breeze, carrying very little. But when Lan Huan heard her call him first, his eyes lit up instantly. A familiar smile returned, and he unconsciously softened his voice, replying in a tone that Chi Hong found utterly nauseating. I'm here. Then, in the next second, he cleaned himself of the blood and appeared before Tao Charan. Were you waiting impatiently? He didn't know if the queen intended to continue concealing her identity, but he couldn't thwart what she wanted to do. So Lan Huan deliberately obscured his form of address, using only the simplest honorific. The voice was right beside his ear. Xiao Pu shone a timely light on Lan Huan. Seeing the familiar face, Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded indifferently. Having never wanted to go out anyway, Tao Charan immediately backed down, choosing to abandon her nighttime adventure and instead enjoy a good night's sleep. Qi Hong, watching her from afar, was so focused on her that he saw her turn back as soon as she peeked out. He was anxious to stop her, even for a second. But when he opened his mouth, he found he couldn't utter a sound. Qi Hong looked at Lan Huan and saw him also subtly staring at him with an extremely cold gaze. In that moment of distraction, Tao Charan had already gone inside. Qi Hong glared back resentfully, his nails digging deep furrows into the dirt. But then he saw his own dirty and disheveled state, and was thankful he hadn't been able to speak. How rude. This wasn't a good time to see her. He should apologize next time. He'd be back soon. Thinking this, Qi Hong found a nearby place to tidy himself up. He hadn't gotten what that person wanted yet, and the two would likely face off again. Qi Hong thought he might need to talk to Lin Qi. Meanwhile, Lan Huan followed Tao Charan into her room, making her bed and drawing the curtains. He was prepared for Tao Charan to ask him about what had happened earlier, but the queen showed no interest in their private affairs, except for matters of state. As if she hadn't noticed anything amiss, Tao Charan had simply gone out to find him and returned. Lan Huan even suspected that the queen's purpose in seeking him out was simply to have him make the bed. But Lan Huan didn't intend to bring it up. The queen's injuries were sustained on Chuelu Star, which had negatively impacted her perception of the entire Second Army. Considering the queen's mood, not publicly punishing them was already a lenient act. It was impossible for her to show any kindness to these people. Qi Hong was a special case among them. Because he had devoured Lan Huan's puppet butterfly, he had some connection with Lan Huan. Lan Huan guessed this was one of the reasons he had found his way here. Although the puppet butterfly contained very little power, it was still a part of him. Therefore, Lan Huan originally intended to take this opportunity to separate the puppet and reclaim his own body. However, realizing that Qi Hong had once received the queen's favor, Lan Huan couldn't help but be emotionally affected, which caused him to lose track of time, resulting in him not finishing his task and troubling the queen to come looking for him. Lan Huan reflected on his actions and, as usual, said goodnight, offering a bedtime service. May you have sweet dreams. Would your majesty like a lullaby? Last time, discovering Tao Charan's interest in lullabies, he had specifically searched through ancient databases and learned many similar tunes. Lan Huan even created a catalog so Tao Charan could choose what she wanted to watch at any time. Although Tao Charan always resolutely refused. Today was no exception. Tao Charan lay obediently on the bed, the blanket covering her chin, her head gently swaying on the pillow. Lan Huan then transformed into a butterfly and landed on the bed curtains. The lights went out, and the room was quiet. But the queen seemed to be having trouble falling asleep. It was already very late. If she didn't sleep soon, it would be dawn. For Tao Charan, insomnia was normal, especially when she worked late. But for Lan Huan, he had learned from ancient texts that a regular sleep schedule was crucial to health, and if the fragile queen wasn't careful, there would be risks he couldn't accept. So whenever Tao Charan suffered from insomnia or was in a bad mood, Lan Huan was often more anxious than she was. And now, to avoid disturbing Tao Charan's sleep, Lan Huan dared not speak suddenly. Then he heard the queen toss, and turned for a long time before suddenly asking him, "Where's my midnight snack?" Blue Star. The bottom of the abyss. The deep sea was pitch black, except for the tiny flower buds on the enormous, terrifying plants, which opened and closed, emitting an eerie red glow. The tangled vines occupied almost the entire sea area, their forms stretching as far as the eye could see, their roots extending endlessly into the distance. In its underwater days, it had gradually adapted to the environment, but its obsession had not diminished. On the contrary, it had become clearer with the passage of time. Find her. A murmur emanated simultaneously from thousands of flower buds, and as the vines danced, flowers and leaves fell, catching the tiny fish swimming among them. 7 or 8 sharks, the whale, unable to evade their lashes due to its massive size, simply ignored their own blood splattering and bit into a branch, tearing out red flesh before chewing and swallowing it. Growing as it went. Plundering as it went. This was a large-scale hunt targeting it. My lord, is it too late at this rate? Highway asked the man beside her, while keeping track of the number of rose branches and leaves eaten that day. Chulu is pressing forward relentlessly, and Bayou has used almost all of its power to surround us. We have nowhere to retreat except to the bottom of the abyss. Transparent tentacles with suckers twitched, absorbing the fallen branches and leaves carried by the ocean current. The white-haired man looked with satisfaction at his plump, jelly-like limbs, tilting his head at the question. Any news of the Queen? Not yet. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was and still not participating in the melee under these circumstances, Highway would have almost thought that his berserk state had reached the point of affecting his sanity. I see. I can't wait any longer, he murmured, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Chapter 58. Tao Charan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling as if something had been overlooked. Usually Lan Huan followed in Tao Charan's footsteps. Only tonight did he require Tao Charan to come out and look for him. Although Tao Charan refused to communicate, she did have her suspicions. Was it related to what he had been hiding? Or had someone come looking for him? And who was it? Qi Hong, Song Ming, Xue Xiao, or Hong Chong, Bayou, and the others? But whoever it was, whatever it was, she would have to deal with it herself. And since Lan Huan didn't say anything, it meant it was already resolved, and she didn't need to worry about it. Tao Charan was focused on her research and didn't want to get involved in what could be described as a socially awkward hell, so she didn't ask. However, she inexplicably recalled the smell of blood in the air earlier. Although the smell had disappeared after entering the house, and Lan Huan still had a faint, soothing fragrance when he was close, Tao Charan just couldn't forget it. She naturally knew that most citizens wore two faces, one in front of her, and the other in front of others. Even some more combative citizens, like Bayou, needed to occasionally go out and indulge themselves, participate in competitions or complete missions, before they would be satisfied and return to her side, continuing to be a docile little kitten with less than perfect acting skills. But Lan Huan was the opposite, he wasn't a fighter. So, although the probability was low, had someone else attacked him? If a fight had occurred, would he have been injured? If Lan Huan knew the Queen's thoughts, he would probably feel both excited and apprehensive about her attention. However, what Tao Charan couldn't stop thinking about was whether she could take a piece of muscle tissue from Lan Huan while treating his wounds if he was injured. Yes, although Tao Charan had been gathering materials quite well recently, the success of her plan had emboldened her and made her greedy, to the point that she hadn't given up on the idea of taking flesh from someone else. But if she directly asked, "Are you injured?" thinking about his possible reaction, and even the necessary physical contact that might follow, Tao Charan felt it was unnecessary. On the contrary, diverting Lan Huan's attention by talking about late-night snacks, then observing his situation and acting accordingly, seemed much more convenient. Sure enough, Lan Huan was taken aback when he heard Tao Charan ask this. He hadn't actually lied before. He intended to deal with the people outside before getting some fruit and snacks for the king. But Qi Hong's matter had indeed made him somewhat impulsive. The king's gift was so precious, previously, only the 5 of them had received this honor. Lan Huan couldn't fathom how many things the king had been forced to do, and how much harm he had suffered after leaving the Star Moon Palace. This was why Lan Huan had wasted time. When the king finally came looking for him, he was ashamed to admit his negligence, yet he also felt that the king must know that something unavoidable had just happened, assuming that his mention of a midnight snack was just an excuse. He was even more ashamed to make amends. But then the queen suddenly asked, "Are you really hungry?" This made Lan Huan feel even more utterly humiliated. Actually, eating at this time wasn't very healthy. Lan Huan hesitated between immediately going to find food and refusing the queen's request, ultimately leaning towards the former, with almost no struggle. "I apologize, Your Majesty, for taking up so much time today. What would you like to eat?" Tao Charan sat up in bed, not intending to make any requests that would trouble Lan Huan. "A glass of milk," she said casually. Milk helps with sleep, and Lan Huan readily agreed. He usually brought the queen's meals directly from the Star Moon Palace, and this time he wanted to go out as well. But Tao Charan stopped him. She simply pinched his sleeve with 2 fingers, and Lan Huan was immobilized. "Are you a little scared?" Remembering those nights with furrowed brows and cold sweats, Lan Huan felt his heart soften instantly, and he didn't care how difficult her request was. Besides, it was just a glass of hot milk. Lan Huan always carried some common foods with him, so the king could easily access them. At this moment, he took out a small, colorful jar, borrowed the energy stove in the kitchen, and poured the milk into it. This ancient cooking method was rarely used in interstellar space. As the steam rose gently, Lan Huan's heart calmed down. The queen was right beside him. Just realizing this was enough to quell all his resentment. While Lan Huan was working, Tao Charan involuntarily glanced at him, then lowered her eyes again before he noticed, as if nothing had happened. Lan Juan found these furtive little gestures incredibly cute. A smile played on his lips, and he acted as if he hadn't seen them at all. Heating a cup of milk wasn't difficult. Lan Juan completed the task quickly and waited patiently. In no more than 10 minutes, Tao Charan would have her midnight snack. Lan Juan's expression was calm, and his movements were fluid. He didn't seem to be in any danger. However, Tao Charan knew that the resilience of Lan Juan was beyond her comprehension. Bai Yu and Song He had both reportedly suffered life-threatening injuries, yet even under such circumstances, they had managed to stay by her side, without Tao Charan noticing. They were incredibly dedicated. Tao Charan began to wonder, if Lan Juan might be injured, where could it be? At least his clothes were clean, without a scratch. His hands were the only exposed part. Tao Charan glanced at the hand adding sugar cubes to the jar. Lan Juan, however, assumed she was impatient, and used a little of his energy to heat the milk faster. His hands moved with fluid grace, so white and smooth that not a single red mark was visible. Tao Charan regretfully withdrew her gaze. Lan Juan's smile faded slightly. He was very familiar with this look of secret observation. Brief observation is for judgment, while prolonged observation indicates a need for something. For example, these past few days, the queen has been stealing glances at him like this from time to time. Occasionally, he look up and catch a glimpse of her radiance, at which point the queen will immediately look away awkwardly, feigning innocence as if she'd done nothing wrong. Because the queen is so adorable, he can't resist teasing her a little more. But after his indulgence last time caused the queen some irreconcilable negative emotions, he hasn't done it again. What is she planning to do this time? Lan Juan looked at his hands. Judging from the past few days, the queen seems to be quite keen on collecting things he owns lately. What did the queen want from him? Thinking this, Lan Juan casually placed his hand on the edge of the heating pad. The high temperature caused a blister to form on his once smooth, jade-like fingers. It was swollen and looked very painful. Ouch. Lan Juan seemed to only then notice, letting out a soft cry. Seeing the king's gaze furrowing again, he frowned slightly and apologized, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I was in a bit of a rush and accidentally burned myself." Then he saw Tao Charan's eyes unexpectedly light up. So that's how it is. Lan Juan felt he understood. The king's wish had been fulfilled, but what would he have to give in return? How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? Lan Juan then said, "Your Majesty, could you take a look? It really hurts a bit." A light sorrow, like a wisp of smoke, veiled his eyes. Even a butterfly's coquettishness was tender and affectionate. He held out his hand to Tao Charan, awaiting her decision. But with his other hand, he unhesitatingly lifted the jar and plunged it into ice water, to cool it quickly to the desired temperature. Tao Charan was thrilled. Sure. Absolutely sure, of course, she couldn't directly touch Lan Juan. Having Xiao Pu treat the wound, and then casually trimming a tiny bit of tissue from the edge couldn't have been more logical. Lan Juan obediently withdrew his hand. A beautiful glass bottle was quickly placed in Tao Charan's palm, containing perfectly warm milk. Lan Juan didn't even glance at his newly bandaged wound, saying gently, "Your Majesty, after you finish drinking, sit for a while, and you have a good sleep." Tao Charan nodded. The milk Lan Juan warmed for her, though not from the original source, was even more delicious than in her previous life, without a trace of fishiness, only a faint sweetness. As she drank it, she heard Lan Juan ask, "Is this enough?" Because she was biting on the straw, Tao Charan tilted her head slightly, not reacting immediately. Then she heard Lan Juan hiss and say with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, it's probably too late. I'm always a bit careless today. I bumped my arm, and it's a little burnt." 2 injuries in such a short time. Even Tao Charan, who was usually slow-witted when it came to matters of the heart, sensed something was amiss. She felt that the "is this enough?" question wasn't referring to her midnight snack, but rather to the number of his wounds. A chill inexplicably ran down Tao Charan's spine. She instructed Xiao Pu to continue treating the accidentally injured Lan Juan, and then incidentally collect some trace samples. Finishing her milk, she said earnestly, "That's enough." It's always been difficult to voice thoughts of cutting off someone else's flesh. She hadn't even mentioned it. Just expressing her willingness was enough for Lan Juan to go to such lengths. It's hard to imagine that if it were her request, Lan Juan would probably amputate a limb to support her research. Tao Charan sighed, knowing she couldn't continue like this. Ultimately, her sudden departure had dealt them too heavy a blow, making the Super A level's berserk state even more stubborn. Even after spending more than half a month with Lan Juan, his condition still couldn't stabilize. Blood and injury are strongly correlated. Anyone who injures her must die, so her blood couldn't be used. Tears are a symbol of sorrow. Her pain would cause Lan Huan even more pain, so she couldn't cry either. So, only one method remained. The method Tao Charan hated most. Actually, it should have been used from the very first meeting. But because she was so resistant, even today, Tao Charan still couldn't make up her mind. The empty bottle was carefully put away by Lan Huan. Tao Charan beckoned, and Lan Huan, puzzled, leaned closer, his gaze clear and focused, yet a hint of expectation involuntarily flickering in his eyes. Tao Charan looked at the wound that Xiao Pu hadn't finished treating. It was charred black, with deep red seeping from the edges, looking rather gruesome. But for Lan Huan, it wasn't actually that difficult, was it? The standoff had lasted too long. Although Lan Huan hoped for the king's mercy, he also knew she strongly resisted contact with people, thinking there was plenty of time, and intended to cover the wound with his sleeve. Tao Charan grasped his forearm, which he was about to pull away. Her hand trembled. Lan Huan's trembled as well. A gentle kiss landed on the wound, like a light drizzle wetting a butterfly's wings. Tao Charan still didn't look at Lan Huan. However, the wet, soft tongue brushing against his skin, the almost hallucinatory sensation, made Lan Huan involuntarily raise his other hand to cover his eyes. It also blocked the predatory glint in his eyes, a gaze that seemed to want to devour anyone. Chapter 59. Royal Capital Star. Star Moon Palace. The rebuilt, massive palace complex, as if it had never suffered any collapse, firmly stood beside the Tree of Life. Here, the world's rarest treasures were once again gathered, their exquisite carvings and painted beams spared no expense, awaiting only the day their mistress returned, hoping she would show a satisfied and approving look. While walking through the corridor, outside the palace, Xian Luo encountered Lan Huan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, in the shadows of the dazzling stained glass windows. Hidden beneath the cloak, Xian Luo's dark eyes locked onto Lan Huan, and she clearly sensed something different about him. The deliberately feigned gauze robe lessened the imposing presence of his tall stature, making him appear unusually light. The 3/10 of a forced smile on his lips had become 5, as if there was something to be happy about at this moment. His right hand gently stroked his left arm, with a chilling tenderness. Like a ferocious beast temporarily calmed, its attention briefly diverted. What bothered Xian Luo most was that Lan Huan seemed lost in thought. This wasn't like him at all. It wasn't until they brushed past each other that Lan Huan seemed to just notice him, nodding and greeting, "Master. What have you been doing lately?" Xian Luo asked. Lan Huan was the one among them who knew the queen best. But he was also the first to show a willingness to cooperate. Given the many losses he had suffered at Lan Huan's hands in the past, Xian Luo reasonably suspected that he had been doing something behind their backs. If there was something he was hiding, it could only be something related to the queen, right? However, the queen wasn't on the capital star these days, and they didn't have any intention of staying long. Although an agreement was initially reached for the 5 to take turns on duty, this arrangement crumbled after a few days due to the Radiant Cult incident. Even Xian Luo herself had missed several shifts, only remembering to check on things today because she had some free time. The only one still diligently fulfilling her shift duties, as when the queen was in power, was Songhe. However, because Songhe was never favored by the king, Xian Luo hadn't paid him much attention. As for Lan Huan, Xian Luo noticed he arrived early for his shift last time, and found it unusual, so she secretly observed him for a while. But Lan Huan's schedule was all traceable. The shift order was Xian Luo, Lan Huan, Songhe. Xian Luo had subtly inquired about Lan Huan when she saw him last time. Lan Huan didn't come often, but she had seen him a few times during shift changes. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Unable to find any fault with him, Xian Luo had to give up, concluding that Lan Huan had been out of his mind last time. However, today, Xian Luo felt he had been too hasty in letting go. No amount of caution was excessive when it came to the queen, and the situation with the Radiant Cult was also going poorly. The seeds of suspicion had long since taken root in his heart, and Xian Luo now looked at Lan Huan as if he were scrutinizing a criminal suspect. "I recently went to a few places where the king might appear." Lan Huan looked at him with a half smile, seemingly already aware of Xian Luo's thoughts, but he made no attempt to defend himself, simply tossing the question back into the open. Has the Radiant Cult rebellion been quelled? In recent years, most of the criminals who trespassed into the Star Moon Palace and frightened the king came from the Radiant Cult. After all, most people in the universe are madmen. You can't expect them to follow the rules all the time. Red Rose founded its cult based on this consideration, bringing together citizens with unstable mental states. With internal checks and balances within the cult, these actions were still within a controllable range. Lan Huan and the others found their desire to get close to the king and gain his favor understandable. However, understanding doesn't equate to forgiveness. Harming the queen is an unforgivable crime, which is one of the reasons for the existence of the prison. Originally, with the queen present, the radiant cult indoctrinated above, and the impending prison's deterrent below, social order seemed to be stabilizing and the king becoming increasingly safe. But in the eyes of the Radiant Five, with the situation looking so promising, the queen fled. Even with video reassurances, the radiant cult members were not easily appeased. Furthermore, with the Red Rose losing power and lacking a leader to resolve the issues, the conflicts between factions with differing ideologies intensified, ultimately leading to the current situation. The most fanatical faction, the one who dedicates himself, gained the upper hand in the infighting. In the current situation, the king's return might not be a good thing. But even more terrifying is that if the king falls into the hands of the current radiant cult, his fate would likely be even more dire. This is why Xianluo, despite his longing and worry, put aside the search for the queen and focused all his efforts on resolving the radiant cult issue. This was also what they had agreed upon. Suppressing the rebellion required both military strength and intelligence, making Baiyu and Xianluo the most suitable candidates. Songhe, in cooperation with Lan Huan, continued the search for the queen. Except for the mentally unstable Hengqiang, the other members of the Radiant Five had no choice but to continue cooperating, even while reluctantly, given the queen's safety. However, Xianluo felt a sense of mockery from Lan Huan's question. He and Baiyu had originally agreed to resolve the radiant cult issue within a week, but now it had almost been half a month. While the advantage seemed to be on their side, the remnants were putting up a stubborn resistance. That small planet had dragged on for so long without being conquered. This doesn't make sense. Even if the other side borrowed Red Rose's power, they still have 2 Super A level experts here. They shouldn't be at this stalemate. Military secret, no comment, Xianluo said coldly. Then he heard Lan Huan chuckle, seemingly without sarcasm, yet it sounded strangely grating. I overstepped my bounds. Lan Huan's gaze involuntarily fell on his sleeve. He smiled gently, as if being targeted couldn't disturb his good mood. The queen's return is a major event. Even if I find the queen, I won't bring her back unless the radiant cult is eradicated. For some reason, Xianluo felt that these words contained not only a threat but also a hint of boasting. Could he really have found the queen? It wasn't impossible. Xianluo hesitated, but couldn't help asking, "You found the queen?" Even he himself didn't realize that a brilliant light of hope had appeared in the deep black of his eyes. Royal matters are confidential. I cannot disclose them. Lan Huan relayed the same words verbatim to Xianluo. How infuriating. Xianluo knew that Lan Huan was always meticulous about matters concerning the king, and given his personality, it would be difficult for him to gain the upper hand. So, he simply nodded and quickly left without saying anything. He hadn't noticed before, but now that he had a few clues, who could resist chasing after the queen? Behind him, Lan Huan ignored Xianluo's hurried departure. His gaze remained fixed on his left arm. A wonderful touch. A wonderful scent. Lan Huan's smile grew from 5 parts to 8 parts, because such joy was so rare that when his expression changed, it carried a chilling, almost inhuman quality. He entered with a leisurely air. The Hall of Radiance, originally used as a meeting room, had recently been rebuilt. Like the queen's bedroom, it featured her preferred minimalist style, with almost no unnecessary decorations besides piles of documents and electronic devices. Most political affairs are now handled here, with each of the 5 departments stationed here permanently. Therefore, any disturbances in the other departments are immediately known. The Star Moon Palace holds a special position among the 5 Radiance departments. Although Class A citizens are proud and arrogant, due to the Queen's reliance on Lan Huan, most rational citizens show him some respect. After greeting several familiar colleagues with a smile, Lan Huan arrived at the area belonging to the Star Moon Palace. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of the other departments, only one person was working here. Black-rimmed glasses concealed his sharp gaze, giving him a somewhat refined air. Even so, his muscular physique, almost bursting with energy, was tightly bound within his plaid shirt, yet his overly muscular build still exuded a strong sense of danger. At least 4 luminous screens floated around him, tightly surrounding him. Beside him was a cup of coffee that had gone cold, a recently popular drink in the universe due to the Queen's fondness for it, but judging from its volume, it seemed he hadn't drunk a drop. Realizing that his rarely attended boss was unusually present, he only glanced at Lan Huan briefly before turning his gaze back to the fluctuating data on the screen. "You man, how have you been these past few days?" Lan Huan gently tapped her left arm, her good mood having lasted the entire journey. Even her voice was gentler than usual. "What else can happen? It's just constant bickering, you blaming me, I blaming you, utterly inefficient." Yun Ban replied dismissively, still not giving Lan Huan a glance, nor showing any intention of standing up to greet his superior. His hand, however, clenched slightly. Wang, is she all right? Lan Huan looked at his bluffing yet undisguised concern and couldn't help but sneer. At least she's much better off than in the Star Moon Palace. Her slightly curled hand clenched even tighter, her nails almost piercing her flesh. She won't be coming back, will she? Who knows? Who can fathom the king's heart? Lan Huan sighed softly. But don't worry, what I promised, I will keep my word. However, the final decision rests with the king. I know. When are you leaving this time? After all, the difference between us is too great, and we frequently run into Songhe. We can't hide it for long. I didn't intend to hide it for long anyway. Taking this opportunity to cleanse Xingyue Palace is our duty, and our only chance to atone for our sins. Lan Huan looked earnestly at the man before him. I leave tomorrow. The king can't do without me now. Yun Ban, don't disappoint the king. But who is truly the one who disappoints the king? The fluttering butterfly radiated joy, though it tried its best to conceal it. Anyone could sense the pride it displayed from being favored. Why him? Is happiness truly predetermined by fate? Citizens forever struggle with jealousy and greed, willing to sell everything for that sliver of a possibility. Whether it's losing dignity or choosing betrayal, ultimately it's all about clinging to that fleeting glimmer of hope. Chapter 60. At this moment, Tao Charan was preparing for her escape in half a month. Yes, after half a month of probing, Tao Charan finally realized that Lan Huan's 1-month agreement with her was merely a temporary measure to keep her in check. Just like Lan Huan had promised her years ago that the position of queen was only temporary, and she could leave once the world order stabilized, it was all a lie with no end in sight. It seemed that fulfilling the promise required her to act first and inform later. Tao Charan tallied her gains over the past few days. She had collected most of the materials needed for analysis and purification, and Xiao Pu's disguise function had made surprising new progress. With a little more material, she could begin her next research project with satisfaction. The most crucial issue in escaping was how to shake off Lan Huan. Thinking of Lan Huan, Tao Charan recalled last night, when Lan Huan, despite her rare initiative, was so frightened that he ran away on the spot. While feeling bewildered, Tao Charan also inexplicably felt a surge of courage. After all, it was always others who scared her away before. So does that mean Lan Huan isn't so scary after all? Perhaps this could be used to her advantage. However, Tao Charan found it difficult to accept any further intimate contact, so she decided to postpone it for now. Besides, even if Lan Huan left her, moving to the next base would be a difficult task. According to Tao Charan's plan, she would still have to rely on Xiao Pu. But Xiao Pu seems to have recently suffered some damage. It still obeys Tao Charan's commands, but it seems to have developed some of its own consciousness, and is more willing to express its own opinions. This change troubled Tao Charan, because once the machine became like a person, it was difficult for her to interact with it as naturally as before. Master, equipment update complete. Sample analysis complete. The mechanical bird hopped onto her shoulder, its 2 red eyes blinking as if sensing the butterfly's absence. Should we track the sample source's location? No. Because it was just an illusion, Tao Charan didn't feel any weight. She continued with her work, but then heard Xiao Pu ask in her ear, Master, do you like Lan Huan? Tao Charan stopped what she was doing. Like was one of the words she hated most. In her past life, it was alright, but here, she heard it so many times she was sick of it. Xiao Pu, self-inflict a kill. Sure enough, something was wrong with Xiao Pu. Kill result, no abnormalities. Xiao Pu stretched its wings. If Master doesn't like him, why keep him around? What else could it be? Better a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. If it weren't for the berserk research, she wouldn't have risked becoming a catatonic to do these things. And Xiao Pu's words made it sound like she really had a choice. But Tao Charan didn't want to answer Xiao Pu. The Xiao Pu used to be incredibly efficient and obeyed orders. Since when did it change like this? Tao Charan glanced at Xiao Pu's slender figure, the little bird landing affectionately on the table to meet her gaze. For some reason, the instant their eyes met, Tao Charan felt as if the other person was Lan Huan, Tsang Ming, or anyone else. That chilling sensation down her spine was truly present. Tao Charan took 2 steps back. Master? The mechanical bird couldn't understand its master's actions, only tilting its head and looking at her in confusion. Seemingly recalling the earlier question, Xiao Pu guessed, Master is afraid of Lan Huan. Then, based on data, it offered a cold and offensive analysis. Heart rate reached 150 beats per minute, blood pressure slightly elevated, adrenaline secretion increased. Master, do you need me to kill Lan Huan? No need, Tao Charan replied hastily. Her gaze had already lowered. The inorganic eyes showed not a trace of killing intent. Tao Charan even knew that the robot she created was far from capable of fighting against a superclass citizen. But in that instant, Tao Charan believed without hesitation that Xiaopu truly intended, and truly could, kill Lan Huan. Since Tao Charan's escape, one thing after another had happened. The berserk state was still unresolved, and now there were more things that puzzled her. But Xiaopu was her greatest reliance. Having managed to assemble Xiaopu had exhausted her savings of the past 3 years. She lacked the confidence and the materials to create another Little Poo 003. In short, she decided to finish what she was doing first. She needed to accumulate some energy for Little Poo so it could perform short-distance jumps. However, Tao Charan had a premonition that perhaps one day she would have to abandon her prized creation, which she had always relied on, just as she had abandoned Lan Huan. Because of this thought, she began to consciously or unconsciously distance herself from Little Poo. Fortunately, Little Poo wasn't a fragile citizen. It was relatively obedient to its master. It wouldn't kill those its master forbade, and it was okay if its master didn't want to interact with it. This gave Tao Charan a brief moment of relief. Compared to her social activities, Tao Charan's work progressed remarkably smoothly. Unsurprisingly, she couldn't sleep after the physical contact. Tao Charan even stayed up all night after Lan Huan left, analyzing the composition of different parts of the collected butterflies, and developing a customized energy collection plan for Xiaopu. The plan focused on accumulating small amounts of energy around him over time, hoping for a successful leap in half a month. Although Lan Huan didn't come the next day, when Tao Charan finished her work and entered the living room, she found a beautifully prepared lunch on the table. 4 dishes and a soup, along with fruits and desserts, all of Tao Charan's favorites, showing considerable care and attention. After lunch, she buried herself in work for another afternoon. Without Lan Huan's interference, Tao Charan returned to her work ethic from her previous life, practically forgetting to eat or sleep. As the sunset climbed to the horizon, and Tao Charan's shadow in the wooden house grew increasingly slanted, Lan Huan silently pushed open a crack in the window, gracefully fluttered in, and carefully hung on the dark curtains, silently watching the queen. Tao Charan had noticed him as the window moved. Moreover, although his gaze was concealed, how could she hide the burning intensity within it? She immediately processed the data at hand, had Xiaopu put away the screen, and ensured that Lan Huan couldn't see anything before silently returning to bed, creating a safe haven for herself with the bed curtains and blankets. Lan Huan was forced to reveal himself. But Tao Charan clearly didn't want to acknowledge him, leaving Lan Huan, who had been mentally preparing himself all the way, speechless, and his initial excitement cooled. Your Majesty, I was truly rude yesterday. As a steward of the Star Moon Palace, I am deeply ashamed that your Majesty has troubled me with such concern. This was Lan Huan's thoughtfulness. If it were Hong Chong, she might have already made a big fuss about it. Xian Luo and Bai Yu, while not as high profile, would still inevitably show their unease when facing the king. Only Lan Huan, without batting an eye, attributed everything to political affairs, clearly drawing a line between king and subject. This actually made Tao Charan feel much better, finding the interaction righteous and thus acceptable. However, this also meant denying that the king's actions contained any affection. It was like serving a sumptuous meal to a starving person, only to callously remove it. Such a disparity made even the usually patient Lan Huan feel so disappointed he wanted to kill. Fortunately, he only met the king after venting his anger, and the king's willingness to force himself to do something he didn't like was already an exceptional favor. Therefore, Lan Huan could still calmly coax her, spouting empty promises to gain the queen's forgiveness and make her reconsider her actions. It was my fault for losing my composure this time, which forced you to do this. I have reflected on my actions and promise it won't happen again. I am grateful. Please don't send me away. Lan Huan knelt down some distance from the bed, bowing deeply. The butterfly's antennae extended, carefully discerning the air, sensitively sensing the queen's movements. Such silence was undoubtedly agonizing for both of them. Tao Charan was very bad at handling such situations. Lan Huan had already retreated to the point of no return. Frankly, it wasn't really his fault, it was Tao Charan's own choice. Naturally, she had considered the consequences. Even if Lan Huan did something she didn't like, Tao Charan could barely accept it. However, Lan Huan's apologies and remorse only made things more awkward if she continued to dwell on it. Tao Charan forced herself to forget yesterday's fear, to act as if nothing had happened. She peeked out from under the covers, secretly lifting the bed curtains a crack. Under the bright light, a man knelt in the distance, appearing humble and sincere, utterly submissive, without a trace of intimidation. Although she knew it was all a facade, that beneath a gentle exterior lay a terrifying beast capable of silently wiping out an entire planet, the fact that he deliberately concealed his aura, even hiding her most feared gaze, gave Tao Charan a moment of relaxation, allowing her to peer at him from behind her cover. Lan Huan's body trembled. He struggled to control himself, not wanting the queen to notice anything amiss. The deliberately inflicted wound on his arm had completely healed. He had actually intended to keep it as a souvenir, but he feared the queen would be embarrassed if she saw it and remembered yesterday's events. He also worried the king would find it too unsightly. His body, as the king had said, should remain beautiful and sculpted. But now, bathed in the king's gaze, his left arm, which had once received such tenderness, seemed to burn again, so much so that he had to tightly grip that spot to suppress the urge to look directly at her. The king rarely looked people directly in the eye. Even among the 5 of them, the number of times they had been openly looked at like this was few and far between. Therefore, each time was precious. Even a stolen glance before felt like happiness, let alone such a prolonged gaze. Like a wary little animal, after observing for a while, Tao Charan was certain he wouldn't suddenly attack or put pressure on her before deciding to grant him some minor privileges. "Get up," she said softly. The man straightened up as instructed. Sweat beaded on Lan Huan's forehead. She was struggling to hold back. The king's presence was right beside her, yet she said get up, not come here. The spot that had just been soothed the night before became an outlet again, the skin being repeatedly rubbed, even taking on a restless quality. But in Tao Charan's eyes, Lan Huan was merely slightly bent over, head bowed, eyes lowered, cautious enough not to cross the line. This self-control gave Tao Charan a sense of security. Lan Huan's frenzy had lessened considerably. It seems I can leave with peace of mind now, Tao Charan thought with satisfaction. Chapter 61. Although Lan Huan seemed normal now, experience made Tao Charan cautious, afraid to reveal her true feelings for fear of upsetting him, who had finally calmed down. As she spoke, Tao Charan's gaze shifted to her toes, avoiding Lan Huan's eyes. "I don't blame you." Indeed, this contact was her own choice. Lan Huan was merely passively enduring it, and it had nothing to do with him. But if there were no berserk mode, and everyone could maintain emotional stability, she wouldn't have been forced to make this choice, would she? Although the citizens showed no fear of berserk mode or death, Tao Charan cared deeply about this. She had already spent 3 years on it, and was now giving it her all. "Thank you for your leniency." Butterfly bowed gracefully, her lowered eyes gentle and respectful. "I won't force you to leave. Because it was I who wanted to leave." Tao Charan mentally completed the second half of the sentence. She said this mainly because she was afraid Lan Huan would fall into despair again. The blood she had lost was being depleted too quickly, and the outside world seemed rather unstable. This made Tao Charan suspect that Lan Huan had encountered something while she was away. Better safe than sorry, she decided to calm him down first. Because she wasn't used to speaking, Tao Charan's voice was soft and low, and Lan Huan practically held his breath as he spoke to her. His mind was even a little dizzy from concentrating so much. "I know, you always taken care of us, it was me. I went too far." Lan Huan looked like he was about to break from self-reproach. Tao Charan was silent for a moment. She was very bad at handling these situations, because the one who yielded was often the one who would take advantage. As expected, Lan Huan revealed his true intentions, pulling out a dull gray ring. "Your Majesty, as an apology, I obtained this from the Star Moon Palace. I think you might need it." The ring was adorned with intricate yet understated patterns, exactly as Tao Charan remembered it. The countless rare treasures they had presented to her over the past 3 years were just one of the most inconspicuous. Tao Charan had only worn this ring once, and finding it useless, it had been left and used in some unknown corner. Unexpectedly, Lan Huan had brought it out again. Indeed, this ring still had some use. Its main function was to obscure the wearer's appearance, making it impossible for citizens below the super rank A to see them clearly. At the time, it was the first annual sacrifice, and several attendants had already sensed that the king's health would be severely compromised. Some had summoned doctors to try and cure the king's illness, while others sought alternative methods, hoping to use ingenious techniques to address the root cause of the problem. The king fears the gaze of others, so wouldn't it be better to make others unable to see the king? Theoretically, that would work. However, this has no effect on Tao Charan. Because what Tao Charan fears isn't entirely derived from the eyes, it's merely manifested in their gaze. Even if she can't see clearly, as long as she knows the person before her is the king, greed and madness will always exist, and those things that frighten her won't diminish. But now, Tao Charan truly needs to conceal her identity and continue her journey through the universe. This ring comes in handy. But Lan Huan's actions have puzzled Tao Charan. Did Lan Huan really think it would be alright if he didn't return to the Star Moon Palace? Since their meeting, the two had tacitly avoided mentioning returning to the palace. Lan Huan had even promised to keep her location a secret from others, and hadn't asked if what she said in the video was true. They both knew that if the queen didn't return to the throne at the next annual festival, the world would be in chaos. The queen's close attendants were always completely unguarded around their masters. Lan Huan even longed for the queen to question him, pay attention to him, and understand him. He would tell her everything he knew. But even if Tao Charan had doubts, she couldn't voice her thoughts. The answer she received might not be what she wanted. Just like now. When Tao Charan left, she took everything she could. There was a reason she didn't wear this ring. For example, the special gemstone on this ring was easily traceable, and it was ineffective against super-level citizens. Tao Charan's blue illusion transformation of Xiaopu is progressing very smoothly. The future disguise effect will far surpass that of the ring, so unlike Lan Huan's expectations, she doesn't actually need it that much. However, this doesn't stop Tao Charan from accepting it. After all, the gemstones and energy-storing crystals on it are made of similar materials, so they can store some energy. Moreover, Tao Charan also wants to see what Lan Huan is planning besides wanting to be by her side. Tao Charan extends her hand, gesturing for Lan Huan to place the ring in her hand. But Lan Huan seems to have misunderstood her meaning. He transforms into a butterfly, fluttering his colorful wings, carrying the enormous ring, heavier than his body, and tremblingly flies to Tao Charan's finger. As he landed lightly, Tao Charan didn't even have time to react. She only felt a snowflake fall on her palm, a slight itch. The ring was pushed between her fingers. Butterflies, not as nimble as human hands, struggled to propel the metal forward with their forelegs, the entire butterfly covering the ring, even obscuring the gemstone, as if Tao Charan had always worn a butterfly ring. When she realized what was happening, Tao Charan's palm trembled violently, her hand involuntarily curling up. The butterfly seemed startled by this sudden change, silently folding its wings, obediently nestled in Tao Charan's hand. "Your Majesty?" Unable to close it completely, Tao Charan could only endure the discomfort and relax her hand. The ring was now properly on. Only then did the butterfly reluctantly fly away from its warm nest, returning to where it belonged. Tao Charan's thumb involuntarily scratched the ring's surface. The sudden foreign object made her feel uncomfortable, and she couldn't shake off the strange sensation. This abrupt action had once again crossed her boundaries, leaving her feeling lost and uneasy. This had happened many times before in the Star Moon Palace. Lan Huan was adept at testing her limits when she lowered her guard, leaving her a suitable distance before she reached her breaking point. This butterfly seemed forever elusive, slippery and unpredictable. Tao Charan pursed her lips, wanting to remove the ring, but worried that such an action would provoke Lan Huan. She could only let the unease linger. Seeing the king accept her gift, Lan Huan visibly cheered. His brow relaxed, and the smile on his lips became more genuine. His hand, covering his left arm, tightened slightly where Tao Charan couldn't see, a subtle reminder to control his emotions. The matter was considered closed. Lan Huan got what she wanted and served the king even more diligently. After Tao Charan finished dinner and worked for a while, Lan Huan urged her to go to bed early. Until Tao Charan lay down in bed, Lan Huan, as usual, hung from the bed curtains, watching the king toss and turn. Finally, Lan Huan couldn't help but reveal her plan. "Your Majesty, actually, I prepared a gift for you." The girl, her long hair spread out beneath her, her sleeping posture dignified, tilted her head, expressing her doubt. "You like it?" This phrasing gave Tao Charan a bad feeling. Generally, a citizen's like was different from her understanding of like. To avoid startling her, Tao Charan decided to ask for clarification. "What gift?" "Not ready yet. But it's definitely what you want." Lan Huan was tight-lipped. Tao Charan knew she wouldn't get anything out of him. She asked herself honestly, if it was something she wanted recently, it would undoubtedly be a way to cure her berserk state. But if Lan Huan could solve this problem, the universe wouldn't be like this anymore. What she wanted, something related to Lan Huan. Tao Charan's heart stirred. She turned over, facing the butterfly. "Lan Huan, you always be here, right?" she guessed. The butterfly watched her silently in the night, just like every night before. He knew. As long as you need me. No matter the form it took, he was willing to help her with anything she wanted to accomplish. Even if it meant being shattered to pieces, meticulously unraveling the mystery. That night, a soothing lullaby played almost all night long, until Tao Charan finally drifted off to sleep just before dawn. Lan Huan stopped making noise, finally having time to deal with the spiderwebs that had crept into the doorway in the middle of the night. Not too slow. Lan Huan smiled, severing the encroaching threads with his sharp butterfly wings, without disturbing the queen's peaceful sleep. Let's talk outside. A menacing black spider hung on the surface of the illusory moon, waiting for a plausible explanation. And an opportunity for a covert operation. Spiders and butterflies are natural enemies. Under the pale moonlight, leaves trembled, streams flowed, and all was silent. This was Lan Huan's illusion, which he only allowed the king to control. Because the king refused to be controlled, he could only piece together this dream with his meager understanding of the king, resulting in numerous flaws. Presumably, this was why the king didn't want to step outside. Even so, Lan Huan hoped it could become a cradle belonging only to the two of them, nurturing the butterfly and its master's dream. A dream is ultimately just a dream. Being found was only a matter of time. How is the king? Lan Huan hated Xian Luo for this. Of the group, Xian Luo and the king were most similar in personality. They were both taciturn, incisive, but every word could stir emotions. Just like now, Lan Huan especially, extremely wanted to kill him. The feeling of being prey coveted is truly unpleasant. But he couldn't. Thinking of the plan, thinking of the king's wish, thinking of her somewhat fearful eyes. Thinking of her, endless pity welled up in his heart. Memories from past and present lives converged, making it impossible to distinguish whose heart it was, whose obsession it was. She's not doing well, Lan Huan said casually. A frail human, wandering alone in the universe. What do you think? Chapter 62. I've given you plenty of time, half a month, and no one has found her here. Lan Huan remained on the tree, her shimmering light dimming, blending into the surroundings, facing Xian Luo in the moonlight. Xian Luo was speechless. In the queen's absence, everyone felt each day was an eternity, an exceptionally difficult time. Ever since his fight with Hong Chong, Xian Luo had a premonition of going berserk. As time passed, he became increasingly irritable and easily angered, struggling against his instincts while also dealing with political affairs. The recent events involving the Radiant cult had also overwhelmed him. To have managed to find this place with Lan Huan under these circumstances was already a result of taking the special effect drug. He still had 2 bottles of the queen's gift left, which he carefully tucked into his robes. The touch of his tentacles on the cold bottles brought Xian Luo a slight sense of peace. I need to see her. Xian Luo tried to calmly inform her, but his voice was inevitably hurried. The distant tremors carried her presence. He could almost feel her long, soft breaths. Anxiety and worry welled up within him. Just as Lan Huan had said, in the 3 years since her birth, she had never left the Star Moon Palace. Now, all alone, how much hardship had she endured? And there was the endless longing. The time hadn't been long, but if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Bai Yu Sona, could any of them really survive a year on the queen's gifts? The king didn't say he wanted to see you, Lan Huan said innocently. You know, I can never go against the king's wishes. This was sophistry. But Xian Luo truly lacked confidence that the king would actually want to see him. Among the group, he was one of the closest to the king, at least able to serve in the king's bedchamber within the Radiant Chamber. But that was all. The king had never spoken to him, as he had to Lan Huan. Nor had he resisted him, as he had resisted Song He. He was like air, having no effect on the king. He had once even rejoiced in his insignificance, but now, he only wanted the king to see him. Extreme desire is the beginning of madness. Xian Luo didn't want to know how Lan Huan had spent these past few days. But Lan Huan's power had visibly solidified, his physique was more stable, and his aura was vigorous, clearly showing how happy he had been with the queen. The contrast between what others lacked and what he possessed was so stark that Xian Luo couldn't pretend not to know. The idea of joining forces to search for the queen's whereabouts was Lan Huan's. Later, Lan Huan also led the division of labor in suppressing the Radiant cult rebellion. Of the group, besides the unconscious Hong Chong, Bai Yu was always headstrong. Song He had little say due to the queen's dislike, and Xian Luo herself wasn't good at socializing. The only one with real leadership ability was Lan Huan, and the Star Moon Palace Master always held absolute power. Now, thinking back, this must have been all part of Lan Huan's plan. The king was now in his hands. Who would willingly relinquish the king to someone else? Putting himself in Lan Huan's shoes, Xian Luo was prepared to fight him. Both had been injured, and although Lan Huan carried the queen's aura and might have received healing from her, this didn't mean Xian Luo was without a fighting chance. At the Super A level, a fight could easily destroy a planet. Xianluo was already thinking about how to minimize the losses, and how to lure Lan Huan into his trap. But to Xuanluo's surprise, after a few sarcastic remarks, Lan Huan backed down. "But since you're here, you should let the queen know." "But the queen just fell asleep, and you don't want to wake her, do you?" Xianluo acquiesced. Although his heart was already pounding with the urge to see her, wouldn't the queen be unhappy if her sleep was disturbed? "The radiant cult is rampant right now, which is why I had no choice but to let the queen stay in my illusion," Lan Huan sighed. "Poor queen, you possess the entire universe, yet you can't move an inch. If you can quell the rebellion soon, it will not only be a merit, but also a reason to seek an audience with the queen." This was merely Lan Huan's excuse to prevent him from seeing the queen. Xianluo was certain of this. But he couldn't help but ponder Lan Huan's words. The queen was a diligent and benevolent ruler. She must be paying close attention to the movements of the radiant cult. If he could achieve something, would the queen notice him? Perhaps the queen would truly notice him. Given her personality, she might only offer a simple "well done," but such a thought was enough to excite Xianluo, for he had never been treated with kindness before, and even his imagination had become so barren. "All right." Xianluo's voice was a little hoarse, but he finally agreed. The matter of the radiant cult had dragged on for so long, it was time to end it. This was, after all, his duty. Lan Huan closed her wings with satisfaction. "Then I won't see you off, master. Take good care of the queen. No need for you to trouble yourself, master." Xianluo descended from the moon to the ground, suspended by silken threads. He carefully sensed the queen's breathing, determining she was unharmed and doing well, at least sleeping soundly, before leaving, turning back several times. Lan Huan watched him go, only relaxing when she felt Xuanluo's presence vanish from the illusion. Xianluo was the most straightforward of the group, and also the easiest to deceive. If it had been Baiyu or Songhe who came today, he wouldn't have left so easily. This was why Lan Huan had chosen Xianluo. Besides him, Xianluo was the only one the queen could accept. But before that, Lan Huan cherished the time she spent with the queen. Nearly half a month alone had given Lan Huan the illusion that only the two of them existed in the universe. At this moment, they belonged to each other. The butterfly, lost in its dark fantasies, landed on the bed curtains once more. To avoid waking the sensitive queen, Lan Huan even lowered his eyes, avoiding her gaze. It was as if every time the two met, he would consciously avert his gaze, carefully maintaining a distance. His height couldn't be too tall, so his back was always slightly hunched. His clothes had to be eye-catching but not too bright. Understated luxury was key. Even the most turbulent emotions had to be expressed softly, and even the strongest murderous intent had to be buried deep within, never revealed. Lan Huan had grown accustomed to it. He remained huddled within a gentle, harmless shell, the most obedient minister under the queen's wing. Aside from his constant yearning for the queen, he had done nothing out of line, nothing that could be criticized. The queen beside him had fallen into a deep sleep. If it were any of the other attendants in the radiant chamber, they would likely have taken this opportunity to indulge themselves. But Lan Huan rarely did so. The citizens of the world all chased after the queen, chasing after humanity and human nature. Clearly wearing animal skins, yet insisting on pretending to be human. Lan Huan disdained this. In his life, far beyond his past, he had also had moments of recklessness, taking pride in bloodshed and reveling in slaughter. When did he become this person he once despised? Just one glance. The newly born queen looked at them like a bewildered god judging a world of sin. It was her. So it was her all along. And then everything changed. Can a beast become human? Lan Huan didn't believe he could be called human now, but if only by being human could he be with her, then he would be human. From memories and ancient texts, he learned skills and cultivated habits, gradually becoming more like a human being. Finally, he was accepted by the king and stood by her side. It was all worthwhile. Since so-called love could turn a beast into a human, could it also make her life a little better? Many had thought this way, and Lan Huan had also harbored this hope. But 3 years had passed. Even the king's seemingly endless experiments should have ended by now. As dawn broke, birds with dew-laden plumes pierced the sky, beginning a new day of training. In the illusion, time seemed to freeze, like dewdrops on blades of grass, unchanging, frozen at the moment its master most desired to remain. Tao Charan also got up early, ate the runny eggs Lan Huan had fried, and hastily took a couple of bites of soft bread before starting her workday. These days, her schedule is packed. Having made up her mind to leave in at least half a month, to avoid losing samples later and causing unforeseen complications, much of the data processing is being done now. Gathering energy and probing Xiao Pu's mechanisms. Tao Charan is busier than ever before. Lan Huan is completely useless in this regard, and of course, Tao Charan doesn't want him to help. Among the group, Lan Huan excels at leadership, Bai Yu is passionate about combat, Hong Chong enjoys dressing up, Song He loves farming, only Xian Luo has a talent for scientific research. Tao Charan even considered recruiting Xian Luo initially, but later discovered that Xian Luo, like the others, could go berserk, so she abandoned the idea. The painful past need not be revisited. In short, Tao Charan has tasted bitterness during her 3 years at the Star Moon Palace, deeply realizing the importance of independently completing scientific research. On the one hand, she has Xiaopu back up all the samples and research results. On the other hand, Tao Charan has also memorized some important data, focusing on being prepared for any eventuality. In the illusion, there was no sun or moon. After working non-stop for several days, Tao Charan finally got her piece, which she had long ago placed. It was another beautiful afternoon. Tao Charan had just woken up from her nap, and was about to make herself a cup of coffee before getting back to work. Lan Huan, who was adding sugar cubes to his coffee, suddenly stopped and apologized. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I may have some matters to attend to." This was the second time, since they had met, that Lan Huan had suddenly had to leave on urgent business. Tao Charan guessed at the reason. Actually, these past few days, because of dealing with the berserk state, her attention had been quite focused, and she hadn't paid much attention to what was happening on the light network. For Lan Huan to break his usual nonchalant attitude and make him give up spending time with her to prioritize other matters, this matter must be very important. Tao Charan's social anxiety made her completely unwilling to ask Lan Huan what it was about. But then she immediately saw a small butterfly squeeze into the half-open window. The butterfly resembled Lan Huan somewhat, but was smaller than Lan Huan's usual form. Its body shimmered with iridescent light, displaying a dazzling array of colors, and it gracefully landed in front of Tao Charan. Lan Huan's expression immediately turned grim. Chapter 63. But he immediately adjusted his expression, withdrawing his slight anger and murderous intent from his gaze. "Your Majesty, there might be a problem with the illusion. As you know, my condition was somewhat unstable before." He reached out and, before the butterfly could even get close to Tao Charan, pinched its wings. The tiny insect struggled in his hand, clearly unwilling to be treated this way. "I go check first." Lan Huan hadn't used much force initially. After all, he was in front of the king, and he always paid attention to his image. But the butterfly struggled violently, as if he were going to strangle it. Lan Huan understood immediately. His 3/10 fake smile instantly turned into 3/10 coldness. He crushed the butterfly disguised as himself in his sleeve, then went out the door, heading straight for the source of human presence. Meanwhile, Tao Charan hadn't even reacted before she was pulled into a warm embrace. "I missed you so much." A boy's clear voice came from above, tinged with a sigh. So sudden, Tao Charan even forgot to react. The illusion created by Lan Huan was so peaceful that Tao Charan had almost forgotten that such a reckless citizen existed in this world. Tight, elastic pectoral muscles were pressed against her face. The newcomer was even shirtless, extremely unkempt, exactly the kind of person Tao Charan feared most. Realizing what had happened, Tao Charan immediately struggled violently, trying to break free from the other person's hold. "Hey, don't move." The boy easily subdued Tao Charan. After all, this was a world where even a Class C citizen could easily defeat an ordinary human. He deftly grasped Tao Charan's 2 hands, just as Lan Huan had grasped the butterfly from before. "Great, the injury on my wrist is healed," he said happily. But then he became worried again. "You're not going to come back? I let you go, I do whatever you want, I listen to everything you say, don't do anything rash." He quickly released Tao Charan, then stared intently at her with his orange-red eyes, as if afraid she might do something uncontrollable. Fortunately, he released her quickly enough. Tao Charan took 2 deep breaths, reminding herself not to be afraid, that he wouldn't hurt her. She then steadied herself by holding onto the table. During this time, the boy named Chi Hong wanted to help her, but he was worried about angering her again, so he scratched his head anxiously. Once Tao Charan was steady, he visibly relaxed as well. "Are you all right?" Chi Hong blushed as he put on his clothes, casually covering the wound on his shoulder blade, his eyes constantly glancing at Tao Charan. Clearly his entire focus was on her. Tao Charan took a few steps back to keep her distance, and the boy's face immediately showed visible grievance. But he didn't dare to make any further moves. Tao Charan waited warily for a while, and only relaxed her tense shoulders after finding that Chi Hong was still somewhat rational. Having just experienced a fright, Tao Charan didn't dare to look directly at him, only stealing a glance to assess him. A person should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation, and this glance revealed that Chi Hong had changed drastically compared to the last time they met. His previously loose hair was now tied up, hanging neatly behind his head, the ends of which were a vibrant green, clearly indicating good health. The boy's expression was lively, and a vibrant energy overflowed from him, no longer the stubborn and crazy person he had been before. Tao Charen's treatment brought him back to his senses from his deep berserk state. Lan Huan's brainwashing had caused him to lose many unnecessary memories. Lin Qi and the relevant institution's training helped him regain his memories and compensate for his lack of common sense, allowing him to understand Tao Charen's human preferences. The process of transforming from beast to human may be physiologically instantaneous, but the process of socialization is long and painful. Many citizens never even knock on the door of the Star Moon Palace in their entire lives. But fortunately, Chi Hong was lucky enough. At this moment, the lucky young man was unaware of how terrifying his opponent was. Having won his first battle, his eyes were only on Tao Charen. Sensitively aware that the other was scrutinizing him, Chi Hong tried his best to offer a cautious, ingratiating smile. "I'm sorry, I really couldn't control myself last time. I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. Please don't be angry with me, okay?" He sincerely apologized for his previous rashness. But sorry was the second most frequently heard word by Tao Charen in the past 3 years. The first was like. So Tao Charen didn't take it to heart at all. She was more surprised by Chi Hong's change. Usually, the people she saw at the Star Moon Palace were all older, mentally mature citizens like Lan Huan. Chi Hong's case filled the gap in her understanding of the development of citizens. She even considered having Xiaopu give him a full physical examination. However, since Chi Hong was able to lure Lan Huan away, he must have some extraordinary abilities. Tao Charen, unprepared, didn't dare to provoke him. She adopted the simplest method, observation. She would remain still if he didn't move. The enemy moved, but she remained still. No matter what Chi Hong said or did, Tao Charen remained steadfast, waiting for Lan Huan to return so she could entrust him with the arduous task of communicating with the madman. Chi Hong didn't mind Tao Charen ignoring him. In his memories, she was always like this, to the point that he had gradually become accustomed to this cold treatment, able to put on a lively solo performance. "I brought you an apology gift. This can be dissolved in water and drunk. It's very good for your health. Would you like to try it?" A small paper packet containing reddish-brown powder was carefully arranged in an exquisite little box, showing considerable care. But Tao Charen had once possessed treasures from the entire universe. Compared to them, this gift seemed somewhat simple. Moreover, the method of gift-giving was very ordinary, even something Lan Huan had just used. Tao Charen smelled the familiar and rich fragrance. Without even opening it, she knew it must be a local specialty. Nearly a month had passed since Chi Hong last fed Han Xiao the tea fruit. Although Chi Hong didn't mention the previous awkwardness, it was clear she wanted to legitimize her specialty in this way. Tao Charen didn't want to accept it, but considering that local specialties are part of a citizen's identity, and testing them is essentially a form of medical examination, her dedication to scientific research made her back down. She pointed to the table, indicating that Chi Hong should place the item there. This was the first time Tao Charen had shown such cooperation since they met. Chi Hong's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly followed her instructions. Afterward, he looked at Tao Charen expectantly, like a little animal begging for a reward. Tao Charen told Xiaopu to put the items away, and proceed with the component analysis in the backstage area. Then she heard Chi Hong say, "Can you come with me? I want you to leave with me. I don't know what your relationship with him is, but Lin Qi said he has a very powerful background, possibly even from Wangdu Star. I don't know what I did to offend him, but these past few days, people have been relentlessly chasing me, and he even erased my memories of you. Whatever he's trying to do, he definitely has designs on you. He's not a good citizen worth associating with. Come with me. I can't bear to see you controlled by him too. If it's for a better position, or if you want to enter Wangdu Star, I help you, I work hard with you. You don't need to cooperate with him. Believe me, with his personality, he definitely use you and then discard you. He won't let you get what you want." Chi Hong spoke at length, his voice sincere and earnest, his analysis logical and persuasive. Such logical thinking was clearly not something a citizen in a berserk state could possess. His condition was far better than when he was first born. What surprised Tao Charen even more was his opinion of Lan Huan. Jealousy is human nature, which is why the close attendants were notorious throughout the universe. However, among them, Lan Huan's reputation was slightly better due to his sociable nature. Furthermore, as the master of the Star Moon Palace, he was responsible for deciding many requests to see the queen. Therefore, in Tao Charen's memory, no one had ever spoken ill of Lan Huan to her. Even Hong Chang, who loved to sow discord behind people's backs, only dared to fan the flames and make veiled accusations, rarely confronting Lan Huan directly. Tao Charen found it somewhat intriguing that someone with such an upright image was described as a bad citizen by Qi Hong. Imagining Lan Huan hearing such a comment, even if her expression remained unchanged, Tao Charen felt a slight unease. She even found it rather amusing. Thinking this, a subtle smile unconsciously appeared on her face. In recent years, Tao Charen had often lived in fear, her facial muscles rarely moving, even somewhat stiff. Her so-called smile was merely a slight curve of her eyebrows, and a barely perceptible arc at the corner of her mouth. If one's attention wasn't completely focused on her, one wouldn't even notice her smile. But Qi Hong saw it. Because Lan Huan was familiar with the queen's original appearance, in the illusion, Tao Charen removed her mask, leaving only Xiao Pu's crude disguise. Her face was unremarkable, and her smile vanished in an instant, as if it had never happened. But this scene was deeply etched into Qi Hong's mind, becoming an unforgettable memory. For some reason, Qi Hong's eyes even felt a little sore. His expression seemed to freeze. He could only stare blankly at Tao Charen, all of Lin Qi's instructions before they came forgotten. When he finally came to his senses, Tao Charen had already returned to her usual expressionless face. You? Qi Hong touched his dry eyes, racking his brains for a topic. The previous practice seemed like a joke. It was completely useless at this crucial moment. What should he say to capture her expression for that fleeting moment? How did he manage to do that? No matter how hard Qi Hong tried to recall, he couldn't guess what made Tao Charen laugh. He only felt that he had spoken his true feelings. Had he genuinely moved her? Chapter 64. But Tao Charen didn't want to agree to Qi Hong's suggestion. She was ultimately going to leave Lan Huan, but that didn't mean she would go with someone else. Moreover, Qi Hong's rank was lower, meaning the risks of being with him would be greater. Tao Charen's goal remained finding a secluded place to live alone. She had completed half of her preparations, and didn't want any unnecessary complications at this crucial moment. Under the boy's earnest and expectant gaze, Tao Charen shook her head. Why? Qi Hong's eyes dimmed, but he still wouldn't give up. Are you afraid he'd come after you? I will definitely protect you. Although I may not be as powerful as him, he can't do anything to me. As long as I give you what he wants, you can also. How can I? The butterfly fluttered to the ground, its form too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Scales shimmering with blue light drifted through the air. Qi Hong immediately held his breath and dodged back a distance. And because of this, the distance between him and Tao Charen widened even further. She has already refused. Are you going to take her away by force? The butterfly twirled gracefully in the air, transforming into a tall, imposing man upon landing. He bowed politely to the king before turning to Qi Hong with a half-smile. Even the angle of his lips was meticulously calculated. Lan Huan's flawless face was like a mask, never showing a crack. But a flame seemed to ignite in his deep blue pupils, threatening to burst forth in an instant. It seems Lin Qi has failed. What a useless piece of trash. Qi Hong lowered her eyes, all the moving emotions from before suppressed, replaced by anxiety and dissatisfaction. He knew there was no chance of taking the other person away this time. Lin Qi had only held Lan Huan back for 10 minutes. Judging from the last time, he was practically powerless against Lan Huan in a direct confrontation. If you want to leave, I can help you anytime. Qi Hong retreated towards the door. Lan Huan smiled at him, not stopping him. The moment he stepped out the door, Tao Charen heard Qi Hong let out a scream. Calling it a scream wasn't quite accurate, it was more like an affected groan, like a small animal whimpering to gain attention. Lan Huan smiled even more broadly. How could he possibly make a move in front of the king? It was just some pointless little trick to frame him. But such a little trick was very likely to attract the king's attention. Lan Huan didn't look at Qi Hong's condition, only focusing on Tao Charen's reaction. Sure enough, the kind-hearted king blinked and called out to him, Lan Huan. Yes, he replied. Would the king blame him for this despicable newborn? Such things had happened before. When their struggles became too intense, the king would force herself to be closer to the weaker ones, thus compelling some subordinates, who displeased her to back down. Even Lan Huan had been reprimanded for his own cleverness. From then on, he realized that no one could defeat the king. Qi Hong's actions were irrelevant. What mattered was the king's choice. So he stood there, hands clasped, awaiting the king's verdict. She had just refused. She wouldn't change her mind. Shouldn't she? I promised you, Tao Charen said. The 1-month agreement hasn't expired yet, so you can rest assured. Both parties knew this was just a temporary measure. Tao Charan was determined to continue her escape, while Lan Huan used this excuse to appease the queen. This period was merely a balancing act under mutual constraints. But with Tao Charan saying this, Lan Huan had no choice but to believe her. It was as if reason told him that the queen was staying because without his permission, Chi Hong couldn't lead her out of the illusion, but instinct pulled him to think in another direction. She's being considerate of my feelings by saying this. She must care about me, right? Thinking this way, even the lie felt warm. I was wrong. Lan Huan obediently admitted his mistake. I didn't notice anyone coming in. The puppet butterfly, imbued with his scent, was like himself, moving freely within its own illusion. Chi Hong had separated some butterflies onto Lin Chi, causing Lin Chi's scent to become mixed, and Lan Huan had to exert considerable effort to severely injure it. Logically, it shouldn't have taken this long, but his power was waning. Tao Charan found this strange, feeling it wasn't Lan Huan's usual strength. Although Lan Huan appeared weak and unassuming, he was, after all, a super rank A. The difference between each rank was immense, especially between super rank A and super rank A. Under normal circumstances, he could easily defeat hundreds of rank A members. However, having spent several years with these close attendants, Tao Charan understood that in this era, almost every citizen had their own secrets, making it troublesome to uncover and prone to unnecessary misunderstandings. So she chose to pretend she didn't know. Tao Charan shook her head, indicating she didn't care about such things. Lan Huan then shifted her attention to Chi Hong, who had escaped to the edge of the illusion. The golden light of the blazing sun grew increasingly dazzling, and Chi Hong felt immense resistance as he passed through the inner barrier. The sunlight melted into golden dust, scattering down and corroding Chi Hong's skin, creating numerous black holes of varying sizes. The most affected area was his face. The young man's youthful cheeks were scorched beyond recognition, with almost no unblemished flesh. Despite this, he endured the pain without uttering a sound, not even flinching, a stark contrast to his earlier cry of pain when he tripped over the doorframe. It seemed neither of them gained an advantage in this back-and-forth exchange. When Chi Hong finally emerged from the illusion, he saw Lin Chi piloting his spaceship, waiting for him outside Chuelu's star. The two had been prepared, but upon emerging, one was disfigured, and the other had lost both eyes and both arms. He's insanely jealous. Chi Hong immediately understood Lan Huan's thoughts. This was naturally because he had also thought the same thing, that those who saw her face would have their eyes gouged out, those who touched her arms would have their arms chopped off. But when all of this was realized by his rival, Chi Hong still couldn't feel happy. Who exactly is he? The young citizen had never received a systematic education, and his guardian was incompetent. Lin Chi knew who the culprit was who had put them in this state, but he didn't feel obligated to educate the child. Is this what a super class A is? Lin Chi muttered to himself, staring at the screen. Before this, he had only dealt with his superior, Xian Luo, who always remained hidden in his robes, seemingly uninvolved except when the queen gave orders. The two rarely clashed. But Lan Huan was completely different. As he passed through the illusion, he felt an overwhelming killing intent that made his feathers stand on end, almost rendering him immobile. Fortunately, he had his butterfly clone, which absorbed some of the pressure. As expected, Super A level is different. His choice was right. Lin Chi's usually indifferent gaze revealed a hint of excitement. He looked at Chi Hong as if she were a precious experimental subject. Blue star. The bottom of the abyss. Why are you here? Baiyu glanced impatiently at Xian Luo beside her. Even in the water, the other was still shrouded in dark clothing. Xian Luo's choice of clothing almost completely copied the queen's aesthetic, a style Baiyu had disliked back in the Star Moon Palace. Now, seeing it, her already agitated mood exploded even more. Those longings deliberately buried deep in her heart surged forth again, almost overwhelming her. The frequent killings of the past few days had filled him with a thick, malevolent aura. With no one to comfort him, the stench of blood piled up layer upon layer, almost dyeing the surrounding seawater crimson. Facing Baiyu from afar was another kind of eerie red. A colossal tree, deeply rooted in the barren sandy soil of the seabed, its shimmering red buds were traps luring people deeper, having devoured countless lives in recent days. When Baiyu first arrived at the bottom of the abyss, he thought Red Rose was beyond saving. But even now, he hadn't been able to break through the barrier and approach the core. You're not good enough. Xian Luo stated bluntly, but the disdain in his words instantly enraged Baiyu. Who are you calling incapable? The killing intent in Baiyu's eyes could terrify any random rank A cultivator, but Xian Luo was an exception. He dodged Baiyu's sharp nails, and temporarily bound his limbs with silk threads. You're progressing too fast. It's beyond what medicine can solve. These past few days, Xian Luo had witnessed Bai Yu finish 2 more bottles of precious liquid, leaving only the last one, which he clutched tightly to his chest. Could Bai Yu really hold on until he sees the king? Xian Luo couldn't help but doubt. But this didn't really concern him, because he already knew the king's location, which gave him a brief sense of security. At least he knew the king was still alive, that Lan Huan wouldn't let the king get hurt. Although the thought was bittersweet, in the Star Moon Palace, Lan Huan was indeed the king's most favored steward. Xian Luo, thinking of the king, casually exchanged a few blows with Bai Yu. Seeing the fighting spirit in Bai Yu's eyes growing stronger, a figure appeared beside them in an instant. Master, the situation has changed. Even without him saying it, Bai Yu and Xian Luo had already seen it. A white-haired, silver-eyed man rose from the wildly swirling branches in the distance, hovering directly above the flowering tree. He made an embracing gesture, then his entire body below the head solidified. His white, gelatinous form was cut and healed by the branches and leaves, the discharge not of blood, but an alluring substance emitting a peculiar scent. Thus, the more branches and leaves appeared, the more wounds appeared, the more wounds appeared, the more branches and leaves appeared. The wounds enveloped the branches and leaves, and then a super-level A power surged within his body. Ignorant thorns formed a cage, completely surrounding him. Just as he was about to disappear into the branches and leaves, a pure and innocent smile appeared on the man's fair face. Bai Yu frowned. What exactly is Zhang Wen trying to do? Chapter 65. After seeing Qi Hong off, Tao Charing continued her work. Unlike the initial smooth progress, after analyzing all the samples she had obtained from Lan Huan, Tao Charing found that the materials were still insufficient. The load of the W virus varied in different parts of the body, and since purification was required later, she needed to obtain the more abundant portion from Lan Huan. Tao Charing sifted through the scale powder, blood extracts, and other materials she had obtained, but she was never satisfied. With the 1-month deadline fast approaching, she needed to find materials that suited her needs before leaving. So she began to secretly observe Lan Huan again. But the usually sensitive butterfly seemed completely oblivious at this crucial moment. While still diligently serving the queen, it no longer randomly dropped materials. Time quickly passed to the night of the full moon. Tao Charin removed the gem from her ring to use as an energy source. Xiao Pu had also collected some energy over the past few days, enough to support a small-scale jump. Everything was ready, except for the materials. Although Tao Charin desperately wanted to leave, she knew Lan Huan probably wouldn't let her go. The berserk state would have endless consequences if left unresolved, so she could only prepare to spend another month with Lan Huan. In reality, being away from the complexities of the Star Moon Palace and only having to deal with Lan Huan significantly reduced the pressure on Tao Charin. Especially since Lan Huan was actually quite considerate, he wouldn't put Tao Charin in too difficult a position. Although he would occasionally test her limits, he always considered her feelings. This period with Lan Huan was the most comfortable time Tao Charin had experienced since her escape. Because someone else took care of all the logistical work, the research went smoothly. If Tao Charin weren't so socially anxious, she might have chosen to stay with Lan Huan a little longer. Thinking about when her plan to live alone would ever be realized, Tao Charin was particularly worried. Over the years, she had endured enough hardship and suffered too much, but the dawn of victory was still far away. Lan Huan was already so difficult to deal with, perhaps she would have to deal with those 4 later. Even for official business, it was too cruel for someone with social anxiety. Tao Charin sighed as she thought about it. Because they had lived together for a long time, and Lan Huan often deliberately hid himself, becoming one with his environment like a butterfly, Tao Charin gradually got used to his presence, no longer startled or suffering from insomnia every night. She would even sometimes forget Lan Huan's existence, lost in her own world. Perhaps her emotions were too obvious, for Lan Huan, unusually, interrupted her. Is something troubling your majesty? Tao Charin then realized her mistake, and shook her head. But this was too much of a self-deception. Lan Huan seemed to hesitate. According to their agreement, he had no right to interfere in the queen's affairs. But he cared too much, or rather, no one could be indifferent to the queen's emotions. Looking at her furrowed brows, Lan Huan felt his own heart tighten. She always seemed to influence the emotions of those around her. It was strange, really. Why did they care so much about the queen? It was as if they existed solely to please her, to protect her. But such thoughts left no trace in Lan Huan's mind. At this moment, he was only thinking about how to make the king happy. It was rare to see the queen so emotionally expressive. From Lan Huan's observation, the queen of the Star Moon Palace was like an emotionless robot. Even in extreme fear, she wouldn't express it until she became immobile or fainted, at which point they would realize she couldn't bear it. Here, however, the queen still refused to communicate, but her emotions were noticeably more intense. Lan Huan felt closer to the queen. Listening to her strong, vibrant heartbeat each night, watching her focused work, her face held a serene concentration that was incredibly beautiful, making him think, "It's so good that the king can leave the Star Moon Palace. Such thoughts shouldn't exist." Even in this moment of melancholy, Lan Huan felt it was a good thing that the queen could express a sigh. But it would be even better if her expression were a smile. Lan Huan spread his wings, flew out from behind the bed curtains, and landed on the workbench in front of the king. Scattered across the workbench were instruments Lan Huan didn't recognize, but he never asked about them. Tao Charan tilted her head, as if puzzled by his actions. At the same time, she shrank back, unconsciously adopting a defiant posture. Lan Huan then moved further away, and Tao Charan's shoulders finally relaxed. "Your Majesty, please look." A mysterious butterfly shimmered with a soft glow, dancing gracefully in the air. The king's view was its stage. Worried that the king might not dare to meet his gaze, it thoughtfully retreated behind the scenes after its performance, allowing the king to enjoy its creation in peace. Only after the butterfly had completely quieted down did Tao Charan dare to look up. That small space seemed like a dream within a dream. Pink and white scales formed a familiar-looking wooden cabin, the very place where Tao Charan was currently staying. A girl wearing a crown peeked out of the window, opening it to look outside. The cabin, previously enveloped in snow, suddenly blossomed with spring warmth, birdsong, and vibrant life. Tao Charan could even seem to smell the earth and the stench of blood. She closed her eyes. Seemingly sensing Tao Charan's discomfort, Lan Huan cautiously asked, "Don't you like it?" In Lan Huan's domain, he was the sole ruler, able to control the workings of all things and see the thoughts of those trapped within. In the illusion, he had seen the king's desire, and thus created the scene. He thought the king would like it. Just now, he had once again guessed the king's thoughts. The cabin remained unchanged, the eternal snow piled up outside the door, looking somewhat eerie. He took it upon himself to modify some content, adding his own ideas, bringing the withered tree back to life, and giving the faceless woman a distinct appearance. Lan Huan's illusion was virtually invincible, especially against a queen who was almost powerless to resist. He truly couldn't understand where things had gone wrong. Tao Charan sat with her eyes closed for a while before managing to suppress the long-lost dizziness. When those distant memories resurfaced, she still found it difficult not to be affected. But fortunately, this wasn't a real scene from her past life, so she didn't need to cope with various fears. She only needed to close her eyes and ignore everything. When she opened her eyes, she was back to her lowered gaze. Lan Huan knew he had made a mistake again. "Your Majesty, I apologize." Lan Huan began nervously. Through countless trials, each attendant had suffered countless failures. For Lan Huan, apologizing had become a habit. He hoped this would be the last time he disappointed the king. Sure enough, as usual, the queen did not blame him, but this reaction hurt Lan Huan more than any punishment. Because it proved that the queen did not care about his offense, her heart seemed trapped in a narrow box, which no one could open. Whenever he thought of this, Lan Huan felt a ridiculous despair. It was as if his existence had been denied. Self-punishment was often more painful than external restrictions. But perhaps, their existence also caused the king distress and pain. The exquisite illusion was erased under its master's manipulation. Tao Charan stood there for a while, reluctant to go to bed. It would have been better if Lan Huan hadn't spoken. Whenever he deliberately made his presence felt obvious, Tao Charan felt uncomfortable being watched. Moreover, his frequent appearances behind the bed curtains invaded her private, dark space. Tao Charan usually managed to deceive herself, but today she was in a bad mood and didn't want to. Lan Huan knew he had overstepped his bounds today and understood the king's silent resistance. But today he seemed more stubborn, unwilling to be the first to back down. He remained silent for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, well past the king's usual bedtime, he finally spoke. "Your Majesty, forgive my ignorance, but there is a question I always wanted to ask you." Tao Charan turned her head slightly. This subtle movement proved she was listening. "Do you think we should exist?" Lan Huan's voice wasn't as gentle and clear as usual, it was slightly hoarse. Those around Tao Charan often avoided such topics, because even if the queen didn't answer, they had some pessimistic guesses, and if the queen herself admitted such guesses, probably no one would remain calm. This was the first time Tao Charan had been asked this question. She paused, stunned. In her previous life, she would have had a definite answer to this question. But here, she didn't know how to answer for a moment. The citizens of the current universe were a special race. They were different from humans, yet incredibly similar to humans. Tao Charon felt she had no right to judge a completely new race, much less to decide their fate based on her own likes and dislikes. She naturally knew the weight her answer carried for Lan Huan and the other citizens. This hesitation from Tao Charon, in Lan Huan's eyes, was tantamount to acknowledging his guess. The last glimmer of hope in his azure eyes was extinguished. He couldn't help but rephrase his question, or are we useful to you? For thousands of days and nights since they met her, they had suppressed their instincts, diligently serving the queen with unwavering loyalty. They would do anything that benefited her, and they deeply abhorred what she despised. They were the swords in her hands, but these swords never intended to harm their master, even though their master was already covered in wounds. Tao Charon didn't think Lan Huan's last question was meaningful. However, Lan Huan's unusual behavior today had served as a wake-up call. She had originally thought that the month-long period would completely suppress the berserk state, and in reality, that had indeed been the case. Lan Huan seemed to be getting more and more normal. But was that really the case? Chapter 66. Originally, Tao Charon planned to replicate her previous success by leaving Lan Huan a batch of medicine before leaving. After this ordeal, she decided to increase the dosage this time. However, Tao Charon seriously considered Lan Huan's situation. What did Lan Huan and the others mean to her? If she truly cared nothing, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to solve the berserk problem. Letting them kill each other, even genocide, might be more efficient. When Tao Charon first encountered this world, without any direction, although she didn't like that initial encounter, Lan Huan and the others had indeed accepted her, sheltering her from the harshness of the world. Their hands, which had previously only known killing, had stumbled and learned to care for her fragile self. Tao Charon wasn't indifferent to this. But after prolonged fear, the queen, who was never good at communicating, finally became exhausted. They were forever seeking what Tao Charon lacked, and their relentless pursuit only resulted in mutual destruction. If she were truly the only person left in the world, Tao Charon felt she might feel utterly lost. But she couldn't say such things to any of the citizens, including Lan Huan. So Lan Huan once again failed to get an answer from the queen. However, based on past experience, he roughly understood. I apologize for disturbing you. The butterfly disappeared into the darkness. I sincerely wish you a good night's sleep. Good night. I hope you have a good mood tomorrow. Tao Charon sat at the table for a while longer, and Lan Huan didn't disturb her again. Even Tao Charon couldn't sense his movements. This made Tao Charon somewhat uneasy. She felt something was beyond her control. She read the report in her hand over and over again, finally going to bed very late. Perhaps because the two had been inseparable for a month, she had become somewhat accustomed to it, and with Lan Huan suddenly gone, she slept very poorly that night. She had recurring nightmares, one moment her mother lying in a pool of blood, the next the hideous face of a tall man, and then the identical madness and obsession on Lan Huan and the others' faces when they first met. Tao Charon was drenched in cold sweat. She finally awoke with a start, clutching her chest, as she witnessed the red blossoms bloom once more through the darkness. Since arriving in this world, she hadn't dreamed of her past life for a long time. But perhaps because the environment was so similar, she had been frequently recalling those distant memories these past few days. It was a morning like any other. Light spread across the eastern land, just like in her past life. Between dawn and dusk, a thin red mist hung in the air, filling the world with a warm hue. All was quiet. As usual, Lan Huan was already waiting beside her, a fragrant and elaborate breakfast laid out on the table. Lan Huan would greet her with a good morning immediately, then help the drowsy Tao Charon prepare her clothes. Although they were all black robes, the patterns were different each day. The toiletries were all in place. She set the table, tidied up, and asked if she needed any help today. Then she transformed into a butterfly, quietly awaiting her summons, even though Tao Charon had never used such power before. But today, nothing happened. Even Tao Charon sensed something was amiss. Her heart sank. Considering Lan Huan's question from yesterday, she couldn't help but wonder what Lan Huan had done. She looked around. Her new clothes were already laid out beside the bed. After changing, she awkwardly pulled her black hood tighter, called to Xiao Pu, and headed outside. When she pushed open the bedroom door, she saw a giant oval object in the living room. It was taller than Tao Charon, its length almost spanning the entire hall. Its seemingly smooth surface shimmered with iridescent light. Upon closer inspection, one could see it undulating, expanding and contracting at an extremely slow pace. The colors on it flickered, shimmering with a mysterious light, clearly indicating it was no ordinary object. Although its appearance was exaggerated, the experienced Tao Charon recognized its origin. It was a pupa. She immediately understood how it came to be. In the realm of blue illusion, only one could naturally become a pupa. Could a metamorphosis be reversed? Tao Charan felt confused. This didn't conform to the biological knowledge she had learned. But there were too many things in this world that defied common sense. One more wouldn't make a difference. Tao Charan circled the large pupa, somewhat surprised to find that its breathing rhythm began to synchronize with her own. After thinking for a moment, she tried poking the plump pupa with a finger. The texture was as smooth as she had imagined, and the temperature was slightly higher than room temperature. The pupa's skin, which had been poked into a small indentation, bounced back, seemingly chasing after the finger that had just left it. But the pupa seemed frozen, not moving even a fraction. Tao Charan pondered, thinking this might be a form of berserk behavior she had never seen before. Often, berserk behavior eventually leads to a return to the original form. The butterfly's precursor is the pupa, so perhaps this was a form of regression. If it was a berserk state, things would be much simpler. She tried having Xiaopu draw blood and inject it into the pupa. But strangely, Xiaopu couldn't follow her commands. The upgraded Xiaopu, who had worked perfectly for the past few days, seemed to be malfunctioning again. However, Xiaopu's abnormality could also be due to the influence of Lan Huan's form. Tao Charan was also facing this situation for the first time, so she couldn't be sure. She even considered taking out a sharp weapon and manually cutting herself to test it, but Xiaopu immediately seized the fruit knife she took out, giving her no chance to react. If it really was Lan Huan's influence, then at least admit he still had some rationality. Tao Charan felt that this whole thing was very strange. Because she had already tried her best to calm him down, the queen's effect in reducing berserk state was obvious, and without other variables, it was almost impossible for it to suddenly fail. Was Lan Huan really like this because of berserk state? But no matter what, Tao Charan had no other guesses, and could only try treating it as a berserk state for now. She was experienced in this area. It was simply a matter of approaching, using words, touching, and even physical contact. Since blood didn't work, she tried physical contact first. So she sat down next to Lan Huan and placed her hand on the pupa. Because Lan Huan had almost completely changed form at this point, and even if he still had some rationality, it was minimal. Tao Charan became a little bolder. The soft outer layer enveloped her entire hand. His movements seemed more pronounced. Something was throbbing, faster and more energetic. In Tao Charan's memory, most butterfly pupae had relatively hard outer shells, but Lan Huan in his pupa stage was like a pillow she used for afternoon naps in her previous life. Soft and fluffy, like cotton, she could squeeze and shape it as she pleased, appearing completely harmless. Unsure if Lan Huan could still hear her, Tao Charan tentatively asked, "Lan Huan, are you alright?" The cotton wrapped around her hand twitched slightly, and Tao Charan couldn't gauge Lan Huan's reaction. Was communication even possible in this situation? Tao Charan, who usually refused to communicate, was now experiencing the difficulty of not being able to. She maintained this position for a while, until she was getting tired of standing, but Lan Huan still showed no further reaction. It seemed physical contact wasn't going to solve the problem, so Tao Charan simply withdrew her hand. The cotton was pulled out slightly, but due to the other's resolute action, it bounced back unwillingly. Tao Charan was completely baffled by the situation. Since that was the case, she might as well use her old skills. When in doubt, always start with testing. Although she lacked professional equipment, her small lab could still perform some functions. A simple assessment of Lan Huan's condition should be possible, right? The bird's beak pierced into the round pupa, and the quiet pupa offered no resistance. Some tissue was extracted, and Tao Charan opened the screen. Data was displayed line by line, synchronized with the test results. The pupa was still degenerating. Or rather, it had regressed to a rather early stage. Wings should have appeared during pupation, but now only a soft insect body remained inside. Wings and appendages were completely invisible. Perhaps in a few hours, the pupal skin would break open, but instead of a butterfly emerging, a caterpillar would crawl out? Did Lan Huan in caterpillar form still possess reason? Could she still be considered a citizen? But then, a look of astonishment flashed in Tao Charan's eyes. The W virus load extracted from the larval tissue inside the pupa was dozens of times higher than that in the previous blood extract. This was the perfect material Tao Charan had been dreaming of. At this moment, Tao Charan wished she could dismantle the pupa in front of her immediately and start experimenting. But the pupa continued to change. The content of the active ingredient Tao Charan needed was slowly increasing at a visible rate, as if the energy consumed during the main body's growth was returning and gathering in the pupa. Faced with this situation, Tao Charan became even more patient. Curiosity is a scholar's nature. She was eager to know Lan Huan's final form. This change continued from morning until the end of the day. Tao Charan dared not disturb Lan Huan's transformation any further, only conducting some simple research with the initial extract from Xiaopu. Her gaze towards the pupa revealed eagerness and excitement, a look Lan Huan had never received before. Immersed in her research, Tao Charan didn't even bother to eat. She didn't feel hungry at all. Only when night fell, and Xiaopu forcibly stopped operating did she reluctantly find some food to eat a few bites. Food was easy to find here. Lan Huan, as if she knew this day would come, had left a lot of delicious compressed food in the room beforehand. But Tao Charan had no idea what she had eaten. Her eyes were fixed on the pupa, watching it swell more and more, almost filling the entire room, afraid of missing the moment Lan Huan transformed. The sun finally set completely. In the deep night, a large gash was torn open in the soft pupa, revealing writhing, moon-white flesh inside. The round body rolled a few times on the ground. Because there was too little space, it had to struggle to break free of the pupa's confinement while tearing at the pupal shell that had protected it all day, swallowing it whole. Chapter 67. Tao Charan dared not linger in the living room any longer. She retreated to the bedroom, cautiously observing Lan Huan's condition through the door. At this moment, Tao Charan's emotions were a mixture of excitement and complexity. She wanted Lan Huan to retain his human sanity, so she could quickly understand the reason for his current state. Yet, she didn't want him to retain his sanity, because that would necessitate communication. Her natural curiosity and social anxiety pulled at each other, causing Tao Charan to momentarily lose focus. When she quickly regained her attention, she unexpectedly met the gaze of the enormous creature before her. His eyes were enormous, taking up half the space of his head. Dazzling light flashed in his eyes, adding a touch of splendor to his moon-white body. Because his eyes were so large, he even appeared somewhat naive, staring blankly in Tao Charan's direction. But then Tao Charan realized something was wrong. Those weren't eyes, but eye spots on the larva's body, used to intimidate enemies. Its true eyes were located on the lower sides of its head, 6 simple eyes clustered together on each side. Compared to the eye patches on its head, its eyes were much smaller, but due to its enormous body, Tao Charan could still see them clearly. The deep blue eyes were also directed in her direction, intently staring at her. Although she knew that a larva's simple eyes might not be able to form a clear image, Tao Charan still couldn't help but lower her head. The insect's body wriggled restlessly twice, its mountain-like form rolling around, stirring up dust in the room. But due to the limited space, it seemed to be unable to move at all. Tao Charan hid behind the door, cautiously peeking out with one eye. She tentatively called out, "Lan Huan?" There was no reply. But Tao Charan noticed that the thin, short antennae on Lan Huan's head twitched. The larva, fresh from its pupa, seemed exhausted, lying motionless on the ground. Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Huan seemed to possess a little rationality, but not much, just the extent Tao Charan could accept. She boldly opened the door wider, and quietly slipped out through the crack. Although she had the courage to go out, Tao Charan still kept her hands behind her back, pressed tightly against the door, ensuring she could return immediately at the slightest disturbance. "Lan Huan." She tentatively called again. Xiaopu was already positioned beside her. Although it hadn't been very reliable lately, Tao Charan, through her observations over the past few days, believed that Xiaopu wouldn't abandon her if she encountered real danger. In short, she cautiously approached the new form of Lan Huan. The larva's movements were more pronounced than in its pupa form. As Tao Charan approached, she gradually entered Lan Huan's blind spot. Her breath was almost touching. Lan Huan shifted his massive head uncomfortably, then remained still after Tao Charan immediately stopped. Tao Charan observed him for a while, and only after confirming it was safe did she approach Lan Huan. His plump body looked even softer to the touch. Although he didn't have hairs connecting to venom glands like a caterpillar, Tao Charan still didn't dare to touch him directly. Xiaopu conducted another round of random checks, and the key data Tao Charan needed was indeed much higher than in the pupal form. On one hand, this did meet Tao Charan's expectations, and as a researcher, she was happy to see it. On the other hand, Tao Charan also felt a sense of unease. It seemed the larval stage wasn't the end of Lan Huan's regression. Was he going to revert to his egg form? And then what? What comes after the egg? Lan Huan seemed unable to communicate now. When that happened, would he still be considered human? This thought filled Tao Charan with an inexplicable panic. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Because super-level citizens were virtually invincible in the universe, Tao Charan assumed they would live to be 100 years old, assuming the existence of berserk states. Even back at the Star Moon Palace, Tao Charan had assessed the possibility of several people going berserk, and Lan Huan was the one she felt most at ease with. He seemed to handle everything with ease, even political matters that Tao Charan found difficult, he could resolve quickly and effectively. Tao Charan had never associated the word death with Lan Huan. She felt somewhat lost. As if time had reversed, the larva before her was shrinking at a visible rate. Its body, which once filled the entire room, was now only half its original size, and the data from Xiao Pu's third test continued to grow. Tao Charan knew she had to make a decision. Should she stop Lan Huan's regression? If so, how? In a flash, she remembered the events of the past month. His ever-present gaze, the deliberately left-behind hair and energy source, the wound she desperately wanted to reappear, and the mysterious gift he had mentioned. Lan Huan had promised, as long as you need me, he would always be there. But yesterday he asked, are they useful? Tao Charan didn't give any answer. Is this situation Lan Huan's own choice? Tao Charan even felt a surge of anger. This anger stemmed from Lan Huan's tantamount to betrayal, from the uncontrollability of reality, and from the fear of an unpredictable future. Although she didn't want to admit it, her needs were indeed strongly correlated with Lan Huan's current state. If resolving the berserk state required sacrificing a super rank A, was such an exchange worthwhile? Besides, Lan Huan was indeed a rare talent, especially in matters of politics, which she wasn't good at. Back in the Star Moon Palace, she had even fantasized that once the berserk state problem was solved, she would abdicate the throne to Lan Huan and become an ordinary citizen working from home. Without Lan Huan, even that dream would be shattered. Tao Charan took a deep breath. She didn't know if this approach would be effective, but given the queen's powerful influence, it was worth a try. That's enough. Facing Lan Huan, who might no longer be considered human, Tao Charan encouraged herself, clearly expressing her opinion. I don't need you to do this, she said. I do care about berserk mode, and I worked hard for it all these years. But my goal is for you all to live uprightly, unaffected by anything. If someone has to sacrifice themselves, it goes against my original wish. I'm not good at expressing myself, but I think you sensed it. I always wanted to help you adjust your state. If I truly didn't care, I wouldn't have done this. If you care about me too, I hope you can stop what you're doing now. I got what I wanted. Now, I want Lan Huan back. Tao Charan placed her hand on Lan Huan. She clutched the razor blade she hidden beforehand, the one used for cutting experimental samples. The sharp blade quickly sliced through her palm, blood gushing out, and filling the air with a sweet scent. This time, Xiao Pu didn't have time to stop her. The other end of the blade easily sliced through the larva's skin. The normally hard exoskeleton became unusually fragile under her touch, and white gelatinous substance oozed from the wound. The blood and gelatinous substance mingled in Tao Charan's palm. She had finally finished what she hadn't been able to do that morning. The larva seemed enraged by its wounds, writhing its tail wildly, smashing many pieces of furniture in the room to dust. Tao Charan, however, was positioned in the middle of the larva's body, encircled by its body. His body was well protected, unaffected in the slightest. Tao Charan was inexplicably certain that Lan Huan understood her meaning. If it was a berserk state, the most she could do was force them to ingest her blood. If it was Lan Huan's choice, then harming himself was the best way to threaten him. Fortunately, her approach did work. After a period of frenzy, just like every time before, Lan Huan quietly crawled down, retreating first. His shrunken insect body stopped changing, and the data measured by Xiao Pu also stopped. However, the regression had indeed drained him of a lot of energy. He clung weakly to Tao Charan, not letting her leave, like a sick child needing comfort. Tao Charan touched his moon-white insect body, her touch carrying a strong sense of reassurance. Rest well. Under the influence of the larval body fluid, the wound on Tao Charan's palm healed quickly. Lan Huan shifted uneasily, nuzzling her. After shrinking, the insect could make more room, but it was still enormous compared to Tao Charan. Tao Charan stumbled from the nuzzle. Reluctantly, Lan Huan slowly moved aside, making way for Tao Charan to leave. His 12 eyes all stared at Tao Charan. Although his body was chubby and somewhat clumsy, even somewhat endearing upon closer inspection, his overly focused gaze still sent chills down Tao Charan's spine. I hope next time I see you, you be in human form, Tao Charan said to him as she retreated to the doorway. She remained facing Lan Huan as she backed away, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Lan Huan watched her quietly. Under immense pressure, Tao Charan slipped back through the crack in the door. Don't disappoint me, she whispered, then slammed the door shut. A violent commotion erupted from the living room behind her. Tao Charan knew larvae couldn't make sounds, but for some reason, she kept hearing inhuman howls. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking and reforming, flap, flap. The sounds of vocal cords being squeezed. Tao Charan didn't need to look to know how chaotic Lan Huan's state was. This was the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Tao Charan tossed a bunch of small bottles she had prepared onto the bed. The red liquid shimmered alluringly under the light. Lan Huan would definitely find it familiar. Xiao Pu jump? This was something she had planned long ago, and now the process seemed unbelievably perfect. She looked at the gel in her palm. Xiao Pu's final measurement showed that the W virus load had reached its peak. Just like that morning a month ago, the heavy night gradually dissipated in the thin mist, leaving only the sun scorching the earth. The appointed time had passed, the butterfly's illusion had lost its guest, and all the joy and anticipation vanished like a meticulously woven dream. Chapter 68. Tao Charan's successful experience was replicated once again. She stood at the door of her new home, as if standing on the edge of a cliff. Looking down from the floating island, all she could see was a thick fog, obscuring everything. Tao Charan didn't want to see clearly, because the fog held memories she didn't want to relive. With lingering fear, Tao Charan authenticated the key, then had Xiao Pu gather all the packages piled up at the door before sneaking into the house. The decor here was almost identical to that of number 40 in Zone D of Chuelu Star, where Tao Charan had briefly stayed before, because this was next door. Number 41 in Zone D. Upon arriving at Huibiating, Tao Charan decided to have multiple burrows. She hacked into the system and registered all 3 locations, from number 40 to number 42, under her own name, also informing Song Ming that Lin Qi and the others didn't share a single location, thus ensuring her safety. Now that the other 2 locations were known, only number 41 could hold out for a while longer. Tao Charan didn't intend to stay here long. This time, she didn't run very far, firstly because she believed the most dangerous place was the safest, and secondly because Xiao Pu's energy was simply insufficient. The power of the blue illusionary realm mostly came from him, and Xiao Pu's energy reserves were limited. Fortunately, the gemstone in the ring he gave her carried a small amount of energy, allowing Tao Charan to successfully carry out her plan. Before entering, Tao Charan tossed the ring, now dull and gray after losing its gemstone, down into the mist. The small ring landed in the seemingly eternal fog and vanished instantly. Actually, Tao Charan had felt something was amiss immediately after the teleportation. Early morning is arguably the most dangerous time for Chuelu Star, though such danger is negligible for a superclass of being. Tao Charan understood that Lan Huan must have made some kind of modification to the planet, eliminating the original dangers, but the surroundings were unnecessarily quiet. She recalled the countless birds soaring in the sky when she first arrived. But now, the sky seemed to be covered by something, with dark, gray clouds everywhere, and not a single bird in sight. Tao Charan even felt that this place had become a dead planet. This feeling urged her to quickly move on to the next step, to find a new energy source, and begin her next jump. However, before that, Tao Charan had something to do. She closed the door, and had Xiao Pu scout around to make sure it was safe, and no one was around. Then, her first task was to unpack the package. While in Lan Huan's illusion, Tao Charan had prepared in advance, purchasing a lot of experimental equipment she needed from the optical network, and having it all delivered here. A scholar, of course, needs his own laboratory. However, building a laboratory requires coordination from multiple parties. Back at the Star Moon Palace, the sheer volume of work and the countless people she had to interact with made Tao Charan want to back out. Besides, revealing her research to others was also quite dangerous. Tao Charan had learned this lesson the hard way. But once she was out in the field, she didn't have to worry about those things. Tao Charan's eyes sparkled as she looked at the meticulously organized experimental equipment she always dreamed of. This kind of independent research was the life she deserved. Previously, due to limited experimental conditions, Xiao Pu could only organize some data at most, making it difficult to get the preparation of the new drug on track. But now everything is ready. The new laboratory, though rudimentary, is barely adequate, and Tao Charan has the confidence to realize her grand ambitions. The furniture in room 41 is also very simple, making it feel very cramped after the experimental setup, quite incongruous with her status as a queen. But Tao Charan feels that this is the most comfortable place she has been in this world since arriving. She has once again thrown herself into her work, neglecting to eat or sleep, seeing nothing but her research. Fortunately, she has Xiao Pu, her thoughtful butler, by her side. After reminding her many times, Xiao Pu went on strike, forcibly activating anti-addiction measures, which allowed Tao Charan to rest briefly and eat something. The pigeon soup incident involving Lin Gu last time served as a wake-up call for Tao Charan. Ordering takeout still carries significant risks. Therefore, Before leaving, Tao Charan took a lot of food prepared by Lan Huan, so at least for the short term, she wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. Tao Charan worked almost non-stop, devoting herself entirely to her research day and night. During the month she spent with Lan Huan, she had already outlined a general direction. Once she got to work, her progress was rapid. In just one day, she had developed Berserk Target Agent Basic Version 01. It's called a basic version because this agent wasn't perfect yet. Although Tao Charan told Lan Huan she had obtained what she wanted, the viral load of Lan Huan's W virus in its larval form hadn't actually reached its optimal level. This meant that this version of the agent could only alleviate, not completely resolve, the Berserk problem. Moreover, its target range is relatively small. In Tao Charan's vision, the complete version of the reagent must be able to cover the majority of citizens, while the basic version mainly relies on injection, which, given the current chaotic state of the universe, would likely be extremely inefficient. However, these are not problems Tao Charan can solve at this stage. Unless she can find the next superclass A, conduct experiments on them, and combine this with some of the advanced technologies currently available in the universe, a technological breakthrough is unlikely. Tao Charan stored reagent 01 in a narrow-mouthed bottle, only then truly breathing a sigh of relief. With results came confidence, and she finally felt comfortable preparing some food and having a decent lunch. The next step is to jump to another, safer location. Tao Charan had already decided on her next destination. Planet USS. The ecological environment of planet USS is similar to Earth in her previous life. The city is built around Yunshui Mountain, shrouded in mist, with verdant pines and cypresses, and babbling brooks, reportedly a very beautiful place. Most importantly, this is the territory of the Silk Entangling Workshop. Among the various sects, only the people of the Silk Entangling Workshop are introverted, so most of the population actually lives at the foot of the mountain. The interconnected caves provide a great sense of security, making it a paradise for those with social anxiety. Tao Charan had long yearned to go there. She wondered what the situation was like outside. Although she had some uneasy premonitions, Tao Charan was still startled when she finished eating and opened the Radiant Network. Top the Radiant Network's homepage was, of course, the videos she had personally uploaded. At this point, the video's view count had reached an astonishing level, with countless zeros. The next message pinned to the top was completely unexpected for Tao Charan. Fight for the Queen! 50 stern warnings to the Radiant cult members. It was a pre-battle mobilization document. The first half explained the reasons for the war, nothing more than how outrageous the Radiant cult had become, such as blaspheming the Queen. The second half was an ultimatum to the Radiant cult members, listing their crimes and demanding they lay down their weapons and accept immediate punishment. Tao Charan skimmed through it. The article was lengthy, but entirely rambling, offering no useful information whatsoever. Reading it felt like she hadn't read it at all. Actually, the last time she went online, Tao Charan sensed many unusual things, but at the time, she lacked personal freedom, and knowing wouldn't have been of any use, so she simply didn't investigate further. But now, at this crucial juncture of finding the energy source and beginning the leap, the cosmic situation had become her primary concern. The Radiant Cult. This name wasn't unfamiliar to Tao Charan, but she didn't know much about it. She only knew that this cult was founded by Red Rose, and that Red Rose had reported this to her before. Considering that some cults in her past life had had a positive impact on the world, Tao Charan tacitly accepted the establishment of the Radiant Light Cult. She seemed to recall being attacked by members of the Radiant Light Cult before, but such incidents were too common. Being close to the Queen was a citizen's nature, and Tao Charan didn't believe it was due to religion. But it was precisely at that time that she learned the Radiant Light Cult worshipped herself as their deity. What an incredibly unapproachable cult! Tao Charan politely declined, and never paid any more attention to it afterward. Especially since Red Rose seemed to have very strict control over the Radiant Light Cult, and hadn't caused her much trouble, Tao Charan simply adopted a laissez-faire attitude. Has the Radiant Light Cult run into trouble? Tao Charan realized then that Red Rose herself seemed to be in trouble. Since the Radiant Light Network published this story, the situation must have become quite serious. Scrolling down, it was indeed largely the same as Tao Charan's guess. Finally, what happened the other day? Everything related to the Radiant Light Cult was censored. Didn't they go to quell the rebellion a long time ago? Didn't they say it would be resolved in a month at most? I heard from a colleague of my neighbor's boss's friend that things seemed to go smoothly at first, but apparently a big shot appeared on the other side, and our Jade Pavilion Master was useless, going berserk at the crucial moment, so that's how it ended. I wonder how the Queen will react when she sees this. She'd be heartbroken. With her gone, we can't do anything right. Don't even mention it. I'm starting to suspect the queen might be in the hands of the Radiant Light cult. It said that the big shot also appeared suddenly. Could that be related to the queen? Tao Charen's heart sank. Besides Red Rose's problems, White Jade also seemed to be in bad shape. Including Lan Huan, 3 super-level A individuals are now unable to maintain their operations. Besides the queen commanding the citizens' obedience, the only other option is to enforce order through force. Now, only Xian Luo and Song He remain. How long can this order last? If the universe truly regresses to its state before her arrival, in a life-or-death crisis of collapsing order and universal chaos, she would likely have no choice but to return to the Star Moon Palace to take charge. But she's finally escaped, and the Berserker reagent has made initial progress. Is she really willing to go back like this? The doorbell rang. Interrupting Tao Charen's thoughts, the sudden turn of events even made her shudder. She hadn't ordered takeout, nor did she have any other deliveries to receive. Tao Charen activated all of Xiao Pu's disguise functions. The people outside seemed impatient and broke down the door. Amidst the blaring alarm, malevolent silver eyes fixed on her. The military-uniformed youth flashed his identification in front of her, so fast she didn't even have time to see what was written on it. You are suspected of colluding with the Radiant Light cult. Please come with us. Chapter 69. The silver handcuffs were equipped with anti-warp devices, making it impossible for even a Class A citizen to escape using spatial technology. This was the real deal. Tao Charen touched the new device on her wrist, making a rough assessment. This wasn't a trap to capture the queen. They genuinely believed she was a traitor to the Radiant cult. Fortunately, the citizens, aside from the queen, maintained good boundaries with other citizens. The leading young man in black military uniform had no intention of lingering with her. After roughly handcuffing her, he assigned 2 Class B citizens to monitor her. Tao Charen endured the cold touch of their fingers on her wrist. For a moment, she had almost pulled her hand back. She stumbled after the young man. His pace was fast, the silver tassels swaying incessantly, completely disregarding whether Tao Charen could keep up. The 2 soldiers beside her dutifully gave her a push when she couldn't keep up, but quickly withdrew their hands, seemingly unwilling to touch her. This unexpected event caught Tao Charen completely off guard. She didn't know where she was going next. Although her future was uncertain, Tao Charen felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the first time she seemed to have truly shed the influence of the Queen Aura. Back in the Star Moon Palace, she had worked in isolation, and Xiao Pu's barrier could only barely handle low-level citizens. But this time, inspired by Lan Huan's abilities, she changed the underlying logic of the barrier function, upgrading the system. She was very satisfied with the final result. At this moment, her previously anxious heart calmed down. Over the years, Tao Charen hadn't been without her doubts. Could she really live in the universe on her own? Could she really solve the Berserk problem independently? The experience of solving problems independently gave her some confidence, and she became increasingly resolute in her chosen path. The hard-earned research results had been carefully stored away by Xiao Pu, and Tao Charen's biggest worry had been properly addressed. Reassured, she followed the boy out the door, only to find the sky still a gloomy gray, exactly as it had been the day before. Not a single bird flew overhead. Several sleek spaceships were parked at the entrance. Tao Charen glanced at them, and saw the Chi Yulu markings. The lead spaceship was slightly larger, and didn't seem to conform to any military standard design Tao Charen was familiar with. Some faint graffiti on its hull suggested it had been assembled intentionally. The boy stood at the entrance of the spaceship, not immediately boarding the cabin. He looked down, but the bottomless fog of Chui Luxing obscured his vision. He couldn't see anything. His Class A vision had evolved. Not only could he see through fog, but he could also clearly see the seabed up to 2,000 meters deep in a vast, polluted ocean. TSK. He pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, his tongue, far more agile than that of a normal human, appearing as his lips parted. The boy turned back to look at the newly captured prisoner, and without much hope, began the on-the-spot interrogation. Have you been down there? His question was abrupt. Tao Charen was used to Lan Huan using honorifics before speaking to her, and with her head bowed as usual, she hadn't realized he was talking to her. This attitude was clearly interpreted as non-cooperation. A sinister smile crept onto his delicate face, the beautiful reflection shattering to reveal the bloody color beneath. Not going to talk? He narrowed his eyes, smiling as he used a finger to lift the criminal's chin. The delicate touch made him pause for a moment, but that was all. His thumb gently caressed the other's cheek, savoring the expression of suppressed fear. His voice was incredibly soft. If you don't talk, you die. He withdrew his 2 fingers, now forming a 5-finger grip, and grabbed Tao Charen's neck. She was merely a level B fighter. He could easily crush her with one hand. But when his hand left Tao Charen's face, he was horrified to find two glaring red marks where it had been. The boy's expression, which had been one of absolute control, shifted. Even if a level B fighter's body was significantly weaker than his, surely she shouldn't be injured from a single pinch. This momentary hesitation slowed his movements. Just as he placed his hand on the other's neck, an abrupt notification sound came through his personal terminal. For some reason, the boy felt a sense of relief. He impatiently lowered his hand and answered the communication as if nothing had happened. A man who looked exactly like him, also dressed in a black military uniform, immediately appeared on the computer screen. The man's eyes were gold, and his accessories matched his eyes, creating a stark contrast with the boy. "Silver Ring, why aren't you back yet?" "Caught a spy," he said vaguely, clearly not feeling the need to elaborate on Tao Charen's matter. "How is the pavilion master now?" "Chiyu Pavilion is going to be renamed Chauncey Pavilion." The man sighed. "What a nuisance." He gave a perfunctory reply impatiently. "All right, I'll be back right away." "Golden Ring, keep an eye on numbers 3 and 5. I suspect there's been a prison break recently." The simple conversation ended quickly. This time, Silver Ring didn't pay attention to Tao Charen anymore, quickly entered the cabin, and began the return journey. Tao Charen was escorted by soldiers to a cramped cabin. There was nothing there. Large patches of red marks on the floor, and a foul odor filled the air. It didn't feel like a spaceship, it felt more like an execution ground. The crocodile-headed soldier brought her in, and immediately closed the door, leaving her no time to react. Fortunately, the room was empty, and Tao Charen was lucky to have a private room. However, she noticed at least 3 or 4 cameras in the small room. While not as heavily guarded as the Star Moon Palace, it was still quite secure. Only then did Tao Charen breathe a sigh of relief. She hadn't imagined her encounter with death would be so swift. Although she knew that citizens behaved completely differently in front of the Queen than in real life, facing citizens unaffected by her presence for the first time still startled her. The palpable killing intent lingered around her, and Tao Charen, still shaken, covered herself in her robe and knelt in a corner. The instant his hand touched her neck, Xiaopu almost flew out to activate its defensive mode, but Tao Charen stopped him. The fear of physical contact kept her highly focused. Although Tao Charen was ready to use Xiaopu at any moment, she wasn't sure if Xiaopu could fight off so many people if they resisted. This was a last resort. Besides, she wanted to test the newly upgraded barrier system to see what it could actually do. Tao Charen wavered for a long time between calling out to Xiaopu and forcing herself to reveal some secrets to save her life, but fortunately, she was lucky. She hugged herself and took deep breaths for a while, finally calming down a little. However, the wound on her jaw wouldn't heal anytime soon. The finger marks on her face burned with pain, and she dared not apply medicine in front of the surveillance cameras. Fortunately, she had been injured countless times in experiments in her previous life, so this pain was nothing to her. From the light network to the boy who broke down the door, to being identified as someone associated with the Radiant Light cult, everything seemed unusual. After calming down, Tao Charen began to rationally consider the events of the day. First was the Radiant Light Network's reaction. From a complete network blockade to an open declaration of war, clearly a lot had happened in between. If Baiyu still had the ability to act, the situation probably wouldn't have become the current evenly matched state, and the conversation between Jin Huan and Yin Huan just now proved this. When the Queen was alive, the main controller of the Radiant Light Network was the Rose Pavilion, while the entire Light Network was controlled by the Silk Entangling Workshop, but Songtao Palace could also manage certain related websites. Although the Star Moon Palace possesses the authority to review information, it rarely intervenes directly in matters related to the Radiant Network due to the Queen's coordination among various parties. When Tao Charen first fled, the Radiant Network published her news. At that time, she couldn't determine who orchestrated the farce, only knowing that Lan Huan was likely involved. The last time she browsed the content censored by the Radiant cult, because the censorship covered the entire network, and she was with Lan Huan, Tao Charen naturally assumed that the network was still under the control of the Silk Entangling Workshop. However, Lan Huan and Red Rose are now unable to act, and the Radiant Network's policies have fundamentally changed. Clearly, Xianluo is now in control. So it must have been Lan Huan who gave the order. His tendency to gloss over the situation is indeed typical of him. Actually, between the two approaches, Tao Charen agrees more with Lan Huan's. Citizens are inherently irrational beings, and such news can easily cause chaos. Especially since her whereabouts are involved, mishandling it could plunge the world into turmoil again. Tao Charen considers releasing another video to reassure everyone, but all of this can wait until she is free to move around freely. Besides, the situation is unclear, and rashly revealing her location is dangerous. Secondly, there's the question of why someone came to arrest her. There's very little information on this, but based on what In-hwan just said about spies, Tao Charon leans towards the idea that they might have received some information, but how that information connected with her is unknown. Finally, there's the identity of In-hwan, and the two people on the other end of the video call named Jin-hwan. Undoubtedly, they belong to Chi-Yu Liu, and likely hold considerable positions. Tao Charon, as always, has no recollection of these two people. But as she thought of the silver ring, she couldn't help but recall the scene she witnessed when her head was forced to lift. A forked tongue deftly licked his lips, its movements chilling. The hissing sound of him sniffing seemed to still echo in her ears, the sound of a real beast hunting. No, that wasn't a tongue. It was a snake's tongue. And that hissing sound wasn't an illusion. Tao Charon looked up unexpectedly. Through the sturdy iron bars of the door, a pair of silver eyes silently watched her, seemingly for an unknown amount of time. His forked tongue excitedly extended and retracted, and when he saw her looking at him, that ambiguous smile returned to his beautiful face. Chapter 70. Name. The boy sat opposite Tao Charon, legs crossed. Perhaps fearing a repeat of the scene before boarding the spaceship, the two maintained a considerable distance, a distance that Tao Charon considered safe. Tao Charon sat in the corner, her shoulders never relaxing since the other entered. Citizens unaffected by the Queen's aura were undoubtedly formidable opponents. Just moments ago, she had nearly brushed with death. The soldiers behind her brought over a chair for Silver Ring, the only piece of furniture in the room. One high, one low, the other's gaze was superior, almost tangible, fixed on Tao Charon, subtly exerting an invisible pressure. Before this, considering Tao Charon's level of acceptance, their gazes towards her had been much more restrained. Only now did Tao Charon understand how terrifying that almost piercing gaze could be. Sizing her up, suspicion, amusement, and a cat-and-mouse-like boredom. He seemed unconcerned about what Tao Charon had said, he was merely teasing her. A thin layer of sweat had already formed on Tao Charon's face. Her throat, which had just been forcefully pressed, was burning. She was already nervous when communicating, and now she was so flustered she couldn't utter a single word. She involuntarily covered her neck, trembling like a leaf. Scared? In-hwan was surprised by her timidity, but found it increasingly amusing. Brave but reckless is the mainstream of the universe today. It's a miracle that such a cowardly citizen has survived this long. For some reason, a strange pity rose in In-hwan's heart, a pity he himself wasn't even aware of. With the feeling of seeing something rare, he reluctantly forgave her rude behavior. Answer my questions obediently, and I won't kill you, Silver Ring promised. He thought he was being quite merciful. But the girl still ignored him. The catatonic reaction that hadn't appeared for a long time returned after her life was threatened, and even Tao Charon's desperate attempts to calm herself were to no avail. She closed her eyes in despair. She had already completed the basic reagent, and everything was progressing well. But in just half a day, her experience reminded her once again that she hadn't completely escaped her original predicament. Silver Ring seemed to notice Tao Charon's abnormality. His cold silver eyes quickly swept over her entire body, lingering on her throat for a second. Put your hand down, he commanded curtly. Tao Charon couldn't move. Silver Ring had to do it himself. The hand that felt incredibly heavy to Tao Charon was easily brushed aside by him. The red mark on her chin was glaring, but it shouldn't be the source of her abnormality. Ignoring the warmth that had just touched his palm, In-hwan frowned. He hadn't initially thought the person before him was anyone important, but now it seemed she might hold some secrets. What's wrong with you? The boy asked, irritably tugging at his hair. Speak. Her language skills, honed with Lan Huan, seemed to have regressed. Tao Charon opened her mouth, but even this simple action took a lot of effort. She couldn't utter a word. But In-hwan seemed to understand something. He straightened up, leaning back in his chair and looking at her. A mute? Tao Charon was touched by his understanding. If he hadn't spoken, she really wouldn't have thought of pretending to be mute. She tacitly agreed. If she was mute, interrogating her would be incredibly difficult. In-hwan glanced at her, then used his personal terminal to press against her wrist and add her as a friend on the optical network. At that moment, he received the answer to his first question. Her social media accounts were all verified with her real name, and her name was listed. Tao Tao. This was exactly the name he expected. Of course, her appearance was also very similar to the description. However, In-hwan still couldn't imagine how such a timid citizen could do such a thing. After adding her as a friend, In-hwan directly opened the messaging interface on the optical network, and their identities instantly changed from prisoner and interrogator to online friends. Fortunately, Tao Charan could accept this form of communication, and because she needed to look at the screen, Inhuan's gaze no longer completely revolved around her, which greatly reduced the pressure on Tao Charan. The two began to communicate without barriers. Which faction within the Radiant Light cult do you belong to? Which faction? The Radiant Light cult has factions? Tao Charan suddenly realized that this sect's organizational discipline was likely even stronger than the 5 Radiant Light sects, but she genuinely didn't know the answer to this question. I belong to the Silk Entangling Workshop. Tao Charan cautiously typed in the characters, trying to bluff her way out. Looks like you don't want to tell the truth. Inhuan glanced at her leisurely, but instead of being angry at not getting the answer he wanted, he seemed even more excited. Let me think. Your original form is a peach tree, right? You should be able to bear peaches, right? His eyes flashed with a strange light, his normally elegant silver white now filled with base malice. I never eaten a peach before, and neither have we in the 5th Army. Tell me, how about we raise you, and have you produce peaches for us to eat? Tao Charan froze. If she were truly a citizen, perhaps a few peaches could grow, but she wasn't. At most, she could have Xiaopu modify the form of objects, like transforming her portable instant food products into peaches. But once she put them in her mouth, everything would be exposed. Tao Charan was drenched in sweat. The characters on the screen kept appearing and disappearing, her hands and heart trembled. This was different from the fear she had felt before. It was mixed with a hint of guilt that her disguise was about to be exposed. Seeing Tao Charan's reaction, Inhuan was satisfied. Still trying to hide it? He looked at Tao Charan, even with a hint of fake sympathy in his eyes. I touched you, and you're still alive, which means your resolve has reached its limit. A martyr is at least a Class A. What are you still persisting in? Is it worth it for the Radiant cult? They abandoned you here, you're already a discarded pawn. What did they promise you? A meeting with the Queen? Ask them if they can even get that meeting themselves. He seemed confident his words would break through Tao Charan's defenses, firing off a barrage of questions. But Tao Charan was completely bewildered. She belatedly realized that Inhuan's mention of peaches was a threat. Completely oblivious, Tao Charan wasn't threatened at all. But she didn't dare speak, didn't dare ask, and simply waited with her head down for him to finish. Inhuan seemed used to Tao Charan's introverted nature, seeing her obediently hiding in the corner, assuming she had taken his words to heart, and was now regretting her choice. His goal had been achieved, and he reluctantly let Tao Charan go. Alright, tell me, what have you been doing? At this moment, Tao Charan was like a student daydreaming in class, caught off guard by a teacher's question, unable to even understand it. What had she done? Besides developing a new reagent and upgrading Xiaopu's system, what else had she done this month? Going back further, what about escaping a bunch of pursuers, becoming queen in the Star Moon Palace? Could she even talk about these things? In the end, Tao Charan could only respond with silence. Is it that you don't want to talk, or that you don't know where to begin? Inhuan looked at her, sighing with disappointment. Fine, let me remind you. What did you do to Songming? Songming? That name sounded familiar. Tao Charan recalled the sharp, hawk-like eyes of the 2nd Army commander. What had happened to him? The establishment of Qi Yulu was also approved by the Queen. In Tao Charan's memory, Qi Yulu had 5 subordinate armies. Except for the 1st Army, which was personally led by Baiyu, the other armies were all independent. Inhuan just said he belonged to the 5th Army, so he shouldn't have any jurisdiction over the 2nd Army. Could it be Baiyu's request? But Baiyu is already in trouble. Because of the limited information, Tao Charan hesitated for a moment. She couldn't tell what Inhuan wanted to hear from her, and she didn't know whether she should reveal that she had injected Songming with a drug, causing him to lose his memory. Tao Charan's repeated silences wore down Inhuan's patience. He didn't have much patience to begin with, and giving hints several times was already his limit. However, the prisoner, gritting his teeth, didn't know what the future held and ignored his good intentions. Normally, he would have tortured her long ago, using the cruelest methods to pry her mouth open. But for some reason, even with her lack of cooperation, although Inhuan was somewhat angry, he had no intention of using torture at all. He merely chuckled coldly. Your mouth is really tight. I hope you can hold out until you get there. He finished speaking, stood up, and kicked the chair in a fit of rage, shattering it into pieces. The sturdy materials of the interstellar era exploded, cutting Tao Charan's tightly clenched fingers. His silvery white pupils suddenly contracted. What smells so good? The moment Tao Charan felt the pain, she covered her injured finger. She shrank back into her robe, trying to prevent the scent from spreading too quickly. But Inhuan still locked onto her. So you used this kind of trick to bewitch Song Ming? He looked Tao Charan up and down, that eager excitement returning. Just grade B. Even I find it fragrant. He suddenly moved closer to Tao Charan. What smells so good? Where did you hide it? A silvery sheen rippled intoxicatingly. Reason remained, but some inexplicable thoughts began to stir. His fingers once again lifted her chin, this time with an ambiguous, light touch. A nimble tongue flicked out from his lips, tentatively brushing against her other. The wet, mysterious other side intrigued him. A hissing sound was almost within reach. Enveloped by another person's scent, Tao Charan, still not fully recovered from her previous stiffness, felt she was about to faint. But thankfully, just a second before she couldn't hold on any longer, Yin Huan released her first. Impressive. His expression returned to its usual nonchalance. He pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket and wiped his fingers that had just touched Tao Charan. Then I won't worry. As he left, he glanced back at Tao Charan, giving her a slightly meaningful smile. Live a long life.